I'm healthy as sun, and I'm okay.
How prepared are you for May 29?
May 29 is not the calendar. The challenge ahead is beyond that. It's for all of us together. And we must be parents and stay focused. That is very, very important. Don't isolate one date. One date on the calendar doesn't mean anything. It's just an event.
People are already talking about your administration and what it will look like. Can you give us a glimpse into what you have in plan?
I can't. I've not consulted people yet. And an administration, you said, is not run alone. You don't govern alone. You govern with people. You consult. Assemble. And then hit the ground running. And it's the same country, right? Isn't it? So,
thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much.
You don't govern alone. You govern with people. You consult. Assemble. And then hit the ground running. And it's the same country, right? Isn't it? So,
thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Be healed. Be healed. Oh, questioning all him. I am. We're not questioning that. Oh, what's turn my no one. I hear you. Turn my. Oh, questioning that. What do I do something? Why is it all?
Oh my fucking God.
Started this journey, we have to go on several fighting. Can you even imagine that we are stuck in this desert for 5 hours? We don't know the situation we have. We don't have what our money has been
know the place we are.
Everything has finished. We are done.
We don't have anything.
We don't have anything. We don't have
No
cars, we
money,
don't have
no
anything.
food.
We don't have compass. Even now, our location. We're in an unknown environment with a very big danger.
Look at this place. All
Don't
those
take a
guys,
look at
we
this
don't know
place.
them.
Why is Nigerian embassy?
Mr. President.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people are asking a platform for him who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Alexi.
Oh my fucking God, man.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
The internet never forgets.
You are muted, Rudolph. We can't hear you. Rudolph, you are muted, I think.
Welcome everybody to the show. It's Have Yourself 247. Today is Saturday, April the 29th, 2023. It's a wonderful day in New York City. Wherever you're joining us, welcome. We appreciate your time for joining us. We already have some of our friends here. We are going to say hi to them. Let me say that today is an interesting day. I can see my main man, Away is here.
Go to the
So it's not
bathroom.
needed. We get Away
Say
to
just like she said hi. And she come.
and of course, so let's say hi to everybody. My age, welcome to the show.
I will tell you, yes.
If he's talking to friends, she doesn't know we're live. Okay, Mama Echo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
Ovia, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, Jama.
Alaikum salam. Away. Most of you don't know. I have to introduce Away. Away is a comedian based in Connecticut. He's the one that started all these things. You see people like Basket Mouth and all those people. Away was the original. Away, welcome to the show. Nice to have you.
Like, no shaking, see groove.
Hey.
And I said today, Kasala go pause for studio.
No shakure.
So it's a great day. It's a great day to talk about Nigeria. Also, let me welcome. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Austin. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor.
Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning. John Abba, welcome to the show. John Abba cannot hear me. He's driving. I think he's driving Molwe. If you welcome to the show.
Doctor, let me welcome myself since you didn't welcome me.
I
welcome myself. I'm okay. I welcome myself on behalf of you.
Oh my God.
It happens. So show. If you welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Oh, let me leave. Paul is here. I cannot stay here if Paul is here.
Oh,
Paul is in the car.
Is there something going on?
Yeah, I can't stay. Me and Paul, we cannot stay.
He's in the car. He's not here.
All right.
That's Paul right there. I can't stay here.
All right, we will get to that, So these are the topics I have today. Let's just run through them. So if you don't get it, I know some people are not getting my emails. The first topic is Tinubu that returned to Nigeria different from the one that left? The second topic is as the media and the political class move away from Peter Obi and Abubakar Atiku, how will that impact the case in the courts? Then the third topic is how best should Buhari handle his last 30 days in office? We saw him parading around in military uniform. I think he's having those moments. But how should he handle the last 30 days? The fourth topic is as Nigeria bungled the mission to rescue Nigerian students and other Nigerians in Sudan, why is Nigeria never prepared for emergencies? Fifth question is what is the best way for the East to approach the Tinubu presidency? There's this conversation going on about positions and fight for positions. And that's the fifth one. Now, the sixth topic is who should occupy the principal offices of the National Assembly. There's a fight already going on that. So I will go around quickly. Just tell me if there's anything I missed on these topics that you want us to add to the discussion. I'll start with you, H.O. Just the topic, anything that I missed that is interesting to you. Before you say anything, Mama H.O., I heard that they are deporting Nigerians from Niger. Is it Niger Republic or Benin Republic? I just got that story. But anyway, Mama H.O., go ahead. What should we add?
The one you put for ground, sir. If we start at Kasalago boss now, so maybe we continue, we'll go add new one, joiner.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ovie, what did I miss?
You missed the 4.5 years. Robert F. Kennedy declaring for 2024, and the president himself, Joe Biden, declaring for 2024. So that changed the whole dynamics of.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Anyway, we can talk about American politics if you want. Yeah, we can add that somewhere down there.
Then on the home front, I mean, I'm in the celebration mood. It's just the beauty of sea power, changing hand, and then the man that everybody is saying blah 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 blah. All of a sudden, because the most important person in as far as Sub-Saharan Africa is concerned, everybody is paying homage. So that's interesting to to watch. I just can't help to just history unfolding. 2 years ago in America, it wasn't that something to actually cheer about. The U.S. Congress has to go on section in the middle of the night just to make sure the democracy that they parted for over 200 years stand a chance. So to see Nigeria ongoing, calmly and quietly, it's a beauty to behold.
All right, thank you. Femi, you're next. Please.
I guess for me, you have your hands full right now with the topics that at hand.
I know.
If anything, and I don't even know if it's really relevant, we'll probably just averted the bullet with the census that's been postponed. Of course, we know the politics that comes with that. That's in addition to the fuel deregulation palaver. It looks like we keep kicking down the can. I don't know if it's relevant to even add it, but yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah. Thank you so much. Austin, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I mean, we have wonderful, whatever we add now can still come into what you have already. But I was looking at Makinde and the Wike visiting Tinubu, and also when the APC talks about competency, where is the Minister of Education and the Minister of Information with these students in Sudan? I have not heard anything from them.
Okay, very good. Away should be a special guest, but I'm planning that when we get the comedians to come in. Away, welcome to the show. What am I missing?
No, I think you have enough right now, so let's get started first.
All right. Thank you. If anything I'm missing?
Are you going to talk about the subsidy?
Oh yeah,
and your mind about removing the removing the subsidy.
Yeah, apparently it doesn't look as if Buhari wants to do it before he leaves, so we should just forget about it until this is packed to Tinubu's calendar. Jonaba, you're next.
What's up, Brody?
Yeah, how are you?
Your hand is full now. What does you want to say?
Okay, Jonaba, you don't have anything. Paul.
Yeah, good morning. I don't think you really need to add more to all the songs that you have, but one thing I just want to bring to your attention, it looks like the South people, precisely the Urobo people, is taking over your show from Igbo people now.
There are more Urobo people here.
So maybe very soon they'll start accusing you saying that Urobo show you run. You need to run Igbo again.
Away is here, so the Urobo.
Now let two people be now let two new guest.
Adam, if he was soliciting that he should be removed.
Now let two people be Urubu here now. Mama Esho no be Urubu. Mama Esho na Urubu in diaspora.
Paul, I'm managing to be quiet so that I can tolerate you for these many hours. Please don't chase me out.
If you leave me alone,
all right,
until you package me that food.
All right, let's begin the conversation. Let's watch this. Most of you have seen this video. Let's watch. That's the Tinubu that came back to Nigeria.
So when you brought, I'm healthy as the sun, and I'm okay.
What happened? Oh, sorry.
I'm healthy as the sun, and I'm okay.
How prepared are you for May 29?
May 29 is not the calendar. The challenge ahead is beyond that. It's for all of us together. And we must be parents and stay focused. That is very, very important. Don't isolate one date. One date on the calendar doesn't mean anything. It's just an event.
Yes, we are already talking about your administration and what it will look like. Can you give us a glimpse into what you have in plan?
I can't. I've not consulted people yet. And administration, you said, is not run alone. You don't govern alone. You govern with people. You consult. Assemble.
Pause it there. Did you see the look on Shettima's eye? Did everybody watch that? That's key. Did you see the local? Let me play that part again so that I want people to understand what happened there. Is it to determine what happens to Nigeria in the next 4 years? Listen, watch again.
Assemble and then hit the ground running. And it's the same country, right?
All right. Okay, so let's have a conversation. Let me start with you, Mama H.O. What do you think about the Tinubu that came back? Different from the one that left?
He's healthy as sand. So now Sansa, now I come back to rule us. He just pick another grammar where they fly in mini or dictionary. He said, pass. Then he can't go meet that woman when they play his song. Mini. He can't go there, go borrow English. He can't say, Adi mini. Hey, Nigeria. I joined doctor today to ask one question. Who did this to us? As we get PhD people reach home and abroad, as we get PhD reach for Nigeria, as we get my children when they get computer age brain reach, now this mumu easy. Now I say, no problem. At least his cheeks swell up. It shows that they don't go pump enough cocaine for his head. When he don't turn his head to become, they tell us, say, he heady as sand. Tutu, you be Sansa. So when they carry you, go there, package you as sand come. Then we can't even sabi say, you know, even sabi they talk anything. They can't put school boy. What do they call these people when they do yellow simi teacher? They put yellow simi teacher for your back. Make it they teach you where till you go talk. You are nothing but a disgrace. APC. If you people have presented Oshobanjo, maybe Nigeria would have been ready for you people. But when I go present sand to us, because now he use the man take talk, he's saying they're healthy as sand. And if I pack Sansa like this, now like this Sansa go be for my hand. So that is who you are. Anyway, and your mommy, mommy, in no account will you allow May 29 to hold. In no account, no government, no be police una go east, go they high anyhow. Make una do what they do during F. Kennedy. In no account, 29th May must not take place except the mandate is returned to us gallantly. And for the make a round up with this. Nigeria judiciary are they abusing and one and not do well. But now don't do one thing well. Now don't give us dates to hear the case before 29. So for that step I take, I said thank you. But another thing I must not do. Make una not collect Ghana must go. Perfect justice, because if una collect Ghana must go to perfect justice. My children get plenty kelebe, and candy kelebe go wrong times on now. So let's fire. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Ovie, you're next.
The Tinubu that came back after what? 34 days.
34 days, yeah.
Yes, give me the city boy vibe, the city boy that they talk about. They give me that city boy vibe, and it give me something to look forward to. And as a strong believer of one Nigeria, I can only hope for the best. So I look forward to give me something positive to look forward to. I see it shows me that he's aware, he's around, he's aware of his environment. He understand what is going on. He kind of know the tasks ahead of him. So as I say, as a Nigerian, I can only show a positive attitude to what is ahead, so that people around here believe governance is not just about him. people around him can. The only way they can actually live up to expectation if the majority of Nigerians show that positive attitude and always stand by to criticize any policies that is anti-people. So I see. I'm hopeful. He gave me that vibe. That's what I saw.
Were you concerned that someone behind him was still whispering to his ears, or you dismissed that?
Honestly, I didn't. I didn't.
Or you didn't see that?
Not until the video that you played that actually has
pointed it. Yeah.
Pointer to it. So I never really.
Now that you know, are you concerned?
No, I'm not concerned. As I said, it's just one person. I'm waiting for the team.
Okay.
So I don't really. I'm not really. I don't. I mean, we're already here. We're here now. So.
Don't talk about that. We're here, but the question is, here that we are you worried about what you are saying?
No, I can only be hopeful.
Okay.
I'm hopeful. Good. I'm hopeful that the people that the Nigerians that will work with him, we the northern citizens should rise up to the occasion and challenge them. I mean, I think at this point it's not just about the Tinubu, it's about everybody. For me, it's the governors, right? I mean, if there's one thing that Buhari is leaving behind, he has given that autonomy for every state to generate its power. I see no reason why Lagos State, Delta State, River State, Kano State, Kaduna States, this state should not be able to have 24 hours power within the next 4 years. That has nothing to do with the president now.
Yeah, so, we're going to get into the policies and issues. We'll get there. Let me go to Femi. Yeah. Femi, what do you think?
Without open life, life itself is nothing. As much as I am very disillusioned personally, with the state of Nigeria, when you head to the fact that we're at a crossroads in itself, it's almost a case of because I'm not that I don't belong to that school of thought of let's just leave it to God and all that, because we're the ones that brought ourselves to this point. I mean, God already endowed us with everything He has to endow us with. Unfortunately, we continue to face a trail of despicable leaders, and just like Ovie said, this is where we are. I mean, no matter how disillusioned we might feel, and with Tinubu's return, and irrespective of our individual or collective sentiment, whether here or everywhere, it's done and dusted. The Supreme Court for me is just a rubber stamp, whether we believe the results or not. I mean, it's a done deal. It's going to be president, and whatever happened afterwards is of course not good. Hopefully, we don't just sit down and become redundant. Irrespective of where we're residents, people would have to continue to do their bits as well, because it's clear that these people they're not going anywhere except we're determined to play our part as well. Very young people in Nigeria, we cannot afford to sit down still. And of course, the narrative has to be out there in the open, laid out there in the open, that this issue of tribalism and ethnicity is going to be loud out there, and we have to find a way around that too, because it's been introduced even much more. It's more evident now that this is where this is how the game is going to continue to be played, and even in people's mindsets. I don't know. It's a difficult time, really. I really have nothing to add to what especially Ovie had said. I don't know. It's difficult. It's difficult, really.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Unmute yourself, Austin.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for that. When I saw Tinubu's return, and ever since then, I have just been asking myself one question. Am I sick? Or so many of us are sick? Why do I ask this question? As a child,
we were taught to look onto our leaders, look out to people that have accomplished it in life if you really want to get to where they are. Now, when I look at what happened, that scenario of his coming back, when I look at the bantering that our leaders are coming up with, I begin to ask myself a question. Have we divided Nigeria unknowingly? Like when I read the tweet of Festus Kayamo, my question, what goes to my mind is, who is representing us? Is he really our minister? Is he really our own? Now look at the game. Look at what he showed. You can only get this thing in movies. Someone that wants to be a president. See, I remember like 10 years ago, my community came to my dad and said, we want you to be a traditional ruler. My senior brother, all of us in the family said, hey, guy, you can't do that. Stay away. You would have done this 20 years ago, 30 years ago. At this age, you need to take care of yourself. So when you have a man with big land working in a hospital, if he gets chemo today, the next 2 days he won't be fine. The next day he's going for chemo. Remember, no matter how we paint this honest truth, the state Nigeria is in, do we really need Tinubu to be the president for Nigeria to move on? So why are we settling mediocrity? Why are we saying that it's okay? And look at this. Look at one point. I have a medical team, medical mission that wanted to go to Nigeria with me. But since after the election, they canceled it. We had a meeting last week. They said, hey, we've read everything about the election. I know, I learned that you guys are in court. So we're postponing that. So you see that one person's decision, which he calls goodwill, is obstructing everything. Have you ever spoken with somebody in the office and you say you're in Nigeria? The corporate image is being destroyed. So no matter the effort you make as a person, there is a point your individual effort can go. There is a point your individual effort can no longer continue. And when we begin to look at, and if you pay attention to the interview, a man from UK, a very learned man, a son in Nigeria, and he's also in law, King's cabinet in UK. The interview he granted with Arise. After that interview, I was like, what will save Nigeria will never come from Nigeria. The only people that can save Nigeria at this point are people living overseas. With what we have now, that you can bribe people that you've followed all your life, people you've seen as wonderful people all your life. Festus Kayamo, 5 years ago, I would say, this guy is just one of the best guys we have. All of a sudden, have changed without any recourse to those principles he showed us. And it's disheartening. And when I see people saying, let us have hope, there's no way I can cooperate. There's no way this thing can work well. Even if Tinubu becomes the best man tomorrow, the game that I've led, the process that I've led to his emergence have really taken my heart away from him. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Away.
First of all, I don't think I'm going to stay. I'm very, very happy with you guys. I don't think I'm going to stay too long because today is the inauguration of our National Association of Igbo Smokers. You know, those of us who smoke Igbo, we have our inauguration today.
Where is that? Why was I not invited?
So,
can you forward the invite to me now? Because I can
anyway, I will send the information. I'll put it there. I think, first of all, in terms of leadership, Nigeria will survive every kinds of situations, you know, and that is not to take it for granted. And when it comes to leadership, any one of us on this platform can rule the country. If we look at even the United States of America, the last president, if that last president could rule America, then anybody with bipolar disorder, anybody with schizoaffective disorder can rule any country. So the leader actually is not the individual, is not the person that rules it, that leads the country per se. So look at Buhari. We survived Buhari throughout. Somebody who everybody knows doesn't have that kind of qualification, but he was able to rule the country whichever way. So it's not Tinubu himself. I'm just more concerned about the system with which we are getting our leaders. So if that can be overhauled at a particular, and I think we are getting there gradually, because if you look back to how our elections have been before, prior to this one, it's like we're moving. I think we're moving forward. We're not perfect yet. We're not complete yet, but we're gonna get there. But I'm not. I'm even surprised why you guys are surprised seeing Tinubu the way he is right now, because he said he was going to continue from where Buhari stopped, which includes going to overseas for treatment, which includes incoherent communication, which includes fragile health, which includes complete oblivion of what is happening in Nigeria, which has turned Nigeria to be a case of Rigidi Pligidi and a case of Uzobeniva. By the way, Uzobeniva is Yoruba language, Uzo within me, whatever is Uzobeniva. So that being said, I think the communication should continue, the conversation should continue, the dialogue should continue. But we're going to survive. We're going to survive it. But I think we're moving forward. We're getting better. I mean, everybody wants, it's not by having a PhD for you to be a best leader. You have the people surrounding you. If Tinubu becomes the choice, when I say choice, if it is choked down through our throat that he must be the president, then so should it be. The only thing I don't want us to have is any violence. We have to do this peacefully, and we move forward, and God will be with us.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Say Buhari.
All right.
Dr. Dominic, I will not be there for too long. I might leave and then come back, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Awe. I appreciate this. Ify, you're next.
Good afternoon. I don't even know what to say. I am just so tired and overwhelmed and shocked, dumbfounded. Sometimes I just don't want to talk about Nigeria anymore, unfortunately. We know what's going to happen. Tinubu is going to be president, and I cannot wait for him to be the president. I cannot wait. I look forward to that, ushering him in to be our next president with the pick line hanging on his hand. Do you know what that means? For those of you in the medical line who saw him with that pick line, do you know what it means? It's just telling us that Tinubu is not healthy at all. It's going to be a long haul going in and out of the hospital with that line. And this is who is going to be our president. I don't have no problem with that. Like I always say that the price of Gary does not know who is APC or PDP or LP. We will all pay the same price, including Aliko Dangote, including Tinubu himself, including Okadaman, including a poor woman who is selling vegetable. So let's move. I'm waiting 29th of May. We did Gidigba, and we will come on this show and talk about the same thing. When I look at the people that he surrounded himself with, I mean, I'm just like, so nobody is seeing what other people are seeing. Does it mean that these people, they don't have common sense? That of all the people in Nigeria, Tinubu is the most healthier person that can be the leader of 200 million people. We will all miss Buhari, like I always say. Let us enjoy these 30 days. When he leaves, we will suffer. Nigeria will be worse than what it was now. Good luck.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, Ngozika, where are you again? You're always on the road.
Doctor, I can't keep myself in. Nigeria is too stressful. I went for a trip.
What is the difference between the Ngozi and the Fulani herdsmen that move around with cow every now and then? She's always moving around.
They got instructed me the Igbo Smokers Association. I know it was because of you. My mind is telling me it's because of you. But
she's always moving around like Fulani herders.
But really, I am glad our number one skit maker is back. I miss his. Yeah, I missed his gaffes, his public gaffes. I miss, excuse me, I miss how his people are always falling over themselves trying to explain what he says. I miss the whole gimmick. I miss the fun. But yeah, this is on you. So, what of this? I don't really care anymore. At this point, it won't stop me from going hiking. It won't stop me from going to my trips. It won't stop me from doing the little things I do to survive Nigeria. I feel the same way most people. The people that are they are people that are gluten. It's 30 days to inauguration. Unless you have a plan to get out of this hell, we're all here. You're not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Let's see who cries the loudest. Yeah. Let's see if by the time it starts biting harder than it's already biting, they're going to single all you Agbado people out and give you a soft landing. I know all of us will keep seeing the shege. Me, the shege will not do me too much because I do not have kids yet, and I already know all the places to go and cool my head. I'm just coming back from one of those places inside water. Climb mountain. All of us will be all right. All of us.
That's a luxury. That's a luxury life in America. In America, that's a luxury life.
I keep saying this.
Rudolph in New York, you can't try that.
Okay, let me talk now. Look, you see what Obie keeps doing. Okay, let me talk now. I say, Tinubu or not, Nigerians are going to be fine. It's sad. We have adapted this coping mechanism that allows us to deal with the worst. Yes?
Maybe you can join us when you get to where you're going. There's a lot of noise from where. I'm not sure if it's or somebody's here.
Rudolph, the life goes is the kind of lifestyle goes is living. If you try it in New York, you know how much it will cost you.
So call us again when you get to where you're going, okay? We appreciate you. Janaba, you're next.
Drop me in the back. Drop me in the back.
Okay, Janaba, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good morning, fellow panelists. Tinubu have returned. I wish him well. I think he's aware of his environment. The statement was very clear that one person cannot govern, and not just one day of events change anything. That stand out for me. Another thing is that we always complain about our leaders, but the leader is one of us that become, and the morale of Nigeria is not getting better. It's getting worse. We wish other evil. We don't want any good thing simply because you disagree with somebody. Age is not a factor, it's the system. Joe Biden is 8 years, is running again. So let's put our system together and hold each other accountable, and we will see the Nigeria we are all wishing to be, but not with this sentiment or this bias and tribalism and this bewitchment of one another. Thank you.
All right. Sim.
I will leave now. We join again later, please. Thank you.
Okay, Janaba, thank you. Sim, can you hear me?
He's saying that it's not working.
It's still on obedient.
Am I coming out?
Yes, CM, go ahead.
I beg, shut up your dirty mouth.
No, CM. It's too early now. We just started.
I mean, leave CM. He's a Nigerian. I understand that. He's a Nigerian.
We just started. So no, not today. Let's I understand when it's 6 hours after that, then people might be, CM is frozen. All right, let me go to who is next. Maxi, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Doc. You keep damaging things all over from New York to Nigeria. I don't know when you can't damage Ghana.
Ghana is already damaged.
Try come damage Ghana. No, we will show you how election is done in Ghana. although it is not perfect, but we will show you how your little brothers of less than 32 million, 33 million people will conduct election, and you will see it. You go and do your election, your vote will count, and nobody is going to kill anybody. It's as if you are going to farm or to your church. That's what we do. I am proud of that. Yes, we poor. If Nigeria, with all the intelligentials, with all the professors, with all the Nobel laureates, with everything, forget about your natural resources. You have more power in human resources, but you put them on the ground, trample them. They have no say. Even with the card, we campaign for them to go and vote. They cannot. 90-something million people registered. Only 8 million, 6-point-something million, and 6-point-something million voted. My brother, what do you say about that? And you will sit and be proud of such a country? It is horrible. If your younger brothers will conduct the election credible, it's a very big shame to Nigeria. And I'll continue to say it. You see, Dr. Damages, I don't see anything new that is going to come to Nigeria as long as that system is still there. Bola Tinubu is going to work with the same system. It's like pouring a new wine in an old bottle. There is no how you decorate a tomb. What is inside is a carcass. It's a rotten corpse that is there. So that is what I see that is going to. I don't think anything will happen. Look, you are in a heaven now. Buhari there is no government a new government that will be better than the one they took over from. It's a common knowledge. You watch and see what is going to happen. I just pray that the people of my mother's side will be safe in that country, and that is what I pray. And if it is not safe, I believe that my father here in Ghana had enough place that can take them until the place is okay. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. The part I wanted to see if anybody will address also is the reaction of Shettima, the incoming vice president of Nigeria. He appeared to be shocked that someone was whispering into the ears of Tinubu. What does that say to you? Anybody can pick up. Anybody can answer.
Well, I want to start by saying, for those of us who say Nigeria will be fine, you surprise me because you not buy for the regime, or because your family you never buy. We people who lost their loved one say this thing we are saying here. We there? Oh, we do obodo yibo. We dey drink coffee. We dey drink tea, and we go sit down, talk say, Papa, I disagree with that your statement. Oh, when you say Nigeria go dey fine, then because your loved one not buy during these 8 years. Then because we never lose family member or friends when he close to us. We see and say this, he cannot say this because he knows very well. Make you go collect something for inside store. The fire. So make we not they talk wetin no good. Make we not they talk. We fit talk any other thing, but say we will be fine when we know that a lot of innocent Nigerians are in the grave. A lot are in the hospital. For what? For going to vote for election. A lot of my children's store in Lagos are burnt to ashes. Will those people say what we are saying here? Let's call it spade here. Make I put that one for inside cooler, go visit them again. Therefore, Shettima, Shettima is warning not to be your president. Yes, because he no say, you don't know the meaning of sand. It's heady as sand. Now, not the meaning. when man die, he go turn to sand. So Tinubu no say he already die. That is why he's healthy as sand. So Tinubu, we sabi say you healthy as sand. You don't buy your casket. You don't dig your grave. I bet us buy rice, and also buy groundnut oil. We need Maggi, we need pepper, we need salt. Because now what you will take cook and celebrate this your sansan when you go to Tonto. So as for Shettima, he has told us when he wear that coat, when my children they do design for the internet space, in that speech, what he tell us, he said he will be the person in charge of security. And that means by Constitution of Nigeria, the VP is never in charge of security. The person in charge of the armed forces and security is the president of the nation. So in Sabi say, this sansan when they package for us, if they let her in on the 29th, it's a matter of months or weeks. He go come to sansan, he go come resume as the chief security. So when he resume as the chief security, men nobody ship or get go vanish. All the schools go begin they lost their petty anyhow because they get to borrow more money to rescue the people. And yes, I don't want to do subsidy removal again. I bet make una return the money to World Bank. You're not borrow. Thank you for now.
All right, thank you. Away. I'll come to you over there. Let me hear away. Then I'll come to you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, I'll meet. Okay, go ahead. Away.
Yes. Let me just add to my sister. My sister, you see, I can see the passion, and you. I think Dr. Damages, you need to use my sister. She sounds very much like Mrs. Jonathan Goodluck, and her voice, her dominion, and everything, you're bringing a lot of energy, and I like her.
Now let you at that call.
Hey.
There is God.
I mean, Dr. Damage, I want to thank you for putting this thing together. I mean, it's just it's a way of just we're just kind of crying out loud, voicing our opinion. Not that it's going to make any serious impact, back home, because we've gone through this before. But the dialogue must continue, because out of this something might come out, But my sister, what we're trying to say is that it is what it is, I mean, none of us are going to go home and say we're going to fight and do everything. It's a very poor system. Like what this guy said from Ghana. We will get there. So in everything we're doing is just hope. And
Papa, from that time, we will not be fight. Now that they carry this, now that they drag us into this. So, Papa, me and my children, they tell you, say, it will not stand. We will fight. Yes. Papa, we are not going fight.
Well, okay, so many of us, I agree with you. We can fight in different ways. In different ways. Like what Dr. Damage is doing now is another form of fighting. The only problem I have with many of us here on this forum, we've been in this country for how many years now? I know Dr. Damages has been here for the past, I think you came during the time of Lord Lugard, right? 1914.
Yes.
So many of us have been here for 30 years, 40 years. Me, I've been here for 35 years. I'm tired and I'm ready to go back immediately. Just give me 20 more years. I'm out of this place.
So now we go organize you, they go, they stay here. No, me and my children go clear road. You go retire from Nigeria. Enjoy your old age.
I'm leaving immediately. I promise I won't stay here more than 23 years now from today. I'm leaving. Just give me 23 more years. I'll be on. So my brother, listen. Thank you guys for going. I have to run because I'm going to do my Facebook Live. You guys know I always play music just to entertain, to just keep us a little bit out of the water. But what you guys are doing here is a more serious thing. Please, let's keep the dialogue going. My sister, I beg not fight because you don't tell you do here. I know make you back. You know, so that we don't fight.
Yeah. No person born by a woman can kill me.
That's right.
I am on a mission.
So our Nigerian
I am on a mission.
I say
Papa,
your
go
father.
collect your number, go holla you from behind. Now you go.
Away.
So oh my God, that's classic.
Right. Maxi, let me. Then I'll come to you. Obi, go ahead.
All right.
Obi, go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were saying Maxi should go ahead. I know. Well, I give you Maxi because he's talking in future terms. We'll see how the election will go first. Nigeria has been just first now, put like 2 billion for that election. Everywhere goes scatter. So, but anyway, on the future terms, let's see how it goes. But Dr. Rodo, why you say Shettima looks shocked? I mean, is it that? Yeah, because I think you are already too much meaning to that. Because one, that is not. They are not. I think they are in Bola Tinubu's. But even arrive at his residence before the press conference. Not even at the airport. Why they point that out? That means they don't see him. That's not their first time in contact. If not the first time where they just meet for them with that, you will say you'll be shocked. So these people all the way from airport, they were coming from airport, went to their house, do all shenanigans before they decide to come out like that. So I don't think what you are assuming is what is taking place. That's what I'm trying to say.
What did you think happened there?
I don't know. It depends. I mean, if we can hear what we can actually hear what the man actually say, because whoever that put that video together is reading the man's lip, right? It's easy for you to put one or two together. So we did not hear exactly what he said that required that kind of a reaction. We don't know.
Okay, hold on.
It's not the only one standing. These are not 3 people just standing.
Okay, hold on. Let's watch that again.
Assemble. And then hit the ground running. And it's the same country, right? Isn't it? So,
thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much.
You don't govern alone. You govern with people. You consult. Assemble.
All right. So, Ovie, you are saying that what we saw is not what we are looking at.
Oh, I mean, there's so many meanings you can read to that. What is he saying? Nobody knows what he's saying.
No, it's not even about what he's saying. No. The reaction. Yeah, the reaction of Shettima is something that he didn't expect. If I know that this is what happens when Tinubu is speaking and somebody beside him is saying things he repeats. We've seen it during the campaign. We saw this. It's not like it's something that we have not seen before. So why will Shettima react that way?
The speech Bola Tinubu is making there is an impromptu speech. It is not a scripted.
He's answering questions.
Yeah, so they are not scripted, right? So how did it read into Tinubu's mind what his response to the question is going to be, that you have to direct him, because this is the middle of the question, the middle of the answer. It's not at the beginning, right? The reaction they pointed at is not at the beginning, but clearly, if you can look, even before they get to that place that Shettima reacted, clearly that man was also communicating with somebody in front of them. Right? It was actually, if you look at his facial expression, this gesture, it was actually communicating with somebody in front of him before that part that he said something that now make Shettima reacted. So anybody can read any minute to that. I'm not saying what you are saying is out of it, but for the fact that is not the first time and it's not a scripted interview, there, it's hard for me to just go with that.
No, okay. Like that, but let me just tell you, Ovie, for your information, if someone like Tinubu is going to come out and talk to the press, they anticipate some questions and they agree and say this is what you are going to say if you are asked this question. Okay. And if it goes off that script, they remind him this is what we said he should say. So that is what's going on, I think. All right. Where am I? Max, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. I don't see anything, I am not a spirit, or I cannot see beyond my nose to figure out what was, whispered into the ears of that man there. But one thing is sure, that they have accomplished whatever they want to accomplish. That is the implementation of Muslim ticket. It is done. It is sealed. So there is nothing that anybody will say about it. And I'm waiting, if Nigeria continue to exist, to see if their position and their utterances, when you will see a Christian ticket, and let's see what will happen. That is to tell you that these people knows what they are doing. While we are busy talking, they are doing their own bidding. That is how I see it. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Siam, welcome to the show.
Thank
Right,
you, Rudolph. And well, good afternoon to everybody. Yes, I said good afternoon to everybody.
Yeah, nice to have you.
Okay, yeah. I think this Tinubu issue, at least people know where I stand anyway, so I can't suddenly change. The thing is, rather we say, we Nigerians ever learn. We Nigerians ever learn. 2015, it was all about how to get rid of Jonathan. With all manner of lies. Suddenly, Jonathan is Igbo everywhere. Get rid of that man. Jonathan is Joe, and the guy left. Tinubu came in. Everybody, hey, Tinubu will do this. $1 to 1 naira. Look at where we are. For the first time, the only country in Africa using their currency to buy their currency, and 1 naira is not equal to 1 naira. Man, this is the mess we want to get into again. Anyway, the thing about it is, I think when I will even have something to say is that I don't really, after all this, the typical Nigerian will tell you, we pay through the nose for electricity for NEPA. He hasn't got light. He's in darkness for about 1 month, 2 months. What he's interested is, if he opens the door and sees that the whole neighborhood is in darkness, he says, nah, it's good, nah, no. Rather than say, why am I not having light? After paying for it, he will say, after all, the man the other day no get, he said no get. So that is the thing. If they want equal suffering. That is the way Nigerians reason. How can people be seeing a president carrying PIC line? Why did we even conduct election? Why did we spend more than 3 billion naira to conduct the election to end up with Tinubu? If we know we give him, why waste all this money? Why? If you know in the end it is Tinubu that will be saying that Tinubu will become president on 29th, there's nothing anybody can do about it. Of course I can't do, but you have to know that everybody is suffering. And if I'm to use my area for example, we are not the worst suffering people. The people that brought in Buhari are the people crying the loudest. How am I sure that history will repeat itself? Those bringing in Tinubu will be the people that will cry the loudest. So when Jonathan, they removed him, the man from South, Ijoma, let him get out. They pushed him out, brought in Buhari. Today, where is Nigeria? And they are making noise. Anyway, what I'm interested in, when the discussion comes to Allen Onyema, I will talk to him as a brother. I will say what I have said. I will say my opinion here. Because today, Nigerians are stranded in Sudan. And we know the people that are mainly there. But it's somebody they will call IPOB, Biafra, that is volunteering to go and carry somebody. Anyway, this in Nigeria is a joke. So let me stop here. When that discussion comes, who is Tinubu? Nigeria Tinubu can take over Nigeria.
All right.
Let nobody shout again. Listen, when rice was 37,000 when Buhari was leaving, now a bag of rice is now 82,000. Let nobody shout. Oh, they are using naira to buy naira. Everybody is okay. Naira to buy naira. Even 1 naira is not equal to 1 naira. When you talk, some people will just be pretending as if now refugee is in maybe something like Benue Plateau. Maybe that thing will spread now, but nobody should talk when to that. Remember when I is today.
All right, thank you, CM. Maybe you need to. Your system is also going in and out again. Hopefully, we can fix it. So, Paul, I think you came in and you left. Welcome back.
Yeah, doctor, I'm busy, really busy, but I just want to keep in 1 or 2 things that run again. So, Doctor, talking about this Tinubu, you can tell from his speech, the way he's talking and everything, that his health is really, really bad. He's struggling, he's doing everything. Just to write his name in gold, but I don't understand whether writing his name is gold when he will end up rule this country like Yaradua, struggle with his health and everything. And like I keep saying, Tinubu's government, cabal is going to take over Tinubu's government because trust will be the thing. And to some extent, what is cabal? Cabal will first of all start that they're going to disappoint somebody that works tremendously because he will trust the government with somebody. The person might not like the other person, and now that will affect the government tremendously. For example, we see all the work Bayo Onanuga did. We see all the work Dele Alake did. If Dele Alake now may likely have a loggerhead with Onanuga, then there'll be a problem in that government. If Onanuga will have a problem with Kiamu, then there'll be a problem in that government. If Onanuga will have problem with Fani Kayode, of course, you already know after they take the food from his mouth, there'll be a problem in the government. So this is how the thing. So when Ovie talk about, he's not talking about the man called Bola Tinubu, he's talking about his team. I strongly disagree because if the head is sick, it's going to affect everything. You understand? Because the head that we are talking about, all the rotten thing in fish is in the belly of the fish. But whenever the head of a fish goes rotten, every part of the fish is bad. That's how it is. So Tinubu struggling with his health, you can see the way he's talking. It's going to affect. You understand? And when some people pride this Tinubu so much with this Lagos thing, I laugh. The Lagos that I know, you understand? And the new Lagos that we are talking about, people should tell me all the estate that they are building in new Lagos. Whether they have a central seaway system like we have in Festac, whether they have electricity like they have it back in the days, whether they have water run everywhere. Not me do borehole in my own house, but I will pay Lagos State government for putting borehole in my own house. It just makes me laugh. And I didn't see people started clamoring for visa to be running to Lagos. I didn't see people from other neighboring countries, like they say Lagos is the fourth richest economy in Nigeria. Other neighboring countries struggling to come to Lagos, and Lagos even started deporting them. Like Ghana is deporting us, like Cotonou sending us back. Go and see what Cotonou is doing to Nigeria. If Lagos worked very well, I strongly believe that everybody from Cotonou would have just simply walking into Lagos. Everybody from Togo will simply walk into Lagos. So when people talk all this thing, it just make me laugh. You know why? Because they are competing. They are using Lagos to Kebbi. They are losing Lagos to Adamawa. Then they'll say, oh, Lagos is doing very well. My brother, the country itself is not doing very well. That's all I can say for now. And it just makes me laugh. We are not going anywhere with this. The man's health is bad. And I feel for him, but we are not going anywhere. And the man have a very strong wife who is like Patient Jonathan. You understand? So the wife too again will also cause problem with the cabal that will take over his government. So there'll be a great confusion in his government. No two ways about it. The Yoruba people, like I say, I know they hate it. They know how to write the best blueprint. Yoruba man write petition for you. It will call for an attention. You understand? That I give it to them. But putting the work may be a different ballgame because the man is sick. You understand? He might choose all the best brains, like you might say, and everything. And sometimes when people call these best brains, it just makes me laugh. Look at Fashola. Is our road up to date? You know, you understand? Look at Fowler that they use in the tax. Did they make anything significant other than forcing people, close people's stores, close people's business by violence? Does it really work? Look at Aregbe Shola. Till today, as I'm talking, you and I don't know what is the exact amount to make to renew your passport. You understand? Every one of us go to our passport with different amounts. Did it really work? These are people that happen to be in his cabinet. You understand? So when they say Tinubu know how to choose, Tinubu know how to choose. Tell me all these guys that work in Tinubu's government that end up work in Buhari's government. Tell me the special thing that they do. Other than we are just so very, very shallow and very myopic. We can't go far with this. That's all I will say for now. Thank you, Doctor, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Hello, I have what to say. I completely disagree that Tinubu, they will be able to take over from Tinubu. Sorry, Tinubu do not believe in one Nigeria. If you could remember.
Hold on. I have to introduce you now. We didn't introduce you. We don't know your name. We didn't say.
I'm sorry.
You just have something to say. Everybody, they all have something to say. Come to the show.
Okay.
All right. So, go ahead.
Okay. Tinubu do not believe in one Nigeria, first of all. If you look at that speech, that Emiloko speech, he said Nigeria does not belong to North alone. One. And secondly, that he fought for Buhari to become the president of Nigeria. 1, 2, 3, he lost until he said, "Okay, let's work together." So, not that I support him. I'm for Obi. Okay, let's that be clear. I'm for Obi. I do not like Muslim ticket. Someone said next time Christian ticket will run. That will never work. First, that will never work.
No, that is not what I said. I said they have fulfilled what they want to fulfill by setting out, installing a Muslim ticket. I wonder what will happen, what their reaction will be if by tomorrow there is a Christian ticket. That is what I said. I didn't say it will.
Okay. For instance, when you look at the North, it's difficult for a Christian to be governor in any state in North. Even place like Adamawa is a Christian-dominated area, and other state. So just forget the idea about Christian. But my problem with Nigeria is that since Obi petitioned this election declaration of Buhari, they have never even opened that case. I'm wondering, when are they going to attend to that case? Are they waiting for Buhari, for Tinubu to enter office first before they will open the case? Because I'm shocked. Even the revelation of this guy, of the passport, of the dual citizen of Tinubu, everything is ignored. I just don't know if Nigeria functions as a country at all. We are just waiting. We just do whatever we want to do. At the end of the day, everybody just do a mini. We can bear pains or what. I don't understand. The Nigeria that we're seeing, I don't know where we are going. A president-elect went to France to take vacation there. These are the people who have been controlling Nigeria since 1999. After election, you are going to another country to take vacation. Are we an independent nation or we are a dependent nation? I don't know. That's my little contribution.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let me invite Charles, I believe. Joseph, I'm really sorry for everybody because I'm having difficulties here. Your names are not showing. None of our names is seen on the screen. I don't know what's happening with the system. So I'm having difficulties even knowing who I'm talking to, especially people who are not very frequent on this show. So bear with me. I'm trying to figure that out what's going on.
The person before the last speaker have not spoken.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah. So I want Joseph Charles. Yeah, let's hear him. Then I'll go to Odi. Go ahead, Joseph. And I see you, Jude. Don't bear with me. Go ahead, Joseph. Joseph, can you hear me?
Unmute yourself, Joseph.
All right. So Joseph cannot. Let's go to Jude. Jude, at least Jude knows the system well. Jude, welcome to the show.
Welcome, Dr. Damages. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, fellow panels. Well, I don't know. I just joined in and don't know the topic they're discussing.
We're talking about Tinubu returning, and the first question about his return was if there is any difference between the one that left and the one that returned. But we are moving on to talk about what has been going on, how that changed the narrative. So before, when he was in Paris, we were talking about Obi and Atiku and the challenge of this election. But as soon as Tinubu came back, everything changed. Now everybody, even your friend Rochas, showed up in Aso Rock, which was surprising. I thought he left the country. So people are coming out, and everything changed now. We're talking about Tinubu and them. So what is your take on all this?
Yeah, everything. I see that everything. The way the reason why it's changing is because those that have already lined up themselves to take positions in the supposedly coming administration, that's Tinubu's administration, they are doing everything possible to silence the voice of the people and to silence Obi. So everybody is now kissing up Tinubu in order to get them appointed. I don't know if any of you have seen the list that is out there about the cabinet of this guy. I don't know, Dr. Damajis, have you seen that list?
No, I haven't seen it.
Daniel Bola.
Okay, yeah, the one by Bola. You saw it, my brother.
Yeah.
You see, if you see that list, honestly, you weep for Nigeria. You know that Nigeria is going nowhere. You know that Nigeria is going to be it's going to be that lady that a police people enter into a van and the police people were carrying her. I say, they carry me to where I don't know. They carry me to where I don't know. Help. This time, I don't know who is going to help Nigeria to where this bunch of crook, the same crook, will be carrying Nigeria to. I don't know. So if Nigeria actually fails to recapture this mandate and they sleep and allow these people to get in, because from what is going on right now, the power this man is wielding in Nigerian space by silencing so many people, including medias that dare to say anything they don't like, now that he hasn't even had a complete grip of power, then imagine when he would have assumed and got into that household rob, okay? And then imagine what is going to happen. Look at what Festus Keyamo is doing, okay? He's just ordinary this and he's ordering for the arrest of this, ordering for the arrest of that. Look at the Fani Kayode. By the way, Fani Kayode, who stole how many billions of Nigerian dollar, when he was a former Minister of Aviation, he's still going to hold the same post. If the current list we see comes to pass, he's still going to be the Minister of Aviation of Nigeria. Imagine Festus Keyamo, Otobo Keyamo. Festus Keyamo is going to be what is let me see my distance. The position is going to hold.
Jude, that list I have not seen it, but I can tell you that.
Okay. Let me say. That's why I say. Imagine if this list comes through.
No, it's not.
Imagine if all these people become his this thing. Then when people say, "Oh, he knows how to choose cabinet. Oh, he's going to choose good people," are this crop of good people? Like what is it called? The investigator during Tollgate, Fashola, who suddenly became what do you call him? Forensic investigator. That's Tollgate. I hope we all saw that charade. During Tollgate, during the shooting in Tollgate. Imagine that one becoming his chief of staff according to the list. But imagine, just look at the crop of crooks that this man has surrendered himself. How are these people going to deliver Nigeria? And there is no way you can steal something from the people. And then the people expect that somebody who has stolen from you will come back and use what he has stolen from you to better your life. It's not going to happen. It has never happened in the history of man. You can't steal something. You can't give what you don't have. You can't be a thief and come and say, okay, let us stop stealing. When everything about you is stealing, is thief. When everything about you is crookedness. When everything about you is something that negates a sanity, a sane society. There's no way you can't give what you don't have. So I don't know. Nigeria should wake up. I saw in another media, in another distance right now, people are saying, well, there's nothing we can do. We have to just resort into prayer. My dear, prayer, Nigerians have been praying for how many years since I was born? I remember in those days, even as a student in UNN, my Christian union, every day we go to the mountain. At UN, the majority, the bulk of our prayer is centered on Nigeria. God changed Nigeria. That was then, 20-something years or 30-something years ago. Then, and today we are still praying the same prayer. Come on, guys, let's wake up. If we allow this opportunity to slip us by, well, goodbye to Nigeria. Because the bunch of crook, they have nothing good to offer. They're only going there to continue to enrich themselves. They don't care if Nigeria collapses, because in the collapse of Nigeria is their victory. It's where they make their money. Okay, in any situation, in any society at all, that things are going wrong, people are benefiting from it. And those people that are benefiting from it, they'll be the last people or the individual to see that things work. Because when things begin to work, they won't benefit anymore. So that is what I just want to submit at this point. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jude. Odi, you're next. Odi, you're next. Did I call his name? He disappeared. All right, Concerns, welcome to the show.
Good day, everybody.
Yeah.
My decision is that the way Nigeria is going, I pity for Nigeria because they are not going anywhere. And the South must understand that the North are not protesting because of Tinubu, because they feel that they are giving the South the chance to choose the leader. And now, whatever the South choose is the problem of the South. And let them know that the North, even they are not happy, but then when the time comes for the North to choose, the North may decide to choose the Guru Maharaji or something worse than Guru Maharaji, and the South is not going to do anything. Because whatever the South said, they will say they gave them chance and they choose somebody like Tinubu. So what do they want them to do? They will choose somebody worse than Tinubu, the North. And that's how I look at this. And for me, honestly speaking, let me borrow Dele Faro to me. So he said, we can speak 20 from here till tomorrow or till even a million years. Honestly, Nigeria will not work. Because the people that are pushing Tinubu are mostly those fanatics of the Muslim fanatics of what's that man? What's this man? The Kaduna governor. Rufai. And his people. They are the one pushing Tinubu. And they are going to control Tinubu also under this Muslim tick. And they know what they're going. They know what they know what they want. They want a Sharia state. And that is what the Southern people don't know. That's what they want. And when without achieving it, they cannot stop. They will try anyway to achieve that Sharia thing that they're moving for. And the South will be in big problem. Today, you see that Nigeria has become a place that you see sycophants and wicked people. Why must people in Nigeria not believe that only politics people can eat from? Nobody wants to work anymore. Nobody wants to be an industrialist or what and what. Well, everybody wants to be a politician because that's where they get the money easily. And that is not going to do anything going to help the country. The citizens will suffer. The masses will suffer. I pity for the people of the South mostly, even the North. The poor people, I pity for them because it's going to be worse. And we that are in abroad, sometimes some of us, the way we talk, you start to wonder whether, because people, when you go to abroad, you are going there to learn. Go to learn what others are doing. Last week, Saturday, on this program, I think that time damages have left. I was talking to some people. I told them how Namibia, how Botswana, how Malaysia, how they are progressing, how they are moving forward. One of them, one or two, Paul and the forefathers. You know what they tell me? Namibia is a small country. So if Namibia is a small country and they have a good leader, and Nigeria that is a big country and they have useless leaders, and what about Malaysia? Malaysia is a small country? They have big population, but they move forward. They have good leaders. So how do you say Nigeria is a small country? So I look at some of us that are in abroad. When you are in abroad, mostly traveling is part of education. You go to other countries, you learn. You don't come and tell me that if you are in Nigeria, you take money from Nigeria and you go to America and build a house. That's an investment. That was what one of them said. How can somebody steal money from Nigeria and go to America to buy a house? That is an investment. So that is some of us are very wicked. Honestly, Nigeria become a place where you see wicked people. We have now wicked people. Even most people that are abroad also are very wicked. Some people came from abroad and came to Nigeria and they become ministers like minister for what's the man in the minister for works and transport. And most of them they were in abroad and they came back only to steal the money of Nigeria. They don't want to make Nigeria great. So I'm not going to talk about Biafra or talking about dividing the country, but everybody should know that the way Nigeria is going, honestly, is difficult to work. Let me stop there for now.
All right. Thank you so much. Femi, do you have anything to add to the conversation going on now in Abuja?
Yes, please. So, just to piggyback to something I've always maintained personally, and I know it's just me. Maybe if even in the circumstances, if Tinubu and its cohorts, together with the National Assembly, if they decide to finally agree that restructuring is the way, probably that might lighten the mood of things, because definitely we all would mostly would agree that it's Nigeria's a structural problem. It wouldn't matter whether it was even Obi or Atiku or any saint or non-saint that rules Nigeria. I mean, the structure is definitely the problem, and it starts with restructuring, whether we like it or not. Now, besides that, my only other fear, which is also the reason why I refuse to be fooled, is when Buhari was, when Buhari was taking over, except we want to kid ourselves, a handful of us were confident that at least, if nothing else, corruption would actually be fought. But of course, we can see the results of that right now. So with Tinubu taking over, one of my major problems is how corruption would continue to play a part. Because the thing is, I don't see how he's going to fight corruption, which is one of our major problems anyway. So that's the only other thing that was in my thoughts. That thing has been ringing in my head. There's no way corruption is going to be fought with it, So I don't know. I just thought to add that.
All right.
Can I just say 30 seconds?
Yeah, Jude, go ahead.
Femi, my brother, there is no way anybody will expect Tinubu, number one, to fight corruption. If anything, Tinubu is going to institutionalize corruption and make sure that in the next election, nobody will dare challenge him. You see all this thing is going through, he's going to fight to block every which way so that nobody will even come near to challenging him. And that is number one. Number two, there is no way this set of people will push a legislation to guarantee the what is it called, the
restructuring.
Restructuring. There is no way. Remember, it is his president. It is his running mate that said restructuring on my foot. I'm sure you will have watched that video some time ago when they told him about. He said Nigeria is talking about restructuring on my foot. Imagine that is it. That is his number two. That the terrorist number two. So there's no way these things can happen. You can't give what you don't have because the status quo benefit them, and there's no way they want to change it. Thank you.
All right, Ovie.
Yeah, you asked a very good question about as soon as Bola Tinubu entered town, all focus on him. Every other news become a secondary. That's power game at play. It is the presidential system that we are playing. This party politics is two things involved. One is a winner take it all game, and that's why you see everybody is falling in line from the business world, from the traditional. Everybody they have to, because apart from that, a lot of job is up. They are all up. So that's one. Two, and one will say one danger of this presidential system is that, whether I would like it or not, the president has a monopoly of everything, including violence. If they use peace, agree, they send their military or police after you. Now only then get that power. So that's why again contributed to what you are seeing, that everybody they go register his loyalty. Whether it's supportive or not at this point, it don't matter. Either for the land or you stay out. You are free to criticize. The system allowed that, but to what extent? Another again, they were talking about restructuring. The structure is already taking place before our own very eye. We don't just know, no one pay attention. Buhari has actually signed about almost 16 this is into law. You can generate your own power. I waiting everybody want to do that. You can generate your own rail line. There's so many things that the guy don't actually release from the exclusively. That's restructuring happening. You understand? It's not just being upon us now to actually shine our eye and hold the necessary people accountable to do the needful. You understand? I mean, the past election says one thing. If we actually committed to change anybody, it's possible. And they're beginning to see that. So I think, I mean, everybody, as I said, the system allows us to criticize and complain, but we should not too go far and forget the little gains that is before us. And before we know, time will pass. So it's on us. The restructuring is already taking place. It is not going to happen the way me and you want it, because it affects us different way, even though now from one source. So things are happening. Things are moving to the permanent side, as a comedian will often say. So everybody register is a loyalty at this point. You either, as I said, fall in line or you fall off. The train on the assembly is about to take off.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm going to do is I'll get the people who are here to speak to weigh in on this, and we change topic to the next one. We've done 1 hour on this topic. So let me go to Odi. I think when I called your name last time, you disappeared on me. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph, for giving us the opportunity again to air our views. And it's nice to see you again, fellow panelists. You guys don't. Someone mentioned that what we are doing here may not have an effect, but I choose to disagree. In Nigeria, every politician is the same. PDP, APC, even Labour Party, mostly. There's really no difference. For any government that will come in, we are going to be the opposition. The youth will be the opposition. I said some time ago that, you see, this present youth, I don't mean people who are over 40 years old, 50 years old. They are the heroes of Nigeria. They're the greatest generation of Nigeria. Nobody has. I've not seen any generation that has fought as hard as these kids. Maybe they have no choice. They have nowhere else to go to. But let me jump in straight to Tinubu issue. This is Nigeria, and this is what's been happening. People say, we're going to win anyway, go to court. And that's how Tinubu won. And we know, from even the IRF, he didn't win the election. But people have stayed on the case. If you see the kids posting the pictures of the appeal court, I think someone was asking when the cases were going to start. I think they're going to start in May. We already have dates. We're going to have some preliminary, before even the swearing-in date. Tinubu is not healthy. We all know that, and it's a shame that this is what we arrived at, as based on our system. But we have him now, and that's the only person we can criticize or find a way to, until the courts say otherwise. But I want to go to the I want to use Sudan as a case study. If people if people were kind of observant, they would have seen that Sudan, not the same, but Sudan, Nigeria was the same way Nigeria was. When you talk about the obedient movement, Sudan had a huge population of youth, and it was a person that looked like Aisha, Yusufi, that led the movement. They chased out Omar Bashir. Omar Bashir has been there forever. But look at what happened in Sudan now. And that's what we have to, we have to learn from our neighbors and history. And this is now that Sudan is consumed, everybody's consumed. There was something Peter Obi said. He said, once there is violence, everybody will be involved. Nobody will escape, especially people in Nigeria. Even the judges will be running, the police will be running, army will be running, everybody will be running away. But we need to, and that's why the judiciary in Nigeria will have to stand up to their responsibilities. I'm not saying they should pronounce the case, either way, but they need to look at the merit of the case and stand by and do what is right. Because the truth is that the children are looking up to them. Those kids have remained quiet because, they have a leader now. Remember, during NSAS, there was no leadership. And people, so the kids didn't know where to go to when it got to point. But now they're looking up to Peter Obi. It's like, God forbid something bad happens to Peter Obi. Nobody knows what's going to happen in Nigeria, because it takes one small violence and then the other thing and everything goes to hell. I think there is hope. And I believe Nigeria is the last hope of the black man. There's no Igbo person here. We have to be on this case. And Rudolph, really, I know there are some Twitter, spaces that people talk, but usually the visuals are, pictures tell 1,000 words. That we can be able to come out here and air our views and stand against the system. We are doing a lot, and you're doing a lot. History will be kind to you. I just want to wrap up by talking about one of the latest controversies, online now. It's about Patra. They used, a black woman to, portray Cleopatra. I don't want to digress too much, but I'm just trying to bring the importance of, this Nigerian situation to all of us, wherever we live. We live abroad and we're doing okay, we've escaped the misery. But still, if you look at that case, everybody, my wife is half Greek. People say, oh, Cleopatra is Macedonian Greek. Even the Egyptians are rejecting the sub-Saharan Africans. The Egyptians don't want to have any business to do with the black people. Essentially, if you go to Egypt, you see the Nubians, the southern Egypt, they're as black as me. And let's say if you live in the United States and you've filled that census before, once you're an Egyptian, you're classified as white. Even me, like if I were Egyptian, I have no choice, but I'm Caucasian. Because the history of Egypt has been whitewashed. You can't. There's no way a black person or black people could have built those pyramids and great things in Egypt. What I'm saying is that if Nigeria can stand up, let's say the judiciary decides to do what is right, maybe recall the election, and with someone mentioned about Ghana, having good elections. Many people, even the Ghanaians who are they're looking up to Nigeria. We need to continue to speak up. We need to continue to say what we are saying, and justice will come. And the black man will get our own, turn to sit, on the chair and have a conversation with people. Let me just, mention one thing again. If you look at Nigeria, the Nigerian kids, they are mostly northerners. Sorry, Rudolph. They went to, they were going from Sudan to go into Egypt. They were not allowed into into Egypt. And Nigeria is just a case study. This is how, look, if you and me find yourselves maybe in that situation, they won't allow you to go to Egypt. This is how much disrespect, whether you're Yoruba or whether you're Hausa or Fulani, whatever you are, we are all in this fight together. Let's continue fighting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Odi. Let me go to, I think, the priest of peace first. Go ahead, priest of peace. Can you hear me? Priest of Peace.
Yes, I can hear you, Rudolph. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I want to, support what my brother just said right now concerning our people who were stuck in Egypt. If I just made a post on my, it's just like a rail. I just made a post there, that if Nigeria, was to be a viable place with good security, with good leadership, quality leadership, not really good, but quality leadership, and they have multi-billion-dollar investment and bilateral business investment with Egypt. Why wouldn't Egypt allow Nigerians to pass through? These people are literally running for their lives. So you see that it is unfortunate that we still do not understand the impact of what Tinubu's government is going to be on Nigeria. Nigeria is completely gone. Nigeria will be wiped out from anything serious in Africa. It's so sad because it looks like everybody has just I would say everybody is now laid back because we say let's see what is going to happen. Doesn't supposed to be like that. Imagine Egypt, Africa, because we don't love ourselves. Nigeria itself doesn't love Nigerians. If Nigeria love our own people, they should be the number one before America ever does anything to evacuate our citizens from Egypt. Nigeria should have been number one to get intel and move our own citizens out of Sudan. But look at where we are today. It's very, very unfortunate. It's so sad. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that the Southeast is going to bear the brunt of this coming government. I will tell you why. When Buhari came in, he said 97% over 5%. What happened? Everybody chopped breakfast. Even the 97% didn't even get anything from APC. But those 5% said even better than the 97%. So it is going to be now 100% against 5%. That is what it is now. When you look at the mathematics, it is 100% against 5%. So, but those 5% is still going to fare better than the 100%. So, Nigerians, both in diaspora, we must keep, saying it. We must continue to hammer it until. You see, the thing is that we are not protesting here in the diaspora. We are not coming out because anything that most of us have decided not to go back to Nigeria. Most of us, all of us that are here, we are all abroad. And I want to dare anybody to say that he still wants to go back to Nigeria to go and do what? Everybody that is on this platform doesn't want to go back to Nigeria. What do you want to go back to there to do? But I just came back like 2 weeks ago. I travel all the time. I travel like every year, like twice, and I'm traveling again in August. It pains me when I enter Nigeria, Abuja or Lagos. For the last 8 years, I haven't traveled to Lagos. It was horrible. Abuja is better. So.
All right. The Priest of Peace. Thank you so much for that contribution. Prince Akwachi Yones.
Before. No more crying for Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Dr. Damages, and good morning, co-panelists. Of a truth, I'm really, really tired of talking about Tinubu.
I'm so sorry about that. But the next 4 years have nothing to do but to talk about Tinubu.
I know. I understand. I get it. Believe you me, this is. I love being on this show because it's kind of like a coping mechanism for me. You know, I love to hear people speak. I love to, also hear people express their own opinions. Um, Quickly, let me just say one or two things. This week, things that I've listened to is most of the interviews from talking about Abike Dabiri, from what is it called, the foreign minister, whatever his name is, and then who else? I think some ambassador, whatever it is. And even the one that gladdened my heart was, I think, the one from Dele Momodu. Momodu spoke this morning. I think it was this morning he was speaking on Arise TV, which kind of like, it gave me a little hope. It gave me a little kind of like sense of, belonging in that. Why I'm talking about Abike Dabiri and all that stuff is, if I want to take my anger out, Ovie, it's not personal. But why I'm bringing your name into this is you supported Kwankwaso, and Kwankwaso is part of the people that send people to Sudan. Most of the students in Sudan is from Kanu. And what is happening today? They're all there crying. Those kids have not eaten for about 2 or 3 days. And their parents are there. Oh, they don't want to bring our children back. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that when they were going. What about that? Instead of them to fix the Nigerian universities or the Nigerian educational system, no, they will not do that. They will just do what they do and say, oh, they're sending people to study overseas. And what are they studying overseas? Oh, Arabic. How can somebody who studied an Arabic person tomorrow become a politician and help other people? What can he contribute?
Okay.
It's so annoying, that when we talk about it, it's a pure incompetence on the part of the officials. Abike started first. She started, oh, they should take cover. They should not do whatever. They should not come out. It's dangerous. And later on, oh, prepare. You guys they're coming. They're gonna take them out and all that stuff. And all those things went on. But I love one thing. I love the fact that the students, that the kids dealt with her. They exposed her lies.
All right.
And then talking about getting to Egypt, people, let's, in as much as I am not in support of what Egypt is doing, but at the same time, it's upon our own diplomats to have done things before now. Why do they have to wait till the last minute? And then on Friday, probably telling their foreign affairs minister, oh, there are people at the border, they want to cross in. They just want to board the plane and go. Those ones, they are afraid. They're also afraid of insurgents in their own country. So, like I said, it is what it is,
Thank you, Prince. Thank you so much. We actually officially have moved to a second topic, and let's actually talk about it. What happened in Sudan, or what's going on in Sudan, especially as it connects to Nigeria and Nigeria's response to that incident. So let me go to you, the man of prestige, Ernest.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Before I begin my conversation, I'm just going to make it very clear here that Tinubu is going to be a president. In my own opinion, he's not elected. He was elected. So everybody can equivocate with that, but that's my opinion, and I stand by it. I'm not going to change my opinion. So he's a selected president. He's going to be a Nigerian president. But everybody here, and one more thing, I'm not going back to Nigeria to live. I'm just going back to Nigeria to see some of my people there and conduct business. I'm not going back to Nigeria to live. So y'all can go back to that fair country and live. It's all, whatever you derive from it, it's all good for you, but it's not for me. Now, in my opinion, it's a fair state. So let me make that clear to everybody. Everybody here talking about Nigeria, giant of Africa, or whatever. Okay, look at what's happening in Sudan. I mean, tell me how many African countries that has come to Nigeria to study or live, clamoring about Lagos or any other city. Tell me anybody, Ghana, even the poorest, Somalia and other, even Chad, with the highest, I think the Chad, with the lowest life expectancy, and Nigeria falls second in that regard. Tell me any African countries that has come to your so-called giant of Africa to come live or study. Nobody's clamoring to come there. I have some foreign friends that stay over here with me. I mean, that would be the last place in this world they will come to live, and you're clamoring about Nigeria. So I mean, I'm not going to talk good about Nigeria. Maybe you can come back. Say you have been talking for how many? 63 years. There's no outcome. And what's going to happen? Nothing's going to happen from it. I mean, Nigeria may become Sudan, but I hope not. I mean, I'm not going to say it's not going to affect me. I still have some family member in Nigeria, but it's so poor about what's happening in Nigeria. I mean, every other countries has evacuated their own people, but when it comes to Nigeria, everything is just. I mean, nothing happened from bottom to top. Nothing happened from top to bottom. You just disarray, and you're here talking about clamoring of goodness of Nigeria. I don't see anything in that regard. Okay, so in my opinion, Nigeria is a first state. So take it or leave it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me go up and start with Ovie and go down again. Ovie. So, Ovie, are you there? So, what do you make of the situation in Sudan, Nigeria's reaction to that situation?
I mean, to the fight, to the war that is taking place there, or to the
pick any side you want to take, any angle you want to take.
I mean, I don't know. It's there's a lot happening.
Are you happy with Nigeria's response to that?
The Nigerian response to that. No, I mean, when it comes to Nigeria and responding to emergency, I don't think history has not just. It's not. We have not been, make up to expectation when it comes to reacting to emergency outside our shore, even within the shores of Nigeria, not to talk of outside our shore. So, should I say I'm surprised about what is happening? No. I mean, between listening to some of the reaction that is even coming from the people on ground, you can tell that is the Nigerianness of the officials that is causing the unacceptable situation that is happening there to the Nigerians. But again, I'm kind of off because what our brother here said about Nigerians who are sent to go study in Sudan. Because I don't know whether now it's a bad thing to send people who they go to school in the first place, or you have problem with the course that they are studying, which is ridiculous because out of the people that Concourse are sent outside of the country to do study so far, as we speak, we have found one who have addressed the U.S. Congress on it. Then there's another guy who is the second best scientist in the world, and nobody is saying anything about that anyway. But it just when something happens, when Nigerianness happened to all of us, because what is happening in Sudan, as I said, is not news. It's the Nigerianness, whether we like it or not, right? Either the amount that they are claiming to be the amount that is needed to actually evacuate these people, that is ridiculous, or if they actually get the money at all, or the way they've been treated even before they leave Sudan, or at the Egypt border, or even between the Egypt and Nigeria border. So, I mean, it's not something that anybody will excuse anybody for, but to be pointing out the way to say, oh, it's a bad thing to send people outside the country to study. Just something that I cannot comprehend. But again, I understand.
All right, thank you. I think Prince Akwachi, I think the issue, maybe Obia is not presenting it very well. I think when you were speaking, I didn't want to stop you, but you raised some issues that I don't know is credible. For instance, you said that they are studying Quran or Arabic studies, and that's not necessarily true. There are a lot of people there who study medicine. I had at their medical schools are a lot better than. Hold on, let me finish. They're a lot better than the ones we have in some Nigerian schools. It's always important. I know the sentiment is to assume things. I haven't been to Sudan, and I'm not sure if you've been to Sudan. It's always important that if we want to make such a statement, we should be able to know, be able to say this is what it is. But the point is, the bigger point I think Obia is raising is, I don't know where people are in anywhere in the world, or the people watching at home. But if there's a crisis in the United States now, some people, Nigerians, may want to go back to Nigeria. And in that situation, you want to make sure that the government of that country where you are will be able to help. And it could happen anywhere. We saw what happened in Ukraine. So it's not like in Ukraine, Nigeria did very well compared to what they're doing in Sudan. It's essentially the same thing. And the people in Ukraine are students too, that their parents sent there, not the Nigerian government. But it's the responsibility of the government to help, just like other countries. I'll come to you, my friend.
So Dr. Dameji should be there covering the fights as a journalist.
Yes, I understand. I'm preparing my ticket. Prince Akwachi, go ahead.
The damage is when I say something, I have the facts.
Well, okay, give us the facts. Just tell us, like, for instance, that 20%.
Okay, there is a guy that went there and obtained he's a professor. And now people have started digging deep to find out professor on what. And the professor he is based on the thesis that he wrote. How to stop Christians, how to stop the growth of Christians in the north. It's there.
So hold on. You see, this is the problem. We complain about generalizing.
It's not generalizing. I'm just giving you an example of one person.
Well, one example is not a reason to say that it's
but I'm coming.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? When I'm angry and I say what I'm saying, I'm not saying going abroad to study it's not a good thing. It's a good thing. But when you use the public money to send some people to go and study some courses that don't make no sense, you understand? Can they give us, okay, let them give us the number of people that they send there to become scientists or engineers.
Prince, let me tell you this, okay? If you want to come to a public forum and you want to make a statement, it will be, I will take that from you. You can come and say to us, I've looked at Nigerian students in Sudan. This is the person who are studying science. These are the people studying medicine. These are people studying this. You don't have that figure, but you are here trying to make a case that they all go
and they don't even have it either. It was one of them were asked how many students are studying medicine. Is medicine compare the medicine they study in Sudan and that in Nigeria, which is better.
How do you know?
Because we know. We know.
How? Tell me. You have to give
the data shows very well.
What data?
The data shows very well.
One that went to medical school in Sudan.
Okay, how come Saudi Arabia don't go to Sudan to recruit doctors? Why do they come to? Why would they come to Nigeria? Why would they come to Nigeria?
How do you know exactly?
I've been a missionary to Sudan. Let me tell you.
Okay, hold on. Listen from a missionary. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. When I was in theological seminary, we went that's what we call Springboard mission. They sent us everywhere in the world, to Africa. Basically, most times to Africa and Saudi Arabia. And most of our students are doing nurses or STNA in Saudi Arabia. Now, 99.1% of all the students coming from the north study Arabic. I'm giving you figure 99.9. Now, the people that goes to Sudan, hold on, please. The people that goes to Sudan were our medical doctors and nurses that goes there hiding under. That was before Sudan, South Sudan broke out from the Sudan. Yes.
Hold on. First of all, I don't trust any figure that starts with 99 point something percent. Anything that like that, I don't trust it. Secondly, I want you to give me a source of what you just said. You can't just pull it off from anywhere and say 99. Once someone says 100%,
it's almost everybody that goes there, we export.
Well, okay, Google.
I'm telling you, we export. Me as a missionary, I went there. I was in Sudan.
No. I don't. You're no longer credible by saying that 99.9%. It's not. No.
I'm telling you.
And Dr. Damage,
Y'all are missing the point. The point is
my own data is gotten. My own data is gotten from Maegun, and you will not tell me it's not credible.
Maegun is not a source. Maegun is saying something.
I am a source. I am telling you because I was on ground there. Hold on, please. Every medical doctor,
you did not do any study. You didn't do any study.
You see there.
Just not understand. We write something and say you have to put the source according to the World Health Organization, according to this, whatever the source. I don't care, but you can't just pull a figure, 99.9%.
Okay. Let me tell you why I said that.
Yeah.
The people that I have met, at least I'm using based on the people I have talked to while as a missionary there, because there you can't show yourself as a missionary. It is underground missionary work.
Mm.
The people that we saw and I saw personally and I talked to, they said, "What are you studying?" I'm doing Arabic. We came from Egypt to Sudan. That is basically, at least I've spoke to 25 people, and I am basing that on that average that I made 99.9%. It is 0.1 that you could say that went there to maybe study medicine or economics. They don't even study medicine because they don't have the brain to do it.
Now you went somewhere.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
because I went as a missionary. You know what it is?
We
are like journalists. Missionaries are like journalists. We go deep into where things are happening.
Mm.
We eat their food. We try to learn their language, their way of life. We did. I stayed there for 2 months. Wow. And we came back. So I am telling you that, when Obi talks, I know he has so much passion for his organ, but Obi, don't try to don't be biased when you have an open mind. Okay? Have an open mind with this your organ. I know you love this man so much.
All right.
But Nigeria, finally, let me just round up and go. I want to take care of my clients now. So finally, you see, we are not joking here when we come on Dr. Damage's platform. It is not a joke. We need to understand that whatever thing we say here carry weight, and people are listening. Again, we need to stand up against the calamity that is about to happen in Nigeria. This one is 100%, will not be 97.5%. This is 100% over 5%. That is what is going to happen. It is going to be very, very calamitous. Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from Man of Prestige. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I think we talk to you now.
No, hold on. Let me make a point.
No, you spoke. You already. I was.
Hold on. Let me make a point. Now you come to me. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Continue. So it's your fault.
Yeah.
It's your fault, Dr. Rudolph. I'm going to use my 1 minute.
Okay.
I don't know why you're clamoring over the medical school or non-medical school, Arabic school. That's not even the relevant. The relevant question is you're going to ask. How come the Sudanese are not coming to Nigeria to study? How come no African company coming to Nigeria to study? What does that tell you about the situation of Nigeria in the world, not even in Africa? That shows you you're a damaged product, damaged country. So that should be the question, okay? Not all this study or whatever.
Thank you. Let me go to Max. I think you're next.
Yes, sorry, Dr. Damages. I want to just a quick rebuttal.
Okay.
There are other African countries coming to Nigeria to study. That's not correct.
Which one? Tell me which one. Give me the data. Tell me which one.
Don't
make up things.
You can just do your research. I don't want to go back and forth, but
well, bring it up. If you're going to bring something, if you're going to make a statement, bring a fact.
There are a lot of Cameroon. There are a lot of
Madam President, Ghanaians are there.
Hold on.
There are a lot of Nigeria University, Ghana University is way better than Nigeria. Not
this show is a way. So there are people listening to us, hoping that they can.
Countries. Not anymore. Come on now, people. This is the problem with Nigeria. When you all come here, try to do whataboutism, whatever. You all need to call a spade a spade. Condemn the country. Maybe they will do better. And stop talking
No.
Condemn them. They will do better.
I understand the idea of let's just say Nigeria is complete nonsense. Nigeria is not doing very well, but we need to just keep facts here because people are going. There are a lot of Cameroonians studying in Nigeria that I know for sure. You can do your research. There are so many. Nigeria is still respected in Africa, at least in sub-Saharan Africa. There are problems, and we need to do better. But don't just say no.
Your Cameroonian person that learned medicine and talked about using chloroquine to cure COVID. Is that the one we're talking about? It's so terrible.
But you just supported. You just buttressed my fact. See, we're just talking about facts, whether you like it or not. I'm just saying there are Africans studying in Nigeria. There are many Africans. Look. I don't, just move on, but let's just leave facts, and just.
Exactly. Thank you, Odi.
Thank you.
Max.
What I will tell you, I suffered the same thing these people suffered. The same thing they are suffering in Sudan today, the same thing they suffered in South Africa is what I also suffered when I was in active service in the Nigerian Army. If you look at the Nigerian Army Act, it says that the Nigerian government has no right to send troops outside their territorial integrity for more than 6 months. But those were violated. I was kept in Liberia for 3 years, 8 months, no pass, no leave. If you shout, they will charge you for mutiny. You know what it is. You can't react. You can't protest. You see, when Buhari came in, you saw what happened to those they gave amnesty scholarship to study abroad. They were begging on the street. That is the history of Nigeria for you. They were begging on the street. They went to their embassy sent them away. They were chased away. That is Nigeria for you. You see, this thing that is happening to these people in Sudan, I am not surprised at all. Other countries flew into Khartoum. They flew into Khartoum and picked their people away before this thing started. Just imagine, Nigeria is boxing. They are boxing their people to the nearest border. Is that not a shame? The giant of Africa with all the resources? Part of me come from there, and anytime I see all these irregularities and anomalies going on, it sends some shivers in my spine. You said people come to Nigeria to study. People come to Nigeria to study. But how do you explain that I'm coming to your place to study as an international student? I pay the international fee. A course that would take me for 4 years is taking me 9 years, 10 years. Who is going to pay for the rest of it? Do you think that will encourage people to come to your space to study? If I were them, I would not come. Nigerians will gain admission in the school. They know when they matriculate to go into the university, but they will never tell when they are going to graduate. If you come to Ghana here, there are so many of Nigerian populations in Nigeria that are even calling to send their children here to come and just study from the second cycle. That is primary school. There are so many Nigerians that prefer to pay international fee, I think about $10,000 or thereabout, to just study here, because once they enter, they know that there will be no strike that is going to make them exceed that 4 years in that tertiary institution. These are some of the things you people should be tackling. Why are all this happening in a country that is so much blessed with so much resources and human capital? Why? We come here, we begin to embellish things for corrupt politicians that have held you down for many years. This is the reason why Mazen Nandekano shouted for a breakout of that country. That is why majority of, including me, we are fighting. You cannot be in a country that it seems that nothing is working. Even you are people that are stranded over there. Students you pay to go there and study. You are busing them to borders and so on and so forth. That is very, very shameful. And we must not come here and embellish things for these corrupt politicians. Do you think that they will send their own children to Sudan to go and study? Haven't you seen them they attend the best schools in Europe? That is where they go to school. They even use private jet to send them to those places. But the poor people, the Talakawa as they call them in the north, these are the ones that can go to Mali and study. These are the ones that can go to Sudan and study. And when things happen like this, they abandon them. Dr. Damages, you know my opinion and my position. That country is very, very backward. I don't care what anybody will tell me in the comment section. Because when I say here, they will say me, I'm not and I can never be a Nigerian. I'm a Biafran. And I'm proud to say that. Even if Biafra comes today, even if it be stone, let's go and grind it there and eat it. Than to stay in a place where something will happen to you outside, your government will be thinking twice to come and take you. And in the process of taking you, they will exert more pressure and suffering on these people. What did you do to them? And when we come here, we start embellishing things, but try to polish. Every time Nigerians, you try to be politically correct. That is why they do to you what they are doing to you. Thank you, and God bless you, Dr. Damage.
All right, thank you. Femi, you're next.
I'm going to start by quickly asking anybody that has interests in studying things that have to do with certain Sudanese people to go read a post on this guy named Abubakar Ibrahim. He's working on things that have to do with pulsars in space. He's a Sudanese astronomer. And pulsars basically, just to put it in layman's language or something we can relate to, have to do with lighthouses, which are like those, is it street lights? What street lights are for cars? But the reason why I bring this up is because I think sometimes we got to be careful not to overhype ourselves as Nigerians. There are a lot of brilliant Sudanese. I just thought to put it out there. There are a lot of very brilliant Sudanese people out there. And as a matter of fact, if anybody knows anything about Sudanese schools, the University of Khartoum comes readily to mind. And the reason why I bring this up as well is because I actually lived with a professor who was actually with the University of Maiduguri, just prior to when we started having issues with the Boko Haram issue. It was a professor of biochemistry, and he had a lot of links with professors from Sudan. So I can lay testimony to the fact that I know a lot about Sudan without being in Sudan and the educational system. That's on one hand. With respect to the debacle, which is what it has become in terms of the way the evacuation has gone, The first shot was fired on April 15th. It wasn't as if we were not aware, but because of the way we are, I mean, I would say all of us generally, and the government in particular, the way we are, we're so lackadaisical. Even right from the embassy to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I mean, Dr. Damages, you you know better than I do, just as much as I do. I lived in New York as well. The way the Nigerian embassy even treats you, not to talk of the Nigerian government. Of course, we do. We understand their situation with respect to the fact that the money is not necessarily there. The fundings are bad. They're not there. And it doesn't even matter what embassy you visit. But generally, right from the Nigerian embassy to the Nigerian government to the foreign affairs ministry in particular, I mean, we lack coordination even in our. And again, it all goes back to the institutions. The day we let you be institutions, we're so disorganized, we're so dishonest. Even the monies, we're hearing $1.2 million. You hear money, but you don't see the service. So I mean, it's all of these things that make you even get tired sometimes of you just get it's tiring. But I'll go back to my initial point. I would rather we don't put it out there and make it sound as if the Sudanese education is good. I will just keep it at that. They're very good.
Thank you. So let me say this. While you guys were talking, I was listening, but I was also doing small research just to find out what's going on because I didn't know anything on this subject about universities in Sudan. And what things I found out were many and interesting. One of them is that the reason why Nigerians go there, most Nigerians, the way they go to Ghana. One is the language. They speak English and they speak English in Ghana, and the other one is cultural attachment. So if you're a Muslim and you don't want to you want to go to a Muslim country, Sudan is a good place. It's cheap. It's cheaper than most even private universities in Nigeria, so they could afford to pay that. But listen to this. They say ranking here by unit ranking of universities in Africa. University of Khartoum came number 50. University of Nigeria and Soka is number 51. So for those who talk about the quality of education, Nigerian University, I'm looking at the list. So, and I don't know other universities in Sudan with names I can identify quickly. But I'm just saying that when we talk...
What's the first Nigerian university on there?
Yeah, the number one Nigerian university on the list. Let me see. But it's also important that when we talk, our assumptions sometimes are not really true, because we base it on things that are not real. That's interesting. I think probably that University of Ghana is 12 on this list, so
and even that University of Khartoum is very old, 1902. It's a very old university with very good.
Easy to assume things. I think Covenant University is 54. So I think University of Nigeria may be number one on the list.
I went to UNN.
Dr. Damage, you say University of Legon is what? 12?
University of Ghana is 12.
Oh, okay. You see, check Makerere. Is it Makerere in Uganda?
Yeah.
That is to tell you that Nigeria is not making any progress at all.
Yeah, it's 16 on the list.
Very, very strong, very, very good school.
I think
the one is my problem. When I come here,
number one should
criticizing Nigeria.
be University
where we rank.
University of Cape Town should be the number one.
Backwards instead of going front.
Yeah. So the point I'm making is it's easy to assume things, without any kind of research and say it, like saying that schooling in Sudan is inferior to what it is in Nigeria, or that people who go there are going, So it's very, I couldn't find what they are studying, the kind of source that will give me exactly what people are studying. But you'll be surprised too when you get to that. You see that it's not what you're assuming. So anyway, let's hear from CM and then we'll go to...
Dr. Damage, Brother CM, please. You see, there is something I just want to chip in here. You see, people go to, various countries to study. One, you mentioned it is, cost, cultural attachment, and, religious attachment. Language. And when you are moving away from your country to study outside, like in Ghana here, if you're a Nigerian, you are coming here to study, nobody is going to ask you for JAMB entrance exam. No, You cannot. Nobody will ask you for an entrance exam. Like it is too difficult for Nigerians to go to the university in Nigeria through JAMB and PCE, JAMB too. But here they would calculate the average of your score, and that average score will determine the kind of school that you are going to go into. Just like the UG, University of Ghana, if you have an average of 9, 10 here, automatically you are going there. That is how we calculate. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
We are living on past glory, okay? That's what's going on. We are living on past glory. Thank you.
All right, CM.
Dr. Damages, before CM, please. Before CM, you said that what do you call it is 50. Cartoon is 50 and Nsuka is 51. So what is the difference? You know, why not put money in the schools we have and just fix it? And it will, you know, it will make it better than people sending people out of the country to go to a country that is just 50 and 51. I don't understand it.
All right.
But the difference is that they have continuity. You don't have continuity in Nigerian universities.
Let's not move away from the topic now. Let's go to CM. The other aspects of this topic about Sudan.
Okay, yeah. Actually, I will speak to the humanitarian nature of what is happening in Sudan. That is, as a human being, I'm concerned that those kids, they've been left there to, you know, maybe they are still in harm's way. It shows that the level of inhumanity our government show towards the citizens. We have an ambassador in Sudan. We've started having Nigerian ambassador to Sudan, I think since 1960. It's one of the first foreign missions Nigeria opened. What is the job of an ambassador if you cannot read the political development, I mean, everyday happenings in the country and then feedback to your country? Like somebody said, we should have evacuated our citizens earlier than now. We shouldn't be doing dying minute, whatever it is. But then I understand why they are doing dying minute. Nigeria has no national carrier. I agree. But we have more private jets than the countries that have national carriers. Of what use is presidential fleet, presidential jets in Aso Rock? Of what use are they, if not for a situation like this? All those daddy GOs, all those governors like Wike, you see them flying jet. Of what use are they? What use if you can't rescue your people? Now it's only Allen Onyema. If not that he cannot get into, because he cannot get directly into Sudan, that's why he's going to cool off in Egypt, waiting for them to leave them free of charge. While 1.2 million was budgeted for bus ride from Sudan to Egyptian border or to cross them to Egypt. You see, when you look at something like this from A to Z, you have to ask yourself, is Nigeria really, what really are we telling her? Why are we really deceiving ourselves? Why are we really deceiving ourselves? When you see something, it happened in South Africa. If I'm to bring a bit of politics into it, because everything in Nigeria, they bring politics, they read meaning into it. We did the election in Nigeria, there was a tribal reading into it. Now, if I'm to bring politics, South Africa wanted to kill our people, not just Nigerians, Zimbabweans, Zambians, so many African countries, Ghanaians, we all saw it. A Nigerian went there free of charge. Allen Onyema ferried people back home. All over social media, why some are happy, some said after all it's their people. After all, no be people full South Africa. Who are in Sudan now? Who are in Sudan? 5,000, according to Abike Dabiri, 5,500 about students there. Who? Ndibo we say Obojudoro, in other words, the time has come. Where are those people that feel that maybe Allen Onyema may be an obedient? Where is the Kwankwasiya? Is he sending people from Kano to go and study in Sudan, everywhere? Now go and rescue them. Go and rescue the students. They are waiting for Allen Onyema, free of charge. Yet, Nigeria cannot say, Allen Onyema, we give you the right. London, Lagos, 6 hours, which is the most profitable route for British Airways. The most profitable route. I want somebody to challenge me for British Airways, Lagos, London, or Lagos, Abuja, because capital moved. Why can't they say Allen Onyema now be the national carrier, fly any part of the world? Nigeria should help him. Allen Onyema should be, APs should be coming to Europe, Frankfurt, Amsterdam, Charles de Gaulle in Paris, Schiphol International Airport in Amsterdam, Heathrow Airport, any airport, even in Russia, Kastrup Airport in Copenhagen, to be able to carry just help him, but they won't, because Nigeria believe in killing Igbo man's business. Now, this is the crucial time he's going to rescue again. No national honor for this man. No national honor. No national honor. I know we have to fact check each other. No national honor. He did it in South Africa. They said he did it during COVID-19 from India. I didn't know about that. Now he's going to do it again. To go and ferry your even if he's charging the 50% discount, people will still be happy. 90% discount. But this is free of charge. Free of charge. Yet we come here and play politics about obedient Kwankwasia will do this. Now, Kwankwasia, go and rescue your people from Sudan. Send a charter aircraft to go and carry them. See, Nigeria, that's why sometimes when we play politics with human life, I can't do that. I pity them. I pity those students. But when something like this is happening, we never learn from history. Nigeria now we are talking about comparing education. Of course, Sudanese education, I can say it, is higher than that of Nigeria. It's higher. They study Arabic in Nigeria, in universities. Why are they going to Sudan? All those courses they are going to study in Sudan, it's obtainable in Nigeria. Bet me, Islamic religious knowledge, Arabic, every part of engineering is in Nigeria. Medicine, we have more medical schools than Sudan. Yet we are leaving our place to go to Sudan. It's because the standard is higher. And then, even if it's not cheap, the standard is higher. The lecturers there are better. The Nigerian lecturers might even like to go there. But we like to play politics. When we have opportunity to address issue, we bring primordial sentiment into it, thinking that when you displace the other man, you are winning. Now, this is the critical time. Nigeria should stand up and be counted. Allen is Nigerian government. Allen Onyema is now speaking as if he's the president of the country. I want to go and rescue my people. Where is Nigerian army? This is the time they have to assemble Nigeria. Say, use one army aircraft. Go over there. So many so many people are doing it. But you see the Nigerian army, if they bring them in, go and put them on a ship. We are about to wear it. You see them slaughtering people, shooting guns, collecting money. You see, sometimes when this type of thing is happening, Nigerians, we don't need to be played. We just have to sit down and ask ourselves, are we really what we should be? We have all the talent in the world. Why should Nigerians, we have the highest number of immigrants from Africa in Europe everywhere? Yet we have a line like Allen Onyema. Why can't they say this man now, Nigeria should now use it as a national airline, give him free hand, let him fly all over the world? But they said no. And I remember this Allen Onyema sometimes lamenting. He said all the plane he brought, they are not using, they are grounded because the federal government is delaying. I don't know, somebody can check the interview. He said because government is just delaying everything. He said look at the insurance and everything. The guy was annoyed. I saw him saying it. I saw him. Now, this is the critical time and everybody is now looking up to him. This is the critical time. What if the guy said no? Free of charge to go and rescue your country, a private person, not even charging money. Yet, $1.2 million to move them from bus to this thing. Nobody is accounting for it. And the keys, I know because nobody will account. This is Nigeria's dollar. Yet, nobody is being mismanaged already, like we are going to see. So please, this Sudan something, they said if you don't, was it something Shotoyama, one historian, I can't remember the name, he said those who do not know history are condemned to repeat it. Or something who said, if these things keep happening like this, another emergency will still happen somewhere, and Nigerians will be involved. And who again is Allen Onyema?
All right, thank you.
Let us look at it from that point of view. Somebody leaving Nigeria to Sudan is because there is something is in Sudan he cannot get in Nigeria. So that is the principle. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let me respond.
No, hold on. Before you do that, I just want to point out, Sam, you said that Alan never got any national honor. He did. I showed you while you were speaking. I don't know if you saw that. But it doesn't mean that other things you mentioned are not important. But I just wanted to point out. Sometimes that's what sometimes it's easy to assume. I don't know everybody who got national honor in Nigeria. But before I say that somebody does not have this or this person does not, I'll have to check because you may never know who has. Yeah, he's been honored.
Okay,
he got it.
I didn't know.
Okay.
I didn't know.
All right. Thank you. I want Dr. Dominic to speak, but Ovie, say something before Dominic.
Yeah, I mean, Ale Oyama is a CEO.
You can see me for 2 minutes. I have something to do real quick. You can see me for 2 minutes. Ovie, keep talking.
Ale Oyama is a CEO and Order of the Ninja. So that's an award that is given to anybody that's actually rendered service. I mean, if you follow or if you read about him very well, Ale Oyama, his placenta is actually buried in Benin. The first water I drink is from Benin. What am I trying to say? Now, Benin man. I'm laying claim to that because it's selfless acts of service to society, not just start today. If you follow his history, he's among the 9 students that were selected to go and dialogue in Zaria during their days in the university, where they rather clean so many students. He's also part of the group that form Eminent Friends group, United to promoting unity and harmony among tribes and ethnicity across Nigeria in his youthful days. So, and I can relate with him because we have that kind of DNA in common. So you can claim it now, but that is fine. What am I trying to say? In the recent, nobody beg him, right? I'm not undermining his service anyway. He's needed. We need more of him in our society. I actually expected him to be either run for office or somebody take him as running mate. I'm one of those people that actually proposed that I should run with Kwankwaso. So we know him, we appreciate him, but at the same time, he's doing it. And I can tell you that Nigerian as a state, never forget that act of service. It might not come as you when time that you wanted it, but definitely is never going unnoticed. But I don't know if sending people to go abroad go sooner than a crime just because kata they happen. To respond directly to a man of presidency saying that nobody can study in Nigeria. As we speak today, I think we have about almost 2,000 foreign students span over 20 countries, from Japan to the Sudan himself that you're talking about, to Ghana and everywhere, who are studying in Nigeria. And University alone is starting to be the largest beneficiary of those foreign students. As at last year, they have over 300 foreign students from 15 countries, even staffs who are working, who are studying in learning. It's not all that bad. There are over 1 million news coming out of Nigeria every day. If you choose to focus on the bad one, at your own detriment, on our politics. I sign on.
Thank you. All right, Dominic. You still need time.
Yeah.
So let me talk.
It's been who is talking? Well, go ahead. What you want to say?
No. Leave Jude. Jude has been speaking all day.
Oh, was it Jude talking?
Yeah.
I missed you guys. Long time.
You
Election has come and gone. No bien. Election has come and gone. Well, I was listening to you earlier about the Tinubu thing, and then you guys are talking about Sudan now. I mean, quite honestly, Nigeria is the one country that I know where like anything can happen. I've often reminded how crazy things can get by what the regular citizens say. I was seeing Kulata's comment, and what was running through my head is like, I'm a citizen of a country with a person with this sort of mindset. And I've never heard him, maybe if I'm wrong, and I'm not here to repudiate him. I've never heard him say anything that is consequential vis-a-vis, getting Nigeria to a place where we all can be able to enjoy as citizens. Things that I hear from him and people that have his mindset, it's always about, who is going to win the election. It's always about winning. When you want to build a country, it's not about winning. It's about getting the right person there who can set things right. You may not always get, it's impossible to get a leader who has all the qualities that you need. But the most important quality that you need in a leader is a leader that has heart. Who's paging me this?
Empathy.
The most important thing is to find a leader that has heart, right? I'm not an obedience. I don't support Obi particularly, but at least I've seen amongst all the candidates, he is someone that has heart, right? You don't necessarily have to have all the best qualities. You don't have to be an economist. You don't have to be someone who's a general or have PhD in security management. But if you have the heart, then you'll be able to see through people's character, and you're able to vet and know the sort of people who can be around you. Because at the end of the day, the person or people that make a leader are people around the person. The second thing I want to say is, I heard someone saying earlier about how it is the system. I think it was Away that was saying this. It's about the system and not necessarily the leader. Yeah, that's partially true, because if you have a good system in place, like in the US where there's a lot of bureaucracy, even though you may have a president who is going rogue, you have blue collar workers in the government who are not necessarily voted into place, but who are just working there as regular employed people, and they follow the rule of law. And so even when the president wants them to do something that is against the constitution, they will defy the president because they believe in their heart of hearts that they're doing what is right. But the point of me saying all this is to point out that what you need in terms of leadership, besides a leader that has heart, is the culture. So while the system that you set in place is important, you also have a leader who is going to set the proper culture. If you have a leader who is setting the culture of being hands-off when it comes to important things, like someone like Buhari, who has a caretaker sort of government, he's always washing his hands when it comes to very essential things. I don't know if you guys noticed, like when things are very crucial, Buhari is nowhere to be found. He's always going on medical trips, always, going to Hajj. It's always about his cabinet handling things for him, right? And at the end of the day, it's all about win and competence. Kulata. Of course, I know Kulata is going to troll us, but let me ignore what Kulata is saying. At the end of the day, it's all about caretaker government. And so when I see Tinubu, someone who is clearly sick, I don't know what sort of sickness he has, but someone who is clearly sick, someone who has a lot of gaps, someone who is mentally slow. And I'm not saying mentally slow as a diagnosis. At the end of the day, I'm not here to diagnose anyone, but I can see from the way he talks. And even if you look back in his history, he's someone who was always very slow when it comes to talking. But as he's aged and he's become sicker, he's very, very slow. And so for someone like that to be hoisted as the president of 200 plus million people, it's going to end up being a caretaker government. Because the theme that you guys notice, even from Chatham House, is all he cares about is having people around him who will help him lead. A leader who is going to lead a nation as such as Nigeria that is in security mayhem, economic mayhem, and all you're thinking about is, oh, I'm going to have the right people around me. What sort of people? People who are sycophants like Festus Keyamo. Think about it. What kind of government is he going to set up? This is going to be exactly the mirror image of Buhari, if not worse. Right? And then to talk about the thing happening in Sudan, it's actually quite disturbing. I know a lot of us are Pan-Africanist and we want, things to be Afrocentric, but every once in a while, I just scratch my head and say, like, we've gone all through this suffering of colonization and now we have the reins to lead ourselves. But what do we end up doing? We end up destroying everything. I'm not saying having, foreigners ruling us is the best thing, but every once in a while, I scratch my head and I say, like, maybe things were better when they were there, but I would never ever support having colonization come back. But it's saddening. You have the greatest black nation on earth, and this is the sort of thing that we are showing as an example. The best person who we think can lead us is someone who is sick. When I saw that pick line, the first thing that came to mind is, so if I'm discharging a patient who needs long-term antibiotics, or is on chemotherapy, or needs like prolonged pain medication, pick line is the kind of thing, and I actually can't tell if it's a pick line or mid line, but both of them can last up to a month. I can't tell what kind of line he exactly has, but what I can say is that line is meant to stay there for at least a couple of weeks, which means that he is currently still sick. So whatever he has, whether it's an infection or is cancer or whatever, this is something that's going to stay in place for the next few weeks, and he's still going to be receiving treatment. It's sad to say that we're moving into a government where I am not confident that the president of the most powerful black nation on earth is actually going to be sound of mind to be able to lead that country. It's quite sad. And to hear people such as Chukulata and people who should be well learned not making sense when it comes to hoisting our nation on strong pillars is quite saddening. I'm not insulting him, but when I saw his comment, I was like, what are we kidding ourselves? It is one thing for the politicians to be corrupt and to destroy the country, but for your fellow citizens to have a hand in that is quite saddening. Rudolph, you're muted.
Right, sorry. Thank you, Dominic. Thank you so
much. I don't often jump in to repudiate people, but when I saw it, I was like, we're in this forum, we're talking, we're trying to educate ourselves. I think we don't notice this, but when we come here, there's sort of a release. Sometimes you may leave with rancor and annoyance, but I think more often than not, there's a level of group therapy that happens because we're able to share our experience. We're able to kind of let go of some of those feelings that we have. But to have someone making such comments, I don't know where we're going. Who did this to us, Rudolph?
It's not just it's that one man go to more platform. That is a harbinger of people that doesn't want Nigeria to move forward, but for their selfish interests.
All right. So let me say this. My general idea of I always believe that people have the right to support whatever position they are supporting. But I want to make sure that we all know that what we support today will become like a problem maybe tomorrow in terms of, I use this example. I was so mad when Obasanjo did not debate his competitors in 2003, I believe. I was so mad. And my anger was not about Obasanjo or anything. I was worried that other presidents will start doing that if we allow that to happen. And that was what happened. So it's always my issue when I think, it's not because I don't like Obasanjo, I like him, and then I always think about what will happen if this should continue and if it becomes someone I don't like. So that's really from the angle I always look at things. And the issue of what we do here is very important. People watch this and people listen to this and people get their information sometimes from this. So we have to, as much as possible, be sure of what we're saying before we say it. I'll give an example of John Alba. I spoke to him private outside of this, and he traveled to Nigeria, and a lot of people identified him several places because he appears on this platform, and they just don't identify you. They identify you with the thoughts you express, the things you say. So you should be. If I'm saying something, I want to make sure that it's something I want to be identified with. All right, let me go to Mama H. I see you, but let me go to Ngozika. She's in Nigeria. Let's hear her before she runs out of data.
She's already running out of data.
Yeah, no, I'm back now. I was actually coming back from a trip. I go hiking, Doc. I hope you're feeling better now, Sha.
Hold on,
the other day
hold on. Let me see whether this is coming from you. Yeah, there's noise coming from you. Maybe it's generator. I'm sorry. All right, go ahead. I forgot that it could be generator. Yeah, go ahead, Ngozika. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Ngozika. I can't unmute you. I just wanted to make sure that it's coming from you. I think it's coming from you, but I think it's generator. Go ahead. Can you hear me? Ngozika, can you hear me?
She can't hear you, I don't think.
Yeah. Jessica, go ahead. All right. So it's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think I don't think you can hear me. Can you?
The Nigerian got work.
All right, let's go to Mama Echo. We're talking about Sudan, Mama Echo. What is your take? Do you have children in Sudan? Are you happy?
Yeah.
Are you happy about how the Nigerian government is handling the situation?
We get government. And not tell you say, I declare, say me and my children be orphan. Orphan see they get papa. We don't have. After us, when Boo Boo, he come America, the answer say, the youth population is growing. What is your plan for them? He say climate change. So now that day, I know say me and my children will not get papa. So where do I go expect?
What is going on? I don't know what is going on.
Mm. You know, say every opportunity now loot that they loot. So they have to sit down and wait to calculate how much they go loot before they go send organize buses. They say now 40, but I don't count 40 buses. So I mean not before 40 buses, they are not said that they carry go Sudan. We lost our glory. As I dey talk to age people when sabi Nigeria, I hear say I can't hear one when he shocked me this weekend. They say for 1979, they say Nigerian money. If you want change that with dollar, it's 20 kobo. 20 kobo. Now be the exchange rate in 1979. I say, shoo. How we gonna reach here? So for 1979, we be the buga, the whole world be the respect us. Because our money, it beat their own. I also hear say our education data now top notch. UK the wakakuru kere come meet us. Same thing with America.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Jessica, we can hear you, but Mama Echo is speaking.
Hear anybody.
Now waiting I hear say it be the olden days with that. I can't talk to that palace say, we be they compare Nigeria to foreign country. Papa, I beg. I go tell Dr. Who to make it bring you. Because me and my children need to hear this. So that we go compare Nigeria to Nigeria. I want to make it come talk to us. So that we go compare Nigeria of that time to the Nigeria of today. So that we go get our brain, get to reset. Because me and my children, we they go back to the Nigeria when 20 kobo was the exchange rate. So all the people, when you enjoy Nigeria that time, una come vow with una blood. Say me and my children not going to enjoy Nigeria. Congratulations. Because una blood must go for me and my children to enjoy the Nigeria I want to enjoy. Where did it happen for Sudan? It don't they knocked off our own. So make una not tell me say what it go they happen for Sudan not go happen. If una not want nothing they happen for Sudan to happen. All my papas that when I don't thank for giving us 3 days to hear our case. Make una go wear una wig well, oh. Make una wear that wig well. I know say Tutu don't distribute plenty Ghana must go from all the money when he collect from all the drug baron I know say bring plenty to distribute for una. Make una take pervert judgment. But if you people dare it, una see what did happen for Sudan, so it go happen for Nigeria. Oh, my children keep quiet. Now this so they know the plan. Eh? Let me tell you, me and my children, I know that they are smart, they are intelligent, they are hardworking, and they have resilient personality. My children are king, they are queen, they are princess, and they are prince. And my children also, they are warrior. Like mama, like Peking them. So if una think so, una go collect Ghana must go of drug money from the drug baron as it all come from a drug deal and establishment. If una think so, una go collect a come pervert judgment. Una do am for my grandpapa side, they no fight. Una do am for our great-great-grandfather's time, they no fight. Even una buga for my papa's side time, they keep quiet. But you see this era, it won't work because now our destiny now na don mortgage. Now our future and the future of your born generation of Nigeria children that is at stake here. Not those who are telling me and my children their head they don't become sansa. Meaning say I don't ready there for stand. I just the flow. I beg, Tutu, who give you belly? Because as I say, your belly is shooter for the treatment when they give you, when it make your face swell up, and it also give you belly. Which day you won't burn that picking? Because May 29, you not go burn that picking for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mama.
I forgot to comment about Sudan.
Yeah.
I've noticed, and this is, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there's another country, I think this is a theme that's been occurring in the last couple of years. So South Sudan got its independence because, Janjaweed were killing the darkest skinned minorities in the South. And obviously there's issue in Darfur. And so it was an existential crisis. So it was a country that was inevitable. And so almost all parts of the separated parts was obviously cordoned off, and we ended up having South Sudan. But even in the South, this is supposed to bring some form of justice and peace, right? But even the South Sudan itself, the president and the vice president are at it, fighting for power. But who suffers? The citizens. So it's almost the same thing playing again in the former country, in the big brother country, Sudan, where the general and the top general and the leader of the other small, I forgot what the other group is called.
Rapid Response Force.
Leader of the Rapid Response Force are fighting over power. Interesting thing is, if you guys look back in the last maybe 10, 15 years, most of the people that actually ended up forming the Rapid Response Force were the Janjaweed, who were the sort of the pseudo-terrorists who were terrorizing the South. And they ended up being officially inaugurated into a proper force, right?
So sorry, it's Rapid Support Forces, RSF.
Yeah, but I think at the end of the day, pretty much they are glorified. They are pretty much Janjaweed, but in proper uniform. At the end of the day, and they are more equipped now, and they are no longer recognized as a terrorist group. But at the end of the day, what do you expect to come from a group that has that beginning? And then these two people are fighting for power, and who suffers? The citizens. So there's this team going on of leaders always fighting for power and Africans suffering from it. We have these power thirsty tendencies, and I don't know how we end up with such horrible leaders. It's the same thing. Look elsewhere in Africa, there's always a power struggle. Nigeria, what's happening? Power struggle. right? And the people that end up suffering are the elites. I commend Mr. Allen. He's always doing a good job, being able to ferry people out of, you know, zones that have very, very tragic situations. But I don't see a lot of commendation on his part. But I believe he's doing it from his heart. So I don't know, when you're doing something for the sake of your citizens, sometimes you don't need the glory. I know he has a CON, Commander of the Order of Niger, recognition, but when it comes to the government helping his business, I don't see that. I don't know if it's maybe his business style, but I mean, for someone who's done such great for the country, I would expect the nation to do more. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the most important thing for us, I believe in this group, because I see people mentioning about me being this group being opinionated. Yes, we all have opinions. We are here to share our opinions. But every once in a while, I will not stop myself from making certain comments when I feel like there are people who are not here for the best interest of, be it Nigeria or people who are Biafra. I'm not going to talk about that. But if you're here for the sake of Nigeria, I believe there are certain mindsets that we believe at this point should have been shelved, right? And so when I come here, every once in a while, I will express my opinion. I know I'm Rudolph's co-host, but that doesn't stop me from sharing my opinion once in a while. The last thing I will say is this. When I mentioned the colonial times, I'm not mentioning it as a time of glory. I was talking more so in terms of economy and the rapid development that was happening. That I don't see now. When it comes to this subjugation and mental suffering that the Nigerians went through, that is not something I would want to hoist back on Nigerians. So forgive me for mentioning that, but I was only saying that in terms of the Nigerian economy and how things were back then. There was proper order, things were working, functioning well. There was at least some rule of law being followed. But it seems that every consequent government has destroyed or decayed that. By the end of the day, I will always choose us ruling ourselves over a foreigner ruling.
All right. Audi, can you hold on? Let's hear from Gozika, then I'll come to you. Gozika, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
I'm laughing because we can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Gozika took off from
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better now. Okay.
Oh Lord. I don't know what happened. My village people. It's my village people. I'm close to them. It's like this is time to leave Enugu.
Get a good network.
And go where?
Ngozika, why don't you? We can hear you. Why don't you keep talking? We can hear you.
Okay, so I want to start from the whole Tinubu return, and I was saying I'm glad our chief peacemaker is back. The country has had enough. We could use some comic relief. He's our chief peacemaker. I don't care who's up his God. I'm glad he's back with his public gaps. And I'm so excited to see what his handlers are going to be churning out this time in defense of what he says. I like how they always try to interpret English in English whenever he speaks. I like the whole charade. I enjoy it. So that's on that. The whole controversy around his health. I mean, come on. It's been there for months. So for us to start talking about it now is just majoring in the minor, and that's beside the issue. He is back now. Whether or not he's healthy, he's back. And I have stopped stressing on what would be or be not when it comes to him, because at this point, I am no longer angry. I actually I feel we've not suffered enough as a people. It's unfortunate, but I think we're not yet at the breaking point. So maybe, we need Tinubu and Shettima. It's scary the hell out of me. But yeah, maybe that is just the last push we need before we get to the edge and maybe have a brain reset. Yeah, maybe that is just what we need. So I'm done fighting it. So if they and the people that keep trolling us with come May 29th is going to be your president. I mean, the man flawed you people. He said May 29 is just a date. He flawed you people. Shame on you.
It's just a calendar.
It's just a calendar. God bless you, my brother. It's just a calendar. He's as strong as sand. And it's just a calendar. So all of you that any small thing, come May 29th, he will be your president. Look at the way the man is shaming. Not even rate when I May 29th. if he's not reminded on that day that is May 29th, he might not even know. So shame on all of you. That's by the way.
Answer this question for me. What is the breaking point then?
Let Ngozi finish talking.
The breaking point. They know they tell a person. They know they tell a person. You go just wake up one day, you go hit you. Just that thing will just snap. It will snap.
The military.
Oh, we are not ready. We never suffer enough. Do you know the worst part of it? I actually feel maybe this first subsidy might help speed it up a bit. I can't wait. We're already seeing Shege. Make no mistakes about it. But the Shege we're about to see, oh Lord, I'm so looking forward to it because no. People, no Nigerians. But Shege Banza is even child's play. At this point, I'm actually chanting it with them. May 29, come May 29, but no problem, let it come. So moving away from that whole thing, I wanted to talk about the Sudan issue, and it is horrible. I pray, and I hope every other right-thinking Nigerian says this prayer with me, never to be at the mercy of the Nigerian government. I pray against it. Lord, may I never be at their mercy, that I will be in a life and death situation, and it will be on the Nigerian government to come save me. No. A one-ton country like Sudan that people are using as an express speed to remove their citizens. Nigerian citizens have been left not even on their own. If they were left on their own, it would have been better. You carry people come off from water country, leave them in desert, and you're going on about rattling on explanations that make no sense. You see, Abike Dabiri, I do not know where she lost it, and that is the thing with people that get involved in politics in this part of the country, in this part of the world, in Nigeria. I don't know if it is something they give them. I don't know if it is an orientation. I don't know if it is something they drink. Most of them lose their they lose the milk of their humanity.
They give them kunu.
I don't know what they give them, Mr. Jude. I don't know. But it is really, really, really sad. And I am so. I wrote something on Twitter that you people are entering an IPOB. The people, I hope Agbado people in Sudan do not enter do not take Mr. Allen up on his offer, because he's Igbo. I know per Agbado reasoning, every Igbo person is IPOB, is affiliated to the IPOB they prescribed. So that will be putting their life in danger. How can they trust an IPOB man? Please, they should do well to leave the plane for people who are not Agbado people, who trust this IPOB man, so that he will lift them out of danger. And I wish and hope that a time will come that we'll begin to look past not sentiment, because I believe for us to really, really get to the root of things on how it affects us and affect people around us, sentiments need to be involved. But what I'm trying to say is that we really need to get to the point where it is not just sentiment anymore. It is not just this is my person anymore. Okay, this is my person, but this is also the truth. Does the truth align with my person? Because I see that the problem we have is once it is not in our favor, once we stand not to gain from it, we are almost very dismissive. And I am hoping to God that the shege that is ahead, people like us that have been shouting about it from day one, that God will spare us. I went to cool my hair. Somebody was saying I was coming from my house. I wish it was my house that I was coming from. I went to dip myself inside water. I cannot swim. As the shege reach, they say, hike castle, come, let's go and hike. I don't have strength to climb here. Everything don't cost. They say they are going to water. I say, hallelujah. Let me go and dip myself inside water. So if they like, let them install Tinubu. I always have more water bodies in Enugu to go and dip myself in. I always have more hills to climb. And if the hills become so filled with terrorists that I can't go there, no wahala. Enugu has a lot of up and down. I'll be using that one to manage my life. Bottom line, if you're supporting what is going on, if you think what is going on is okay, no problem. It's okay. Let's just go and see. Abachos are gone mile. All of us now for our wastes, we go end up. So Tinubu, big line, I'm no longer bothered. I'm just wishing the students in Sudan a safe return home, and may we never be at the mercy of the Nigerian government. Amen.
And any of them, when they enter snow, sun, they do 100 job. If una send money to all these mumu easy that are supporting this impunity for this current this thing, now be say you too, you join them. Make una let them eat their the way they use their hand bargain, no, because Tinubu children not being rig election for her.
All right. Thank you. Let's no, hold on. Let's welcome Austin to the show. Austin, welcome to the show.
Greetings, everyone. Morning, afternoon, evening, all of the above.
And Henry, welcome to the show. So let's hear from Austin.
What's up, everybody?
Let's hear from Austin.
Okay, I'll first start with Mama Echo's prayer. Anybody weighing they talk rubbish these days for Twitter and they block and sharp. I know they to the hear nonsense anymore. So that's the first thing. I'll first want to start from the aspect of the academics we talked about some time ago. Look, no knowledge is not endemic to any tribe. I believe that there are people in the north who are very, very intelligent. I've seen them before. And I'm a scientist. And I want to say that science is beautiful, excellent, good, nice. But that does not make literature evil less important. So if somebody goes to Sudan to study Arabic, I don't see anything bad in it. I don't see anything crazy in it. Somebody can be very good in literature. And I know that some people write good play, write good music, and those music save life. I think doctor will tell you about all those therapies, psychotherapy and all those things. So good music can also still save life. So if somebody studies music, I think I am okay with it. It must not be medicine.
Boy and Rem are saving lives.
Yes, thank you. I remember there was a day I was in class teaching and my phone rang. My phone rang and a Rema's song came out and my students started dancing. And I was shocked that, so people consume this kind of music. The lady told me, we love it. So it therefore means everything is good, even if it's literature or what. I think I still appreciate knowledge, no matter where it is. It maybe becomes a problem when everybody who is being sent on a scholarship to Sudan studies Arabic, then you know that it will be on one side. That's the only thing. Then the next thing is about, I'll still talk with one of my friends, the person is directly on top of me. People come to Nigeria to study, but the percentage is very small now. They come to Nigeria. I remember I supervised one of them. From the neighboring countries. So they still come. Now, the part I want to talk about is now just two things. It's about Abike's Dabiri's comment on Twitter. In fact, in talk, the thing investment I just block them for Twitter. Because we pay these people. We pay them. Even when Oga Rudolph send money to him papa through Help Me Waka, they go cut small money from that, give you charges. That charges will be given to the government. That's used to pay people's money. How can somebody who is a spokesperson for the government call a citizen Mumu? And you believe that you are supposed to be the one speaking for the government?
Austin, please, can you tell, for those who may not know what's going on, what happened? Because you just said this as if everybody knows what happened. Can you tell this?
I know what's happened.
Okay.
I saw it on Twitter.
Somebody on Twitter complained that what is the Nigerian government doing about evacuating people in Sudan? So when he complained, Abike replied that person and claimed that he's talking trash and he's a mumu. That was a part which I was not okay about. Come on, even when
it says something about the follower too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you see a situation where
cheap woman like that.
Even when the person is rude, a citizen is rude to you. As a leader, you need to know, let's go, please just go. Please. Even when they're insulting you, let's just go. It's not good for a leader to open the mouth to tell you, say, citizen Namumu. It's unheard of. It is crazy. Do that in some part of the world.
She hasn't blocked the person yet, because her OP is usually she will insult you, then the next thing she blocks you.
So it is crazy.
That's how she operates.
I don't know how they managed to pick that kind of person to speak for a government. I don't care whether it's even ordinary council, I don't care. But you should learn as a leader to tolerate even when people are smashing your leg. It is some people now are becoming gentlemen just because they see Obi doing it. Come on, leaders should try as much as possible to know how to talk to. Even I don't see even the commander-in-chief of the army, Buhari, to tell somebody you are a fool or maybe this or that. No. There are some people you cannot do. So far, you're a public figure. Even when they smash your leg, you should learn to calm down and learn to talk lightly. If I was the one in charge, there are some kind of things where, those who like football, Jose Mourinho will just call you and tell that, look, I don't sack you already. They go. I'm not going to even give you letter first. I'll just call you. I don't sack you. Pass, they go your house. It was very rude of her and very uncultured, unrefined to ever do such a thing. Then the next thing I want to talk on the other side of that divide is about the obedience. Somehow I will say that the obedience are the goats in this politics. The goats here, I'm talking about those who see football, the greatest of all the time in politics. You see that on whether so far somebody is in a hard time, the obedience will be the one to talk. They don't care whether it's from the north or from the east, from the west and from the south. They don't just care. So far as it's a Nigerian, they will be the one to throw the stones and make it come to the public before something can even be done. So when I see now, the knock I will give are on those people who they claim they don't read book, they don't read strong book, big book. Some of them are in the diaspora, but sometimes they behave like trash. When you go see evil, you go still the supporter. When I see somebody with me right for this thing, I don't know whether the PhD now correct doctor or a native doctor or which of them. Even a native doctor, at least they listen from the gods and they know what to do. You see somebody online who is in the diaspora, when you see supporting trash, if you see that the government is supposed to evacuate its people, then let the government do their job. Just do your job. But a situation where Abike says something and you see the next person complaining, supporting her is a PhD holder. I just say, hey, Shai, I don't know whether this PhD in a PhD in even if not native doctor, they for teach and well. They for teach and well, how did they do for shrine? So it's really crazy. And one last thing we really need to talk about is the issue of this APC government. There's one task that they have. If I tell you that, Rudolph, this thing you are doing is not okay, it doesn't mean I hate you. It just means I'm trying to correct something. There's something I feel is not okay that I want us to talk about to correct. And it will make you a better person. In this APC government, once you say everything, you are not patriotic. You don't like the country. You don't want anything to happen. You don't want anything to be good. It's not true. It's not nice. If I don't tell you bad things about the country, how we can solve it, the country will never be better. But if I tell you that, okay, the way you this your cap, they no good. Can you do it this way? It will make you be okay, nice, and the country will move better. In every country, there is constructive criticism. So whenever people criticize you, look at it very well. And that is why, let me talk for my person, for me. And I am never a friend with anybody, even back my classmate, anybody who praises me a lot. I hate it. I ever hate it. If a person praise me 1, 2, 3, I just tell you, I just start avoiding you. You are not my friend. But if you are constructive in your criticism, look, this your trouser like this, no good. Change them this way. I start holding you closer because I just know something you want to change in my life to make it better. So that is one thing this APC government should try to rearrange their mentality. Not be everything a person talk be an attack. No. Some of them is just to reason very well. If it is okay, we go that way, do it. If it's not okay, you give the reason why you think what you did is better. Let me say person will come online. Somebody who should be a mother as well. They talk rubbish. I just say thank God that some of us are not president. Like Nakola will just call you, madam, you have been fired. Simple.
Thank you, Austin. I was told about that. I didn't know. I haven't followed through with what she said. But I think the bigger picture is. Let me just hear from other people. Henry, I think your name.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Rudolph. Hello, everybody.
I can read the tweet if you want, Rudolph.
Okay. When we get, let me hear from people that just joined us, and we can read the tweet. Go ahead, Henry.
Okay. Let me go first of all by the Tinubu coming to be your president. Anyway, the same people are going to put on the government. The same people the same people that's ruling now. That Nigeria is still going backward. You people are expecting change from Tinubu. I wish you good luck for that. But I never still lose hope about our mandate anyway. Because if you look at the set of people around Tinubu, Tinubu cannot do this. Tinubu cannot even speak properly. My father is older than Tinubu, but my father can speak interact with me. So just the way I'm talking, my father can talk like that. My father is 98 years old. So someone who cannot even remember names, he cannot remember his wife's name either sometimes. So you want to be there to be your president for more than 200 and something million Nigerians, when the highest percent are young people. But those who are supporting Tinubu, I wish you good luck. People will see Buhari promise. My parents live in Nigeria. They will not see that promo because we are here. My brothers are doing well in Nigeria too. So I wish you people good luck. So let me go to Sudan. You see, it's so annoying that any disaster, the so-called ministers or agencies from the government, this way they will start stealing money. $1.2 million, yeah, to hire bosses to take Nigeria to the next neighboring country. What is the reason why Nigerian military cannot take their so-called plane to go down rescue Nigerians there, like other countries did? America fly overnight there. Which country fly overnight there? Be Australia. It's not Britain overnight there. The special force. They went there with their plane, carry people off there. It's not only to go to the east and start beating people, burning their houses. What are we having Nigerian military for? This is African. They said African problem is solved by Africans, right? People are praying to unite Africans to be one per Africans. People are jokers. Do Africans love themselves? If they do, what make Ethiopia refuse airpeace to use their airspace? What make that? We are not one African. Nigeria is time for Nigerians, Nigeria government, to make sure they build that strong Nigeria we used to hear about. I remember in the 80s, 70s, people traveled to America. My brothers traveled to America to study there. My father sent them money. Our currency was so high. The British, they come to Nigeria to study. They come there to learn some stuff there. Foreigners come there. Our money was something then. So when you say Nigeria now, we are still giant of Africa. We are joking. We are not giant of Africa. We are just rat of Africa. We are more than 200 millions, and we don't still have 24 hours electricity. What makes why the president of Nigeria could not send his own private jet to go and pick Nigerians, but his own daughter was using Nigeria taxpayers' money jet to use to transport herself for photo shooting, and some of you are here still thinking all is okay. Some people are listening to me and still think all is okay. Like something like Kulata, will be think everything's okay because of his so-called APC madness. APC is a cost to Nigeria. PDP is a cost to Nigeria. Those corrupt politicians are cost to Nigerians. Nigerians are suffering. Some of you are living in a Western country will be smiling. I think everything's okay. You cannot even boast to go home and live peacefully as live in America, live in Europe. So you'll be here supporting a criminal politician because you get some little change from the politicians. I'm not a politician, but I support what is better in that country. I travel everywhere. I was in New York 3 weeks ago. I travel everywhere in the world. I don't feel anything. I just feel curious. I just want that country to be better. You'll be proud. We see them proud coming out in New York where they're celebrating independence. Some will come out from the streets. I'm in Nigeria. We are just in Nigeria. But what are you contributing? You're scared to speak the truth because you're scared. You speak, you die. If you not speak, you die. Thank you.
All right. I love the way people quote Dino. It's a quotable quotes now. So, but anyway.
Please, can I speak on Sudan so that I want to leave? Please, I haven't talked to Sudan.
No, June, you can't speak now yet. Henry, you came to New York and you didn't check on me. That's all right.
I went to see.
No, explain. All right. So let's. I'll come to you, Jude. But let me get to people who are yet to say anything, especially BQ. Yeah, BQB. He's been coming in and out. Let me hear from him, and then we'll continue. Go ahead, BQB.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I just want to contribute just 2 points, basically. Can I go?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, the first point is my comment is directed to Dr. Dominic, please. To quickly try to, I want to get the concept of health as it relates to when we can define somebody as LD. Because I was trying to check the definition of health according to WHO. So can there be anybody, based on that definition of health according to WHO, can there be anybody that is LD based on WHO definition of health? Since I think he's a doctor, so you can just try to give us some information. Yes, of course, you are the doctor in the house.
Do you want to read the WHO definition?
No, I'm not reading it. I'm just trying to. I was checking the definition, WHO definition of health. So, and what I can understand from it is that there's nobody that can completely fulfill some of those criteria that is listed there. I'm not sure anybody can fulfill those criteria.
I mean, that's true. There's no one who can say they're 100% healthy. If I have diabetes and I'm managing my sugar well, it doesn't stop me from being the president. If I have hypertension, so there's no one who is completely healthy. It's all about is the person sound of mind to be able to lead a nation of 200 plus people.
But how? Yes, I agree with you completely. So I just said I should make that one of my first points. Then my second point was to my lecturer, Dr. Augustine. It's actually about the Abike space. I don't think it's the back and forth is as simple as the way you painted it on this. Dr. Damage's show is actually a worldwide show. It's not as straightforward as somebody commented and he will start abusing the person like that. I'm not sure it's like that. Maybe it's those people that have followed that space can see the trend of, if you are in this space, so I'm sure maybe you
sorry to butt in. You're not sure, but you're being categorical in your statement.
Now let me try, please. As I said,
you are not sure. Yes, you are. Oh God.
I like using specific words. I read through everything. She insulted the person, even the father of that person. And the one that made me a little bit uncomfortable was,
I think Dominic has it. Can Dominic read it?
Let me just. No, I'm not. Okay, I'm not. Wait. Hello, can you hear me? I'm not accusing you or something, but I'm just trying to make it to let Dominic read it. There was back and forth.
Okay, let Dominic read exactly what we are talking about.
Let Dominic read it so that everybody can hear it. I have read it too.
Let me land on this point.
No, leave your point. Let Dominic
read it. Just let him read it.
Mr. Henry, just relax. Let me land on this page so that I will leave. There's no need to bot me. You're always angry. What is the point? The election is over. President-elect has been declared. So let's move on. So it's not.
Election is not over, young man.
Okay, he's in court.
That may be a bit of salt to some people.
Yes, that's the point. So it's not as straightforward as you made the point. That's just what I'm saying. So I'm just trying to create a conversation around it. Then, Ojinika, what is your name? We don't need to jump in. I was talking to Mr. Austin. I didn't mention your name. So let's try to be civil in a way. Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Damages, for allowing me.
Please.
I'll be in the background.
That's all you have to say. You just come here to defend APC.
No, don't let him go.
It's not about defending APC now.
Let
him just
what has APC?
No, don't let him go yet.
So that we have
there was no point about APC. I just mentioned 2 points. I mentioned two persons in this panel, Doctor and Mr. And Dr. Augustine, just for them to elaborate on 2 points. There was no issue about APC. But Mr. Henry, Mr. Jude, you're always biased. Every time somebody comes
there's
on
no settlement in this
platform,
issue. About
you're always going to look at it from a negative point.
You are the biased one. You came to challenge Mr. Augustine that you are not sure that was one led to the secret agreement. You are not even sure of what you're accusing him of.
I'm not challenging. It's not about I'm sure. What did you know I'm sure about? Why are you making some statement that is not? This discussion doesn't concern you. Just
Dominic, please, can you read that?
Okay. Let the person that is there respond. Why must it be that it's you that you want to respond for him? He's there. You can respond. Dr. Dominic can respond. So don't be like you are the only one that understands the situation.
Doc, read the tweet so that we can have the
I'm sorry, Dr.
talking about.
It's okay.
I'll be on the background.
Okay. Dominic, go ahead. I think
because he promoted Ngozi to Ojineka from Arise News. That's what he
Ajinika,
You see the thing. I don't have Mr. BKB. I don't have anything against him, but you are telling somebody, I don't know what happened, but that is not what happened. Make it make sense. You are telling me he was telling Mr. Augustine that is not what happened, but I'm not sure what happened. You're not sure what happened. Then why are you saying that is not what happened? That is what I was asking him, and he was getting all defensive and all riled up. I don't know his problem. Oh.
Okay. So here's what Mr. 83 followers. Oh, I think he may have changed
Thank
his
you.
Mr. 83 follower. But here's what he said. He said, "Stop saying by God's grace." I don't have the original Twitter sheet, but he said, "May stop saying by God's grace. Shane are God's grace, Buhari employ, always full of excuses, late comers." So obviously he's referring to Nigerians, Nigeria responding late when it came to those who are stuck in Sudan. And then this is what Abike Dabri said. Maybe that is why you have remained stagnant and unprogressive,
Thank you.
retrogressively disobedient. Obviously, she's taking a swipe at the obedience, disobedience, and laboring in vain because all you have ever laid your hands on is by the grace of the devil you worship. Mr. 83 followers.
Beautiful.
You
That's
see,
what.
that is
Look
the
at what
problem.
There was
This is
another
a
one
high-ranking
Mr.
Nigerian.
What? Mr.
I'll take
What?
that one
Oh,
as true.
just to be clear, her original tweet mentioned about what she was doing in terms of helping the Sudanese, and she said, I think something to the effect of, hopefully things will go well by God's grace. She ended with by God's grace, which is something that most Muslims will say, Inshallah, by God's grace. So I don't know if that's if it was a word filler, but obviously this triggered this young man.
But that wasn't enough for a
We
public
have to use
official
that
to
by
respond
God's
that
grace.
way.
Why they always use
It's
by
not
God's
enough.
grace?
There is no excuse whatsoever.
Action is better.
We have any kind of order. Let's go one person to another. Not everybody speaking at the same time. All right, Jude, go ahead.
Okay, now before I say what I want to say, that you see, I 3 days ago I saw that tweet. I was shocked to my marrow that a government official is responding this way to citizens that are in distress. And as I say anyway, it's only Nigeria this kind of thing can happen. I bet you anybody that is in this United States and a public official made that statement, that is the very last day that public official will be in that position. I'm sure anybody here.
President Trump.
I'm sure that is the but look at what is happening to him up to today. About what he has said and what he has done. They are still hunting him, and he might still go down for it. Anyway, that is for. Let me talk mainly about the.
No, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We're not talking about that. Let's finish this because we are going to move.
No, I mean about airpeace.
Huh? No.
About Sudan. I'm still talking about Sudan.
No, hold on. Just hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, Ovie, go ahead.
Talking about this Sudan accident, this is my first time actually hearing the tweet and all that. And there's a reason I didn't pay it more attention because not be the first time with this. Early last year, when the issue of Ukraine and Russia started, the same thing happened to Nigerians. All right? What do we do? Now we are doing the same thing that we are doing now. Because they flog the unnecessary thing. We'll do more until we go tired. Now, why am I saying this? People go say, okay, what are we supposed to do? The laws are not taking course. The question I will ask you is that if Obi fuck up today, let's say I insult Obi and all his family, or I insult anybody that is so dear to, just say I fuck up. You will gang up and find a way to bring me down. You will begin dig after I go no say you will begin dig. Not just me alone, even if Rudolph, even if you just by mistake be human, we will find a way to bring you down. We'll pass judgment on you, we'll make sure you feel it. But anytime when all these public officials misbehave or people wait and use this in our election, we don't do that to them. We know say the law will not take its course. In every society, there's two ways to deal with people. Either you allow law to take its course, or we know how to take the deal out there ourselves. Or make I go steal for market now. Judgment will be descended on me that day by everybody or you. So how come when public officials misbehave, We don't channel that the same energy to them. Or anybody with public official use to take advantage of all of us. How come? Where is that energy that will be directed to me or you or Rudolph or anybody? Where is that energy? So that's why I don't pay attention to this. We go just flog the thing before another thing that we go forget. It will happen again. Soon China won't go start. The South China Sea. America, China will start. The same thing will happen to Nigerians that were there. We go begin say, the. Now we get the leader we deserve, as they say. That's the best we can produce. We will begin to complain, insult unnecessary people. We'll come back here and we'll repeat that.
All right, thank you, Obi. Thank you, Obi. Let's hear from who has, Prince.
Can we make some clarifications?
Okay, go ahead.
And I think let's take about maybe 2 minutes and discuss this. What is Abike Dabiri in charge of? She's in charge of this pseudo government. I don't even know if it's a government body. Nigerians in diaspora sort of association.
Yeah. Versus under foreign minister. She's under the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
So is it an official Nigerian sanctioned group?
Yeah, it's an agency.
I'm trying to create an agency under the
Foreign Affairs.
Basically, she's representing me and you, diasporans.
Yeah, Foreign Affairs.
When it comes to action, not just because there's even seen PR representation, which is something more of an ambassadorial sort of thing, versus taking action, which is something that you expect the foreign minister to take care of. Because I'm trying to understand if it's her job versus if it's someone else's job to get things out. Because she was saying, I don't handle the funds. So, like, what exactly is that organization supposed to do? And is she filling a function that is supposed to be done by an already instituted ministry? So that's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
So I don't know if I can help.
Who does the blame end with? Where does the buck stop? That's what
I don't know if I can help you, Doctor. If you
go ahead, Femi. Go ahead, Femi.
So you have the way they have it. You have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Of course, you still have all our embassies, but irrespective of how useless they are. But that diaspora commission was meant to be like an interface of sorts, especially for Nigerians, and not only when Nigerians are stranded, but as you may have observed in the recent, even in recent history, people that, say for example, in Thailand or Saudi Arabia that are about to be executed are Nigerians. They're meant to be like interfaces, but at the end of the day, the buck is supposed to still stop with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They're basically an interface.
So she's the arms and legs of
kind of, yeah. But everything still starts with the.
So, Mr. Dominic, I'm on the official page. So can we just read out what they're about?
That is redundant.
Can we just read out what they're about briefly?
Go ahead.
So, enacted by the National Assembly for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Nigerians in the Diaspora Commission provide for the engagement of Nigerians in the diaspora in the policies, projects, and participation in development of Nigeria for the purpose of utilizing the human capital and material resources of Nigerians in the diaspora towards the overall social, economic, cultural, and political development and Nigerians for related matters. So, and I am trying to see specifically. I don't want us to start using our own words to describe what is written, but that is all that is written about them. And if we're to go by this, they are not just a PR agency of the Foreign Affairs Ministry. They are not, because I really got to do a bit of search on them during the whole Itunu story. That was when my interest was drawn to them. And I remember Abike being expressly involved. She was not acting as somebody that was just there for ops, for PR. They are involved whenever a Nigerian outside the shores of Nigeria, they are the first contact with Nigerians abroad before the foreign ministry. The foreign ministry sort of takes care of everything as well. They are the first contact with Nigerians in the diaspora. So if there's any issues with any Nigerian abroad, they're supposed to step in. They're supposed to step in. And that is why you see people coming for her most times. That is why you see people, they are supposed to be an interface between the people and the Foreign Affairs Ministry. That is why you see that she takes a lot of the heat. so to speak. So they are not a PR agency of the Foreign Affairs Ministry. They are
Ngozi,
not.
So
if you
in other
notice,
words,
I
she's
did
like
mention that
a
they are
die prime
interface,
minister, you know.
but they are under.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how you look at it. They're under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and everything still, the buck still ultimately stops to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They are an
The
interface.
box stops with them, but I'm just trying to be clear on what they do.
This is Nigeria. You see all
This
those
is
things.
Nigeria does not cut it. It doesn't cut it. It is Nigeria does not mean we should do anyhow.
No,
It
I
doesn't cut
agree.
it.
I'm just saying that at the end of the day, it's not an independent, like, before she takes action. Because I've followed the.
We didn't read that here. I think they
Yeah,
have certain
I
powers.
understand. I'm just telling you the way.
I'll go and check on that. I'll go and check on that. I
I
think they are
understand.
mandated to an
I
extent.
understand what you see on the internet. I'm not disputing what you see, but the way it's structured, at the end of the day, irrespective of what they have on the page, everything still starts from the ministry. It's almost like they have to
No, but
delegate.
no, don't go like that. Can we agree on something that these are the people that the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Foreign Affairs appointed themselves? Also, they were created by the National Assembly. That is just by the way.
Yeah,
They
but
were created by the.
Ngozi, let me explain something
Wait.
to you.
No, I am just trying to see. We can speak all the English from now till tomorrow, but for the benefit of those watching, let's just bring this down. Let's step it down to the level that everybody listening or watching can go with it. So this is a sort of an arm with the Foreign Affairs Ministry, right?
No, it's not even
And
an
they
arm.
report.
It's not an arm. It's directly under the Ministry of
They
Foreign
are under the Foreign Affairs Ministry, and what is their job? To interface, right?
Right.
And
But
if they are not interface.
But before anything happens, the Minister in Foreign Affairs.
When I don't take my time, finish though.
Well, let me not take it.
Who was speaking before? I was trying to remember who was speaking. I forgot about it.
Doctor.
It was who? Prince?
Doctor.
Oh, doctor. No, he took.
No, Ovie was talking before. Then it
was Ovie. I think we're going the gentleman and with the sweatshirts. What's
okay? That was Prince Akwachi. Okay.
Oh, Prince. Okay.
All right, Prince. Your time is up. Thank you so much. Let's welcome. I'm so sorry, Mr. Shaw.
Was that a joke?
Doc, how come my time is up? I didn't say nothing. Yay!
Don't put me in there. Don't put me in under fire, I beg.
Doctor is the new INEC.
Go to court. All right, Mr. Akwachi, go ahead.
My own question is this: if I hire a lawyer to represent me, I have every right to know where that lawyer, where the office is, and I don't need to know his house. I don't need to know anything, but I'm supposed to have a sort of contact with the lawyer. In this instance, Abike Dabiri, where does she stay? Does she stay in Nigeria or she stays overseas? If anybody can answer that question.
Abuja is supposed to be a residence.
They share the same building with that guy, that Malan.
But we should understand that that is a diplomatic issue. She doesn't have that power. Our commission is just to relate with me and you.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to point out.
Listen, Ovie, I get it. But the truth is this. If I am to relay a message to you, I have to speak the truth. Right? Because most of the time during this week, that things that she has said, there was always a rebuttal from the students themselves, refuting all her claims. She said, first she said buses were there. The students said no, 13 buses were there. She said, they out to after the debacle where the buses stopped somewhere and said they were not paid or something of that nature. She said, that the information she got is that they living. And the student, they reported her and said, no, they did not leave until they gave all their passports to the drivers for them to leave. So my own thing is, nobody is blaming anybody. But if you are representing me Tell me the truth. If you don't know it, just say that you don't know it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
That's my own thing about it.
Okay.
You know.
Thank you. We moved away from the topic of Sudan, and I know it's connected. And
it was only meant to be a clarification, Rudolph.
Go ahead.
I think people just. Anyway, who's next?
I think Mr. Shaw.
Sure?
Let's welcome Mr. Shaw to the show.
I've seen Augustine talk before.
Yeah, Mr. Shaw, welcome. Go ahead.
Showman show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Let me first start by saying thank you to the guys on the chat. The comment section is a mess right now. I think I'm somewhat the subject of discussion. My head is shining, my beard is rough, all sorts. It's a first time. I see you all in the comment section. Thank you all for the observations. Now on to Auntie Abike's matter, because I'm quite familiar with Twitter and spend a lot of time on Twitter. So I think what transpired was someone must have said that the US have evacuated their diplomats. That was Nigeria doing. So Abike replied to say, as you stated, it was their diplomats that they evacuated, not the actual citizens. So that was our response to that person. So this Mr. 83, who wasn't Mr. 83 at the time, so Abike now said, we'll do what we can do by God's grace. She ended it with by God's grace. So this particular guy now got involved in the conversation and said, is it God's grace that Buhari employed? Implying that Buhari employed you to do a job. So don't pass the buck to God's grace. That's where that came from. So Abike's response is now what you read earlier, when he said this and that, Mr. 83 followers. Because the guy at the time had 83 followers. So Abike, follower shamed him, if that's a thing, that he's only got 83 followers. And 24 hours later, the guy had over 2,000 followers because people just started following him and he changed his name to Mr. 83 followers. So that's the story that transpired. Wow. And like people rightly said, if you have a thin skin, those kind of jobs are not for you. As a public officer, people will say things and throw stones and all of that. And I know it would hurt sometimes because you're human, but you should learn how to refrain. Because, Gbadebo Rosevival has been receiving a lot of flack on Twitter because they would tweet things that people don't agree with. And they're saying, is this the person that wants to be the governor? You have no self-control. But this is Abike Dabiri tweeting stuff. So that would make me, also say something that someone brought up on Twitter about last week. To say the man that was mistaken for the wreck in Adamawa case that was beaten, the elderly man that was beaten up and stripped almost naked, that was beaten in Adamawa when people, the case of the mistaken identity, when they thought it was the wreck. Nobody copied or tweeted at Atiku to call his people to order that why did they beat somebody? That wasn't the obedience that were cheated in Adamawa or that were going to be cheated. It was PDP that was going to be cheated in Adamawa, and they took matters into their own hands and they beat somebody. But nobody was dragging Atiku in all this beating. So someone on Twitter said, imagine if that was Peter Obi. Imagine if it was Labour Party. Oh, call you obedient. Our professors will come and use words. People who know words, who are professors, it goes without saying, would say, liken them to fascist and things like that, So the double standard is what people complain about. And someone like me, I always complain about the double standard. And I know that as an obedient, I know what we're up against. The other day, one of the arms of the police force in Lagos tweeted something. I think the person forgot to switch the Twitter account and tweeted under the official account of the police force in Lagos and said something along the lines of, oh, you disobedient, blah, blah, blah. Called the obedient disobedient with the official handle of a Lagos State Police, arm. And people quickly took screenshots and they deleted it and they said, we would investigate it. This does not represent our view. But that tells me clearly, that you're up against even the police force, because that's somebody tweeting with the official handle of the Lagos Police Force. Similar to what Channels Television did yesterday, was it yesterday? At Madam Obi's 60th birthday. And I think it was Mike Ozekome that tweeted that the federal government should please look into what's his name? Nnamdi Kanu's case and release him and all of that. But Channels Television were quick to tweet. They say Peter Obi said that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. Now, Yorubas have a saying. They would say, it's almost like, you've said it. The news has traveled. it's impossible to retrieve it from everyone that's had that news. So channels tweeted that and said Obi said that. Now they quickly tweeted an apology, and they even deleted the apology itself. So these are the sort of things you're thinking, are these coincidences or is it just deliberate? How can you say Peter Obi is asking for the release of Nnamdi Kanu? When people hear that in some parts of the country, that's a narrative you formed. Peter Obi doesn't even have good rep with a lot of people, and you're already saying he's asking for the release of Nnamdi Kanu when he didn't say so. It was Michael Zekome who asked for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. So for people who don't spend a lot of time on Twitter, a lot of things go on there that people just misinformation, and these are from official handles that you think should be respectable. Do your due diligence. There's no point being the first to break the news. It's better that you take your time and make sure you get it right. But for channels to be tweeting that would have created some sort of damage. But now they are now walking it back, saying it wasn't Peter Obi who said it. It's similar to when INEC liked a tweet from Sheun Kuti when he said Peter Obi is an opportunist. INEC liked that tweet, and they said we would investigate. What's come of it? Nothing. So all these things, it's not a coincidence. And when it's one too many, you can't say it's coincidence. Similar to Tinubu's case, when the gaffes were happening, gaff after gaff after gaff, and they're saying it was just a gaff. If it was a one-time thing, maybe. Two-time thing, maybe. But if it's a regular occurrence, it calls for worry. For somebody who's going to lead a nation of 200 million people, we need you to be present. We need you to be of sound mind. And it's nothing to be ashamed of. I keep saying it. Everybody who would live long would go through some of these things. It might be all of it. It might be some of it. It comes with age. So when we say things are not well, they say it's a lie. I mean, I saw someone in the chat section, Real K or whatever nonsense name that person bears. You're saying that it's a Photoshop, and I think it was Dominic, because I don't think Dr. Damages put up comments. Maybe it was Dr. Dominic, that put up the comment that highlighted it. That it's Photoshopped. Go to Tinubu's Twitter account, his own official handle. They posted 4 pictures the day he came back. The second picture, zoom into it, it's there. Or did the obedient hack Tinubu's account? So when people come and say all this, see, it's not big deal to be sick. Anybody can be sick. But don't come and tell us that the peak line or midline, whichever line it is not there. That is photoshopped. What do you stand to gain? If it's there, it's there. The man is not well. Because what they don't want to accept is when people said he was in France, probably for treatment, this sort of confirms it. And they are too ashamed or too arrogant to admit that maybe, he was actually undergoing treatment. No big deal if the man is ill. We just worry that Nigeria as it is, and don't come and tell me about America, US have a president who is 80 years old. America can run on autopilot for 4 years. They have institutions that have been built. They were dashing people money that even Nigerians got in and started, swindling them during COVID. They were actually giving their citizens money with Biden or no Biden. They're able to do such things because they already have institutions. Nigeria don't have such. So that's why we need somebody who's going to be present to do the job. We don't want presidency. And he's already telling us, which I agree. He's saying that, it's not a one-man job. We agree, but that's giving me the vibe of, it's not just going to be me. It's going to be presidency. Nigerians want a president to address them, to attend to cases. When things are important, you need your president to be at the forefront of it. How can they bust, a cocaine bust in Lagos, the biggest in the history of Nigeria, in the history of NDLEA, worth 194 billion naira, and our president didn't say a word. The same man who killed 3 people in 1983 or 1984 for cocaine, how many kilograms were they found with? The same man. What changed? We're not saying kill whoever is found with this, but you're not even interested. You've not shown any sort of interest. And it comes with age. That's why we need somebody who is younger, who can deal with the problems we're facing as a country. If Tinubu is sworn in, I've said it many times, for those who are wondering, I wish him well. I want Nigeria to do well. So I will never wish Tinubu will fail, because if he fails, that means Nigerians will suffer. So whoever is sworn in, whoever wins, whoever goes there to live in Aso Rock, I hope and pray that they do right by Nigeria. I hope they succeed. For me, it's not personal against Tinubu. I don't know him. Why would I hate him personally? I just feel there's someone else who could do a better job and probably who won. So let's see what the court will say. If they say Obi wins, I'll be very happy. If they say Tinubu won, we'll have to carry on. But I hope he does right by Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Thank you so much.
Rudolph, we have to invite Kulota back. He keeps saying what is happening in Sudan. We already talk about what is happening in Sudan. Kulota, discuss with us. Kulota keeps saying we are not discussing about Sudan. We've already talked about what's happening in Sudan.
Forget about.
You can't. Every panelist here has a topic.
There's something that he's saying. I do read comments just so people know.
Could
that
I,
he's
could
saying,
I, could I claim that he has retired, from the
yeah.
panelists, so he's only going to be on the chat. I don't
Yeah,
know
but,
what's
there's
scaring
something
him.
he's saying that I want to address a little bit. You know that
Okay.
I do that often, but he's saying that it's minor what we're discussing about
Abike.
Abike, that is
Abike.
minor, that the major thing is what's happening in Sudan. But there's something that the New York City police used to say. They have this policy that broken glass kind of policy, dealing with the small, that if someone is breaking glasses and doing small petty crime, that's you can stop crime from by dealing with that before you
In
go
the
to.
infancy, yes.
Yeah, and also I think for Nigerians, I think they feel they don't have the power to handle the big issues, maybe the small issues. Buhari doesn't tweet back at you, so they feel that if somebody is out there responding to tweets, so they can tweet back at the person and say their mind. But let me just say this. I think what's going on in Nigeria probably, and this is just my opinion, and maybe you guys disagree with me.
No noise, no noise.
I think there are the what we call people call obedient movement and things like that. I think there's something that people are missing. There are young people today who are totally impatient with how things are going. I think there's the older generation who do not yet understand that this is not just about the politics and about to be about. It's really that there are young people who have seen how the world is working for other people who have access to internet. They now see in every issue, if you look at it, every issue, the people that were saying that David Oyedepo, the Bishop Oyedepo and Peter Obi's step, that it was fake, are now the same people who are saying that this peak line is fake. The people that were saying that Obi's step was real are the one now saying that the peak line is fake. So you see that people somehow they feel that if it's something they feel the side they support, they don't want to believe whatever they are saying. They want to kind of say that it's not true, so it to become untrue. But I think we are learning a lot of things as a people, and the next 4 years, however Tinubu wants to govern, will be very interesting because from May 29th, one thing we know is that we blame him for everything. And I hope that he will know that everybody will blame him for everything that is going wrong in the country. All right, Jay, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Damages. Thank you. I'm here today. See, get one small contribution about all these our politicians, started from president to down to councillor. They get problem. I don't know why if we get anybody we it go seek for people's help, so immediately they let them into the power though because more God. This thing don't let me understand. We get one comment where Buhari make if he finish his term on the 29th of May, he's traveling to Niger. May go relax more. See Oga, he won't go relax for another man's place. That means he no even get interest of Nigeria at first. He just come collect his own, then he don't collect finish. He won't go far away and want to relax. And that's number one. And number two is I don't know who waiting they give all these our politicians level will make them believe say why they know they buy houses for African countries like Niger, Congo, all these places, made that they buy the invest for there. Why be saying Europe that they come? These people they come Europe 24/7 and waiting that they see they know they carry and come house. Instead that they carry their own, they come here. May they come make and make good look good more. So I feel so ashamed for this kind of reason. I have misunderstanding with a guy like my mate, as a young rich, my own mate for here in Germany 2019. This guy was praising Buhari. We did the same house. He's my friend though. We did the same house. He did praise Buhari. 3 months later, I get rejected. Up till now, you can still get the issue. He get rejected. He asylum got rejected. They won't send her back to Nigeria. He did run. Why you they run where you they support him? You then go meet him. You're not supposed to run. No, they run for what you like. You know, say Buhari is doing well, and you are running out of where he's doing well. And Dr. Damage, even this your show, we get many people where they come here, can't talk. For me, I would say rubbish. Because people will know the verse. If we not start to tell ourselves the truth, we will remain like this. If you look the backgrounds of those that come here, they support all these old people like Buhari and Tinubu and all these people. They did this Europe. Their people they home, they suffer. You send them 50 euro, which you know say no go even reach buy anything. You send them 1,000 euro, you go expect me them no call you. They will call you because it they evident. How you go just look, say Tinubu may get this power to rule Nigeria 20, 30 years ago. Not now. Tinubu go face a health problem. It's normal. He don't old enough. So we're supposed to they look all these areas. Let me say that they look, say, oh, he can do it. He has done it for Lagos. How many years ago? This man no even he get one bros we come here. This man no even they remember waiting he talk few minutes. He go just forget easily. Then now he won't rule Nigeria. This is a problem. So I'm ashamed if I see I did this sometimes because I did do evening work just because say today now Saturday. That's why I see me say I did here. I would day work put my earpiece they listen to the conversation. With some people they talking. They did this Europe.
Can you name them? I'm just kidding.
Serious. The thing I don't know if they know they feel this pain, how Nigeria look. If you drive motor for Nigeria from you just try to drive 3 kilometers inside Nigeria, where you know all these Lekki and open places, your car will just dirty. When these politicians come here, they see Festus Keyamo. This is an example of the nonsense. They know say if anything happen, they'll run. If they US, I don't know where they cook with they cook. They may have me quickly pack a family. See, this man go just purchase expensive house. They never even talk anything. They talk see money. This man never win case. He never win more than 3 cases. I don't know if it be son.
Purchase house where?
For US now, UK now, of recent. $300 something $1,000.
Is in Texas.
So this is serious. And ma just do come up for this show. Dr. Damage, I beg. Mona just create one day like this. They let our media know say they get problem. If person say our media for Nigeria no get problem, then maybe let them know say they get problem. This Adamawa election will happen. The way media still voice out like Arise News, even this channel television where they don't turn to, I don't know where they go. Say as they take voice up, the thing can't help this election. I wish they get this power. They use this power through the presidential election. Which all these people get these data of who win this election, but they keep quiet. That they wait for obedience, and people they misunderstand obedience because say Obi name did there, then obedient could be Obi. Obedient no be Obi. People outside Nigeria are obedient. Even Ghana's them, Togo, many countries there, they be obedient. Obedient no be Peter Obi. So many people know they misunderstand this issue.
All right, thank you, Jay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, bro.
Get one thing when Thomas support us small. He talk about our politicians know they invest for African country, and I go support us. Say, now we be media, and I know they do a job. If you say Africa, Nigeria they invest for African country, but let me say you don't know our politician be that. People like them Atiku, who are one of the top investors in South Africa. They control Central African Republic. Our politicians they change government for other African countries. That's how powerful they are. Then they change governments. All this Niger, all this one, then they change them. Say now who won't be with this? That's how powerful they are.
Bros, there is different when you put 1,000.
It mean like
different when you put 1,000
right?
naira for one business for side. Then go put 1 million for another business for Europe. So that one no be invest, be that.
No, then they control a whole economy for all these African countries. You understand? So if
our
we
politicians, they be devil.
If we shine light on them, our Nigerians with the African country, I think the VFO tackle them from that angle. And again, Buhari said that only 6 months for Daura, then go back to Kaduna where they originally stayed. But if we not disturb them too much, you go meet in cousin, you get small house for there. I get like 13 cows.
All right, let's welcome to the show. Let's welcome newsavage.com. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I think we met once when I came to Mr. Shore's office in New York. Thing like that. And thanks for the opportunity to be on the show. I don't want to take our time. I'll just say The election has come and gone. Some people were abusing others when
I'm
I
assigning
came
not
online
to
this
them,
morning.
other people fear enter.
Hold on. I don't know who is speaking, but please, if you are not speaking, please mute yourself. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So I don't want us to be attacking one another. Rather, let everybody have free expression. And the election has come and gone. What I want us to be talking about at this point is let us be forming policy for this government. What do we want them to do? What are we expecting? Some of us are not in the country, but we still have family there. I'm sure, I don't know, nobody will be more obedient than I am, because this past election, I make sure every of my siblings, including my mother, get their PVC and they must vote for Peter Obi. I am not in the country to vote, but that was my level of exercise, what I did to make sure, okay, I put my support down for him. But now, it has happened, that what happened has happened. Let us leave the matter to the election tribunal. The case is there. If we have evidences, let's start bringing it out. You see, this idea of talking about somebody's health or no health, it's a glaring situation. It's something every one of us know. Somebody was asking a doctor on this show, can you define what good health is? No, almost became an argument here. But instead of talking about health, why don't we start formulating policies for them? Why don't we start talking about what we want to see? Then we can put our anger more out there. But if we're not doing that, but we keep going around talking about, this person is sick, this one is not fit. It's something that we all know. I'm a journalist. I have a news platform, Newswedge. I have a story that I did when Tinubu Buhari became president. He had the implant in his ear. The picture was all out there. But when he traveled for 9 months, came back to the country, everything changed. We don't know what happened. Some said it's Alimo or whatever from Niger. But the man has made it clear now that when he's done, he's going to Niger. Meaning what people said then is good. Okay, fine. He has done whatever rubbish he wants to do. He's leaving. Fine, let him go. But now we are having a new person coming in. Personally, you asked me, there was a picture that I posted during the election about Shettima when he was whining and dining with the Boko Haram. It's out there. The histories histories are out there. But now we are in a situation where we find ourselves as a country, whether you are in Nigeria or not in Nigeria, we are still in the shoe. But what do we need to do? We should start forming policy, start generating idea. What do we want to see? We're talking about Sudan. There is a lot of diplomacy that we need to come into play. If you want to talk about evacuation of Nigerians from Sudan, this morning I was watching CNN. CNN was saying American government did not evacuate its citizens. France took American citizens out, the missionaries took them out from Sudan. There is a lot of power play. Okay, now, Nigerians go to Egypt. Egypt refused to let them go through. Why? Because of another diplomacy issue. And I may not read the Twitter. Like somebody said, some of us don't stay too long on Twitter. There are a lot of things to do than sitting down on Twitter. But based on the interview that I watched, Abike said yesterday, and that I know is true, the truth of the matter is there is a lot that she comes to play. She said she will call the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who is going to speak with the Egyptian Foreign Affairs counterpart. Like that, there is a lot of things that need to go. There is a lot of power play. But my submission here to guide us through is let us start formulating policy for the government, the incoming government. Permit my error. Let's start formulating policy. And if we have evidences that will help Peter Obi at the tribunal, there are chances where we can send the evidences to prove that, okay, truly there were rigging, there are anomalies in this area, in that area. But if we are not doing that, and we are here trying to say somebody is sick, somebody needs a health implant, with the moment you clock 40, your health start becoming, you start having something you need to start treating in your health. We have a doctor on here. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but the truth of the matter is everybody have one or two things we manage in our health. I would have wished, permit me, I would have wished the Tinubu of 2019 is the one that is up now. I would have campaigned for him, but age is no longer on his side. Fine, we are where we found ourselves. But what we need to do is let's start formulating policies. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
Thank you.
Can I
Thank you.
say something in 30 seconds?
Just a quick clarification. Just to be clear, there's a preponderance
Emilio Kona.
of obedience on this platform. That does not mean it's an obedient platform. Everyone is welcome to share their opinion.
There's something I wanted to just chip in about the health issue. Just 30 seconds. Look, Buhari is not a rich man. Buhari was poor before he became president. So when he came to the presidency, I think the largesse of the state helped him to return to normal health. But Tinubu is damn crazily rich. If there's something to be done, it could have been done. So the case of Buhari and Tinubu when it comes to health issue, I still have my reservation about it. But I wish Tinubu can be strong enough to do the right thing. But if now money be the problem, I don't think say Tinubu get problem.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. David. Sorry, before you continue. I would have wished Tinubu can make sure that the confirmed report is executed in its time. Then he will have respect of many Nigerians. The centralization of the federal government is what is embedded in that report. If we have that, I am very sure Nigerians in diaspora will enjoy. Every country start feeding on whatever you produce. Texas produce oil. Texas as a state in America is not on the national grid. It generates its own energy. It generates its own gas. So if Nigeria can do the same thing that, okay, there are some states who don't produce anything, and at the end of the month, they will be the one coming to say, let us share the money, let us share the money. If you do not do anything, you don't have anything to share. So I wish if he can put the confirmed report out and say, okay, we are going to take this is going to be, it doesn't matter whether it affects me or not, but this report, we are going to execute it. I'm very sure Nigeria will be great.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much.
Is it my turn now?
Well, CM, let me come to you. I think the other person that is similar. Okay. But after you, go ahead. CM, go ahead.
Okay. On Abike's Twitter, I want to make one sentence or two. If any Twitter could be condemned by Ruben Abati, you know that Twitter is really terrible. So for Ruben Abati to say that Abike should delete it, it means that because Ruben is a master of the game in terms of this type of bigotry speaking. Go and check his past essays. He was writing under Obasanjo, particularly against Ndibo. So for him to say that Abike made aid, it means that really that Twitter cannot be defended by any stretch of the imagination, and I don't want people defending it. Abike also forgot when he mentions obedient, labor in vain. Who is going to rescue them, including Abike's sisters who are Muslims, schooling in Sudan? Is he not an Igbo man? Is he not obedient? The person they will call IPOB, terrorist. Allen Onyema, is he not then they are waiting for, free of charge? Has Abike forgotten that when you insult one obedient, you insult all the rest of obedience? But that is I don't want to dwell on that anymore. Then this issue of Tinubu's health. Ordinarily, people should not be involved. Like the last speaker said, when you are above 40 or 50, I mean in medicine, that's what they call geriatric medicine. It's a branch, geriatric. So you can, in the old age, in clinical biochemistry, they say at the beginning of life and at the end of life, the protein level in an 86-year-old man who may be normal cannot be the same with somebody 26 years old. Same thing with albumin. So a lot of biomedical parameters will change. So old age, there is something. about it because we call it at the end of life. But in Tinubu's case, and I want to bring it down to Nigeria, we are talking from experience. We've had a president die in office, and they keep lying to us. Obasanjo say, Umoru, they say, he's fit and fiddle, he plays squash. Now, what happened? Not knowing that the man is terminally ill. I can understand that all of us are held. All of a sudden, you become a president tomorrow. And maybe, let's say, God forbid, heart attack strikes, and the person dies, or something like that. So you can, but this one is a terminal, it has associated terminal illness. It's been long standing with Yaradua, and they are peppering it. Yaradua in Nigeria, you become a president, the hill from Nathan. I don't want to repeat it. We all know what happened, and it's a shame. Taking budget to Saudi Arabia. When you go there, Ojo Madeko will go and come back, you won't see him as foreign minister. And he go with Dora Akonyere, cannot, Minister for Information, they can't bring information because of ill health. Somebody died. The day Yaradua was brought back in Abuja, they took the floodlight of Abuja airport was switched off so that they wouldn't know. Everything is smuggling. Now, I thought Nigeria would have learned a lesson from there. They did not. They brought in Buhari again. How many months Buhari spent abroad? Nigeria should have been calling. That's what they call the horsefly, and that's what they call the bee. In my culture, in my language, if a child is beaten by a bee, whenever he sees a horsefly, he runs away, thinking that is the bee. Nigeria should, from what happened to Yaradua, from what happened to Buhari, and now Tinubu, somebody is quite, there's nothing, somebody who raised his hand, and you see the PICC line. What else are you? Tinubu is sick. That's what we're saying. We should learn a lesson. Other countries can afford to have a sick person for the first time. We've had Yaradua die. We didn't learn a lesson. Buhari came. He was, all they show us is where he's watching Arsenal and Manchester United in London, that is recovering. There's some group of senators will take a first class seat in the aircraft. They want to go and see him. Sometimes he Saraki, Senate delegate. Is that what we want? And this is Buhari. And this is Tinubu again. We want to push him in. The person taking over is a terrorist because all they want to is Tinubu gets in there, swears in, president send him to London to go and be taking treatment. Unlike what happens, Buhari cannot hand over, cannot transmit power to what is the name? Oshibanjo, because maybe they didn't trust him. He's a Christian and everything. If Tinubu is sick, the next minute they will force him to transmit power to Kashim Shettima, and we know what is going to happen. So please, when we're discussing Tinubu's health, it's not because of tribe or whatever or anything. It's because out of experience as Nigerians, we've had a president die in office. They didn't disclose that he's sick. We've had a president for the greater part of his tenure spend it in hospital, in and out of hospital. Buhari will go to New York. From New York, they say, oh, he's going to London to see his physician. He will be coming back. What sort of country is that? And now we are having Tinubu again. Tinubu cannot stand on his own with people giving him at least 50 meters gap. They will surround him so that they'll be reminding him what to say. We've seen it happen. The stadium say, be a there, only you give him microphone. He won't coordinate. But when we say this thing, people will come here and they say, oh, no. This is more important than policy. What discussing Tinubu's health is far much more critical than about any discuss policy. Tinubu is not healthy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Femi, let me skip you. You have something you want to say? I want to go to Ismail. Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, I'll keep it short. So I just want to piggyback to something, just to clarify again, put certain things in context. Again, at the level of anything that has to do with even things like what Sudan is experiencing right now, it's a diplomacy thing, first of all. So irrespective of whether you have a Nigerian diaspora commission or not, it's on foreign affairs to foreign affairs, what's it called, the embassy to embassy level. So it still doesn't take away the fact that, like I explained earlier on, and listen to people like, and you know these two people, Professor Bolaji Akinterewa, the former guy in charge of a Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and Professor Bolaji Akinyemi. It's something I've listened to them explain. I didn't even need the explanation, because the Diaspora Commission was a child of necessity, knowing that, again, our foreign affairs is almost non-existent ministry as much as our embassies. And I still pick it back to what I said earlier. I mean, Doctor, you're right there in New York. You know how they treat us now, even we that we are here. So let's not even go there. So the Diaspora Commission again is central. It's just it has nothing to do with but anyway, even with the fact that she comes in, unfortunately, Abike Dabiri, I don't know what happened. I think it's Nigeria that happened on her too. She wasn't like this before she got this. I don't know what happened. So I just thought to put that in context. It's a diplomacy, it's an embassy to embassy, foreign affairs to foreign affairs thing. First of all, before any other thing.
By the way, I was looking online and I don't know. I mean, I went to Wikipedia. I was actually trying to find a reputable source, but apparently she was born to an Alhaji and Alhaja, so she's Muslim. So obviously, growing up, she may have been used to the Inshallah and just translated it to English. So some people have mannerisms when they speak or when they write. So I don't see any issue in that context with her mentioning at the end. But obviously, to every Nigerian who has experienced something bad happen because of being a Nigerian, the word by God's grace can be a little bit triggering because it represents people shying away from their responsibilities.
Thank you. Let's go to Isimele, but before you speak, Dominic, can you help me take charge, please?
I saw your text here.
Yeah. So I can talk to a guest. Okay, go ahead.
Any other topics you want to discuss, or we can?
Oh yeah, check your email. There's topics that I wrote down on.
Okay, I'll do so.
All right.
Ismiri.
Yeah.
Wait, who was Ismiri? I think this is the only new person here. Ismiri, go ahead.
Plus Paul too.
Paul, you came before early morning, and then you left again. You came back.
Nah, right, I'm new.
Ismiri, go ahead.
I'm still new too.
Paulo.
Ismiri,
okay.
go ahead. CM, now that our internet is working, you won't let us hear word. Ismiri, go ahead.
It depends. You know, like
CM, which one now? Hello, everyone. Hello, viewers, our beautiful viewers. Nice having you around. Please keep subscribing and keep liking, okay, so that we will keep showing up, right? Tinubu coming back from wherever he went to me, it's not a big deal. No one is born perfect. We definitely are humans. No one is completely. Even when you are 10 years, 20 years, 50, definitely there is bound to be health issues. Not to talk of someone of Tinubu's age as a father. I wouldn't have voted for him, but I can't keep judging him. He took a lot of punches when they were talking about his using his renal stuff with the wetting stuff. I think he's too far. We should treat one another as if we are the ones in that position. Maybe we judge too much. No one is perfect. I'm not saying he's a saint. Obi is not a saint either. You don't know how someone is going to perform until they assume that position. I like to be fair, regardless where you come from. Even if someone is going to kill me, I will stand on the right truth and speak it the way it is. Let's give him a chance. I was saying before the election that I keep saying he was talking and working as a president. been preparing himself for a long time. Peter Obi done his best. No one ever believed that he would go that far. Whatever happened, and the result came. If the obedience were able to have stopped Tinubu's announcement as the winner, perhaps, I don't know. For someone like Tinubu who had, imagine from little, you from a very long time, you've been wanting to rule Nigeria, and you guys know who Tinubu is. Somehow, he's a fighter. He's got that. You've got your dream, whether by a crook or hook. I'm not supporting crooked ways, but when I say he's smart, that's what I mean. You can be smart in a negative or positive way, but you've reached your destination. In Nigeria, everything goes how you reach there. But now, he's from the incumbent party. They are the ones ruling. They occupy the positions in the courts. That's why they say, if you don't like it, go to the courts. And now, he's been declared the winner, and he's holding on to it like this. How are you going to get that out from Tinubu? He's not a small fish, so you guys should, I don't know. Either maybe, if it didn't work out, that Obi didn't get it. Obi has tried. He's changed the dimensions. There is hope, I believe, and I want every Nigerian out there to begin to see one another as a family, that together we will grow. Divided, we will fall to pieces. As we are fighting and getting divided, external forces, not from the West. There are other African countries as well that are, they not actually want Nigeria to stand, because it's not easy to be the giant of Africa. You should be proud of where you come from. I don't wish any other African to fall, but we should all be together as one and watch each other's back. There is a lot of battle ahead for Africa. We are blessed. What are we doing to improve our environment, our society? I know in the past I'd condemned Tinubu and others, but there is time to move on somehow. So let's see what's going to happen to Obi. If he gets it, fine. If he doesn't, he should support Tinubu. If we can't get it out from Tinubu, we should let him rule and wish him all the best, regardless whether he's a very good person or not. We should wish that he does the best thing for the good things for people.
I have a question for you. 2 questions. What does it mean to support Tinubu, and what responsibility should we have?
Let me take it one at a time, please, because my brain is too busy, so I can only deal with one question at a time. Thank you. What does it mean to support Tinubu?
Support President Tinubu. Point of correction. I corrected myself. President Tinubu.
The president-elect. Okay. My own opinion is in the ways we voice out. I'm not trying to change the way people speak. If you're obedient, be obedient, but you can't just zoom in on everything, like his health and stuff like that. If he goes, we say, okay, he's not strong enough to rule us, but he's there now. How did he get there? Who put him there? He's there now. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's going to be the best thing, but he is there. How did he get there? He's there. What can we do? Why couldn't we stop him getting there? But he's there now. That's my point. So now that he's there, if the court doesn't go obedience way, then we should rally around him and do everything we can to make Nigeria a better place for everyone, a successful place. We can actually help the government by the way we portray Nigeria, the way we speak about Nigeria. We can't just keep picking on everything. He's won now. I'm not a Tinubu fan, and can't be, but I believe that he's got that victory in his hand, and he's not going to let it go. So what should we do? Keep shouting and all that. Let's see what happens.
Can I say something?
Please.
People will roast me. I'll give you. Wait.
Let me say
As long
something.
as you don't attack me.
Let's go to Paul.
Dominic, can I say something? 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Madam Lady, I don't know, you were supporting Obi.
Madam Lady.
Excuse me, Henry, please address me accordingly. I will not take any disrespect for any single human being.
There. I cannot see the name there. That's the problem.
Her name is Ismiri.
You can call me Ismiri. Don't call me Madam Lady, because am I a madam or lady? Which one am I? So please, before you come to me, make sure you have clean hands and be respectful. Otherwise, you're going to get the same thing you're going to give back to me, because I have it in quantum or quantum, whatever. Okay? Yes, I'll give you water.
Okay, let's leave that side. Meanwhile, you were talking about forgive him, work with him. Don't forget, presidency is not a family business, so it's Nigeria problem.
I know, yeah.
All Nigeria wants is better country, better government to go work for everybody. Were you saying we should work with him, work with somebody who's still election? Are you supporting criminality? Are you supporting criminality? He didn't win election? No. Have you forgotten so fast? Some Nigerians forget so fast. We support.
I haven't forgotten, my brother. All I'm saying is that how, like you now, you are in Europe, somewhere in Europe. How are you going to take that position from Tinubu? How? I know we should speak the truth. We are speaking it. We've been speaking it. You know, like the other time, someone mentioned that other countries in the West, they come on the social media, they present their technologies, how they go to the moon, how they go underground to go and dig the water wells and all that. But Africans are busy dancing, forgetting that dancing is therapeutic, dancing is cultural, is foundation. And when you dance in Africa, we dance means a lot of things.
To let Tinubu become president when he got the case is not, it did not win election. There's a proof that didn't win election. How can we forget so fast? We Nigerians are not.
We are not forgetting. We are not forgetting.
You
my
forgot
brother.
already because you.
I am not forgetting.
No,
I am not. How are you going to get that from him now? How can you take that from him?
Let me just say something, please, Ismiri. The truth is this, I think whether we like it. For me, I'll speak for myself. I don't, as I said, I like speaking for myself. It doesn't matter who sits on the throne. It doesn't matter if it's Obi or matters if it's Tinubu or Atiku. The most important is a person to do the right thing. Absolutely. I like your call. We need to support our nation. Tinubu stays there, Obi stays there, Atiku stays there.
That's all I'm trying to say.
It is good. Now, how do we support our nation? Most of us here, you may have your small money you want to get into Naira, then go for business in Nigeria. Those are the things we can do to support. Some of us may not have all the things in the world, but the point is that the government must make the enabling environment. Are they willing to do it? That is the first thing. One thing we always don't know, which is support, I will keep on saying, is constructive criticism. If you criticize somebody constructive, you want the person to be better. And that's why the only thing I want to beg APC, it's not about who sits on the throne. It's all about accepting what the person said. Okay, this is what you have said. This is what we are going to do about it. But the one thing I don't always like about the APC's forum is that they don't want anything. Once you say anything, no, you are an enemy of the state. No, that's not true. Most of us who want the country to be better. We want the country to prosper. No matter how it feels. Some people would say that after all, it doesn't affect me. The truth is that it affects all of us. So I think more about Nigeria more than when I was inside. I'll tell you the truth. Nigeria affects me now more than when I was inside. So that's why we keep on praying that God helps, everything gets better. That is just the truth about it.
Okay, someone said I should remove my glass. There you go, Mr. Rashid Zibili. Okay, so I'm trying to say the incumbent, a lot of people believe they are corrupt, but I believe that they are humans. Let's give them a chance. Let's begin to tell Tinubu and the incumbent or whosoever out there that is ready to listen the things we expect them to do for a better Nigeria. They may not listen, but you never know. You never know. Attacking all the times. I'm just saying we should just build the bridges, you know. People that you won't ordinarily smile with before begin to smile, begin to talk. We are one. I just don't want so much division. We are busy, you know, complaining all the times. Let's see. Tinubu might do something good. He's not going to be 100% bad. He's there. I wish him the best. I wish that he does the best for the whole of Nigeria. That would be my greatest joy. Yeah. So I hope he does something. But it's like you're saying someone who is bad may not do good. I don't believe that. I believe in giving people chances. That even someone who is a repentant someone from things people the society frown at might do one or two things that are good. So that's my own. I'm not speaking for everyone. No.
Repentant Boko Haram.
Really, I disagree with you.
Wait,
you're right to disagree, sister.
Mama, it's my turn. Mama, Emiloko. Mama, Emiloko.
Sign, and it's not a good message to the younger generation.
Sister, it's good to disagree in respect. I don't want to take anyone's voice, but this is my voice. Like when people have children, the children cannot all be the same. And fingers are not equal, and no one knows it all. Some might be blowing hot and someone cold. The one in the middle doesn't mean that they are stupid. So this is my voice. As I like to respect others, I don't want my voice taken away from me. I believe I can blow hot, but it's time to make peace. I can't keep going like hot all the time. That is me. Everyone, you are different, and I'm not going to judge you. If you say something I agree with it. But if I disagree, I'm not going to hold you on your balls and say you must agree to mine. That's why we are different, and our difference is our uniqueness, and it's fantastic and makes the world a better place. That's my voice.
Let me just do a quick reset before we continue the conversation. I've been listening to Ismiri for the last 5 minutes. At the end of the day, like, this is a place where people come to share your opinion, and you don't want to live in an echo chamber. You don't want to live in a bubble. You also want to hear what other Nigerians have to say. People deal with grief or bad situations in different ways. Some people are more of like, I need my peace of mind. I need to get with the flow. Some people are like, no, this is not what we want. We're going to fight. Here is what I'm hearing Ismiri say, and I'm not mansplaining anything. I'm not trying to re-explain what you said. Here's my understanding of what you're saying, and maybe this will help us generate more questions to talk about. What I'm getting at this point is whether or not this guy got in through an illegal means or legal means. The way the Nigerian process is, the court process, it is almost inevitable that Tinubu is going to be sworn in. That is number one. The second point is this court process is going to take a very long time. It's going to bring rancor and division. That's understandable. But that doesn't mean that you should not seek for justice. But while you're seeking for justice, the country has to run. Because when certain machineries of the country is not running, people die. Right? And so at what point would you keep pushing for your candidate to be sworn in, let's say Obi or Kwankwaso, versus doing what you can as a citizen, even though you don't believe the president is legal, do what you should do as a citizen to make sure the country is running so that people who may die when things are messed up can live. So there gets to a point where you have to find a balance between I'm not going to support this government versus whatever resource or talents I have. Even though I don't believe in this guy being the president, I'm still going to put it out there, support this government in whatever way to make sure that people who may die live. So, elections come and go. There's a lot of rancor. There's a lot of division. That is what I believe you're saying. I may stand corrected. That may not be what you're saying.
Absolutely. You got it right.
But that is what I am saying. That is what I understand. Now, there's also another version from the comments where people are saying you have been abadorized or whatever.
I can never be abadorized. I grew up in the village where I was climbing trees with the squirrels and everything, farming, carrying water on my head. I'm a village champion. Don't mind this, my color. I grew up in the village. So
that is
I
what I
cannot be abadorized. But I believe in justice, I believe in justice.
Okay, so I think it's my turn, Nabi.
Please. Paul is marginalized. Paul is marginalized. Let
Paul
Paul
was there early
speak.
in the morning. And
Paul is
Yes,
marginalized.
CM,
this is
you
Paul's
remind me one thing.
this is Paul's second missionary journey. But I did a research so that we can sort of get a sense of where this meeting will be going. I don't care much about what people are saying, but Paul, this is a I'll skip you and go to Lexi because Lexi hasn't talked yet today.
Hey, really marginalized. Oh, see my life.
You've been here in the morning, correct?
I've been here now. Alexis is not here. Why will you judge it? Why will you judge it like that? You understand?
Because guess what?
I've been working in a company for 10 years and they pay me $15 minimum wage. And you want Alexis to also earn $15. And you feel you are not holding me down for 10 years, no increment.
I'll give you 2 minutes, Paul.
Think about it now.
I'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead. People join you and come back multiple times. Go ahead. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I like what Isimili said. But what if Isimili said, I see it in the US and sometimes it's funny. From my name, you know my religion to some extent. My name is Paul. I'll tell you, Paul is a pure Christian name. I see the African Americans, good percentage of them are not Christians, good percentage of them are very good Christians. But when I see whenever the system deals with them very well, they're quick to forgive. And guess what? History remains the same. You see a white person, something will happen to him. Maybe somebody did something to that white person's parents. For 10 years, they put that person in death sentence. They are protesting every time that they can't wait for them to end that person so that they can have peace of mind. This is how they reason. They are extremists. They might be extremely good or they might be extremely bad. But I see my black people, we are in between. We're quick to forgive. And the system remains the same. Like Jimmy Agbaje will say, he said it is the same of the same. But we see the other part that they don't forgive and they don't get those type of judgment, those type of justice. You understand? Because they understand that immediately the thing happens, two people will stand on your side, they take you to church, you cry, then you forgive. Then tomorrow we'll see the same thing again. So sometimes I don't really think I see that thing when we're in school back in the days, many years, you do certain things, they say they're going to put your name on black book. Though it never happened. But in the West, I see it here. Where you commit one small thing, you have felony, you go to prison for 10 years, come out of prison, you still have that same felony for 7 to 10 years in your record, you still cannot get good job. You understand? And that sends a signal across for the next person not to make the mistake. Sometimes you see us, we quick to stereotype, we cause some of these people here. Do you know why? We make all those mistakes back then when we were home, but the system did not judge us. So when we came here and see system in place, we try as much as possible not to make that mistake. That's why it is easy for us to stereotype and to cause. And if you take those type of things to leadership, then what are we asking for system? When we can quick to switch and say, I forgive you, just let them go and everything. I don't think that works very well. I want to disagree with that. If there's a system in place, there is a purpose why there is a system in place. Let us judge you based on accountability. Let's not let the system not work because we just want things to roll. So I would disagree. Then quickly, let me talk about the Diaspora Commission. Abike Dabiri has been doing a great job back in the days where she works in NTA with this Tova series, I can't remember now, before she dabbled into politics. And she keeps fighting for the voiceless. She started with a very good work. So she keeps fighting and fighting and fighting. This, when the embassies fail us, the consulate fail us, Abike Dabiri represents that individual Nigeria in the diaspora. And she keeps fighting for that thing. And every one of us appreciate her, not until the system also consumes her. So instead of her to fight, she starts defending, she starts explaining, she starts making nonsense of what she's been fighting for. I traveled to New York, I booked in an hotel. Every one of us knows time to check out in the hotel. You check out 10 or 11 a.m. in the morning. And I have 9 o'clock appointment at the Nigerian embassy in New York. What do? I checked out of the hotel, got to the embassy. They say, system, oh, our system is down and every other thing. And I asked the director there, can you give me a place to stay? Because I already checked out of my hotel. I don't have a place. If I'm here for refugee or anything, this is the place that is supposed to protect me as a Nigerian. Oh, they say you can understand. I don't have no money. Do you want me to go sleep in the streets? Coming from Arizona to New York is 5 hours, 25 minutes flight. That's like Lagos to Italy. You know, I don't have no family here. What do I do? So you get a system where people will explain. You cannot tell me that Nigerian embassy cannot house me even when they fail me. This is the same thing Abike Dabere is doing. She is just like a parastatal in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She represents that individual Nigeria who is having problem in the diaspora. You understand? They take that individual problem probably to the Ministry of External Affairs. So I think she failed on this one. So this is my take. Let me run again. I'm very busy working. Thank you.
Unfortunately, Lexi bowed out. Lexi, if you can hear me, please, you can come back again.
Can I just clear myself, please, before because these things are going to be on the internet for a very long time for the sake of history, please. I'll be brief. I'm not saying we should forgive. Everyone can act the way they want to. I'm not here to control behaviors and minds. I'm just saying now we are where we are at. We should do everything humanly possible to make sure we support Nigeria in whichever way than tearing it down. There is good in Nigeria. I see it. That's me. Tinubu may not be the best person due to some physiological things that many have voiced out, but no one knows when anyone will actually go. So now that he's there, and let's wait for the court judgment. If Obi gets in, fine. If he gets in, we support him. Whoever that is going to be sitting there, they are there. All we can keep, fighting, shouting, and saying, "Oh, we won't forgive." What are you forgiving, and what are you not forgiving? We have to be diplomatic and support Nigeria in whichever way we can, and still speak the truth. That's my correction of what
you can support the presidency. You don't necessarily have to support whatever culture is going on there.
Yeah,
the presidency.
I think I will understand that submission after the court hearing. But not having heard the court and we are coming with this kind of submission, it is happening, it's heartbreaking. It means we are not putting into consideration the blood of the innocent that has...
Mama, this is my voice. Don't shut me down.
I'm not shutting you down.
I respect you a lot. Do not shout me down.
I didn't
what you do to not to do to others, don't do it to me. Lie. Please don't let me show myself. I'm trying to represent my brand. Don't push me. No. I said no. This is my voice. Don't do this before you start.
I didn't take your voice. I only said I will understand this your submission after the court hearing.
You started talking about the blood. I don't like blood,
I said the blood of the innocent are not being put into consideration when we are jumping to this conclusion.
How do you know I don't put the blood of the innocent? Do you know how many members of my family that do you want me to start telling you my life?
CM here lost a loved one.
Wait.
And we are here looking at him.
Do you know who I lost? Have I told you?
Then wait
come here to tell you. But this is how I deal with my own stuff, and this is my voice. But you can the blood of innocent, this, and before you know it,
yes, I will speak it. If you have issue with that, then that is your business.
As long as you don't swear at me and curse me, that's fine. Speak out, please. Thank you.
Both of you out. I don't have the same patience like Rudolph. I'll kick both of you out.
You can, and you must kick 2 of us.
Actually, I did not do that. I think Rudolph is in the background, so you can always do. I did not kick both of them out.
Okay, you didn't, but it's better you kick both of them out anyways. Trust me.
I don't know who. Anyway,
I say something?
I understand Ismail's point, which is I knew this was coming, which is why I wanted to reset and set the stage and talk about some of the reasons why you may not support a particular government, corrupt, depends on who you're talking to, coming in, you can still be able to support and make sure at least the country is running. That's my understanding of what Ismail said. My HO comes back and she is not happy with that. The point I was trying to make before both of them got kicked out was the court case is going to take forever. And so it is not unreasonable for someone to say, somehow we have to have the country working so that at least people who may die still are able to stay alive. Remember, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which country you're in. It doesn't matter how corrupt the government is. If a government is in power and has the reins and the machinery of making a country run, you still need some sort of buy-in from the citizens. Which is what I was trying to mention. So, Mama Echo and it's me. I didn't kick both of you out.
Dominic,
obviously,
I disagree with you. The court case will not last forever.
Mama,
this is how
Mama,
you
wait.
people started.
Mama, wait.
No, let me finish.
You understand that people have a right to share their opinion.
I am not saying, listen, don't misjudge me. I'm only saying we can come to this kind of conclusion after the court case. But when the court has not, please, electricity, stay your own. No. You drive me come out from all my policy, I live at Fona. So now carry and come here. I won't take it from you. Did you understand? Don't. You drop me out of all my policies. I live there for you. So don't pick that.
Mama Echo, I'm giving you a hug now, okay?
Make your point and continue. So
let's leave that.
I beg. Thank you.
Don't fucking bring that nonsense. You did in all our policies.
Madam Echo, make your point. Leave it alone. Make your point so that others will speak.
We don't cuss out here. We don't do personal attacks.
They tell you to mention you. Tell you to keep quiet.
Let us speak. Let Mama Echo speak.
Mama,
come on.
I please. We're not here to cuss anybody.
Tell him. Make him stay in lane. Make I stay in my lane.
Please.
If he stay in lane, he not cross road. But if he cross road, he go get and hot. Because he did it in all our politics. You got this, or you come here, come do the same thing. It's not going to happen. Have you ever seen me in your own policy since? No, I don't go to where they celebrate me. I go to where they celebrate me.
What did I miss? I must have missed some. What did the electricity do?
Mama Echo, no verse. Calm down, no verse. We are one now.
Allow to speak.
Mama Echo, we are one. Come on, let's hug now. You know we've because we want Nigeria to be better, so let's hug now. I don't bear grudges. Okay, so you be my sister, so I hug you, whether you accept it or not.
Mama Echo loves the country more than you do. That's why she feel passionate about it.
Yeah.
Always know that some people are still weeping over the loss of their loved one. Always. Some people are in the hospital, disabled like me, because of what? They went to vote. Let us not forget these facts. Our submission can come at the end of the court case. I'm not going to fight the court case. But the truth, let us always know that people are still sharing tears for going out to vote. Let us not forget that. Let us not ever forget that. Anyone that speaks and not remembering that some Igbos lost their shop in Lagos, their source of livelihood. Why? Because they are Igbo who chooses to vote for a candidate of their choice. And as me and you are talking, they don't have a way to feed their wives. They don't have a way to feed their children. They don't have a way of sending their children to school. So now they are in square one. Will they listen to us like this and they will clap? No. Let us not forget that. If us that are here loses our job as a result of this election, we won't be here. Those who have a house would have been thinking of foreclosure right now. The apartment would have given you a quick notice to be on the street and become homeless. Some of our people are homeless as a result of this election. So never forget that when we are making our submission. I did not lose anyone dear to me as a blood. But every blood that was lost, they are dear to me. So nobody should ever look at me in my face and tell me when the judgment has not taken place that let's move on. We will only move on when the judgment takes place. Whether this way or not, but let the court,
thank you, Mama,
which is the hope of the common man, decide this.
Thank you, Mama. I don't envy Rudolph's job at all. And I'm not making light of what you have said, because there's a lot of things you have to balance out. The one theme I always see when tempers flare up in this group is that person A expresses an opinion. Person B thinks that person A does not have any respect or doesn't take into account or doesn't share the pain of what is happening in Nigeria or wherever else. That is the point I was trying to put across. I am not a big fan of let us move on. But I also want to point out that if someone mentions and says, somehow we have to have the country moving forward, rather than waiting for a court case to conclude because the country still has to run, I don't want someone else to think that person does not have the interest of Nigeria at heart, or criticize that person as if that person has not suffered things in Nigeria or doesn't have someone who has died in Nigeria because of what is going on. I don't want also to make an assumption. I apologize if this is not what's happening, but Mama Etra, I felt like in a way what you were trying to say is that Ismail does not have someone who suffered through the elections, which is what I was trying to. Which is why I was trying to prevent this temper from flaring.
That's not my message.
Okay.
That's not my message. My message is the fact that we don't have to throw the towel when the court has not made that pronouncement.
But you do know that court cases take a long time and the country still has to run.
This one, you not go be so. You not go be so.
Just saying doesn't mean it will happen. That's what you're wishing.
Hello, JB, they say we not get structure. Everything they said, did it come to pass? So this one will not be different. This very one will not be different from everything they said we cannot. Everything they said we cannot, we become. My children are smart and intelligent. And some of them, they will be representing the voice or the voiceless in this case. So they are not dumb, they are not stupid, they know the right thing to do. So let us not underrate what they can do.
All right. Thank you, Mama. I understand your passion, and I support. I like when you're passionate, but I think every once in a while, I do want us to, proceed with a little bit of caution, because when you are very passionate, sometimes you can say words which Rudolph doesn't quite agree with, and I'm here to represent Rudolph. So
I don't intend to say words that
we forgive you for
that. Does not, but people should not push me. Don't, because somebody is
no one. Let me say, I'm trying to make peace now, because me, I always love peace, no matter how hot.
I have to invest with you. I don't talk. I don't talk and finish.
I know. You said no. I know if invest for you now because we won, but I always
the same. But the thing is, say when we use this our language, make we know say it they pinch somebody.
Wait, so I'm only trying to say that every voice matters.
There is a mother out there that loses her only child in this process.
You don't even know if I lost someone, just because I'm not coming here to punch at this thing, because I can't come here and be showing my aggression any of you, because it's not you that that made any member of my family to suffer that. I'm sure Nigeria has happened to all of us, but people deal with situations differently. But every voice must be heard. That's all I'm saying. No voice should be shut down. Even when someone is talking something stupid, it may not seem to make sense, but actually it could be sensible in the next 5-10 years when you revisit this.
The truth is this, my sister. I went to Ale's show yesterday. Everybody said they didn't agree with me. I said, correct. That is your right. I didn't fault them. Acknowledge the fact that that is their right. You want to agree with me? I say correct. That is your right. So that I disagree with you does not mean it's not your right. And that is the picture. So people should not misunderstand me and interpret what I didn't mean in my face, and you expect me to take it. No. I am still alive. I'm still here.
I still love you, Sha, regardless. So let's move on. Thank you.
More.
May I come in?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Make-
I see a lot of new
make we-
faces, and sometimes I can't be able to tell someone.
Can I
Make
speak?
we clap for them. They've made peace.
Can
Make
I-
we clap for them.
Can I
Thank
speak?
you, Slam. A couple of new people came in. Henry, you've been here before, but Ike is new. Paul Jose, I kept kicking you out because you weren't showing your face. So I have nothing personal against you. Ike, welcome to the show.
I don't understand. What about electric? What about myself? Abi.
Oh, my apologies, Ike. I missed the two of the gentlemen above. Who came first?
Let's go first.
Electricity or Loco P? Who came first?
Electric.
I think he came before me. No, he came before me.
I came before you, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
You were I saw you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. I wanted to address Dr. Dominic. Sorry, not you. Dr. Damages. You understand? Just because of to avoid this, every time talk, argue solution, argue tempers, flare, and all that stuff. I think to some extent, I think we should try and stop this, complaining for some times, and let's look for one thing and act on, whatever it is, just something, because we come here every time. I said it the last time myself, forefathers, and show we were on. They're like, we come here talking, they this thing, Buhari this one today, Tinubu this tomorrow, Shettima this, we're like, who cares? They be doing it, and where is it taking us to? Discussing this, complaining and this and that. So I think we should stop. Just put a stop on all this complaining, and let's look for something, anything, whatever it is, something just starts. If it's a movement, any suggestion we can start acting on, you understand? Like what one other guy, IT guy that came there and Sam, he said, if we Nigeria have 99 problems, if we can only solve one, it's something. It's no longer 99 anymore. It's no longer 100 anymore. So I think we should start thinking of something to push, so that those in Nigeria will also embark upon, like me. I told this for the other time. I think we should start with something like, diaspora votes should be a thing in Nigeria. At least if we should start pushing it now. I know they've done it before and they threw it out in the House of Assembly, and even I think the Senate, they threw it out. I think we should start with that. There's people diaspora coming together and give these people pressure. Even if they defeat us, we come back again, give them pressure, and we just do this thing. That the forefathers also said something like medical tourism for our politicians, which I like. That would be difficult because by law you can't stop anybody from traveling for medical or whatever. You understand? But he said that, but I think we should start something. All this complaining, so we should avoid all this, tempers flying, people misinterpreting each other or misquoting each other, not understanding each other. So start with that, so that let's know that is a bandwagon that everybody can move on, and to start making effects in Nigeria instead of coming here every day. We talk. They are listening in Nigeria, but I know, but let's start something, push, before you know it, you never can tell support we can get, or everybody keen into this positivity we want to push in to change Nigeria, and and that's just what I wanted to say. I wanted to say it in Dr. Damage, so that I'll hold him responsible, so we can start something, then he can push the message around.
Listening. You will always go back and listen to this.
Yeah, because in moments I just signing in, you were just leaving. I'm like, come on. So I just hope babies at the background listening, so we can I wanted to tell him face to face, come, enough of this talking. Let's act. Solutions. We brilliant minds come here. I've listened to everybody here years back and all that. We have brilliant minds coming here discussing. We all have one goal: make Nigeria better. So let's just look for something to start with, one thing, and everybody rally behind that thing, then push it, spread the message across the world, Africa, Nigeria, then I mean, let's start doing something, because these politicians, I think they are bent on, don't even want to do anything at all. I don't think they are having any force, against them. That's why they're having free will, doing whatever they want to do, like that. Look at what happened in Sudan. It's a mess now. Come on, we not even learn from Ukraine. Now we haven't seen Sudan. Like, which kind of witchcraft they do also in Nigeria. So we are having good opinions about changing the country. I think we should just start something, do something, anything, whatever it is, as far as it's positive, whatever, no matter how small. Let's do it. Put pressure behind it, finance or whatever, rally behind that stuff, and push it, and let's start, so that we'll start seeing, positive impact, not just by talking, but by action. That's just what I want to say.
Oh, thank you so much, Luke.
Please, Dominic, anytime, please, just anytime you want to bring in somebody, you can take me to backstage. That's what I want to say.
I can always take you backstage. Many people keep wanting to join.
I'm about to leave me right now.
Anytime you feel that you want to bring in somebody, you can take me to backstage.
Sorry.
But remember to bring me
Before
in
the
again.
gentleman leaves, don't leave yet, please.
I may not be in the background. He may end up leaving. I don't know.
Is it me?
Yeah. Can you hold on first, please?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Please. Thank you. Because I want to buttress what you just said. Okay. But before I buttress it, let me address Isi. I'm not pronouncing your name. Forgive me if I pronounce it.
Isi Miyaki. You can call it Isi in London. Isi Miyaki. I don't know.
Oh no. I'm not.
I beg.
No. I want to commend her. No, I want to commend her for standing up for herself, for not allowing her voice to be shut down. I'm commending her. It's a commendation.
You're a troublemaker.
No, there's nothing wrong. Can you allow me to speak?
Continue with you.
I'm not a troublemaker. Please. If I commend somebody, it's a commendation. Okay. An allegation was made that I made Mama H.O. to be kicked out of your politics. That is incorrect. The things are on record. You see, this is a live program will be played 50 years time to come. So I can tell you to go and watch it. So I have a right to defend myself when an allegation is made against me. If I'm not here, it's a different thing. So that allegation is incorrect, is false, and I say it for the record. So you can go watch it. I don't own the channel. Ovie owns the channel. So
wait, what allegation are you talking about?
What? Now she made an allegation that I made.
That's by the way. Go ahead.
Exactly.
No, it's not by the way. Don't make an allegation against me. Expect me to shut my mouth. I finished that one anyway.
No, I don't know what the issue is about, but I was about to delve in and I see that it's a Pandora box. So
continue.
Can I speak?
Continue. Mr. Electricity. Continue. You don't pay my bill, so your fucking nonsense will never pay my bill.
Okay, ma'am, this is the second time
look at the language. Look at the language you allow for somebody to use.
Go on, please. Don't worry. No worry. I'm mentioning our person.
I don't want us.
Okay. Anyway, you raised an important point that we should find something to move on, something positive, because we spend hours on channels, on stations and this and that. And I've held on to the argument that not until we return back to our constitution, we ain't going to make way forward. I have started something on my own, because not until the citizens start to hold the legislators accountable, I use the word legislators, in our constituency, section 110, subsection A and B, before we start to see a change. This is the message that we should be preaching. I'm highlighting your point. This is the message we should preach to the citizens. I keep saying we're back against the wrong tree. We put the cart before the horse. CM will not agree with the Constitution because he never likes the Constitution, which I understand. But as long as we disregard this issue of the Constitution, we will not move forward. Now, Buhari came up, says it should be forgiven. I believe in forgiveness, but I also believe that justice also should be served. The question is, what is he asking forgiveness for? Can he highlight? Now, section 143 of the Constitution talks about gross misconduct of the president. Did he commit an act of gross misconduct as such as asking for forgiveness? If so, let's follow the rule of the law. What should be served to somebody, to a president who commits an act of gross misconduct? I believe in forgiveness, but I believe also justice must also be served appropriately where it is concerned. So, in buttressing what you said, we need to move on. Yes, the judgment is still around the corner. It doesn't mean that because even if Peter Obi wins the case, I still say the same thing I'm still saying is the same thing I will say to tomorrow. When they said the Labour Party do not have a structure, actually, I went back to actually revisit that again. If you look at the amount of those in House of Rep and this and that, if a bill comes on the floor now and to vote on it, the APC has more candidates than any other party, meaning that if they want to shut down that bill, they will shut down bill. If they want to improve, make the bill motion to go ahead, they will make the motion to go ahead. That is the structure there, and that is what we should focus on. However, in the context of Nigeria as a whole, the situation there affects everybody. I don't like coming here telling my personal story of how many people have died. I think I've said it before. I have lost a child that was injected by a nurse, which shouldn't have been. That is Nigeria happening. So when somebody comes and talk about blood, this and that, let me say this, and I will say this openly. I've told Dr. Damage this, so it's not something I won't say again. If you don't learn to maintain the integrity of your channel, certain people will pull it down. Take it or leave it. I have a channel I run. People come there, and I control it, whether they like it or not. Anybody can go and open YouTube channel. It's free of charge. You don't pay nothing for it. But if you don't respect the integrity of my channel, I take you down because I am a solution finder. I don't go about shouting this and that. No. So what this man said is, I'm buttressing. Let's change the narrative. It has to be changed. And that is start to invoke section 110 subsection A and B. Many people will disagree that the constitution is a fraud. Some people have said our constitution is a fraud, but they don't have evidence. That is what they are using to argue in respect to Peter Obi and INEC and Tinubu. That is how we can change the system. The recent case between Dominion and Fox News is because they are protecting their democracy. If Fox News had won that case, do you imagine what will happen? For us to get there, we have to start to text the Constitution. Let's keep texting it until we're going to get it right. That is the only way we can get it right. Even if somebody says, let's tear out the Constitution, you bring a new one, it still will be tested in the court of law. Because why? That is what Constitution is all about. You never get it right. Not in a lifetime. Until the world comes to an end, you can never get a constitution. It's always amended. There's a continuous amendment in it. Let's change the narrative.
I'll tell you this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, please.
Just a rejoinder.
See, just for the Nigerian constitution, right? I don't see problem with the Nigerian constitution because even if you make it perfect, it's still going to be followed by humans. If humans want to be orderly, conduct themselves, or disorderly conduct themselves, if humans want to break the law, in America they have perfect constitution. People still break the law. Politicians still break the law. You understand? So I'm not talking about constitution or whatever, or you're talking about Nigerians in at home should hold their elected officials accountable. See, look, politicians have succeeded in using hunger, poverty, want, scarcity as they've turned it to a weapon. You understand? And these have turned many Nigerians' head. They can't even think straight anymore. All they see is you want to give them money. They don't care. Throw all the laws into the bush and take the money. You know what I'm saying? So saying that they want to hold their leaders accountable, by the time they hold their leaders accountable and the leaders bring money, what do you expect them to do? They'll take the money and shut their mouth up. So change the orientation is different. So what I'm trying to say is, if we have anything that we can push, because they say sin is believing, right? People, the people that became obedient today, It started from a small group of persons, right? Before you know, it metamorphosed to a large millions of Nigerians coming because they saw what was on ground. They didn't even wait to be told. They saw that this movement was going, and like, oh, this movement, I think this movement is going to bring something. It comes, and people caved in. So, like I said, so if we use something like that model, and get something, start something going, you understand? You don't even have to speak. People will see and just came because everybody wants the best for Nigeria. Do you get my point? So coming here and talking this and that. Look, my brother, we have the whole solutions in the best in this world that can change Nigeria, but it's not working. We've done this for years. It's not working. Why? Because we are not doing anything. Let's start something visible, something tangible we can see. Then everybody with positive minds put their strength and backing on it, and people will key in. You understand? Because going to Nigeria, my brother, so far the Nigeria hunger day, which they one corner, Amber they one corner. Everybody just hungry. So if you are talking change orientation, they will tell you now orientation where I want change, now I want feed my belly. You understand? So leave about that. Let's do something. Leave them alone. Let's do something. Let's push that narrative. They will see it themselves and key in. Nobody will tell them. They will just key because they will be able to project the future of what we are pushing, what we're going to get, what we're going to achieve. If it's going to be on their own betterment, their own benefit, they will key in themselves. Nobody will tell them. Instead, if you stress yourself, Nigeria, which too many for them, they're not going to hear what because hungry plenty. That's why I said, let's just start something. Trust me. And Doctor, thank God you are back. So because I wanted to tell you personally so that we can start this because I'm tired of talking, bringing solutions, discussing negativity in Nigeria because we will not see the end. Every day, like I think Ungozika, she was saying, okay, she can't wait for Tinubu to start with all the gifts, giving us kids. How long are we going to be coming here and discussing, talking, and still get worse in Nigeria? We won't going to see more. So that's why I said, like, I'm going to open up, let's start something, whatever it is. If it's something that will put pressure in the Nigerian embassy overseas, or put pressure in Nigeria, whatever commission then back home, so that at least everybody in Nigeria will key into what we are doing as we are fighting over here overseas. They are also putting pressure in Nigeria. You understand? That's just for me anyway.
Thanks for coming back. I'm going to say something real quick, but before I do that, let me give you the order of people who are supposed to speak.
Ike.
So Ike.
Yeah.
Ike,
Can I speak now?
Not yet, Ike. After Ike, there is
the man on turtleneck.
Man on turtleneck, correct? And then the young lady that left. That
no, man on turtleneck. I'm not man on turtleneck. I will, doctor. I will give you name. I will change your. I'm going to change. No. Wait.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Let me explain something. When you are doing these controls, sometimes it's hard to see names. I have to scroll through.
Yeah, names are not displayed.
You don't see what I'm saying. I have to scroll. I was going to
Rudolph, it's your fault. There's no name there. There's no name there, Rudolph.
Names are not displayed.
So, Ike, Matt, correct. After Ike, there's Matt, and after Matt, there's Ify. After Ify, there's Ikolala. Henry has spoken before. And after Ikolala,
that was long time. That was long time.
Sure, CM is in the bag and he wants to come in. So I'm actually going to speak for about a minute, and then I'm going to head out, and then you can come back in if you want to talk.
Okay, let me go out for CM to come in. Let me go out for CM.
I have to head out now. But
let me go out for CM.
Here's what I want to say. What I want to say is this: this platform, I actually think it's very important in keeping us engaged about Nigeria, and I understand what you're saying. You want to proper solutions and have people discuss, and hopefully you can be able to implement this. But I will say this: all these platforms that you see, Dr. Damages, what's her name again? Our dear friend Rudolph.
Who?
Adeola.
These
are platforms that, even though there may be a bit of negativity, there's also positivity. All these platforms, imagine, I don't know how many there are on YouTube. All of them engage us Nigerians. Yeah, I've been here for many, many years, right? It doesn't mean I don't want to go back home. All these things engage us. This is how I find some level of connection to Nigeria. Obviously, I watch Arise News every morning before I go to work.
Yeah.
These things engage us. So I will say, even though they may not see that solution very explicitly, the fact that we're engaging ourselves and still want to be part of the process is, in fact, a right step towards solution. Because you can only,
I agree.
only have people go to solve things in Nigeria if you can still engage them. In I've seen other gentle people who've lived in Nigeria many years. They come here and they're like, "Screw Nigeria, I don't want to come back." You have to find some way to engage them in conversation. So I think the first step, at least, is engaging people. And so I wouldn't outrightly throw out and say, these platforms are all about.
No, I'm not. No.
I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I'm saying the fact
I'm like
that
just one step ahead of discussion. Just one step ahead.
I'm just trying to say, even the fact that we're engaging in this conversation, sharing ideas. Yes, we criticize. At the end of the day, you want a democracy that's strong, which means you have to find a balance and have people, push against, corruption. Because I think for far too long, what we've been doing in Nigeria is condoning things. And so I think now, I would say since Shawara was the advent of the time when Nigerians are now starting to be stronger and voice their opinion. Yeah, it may seem like a lot of negativity, but this is a little bit too late. For 40, 50 years, we didn't have that. And then in the last 10 years, with the advent of the internet, 10, 15 years, Shawara leading the charge. There's been a lot of platforms. People are now criticizing the government. There's Twitter, which is why the government wanted to do an internet bill to block things. So yes, it may seem like a lot of negativity, but I'm glad that we have this, because somehow you have to put pressure on Nigerian government. They are a shameless set of elites, and the only thing that they respond to is shame. That is why you always see them on the internet trying to cover their ASS. I didn't want to say the word because I use that word.
Yeah.
That is why these platforms are important. I will never shut it down. Rudolph, I don't know when I'll come back next, but we'll keep talking.
Thank you so much, Dominic.
All right, everyone, take care.
Okay. Did anything happen while I was out?
No, nothing happened.
Something happened. And
Mama Echo is in the background. I beg, make
this way. You cannot continue to be afraid of somebody, please. Something happened, Rudolph.
I'm not blocking you, so you can come back. And,
something happened.
CM can come back, and Femi is in the background.
Rudolph heard everything was going on. You don't need to repeat again.
Exactly.
Rudolph heard everything.
He said Rudolph saw everything. So
plenty happen. We don't settle. We're not agree settle. Now that's sabi.
All right, so let me start by addressing what electricity. No, let me start with local. So let me tell you this story. Something that actually happened. I don't know many of you here know Nigeria World. So when it started, we were part of the people that were operating inside the message board, something like this, a platform.
Nigeria World or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Nigeria World. So the message board is exactly like this. People come in there and make comments, but instead of video, it's just your comments.
Okay.
And we did it for many years. And people express exactly the same opinion you're expressing, that we've been here talking about Nigeria, nothing is changing, and we should do more. So someone decided to form what they call the Nigerian Leadership Foundation. And we took it out platform, and it became an organization of people who wanted to beyond just talking. So why am I saying this? I'm saying that I agree with you, what you are proposing. What I would recommend is, if there are people on the platform who are interested in being part of it, you can talk to them and begin the process. When it gets to the point that you want to come here and talk about it, we can invite you, make you explain that to us, and people can join, people who are interested in that. But I think that we are not going to, I think every organizational group or even a platform like this has a role that it is playing. And I think your idea coming from being here is a good idea. It's something that I encourage. Okay, but I think you have to lead. You have to map out what you want to do and how.
The little thing my own idea was I think the last time I said it, the last time I was here on the platform. I think, but you've gone that time. We just made myself, forefathers, Shaw, and a couple of others were still online that they were live that day. So I said
I was here.
Oh, you was there, So I was like, something. I was maybe starting with this diaspora voting. I know yes, they've kicked it out before, but at least they kick it out several times. Doesn't mean we should stop pushing it. Pressure, persistence, will definitely lead to victory one day.
All right.
So like if you do like something like diaspora
Look,
voting,
it's not something we can discuss on this.
I'm just throwing the insight of
it's a
what
good thing. What you can do is maybe you can share your contacts. So anybody who wants to be part of that group will join you, and then when there's something to share with the public, the world out there, you can come up and share it.
No, Lily.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So we did that. I think you can always do that. So my friend Electricity has said something very important, which is the issue of language that people use and how people operate here. So it's about a year and maybe a month that we started this platform. And I've learned a lot from the whole process and what happens. The initial idea was that this is not there shouldn't be any rules, guideline. People just come and have their say. Obviously, we know that it's not it's not going to continue that way. There has to be some guidelines. And like I mentioned, we are working on it. Not we. I gave it out to some people. I wanted something independent, not my own view. But I think it's been taking a long time. Hopefully by next Saturday, we should have something. There has to be a little bit of guidelines. But my goal.
You said April before.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I know it's not my fault.
No problem. Just
you're not paying people. If I put you in the panel now, if you want, I can add you to the. I'm not paying them.
So you put me there. It's free. No, it's free.
I'm not paying them. So whatever they come, but I'm putting pressure on them. We have to have, even if it's 2 things now, that shouldn't be happening. Otherwise, people are writing me complaining, like what happened a few minutes ago. A lot of people were writing me, sending me emails. Remember, they are old people, they are young kids who are watching this. It's not just us. It's not just these 10 people you are seeing here. And sometimes some parents will take their kids out from, especially people using some words. I don't know why. I thought that I assumed a lot, when you are on NPR. I think my whole concept is this is like public radio, there are some expressions you can use. There's something, even a typical TV you see anywhere in the world you are. They don't speak like you speak at home or to your friends. So I was thinking that's normal. People will know that when you are, it's just like, some people dress up to go to Walmart. If you're going to church, you dress up. If you're coming to a public platform, you think about how you are going to use the language you're going to use. I assume that. But I think it's so relaxed that people think, you can talk the way you talk at home and things like that. Anyway, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I'm sorry that it hasn't happened. I don't like restricting people. I don't like that, especially something like this, a platform like this that is have your say. It's for you. Because, you decide to come here, you should be free to say what you want to say. But we have to do that so that we can sanitize things for people that are watching at home, for the kids, for the old people, and for some people who are, there are some pastors, people who may find certain things objectionable. And I think we should make it as safe as possible for more people to watch. So I hear everybody. I do get comments from people. Even when I'm not here, I do get comments. So, and I appreciate people coming. That's the most important thing, that people are coming. Because if you open a shop and people are not coming, then it's going to be a problem. So as much as possible, it will happen. But I wanted to, my dream is that people will caution, of themselves, more than waiting for rules. Because sometimes somebody will not like any rule. No matter what we put out there, some people will not like it. But it would have been good if people would just do something to make sure that everybody's comfortable, that it's an enjoyable experience, All right. What, Mama Echo? What do you want?
I'm not afraid of your rules. But I'm not afraid of your rule. Tell your men to mind their business. Because now that they come here, because they provoke person. And if you provoke me, I go give them to you. Did you understand? Because you see those children that the nonsense they did in Nigeria, turn them to waiting Papa God not create them to be, and not go there and make them the talk, waiting be say, not make sense. I just tell you now. But now moment they obey the rules, make everybody match in break when it comes to these children. Make everybody match their break.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mama Echo. All right, so that will happen, and we will see how it works. If it doesn't, we will change things. All these things are experiments. Yeah,
Let me say something. Let me say something. In CNN, people talk. There are other people to talk to anyhow in CNN sometime too. You know that.
That what?
In CNN, they talk rough sometime too.
It
But not
depends.
insult. Rough.
You don't have people using some languages I had here.
No, not insult. I mean rough. I mean.
Yeah, I mean you can argue your points. Yeah, but there's some things you can use. I want people to start thinking that way. That it's a public forum. You may not be called CNN, but people are watching you all over the world.
Actually, yeah.
And people are going to remember what you say here, and that's how they see you. Anywhere they see you, that's how they think about you. So that's
why I stand my ground that we don't move on when our case is in court. We don't move on. We don't forget about our election. We have to keep on fighting before we get our mandate.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not the issue. That's your position. That's not the issue. Go ahead. Electricity. Go ahead.
Please, Rudolph, I have to say something. I'm walking. You can see my bag. I just took few minutes to join your platform.
Come to you next. Come to you next.
So I give the floor to him. Let him speak, please. Sorry, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. I just want
after Brother Mike, I think I will say something, bro. The man beside you have to relax his mind now because the new people coming. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I just want to talk about the argument between my sister Isimiri and Mama Esho. As long as personally I'm concerned, you do not legitimize illegality on the basis of forgiveness. And I don't know what we are forgiving about because the people or the person you want to forgive have not told you he has offended you. So we cannot, because of sentiment, we say, let's move on. I'm not moving on. The reason is very simple. For the past 8 years, Nigeria has touched each and every one of us in one way or the other. We never have a country for 8 years. People are in prison. People are being killed. Nigerians are slaves in their own country. Nigerians are refugees in their own country. Nigeria is a lawless country. There is no law. The government in question have never respected any single law that they made. The law that they want you and I to obey, they never obeyed any law. So we don't have a country. They have been killing us for the past 8 years. So this time around is not different. So what I'm trying to say is this. Nigeria will move on. But we're only going to move on after the court case. And also I want to let us know, every time Nigerians will bring the idea, oh, we know Nigerian judiciary is what has been happening today. Nothing is going to happen. It's going to be the same. I am telling you, it's never going to be the same. You see this particular case, we're going to determine where Nigeria is going to be after the final judgment of that case. Because this case itself has judged itself. Because you and me and every other person that is talking about this case know the truth. The truth is not hidden. The facts are there. It's not that we're going to go to search part somewhere. The lawyers that are making money, even though inside they know the truth, that are trying to interpret the Constitution for us, they know what the Constitution says. So we cannot let go until the final determination of this case, because there is no how we that are not in Nigeria right now could say if this is happening where in the country where you live. Look at what is happening to Trump. Even though everybody knows that what he was saying is a lie, but he is not above the law. The law is coming after him in the US. The whole people that he didn't want them to testify, Pence testified the day before yesterday or yesterday. There is nobody that is above the law. But it's only in your country, my country, that somebody is above the law. The people that are making the law do not obey the law. But they see a young boy with a laptop on the street. They pick you up, they put you in prison, and they forget you forever. But the people that are committing the crime, the people that have abused Nigerians, they are the same people that will come and when they walk on the street, we worship them. We bow down to them. But these are the people that has put me and you in a situation where we have found ourselves. Most of us are living outside right now. I used to say it here. I might decide not to go to Nigeria for the rest of my life. I have nothing to lose. But that does not mean that I don't love my country, because I still have family in Nigeria. I still have friends. I still have colleagues. I still have classmates that live in Nigeria. I want a better life for everybody, where each and every Nigerian will feel safe and secure in his own country. Which country do we have? We don't have a country. A practical example is what is happening in Sudan. Nigeria, of a country, could not remove their people in Sudan. Sudan here. And the politicians and the people and the government, if we are talking about right now, are busy doing all that crazy stuff. Why Nigerians are stranded in Sudan? And some of them are left in the desert without no return. What are we talking about in the first place? So please, we will forgive. We will forget. We will move on. But every reconciliation in Nigeria should be based on a solid, truthful foundation. We have to find out the truth. Because it's only when you find the truth. And I, brother, I said, listen, I have accepted and I did this, but I am standing before you and I am apologizing and I am accepting that this is what I did. South Africa, they did it in South Africa. South Africa has moved on. So anybody talking about reconciliation or moving on, what are you moving on to? Where are you going to move into? The same people, the same government, and we say, hey, move on. No, we are not moving on. But I want to tell you, see the Nigerian judiciary, this will be the last straw of Nigerian judiciary. If there is any miscarriage of justice in this particular case, you are going to see a different Nigeria. So anybody who is telling you, no, it's Nigeria, we will always move on. No, I am telling you, my brothers and sisters, it's no more like that. Nigerians and the youth and the new generation of Nigeria have decided they are going to take their country through every legal means. And that is what's going to take place. And I want to end by telling you that if there is miscarriage of justice after this, if anybody who is the president of Nigeria will never, ever be my president, never will that person be my president. I don't care. What I want is that let every single vote, every politician got, let the vote be counted. If Kwakwanso win, he becomes our president. We honor him. If it is Tinubu that win, we honor him. If it is Mr. Peter Obi win, we honor him. If it is Atiku that wins, we honor him. What I am saying, and every Nigerian is saying, count the votes. Let the vote of Nigerian be counted. Whosoever wins, we congratulate the person. That's where we stand. And I think that I am speaking the minds of about not more than 95% of Nigerians, that we're not talking about right now who wins. Let that vote that was cast, let it be counted. And let whosoever that wins the election declare the winner of the election. Not based on illegality, not based on a broad daylight that the world saw. And somebody will come and begin to defend what indefensible things that can never be defended. And we don't have a country in the first place. After the election, look at the killing in Benue State. They have started killing. Is there no government in Nigeria? How many people have been killed in the Middle Belt since after the election? Where is the government? Don't we have a government? Where do we have respect? Common Sudan here. How much will it cost the government of Nigeria to send flight like every other country? But when they talk about APs, they brought politics into it. A man who want to go and rescue Nigeria, they're playing politics with it. When even they brought the boss, they begin to play politics of tribe. This is the country you are saying we move on. We are not moving on. It's after the election, after the court, then we can decide to say we move on. I can decide move on where I live forever. Nigerians can decide to move anywhere they want to at their own moving on. But I have not moved on until after the final judgment of that tribunal. Then I can decide to move on where I live. For example, my daughter is here for vacation. He's supposed to go to Nigeria, but he's here with me for vacation for 2 weeks. Why don't she go to Nigeria? But she's from Holland. She came to the island to spend a holiday with us over here. From Amsterdam to Nigeria is how many hours? It's about 6 or 5 hours. But from Amsterdam to Bonaire, where I live, is a 10 hours flight. You think it gives me joy that I am happy that it's happening? Nigerians, let's just tell ourselves the truth. We are going to move on, but we can only move on based on truth. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Ike. I think Matt is next, is it? Or
Yeah, it's Matt. I'm with the slide. It's Matt.
Matt, go ahead. I'm sorry about the names. I don't have names. Why?
No problem. No problem. Please, I just want to say something. I've been listening all through today. And last Saturday, I tried to enter, but there was difficulties. I don't know why. Dr. Damages, I thank you for the time. Thank you. I appreciate your patience. I appreciate all you have been doing through this platform. You've been so kind and caring to all of us. I must say it. Even when I'm not online, I see what you do. I see how you manage things. It's not easy. It's someone like you that we need, whether they're from Hausa or from Yoruba, we need as a president, someone that can accommodate and someone that can have that, patience to hear from everyone, whether you are angry, whether you come with machete or gun. But at the end, when that person meets you, the way you present yourself as a leader will make that person to calm down. And that is what we need as as Nigerians. That's what we are yelling for. That's what we are crying. And that is what I believe that everybody wants, So I said it here last time also, based on this last election that just ended. You saw I was very, will I say very, very, very sad concerning the outcome and all that. Yes. But Nigerians, we lost a lot because I imagine the diasporans, sometimes when these few elements in Nigeria, these 30 or 20% who are, daft in holding us down in Nigeria, when they are playing their useless politics, they don't understand what it can cost. They don't understand the outcome, the nemesis. They don't understand it. You know why? If Peter Obi had won this election, the kind of dollars and euros, people that will come to visit, people that will come, the aspirants that will come back, that we come to invest. Even they wouldn't even want him to be sworn in before they would invest. But Nigerians, they want to do Tinubu, but you see that 80% of Nigeria, they don't want him. And you see that this thing, the other way around, we help Nigeria. But what you are for looking at is individual that we kill. Because when you are now looking at something that that you are investing that cannot help Nigerians. This is why I tell you that all of them, they are showing their faces, wearing space, following Tinubu all around, where if he goes to toilet, they are there. You see all these people. I'm telling you, they are not going to attract any investors in Nigeria. That's government. If it stays 8 years, that is how it will be. If that government stays 4 years, that is it. The same way, that is, there won't be any change. Where will you, let me ask, where will you see change? People, I'll tell you something. People, because of Peter Obi, can stake their last dollar to invest in Nigeria. Because of that only change they have seen. But they don't reason deeply in the things they do in Nigeria. They think that they are suffering the masses, but they don't know they are killing, the country itself. You see to that. So, when I see what happened in Sudan and all that, the argument has been raised here, people have spoken. I was, looking at what was going on in Sudan. I was saying that Nigerians, they don't have shame. They don't have shame. Nigeria, if you like, Nigeria, you see shame. There is no shame in the idea. You just forget about shame. Even Nigerians, BK and Minister of Foreign Affairs, they can even fight in Sudan because of money. And they will clean their buttons and still go. They would not even care. This thing that you are talking about, looking at, they don't care. You understand? They don't want to know what other people are saying. All they care about is what they will gain. What they will gain from Nigeria. But they are not thinking of what they can do to help Nigerians out of the situation that we find ourselves. You see to that? So the thing that I'm just saying, just to wrap it up, is this, that Nigeria, what all the parastatals, all the things that you see, all the structures that you see in Nigeria, both foreign affairs, Minister of Interior, all the works, all that, do you know what they are? These things are just offices, external bank that they have to allocate money to steal money from Nigeria. They are doing nothing, all. They are just, that is a kind of a branch of banks that they have to allocate money to all of them to steal the money of Nigeria. They are not doing anything. They are not helping us. But what I'm trying to tell Tinubu is this: whether he likes it or not, whatever he has done to win this election, all the souls that we lost, both the young and old, he should remember that he has to give account of it. Because you cannot, leave. You cannot, because you want to be the president of Nigeria. You look at Jonathan. Look at what Jonathan said. Only that statement alone means a lot. And we know what that statement prevented in Nigeria. So, he will give account of whatever he has done. That is mine. But the judges, everyone that is going to the court that day to say things that is not true, they should be aware that the youth, the obedience, someone said the obedience are from Ghana, are from all parts of the world, not only Nigerian youth. We are waiting, we are observing. We know that if it goes contrary, whatever we decide, like Brother Ike said, we will decide whether to forgive or not to forgive. Buhari said, forgive me if I have wronged anyone during my administration. Anyways, that I will keep it until the final judgment of this election. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to go to a caller. Similar, what do you 30 seconds?
Okay. I think there has been a misunderstanding. I never said, in summary, forgive, but I'm saying find a common place for us to come together. That's all I said. I never said forgive. Forgiveness is personal. It depends on you I can say this is what I want and this is my voice and I'm gonna speak it. Whether anyone likes it or not, that's my voice. I never said forgive. Who am I to ask you to forgive? What's that? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's hear from Ikolola. Hold on before you speak. Yeah, 30 minutes to you, electricity. 30 seconds, sorry.
Let the person speak. I'll come out. I'm not in a rush. Let the person speak.
Okay.
Who you are calling on?
He's been here. He hasn't said anything for a while. Go ahead, Ikolola.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. I actually came in to listen. Yeah, but I was given an opportunity. But I've made an observation. Let me just add. I don't know. I still wonder why some people always think a miracle will come out of hell. It's an absurd thinking which always gets me. I don't get it. Okay, you are thinking that this government, somebody is telling us to forgive, and you're thinking something good is going to come out of this government. Do you know that Gbajabiamila is the 4th citizen of your country? After Buhari, Oshibanjo, Lawan, Gbajabiamila is the 4th citizen. I mean, he has the 4th place when in order of hierarchy. But what is he doing for the past 3 weeks? He's a houseboy. He's been a houseboy in France. He came back with carrying a man's file, your 4th citizen. So, and you're expecting something to come out from these people. You see, sometimes I don't understand our thinking. I don't get it. Maybe it's because there are some things we don't understand. And he's going to be made chief of staff. Do you know the power chief of staff has? He appoints everybody else. And okay, the next thing, what is his name? The funny looking guy in the name of Festus Keyamo. I mean, he's your Minister of Labor. He's your Minister of Labor. For the past 8 months, he hasn't told you what the employment rate is, what they are planning to limit it, and what is going to happen going forward. Now he's being given a higher position to come and inform you what the government is doing. Sometimes I don't really understand Nigerians. I don't get it. It's like I said, I actually came to listen. But what I hear is sometimes very terrible. It's just terrible.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go back.
Thank you, my brother.
Electricity, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. It's not a rebuttal to what Mr. Ike said. It's not a rebuttal. It's just my own view in terms of choosing a place or going a place. Nigeria forever will remain our country. I was in Nigeria in January. I'm planning going next. If I have my means to go 10 times in a year, the means, trust me, I catch the next available flight. I land in Nigeria because it's a lovely country. Yes, I acknowledge the problems and the trials and the tribulations there. But it's a place I will go anytime, any day, once I have the means. And those who wants to go, I will never discourage anyone to go do what they need to do. We can fix it. We will fix it. It's going to take a very, it's a hard road we're going to take without a shadow of doubt. I'm not under that illusion that it's going to be easy. No, it's very challenging, but we'll get there. Now, in respect to forgiveness, I don't know. You see, forgiveness goes together with justice. I'll give you an example and I'll round up. Look at Donald Trump. After he left office, he faced a 34 count was indicted a 34 count charge. Now, whether he will be guilty of them or not is neither here or there. Is the process. Yes, we are required to forgive, but at the same time, justice has to take place as well too. You pay for the crime you commit. So Buhari is saying forgive. Section 143, gross misconduct. Did he commit an act of forgiveness? If you commit an act of forgiveness, then he has to face the what? The music. I believe in forgiveness. May 29th will come and go, whether we like it or not. The system there, I have my fear of Tinubu becoming president, without a shadow of doubt. I have my fear, definitely, on a lot of things. So if it goes in his favor, I will still be a Nigerian. I will still make myself a proud Nigerian. And I'll still continue to try to see what I can do to fix it, where possible, in my lifetime, if possible. If not, the messages will be there. We must not be discouraged. I don't preach message of discouragement. If we've been on the same OVA channel before, we've had our back and forth. And she will say, I don't preach message of discouragement. The problem is there. We can fix it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me go. People are commenting that if he has not said anything, I'm not sure.
If he say something, let's put on fire in this program right now. It's boring right now.
If
you say something,
if they are calling for you, I'm not sure.
Listen, hi everybody. Good evening. The truth of the matter is that I don't know if there is any country in this whole world that is so much divided like Nigeria at this point. Honestly, I can't think of any country that comes to my mind apart from the Sudan and maybe Ukraine and Russia. Before the election, whether you like it or not, we were so much divided prior to this election. It's just that the election happened and, to us, it even got worse. You see, Nigeria, to be one Nigeria is going to be very difficult. I don't see the possibility, no matter how much we try to patch each other so that we can get along. We are very, very far from each other. It's going to be difficult. Let's tell ourselves the truth. In a country of 200 and something million, this is one reason why I fight with Paul all the time. And the question Paul will always ask me, so what are we going to do? That Nigeria is still redeemable. I don't believe Nigeria is still redeemable, to be honest with you. I think we are just patching each other and trying to see what we can make out of this. I would love us to stay together. But of course, Pakudoka, you know my mind. You know where I belong. Honestly speaking, where I work, I'm currently at work now. In the providers team, it's about maybe 15 of us. 10 of us are Nigerians. 10 of us are Nigerians. We don't see ourselves as Igbo, Yoruba. We see ourselves as Nigerians. We love each other. But because of this election, the way a lot of people are behaving, you just begin to ask yourself, we are in this together. Again, when you go to buy Gari, nobody's going to sell you Gari because you are Igbo. Nobody's going to sell you beans because you are Yoruba. When you go to buy fuel, we are all going to pay the same price. So I don't even understand this fighting. Look at Tinubu is back in the country. Almost all the rich people in Nigeria, they are all around him. All the strong politicians in Nigeria, they are all around him. Do you think they are there to support him? No. Everybody's there to see what they can grab, what political appointment they can get. It's all about their pocket. It's all about their family. Gani, what's his name? The one that just came back from US that's talking about property. What's his name? The son. Keyamo. Talking about how I have to go to America to go on vacation. I have a property there. How many of the other countries have properties in Nigeria? Tell me what you are doing that you will have a property in America. Tell me what job. Tell me any politician prior to becoming a politician that you can say, okay, I have a job. Apart from maybe Peter Obi and just very few people. The rest of them, their job is just be a politician. Once you become a politician, you have money in Nigeria. They don't have our interest at heart, whether we like it or not. They all just want to get their own portion. Immediately he becomes the president, they will start borrowing. And what I keep asking, the ones you borrowed, what did you do with it? I can't see any changes in Nigeria when I come home. It's even getting worse. I can't see no new structure. Building is not the problem, it's maintaining it. I can't see anything that will say, oh wow, when did they build? Nothing of government. You go to local government, you just ask yourself, is this a local government? You go to government schools, you will shed tears. Kids can't even have a proper chairs to sit on to go to school. And these are the leaders of tomorrow. And how do you expect these kids to learn? I have a friend who is teaching over there at Onitsha DMJs. She's making 50, I think she said 50,500 naira. That's less than $100 a month. Less than $100. And she's constantly going to school. And they're expecting so much from them. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Most of us here, we are all in diaspora. We are comfortable, where we have a lot of things we enjoy. Everybody's in the comfort of their home. I'm at work comfortably, enjoying everything. But a lot of us back home depend on us here to send money. As a matter of fact, even the money, when you send it in Nigeria, they will tell you there is no dollar. I sent money to my sister, excuse me. I sent money to my sister. For almost 10 days, she couldn't collect the money. They have to return the money. I have to resend the money again. She was going from one bank to another, And finally, they told her the internet is down. By the time the internet came back, they told her there is no money. Where do we go from Nigeria? Tell me one thing we can be proud of in that country. Just tell me one thing we can be proud of. Let us talk about even this Tinubu. Again, let me make it clear. I don't hate Tinubu. I don't hate anybody. But when you talk about being a president, it takes a lot of responsibility. For somebody to be healthy, to be a president of 200 and something million people. And we know that our president to be is not healthy. And you know where we are heading to. Again, I feel sorry for my country, because as we sit down here, we will all come back here and ask Buhari to come back. You can say, God forbid. There is nothing to forbid, but that is what we'll be crying for sooner or later. That's all I can say.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to Henry. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Rudo, welcome back. You want to cut your hair, right?
No.
Okay. Looking, yeah.
No.
You see, I used to go to Nigeria every year. But this year I said I'm not going to Nigeria. Tinubu coming as president. Instead I can travel Asia, America, Europe. That's all. I will be going turn around. Nigeria for this year, Tinubu coming. Because I went to Nigeria last year. Nigeria is not changing. First of all, you go to the airport. When some of us here are saying I'm proud to be in Nigeria, or Nigeria, we are going to do well. Nigeria is not moving forward, it's moving backward. Because other countries are progressing. The country is decreasing. Is that progress? So if somebody expects Tinubu to be their president, it's okay. But for me, not a time. Never a time. Before you say somebody have to let's move on. Nigerians are fond of this move on. Because they forget so fast. Their memory is so low that they forget so fast, some of them. Let's move on. Move on for people they killed during this election. Move on for people, there's a lady, they stab her in her face. She came back to vote. Move on. We are living in a Western country, enjoying good life, basic amenity, the welfare system, good job, good road, and somebody is coming to say, let's move on, let's move on. Move on to where? You can move on. But when Nigeria happened to you, then you know that it's not easy to move on. Till Nigeria happened to you. Mr. Rudolph, let me tell you something. June 12, in Edo State, I lost 2 friends. Bangda must go. I fought for Nigeria too. So When people come here to say, let's move on, it's not easy to move on. I didn't lost nobody in this, no family in this election, but I saw it live. I saw the way they treat people. I saw the way they hate from people of other tribe. They look everybody to be, if you're not Yoruba, you are an Igbo. It's not so in Lagos. I was born in Lagos, brought up in Lagos. I can speak Yoruba fluently. But when I see this hate in that country, during this election, it was there before. But during this election, it came out so boldly. Even the police will be there, security agencies will be there, DSS are there. Hate is there. Then somebody will come here to say, let's move on. Move on for where? To where? Are we so forgotten so fast? Our brain so fast? Forgot so fast? People are engraved. People are weeping till tomorrow that they lost their loved ones. They want a better country. People, Nigerians are crying. They want a better country. And Nigeria, we knows. Maybe 10 of us staying here, we knows. We all know that Peter Obi wins the election. If they don't win, why INEC could not bring the proof that, okay, let's go in and check this. We all knows this, that Peter Obi wins the election. We knows. But we just want to say, we are used to it. Let's move on. Let Nigeria happen to you. Then you move on. Let's see. It's not easy to move on. Nigeria is bleeding. Maybe, I don't know how many years you've been to Nigeria. Some of you, how many years you've been to Nigeria. I go to Nigeria every year. Although this year I didn't want to go because Peter Obi is not there yet. If it's there, I'm going to buy my ticket. Go. I travel everywhere. I have about 45 days in a year in my working place. I can travel anytime I want to go. I can buy my ticket now. Say I'm going to New York today, Los Angeles today. I can do that. But Nigerians are suffering. If you live in a good life in Western country, why Nigerians don't they don't beg for much. They don't need social welfare system. Let them give them good security, good road, good ecosystem, good water. Nothing much. But you are enjoying everything here. You are telling somebody to move on. I wish you good luck. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you so much. Let me come to Femi. Femi, go ahead.
Hello. Okay, so I thought the witches were at work again. Anyway, well, what's there to add? So I was gonna just happen something. I forget the name of the other brother that was advising you, Rudolph, on
to do what?
When you now responded with that Nido. I think it was Nido. One of the things.
No, not Nido. I said Nigerian Leadership Foundation. This different.
I don't know if Nido still exists. You remember Nido? I'm not sure if it still exists.
It's local.
Abike Dabiri is in charge now.
No. There's that other one, the Nigerian that organization that we have for people. Well, I don't remember the name, but that's on the side. When I remember, I'll bring.
I think he's talking about NEMA.
No, not NEMA. That we have one amongst us, and I know not just America, but in Europe as well. Well, that's on the west side. So something came to mind. I was going to tell him something, but unfortunately he left. That actually, I know of several people, not just myself. Now, I don't want to put myself in a silo, that have their own things that's going on. It might not necessarily be directly. It might not have anything to do directly with Nigerian police and all this Nigerian drama. In my own space, for example, the IT space and what have you, there are things that we're doing to actually empower Nigerians as well. So if that's what we can contribute, I just wanted to do it as a rebuttal, and I hope he's still listening, that we might not necessarily be doing things that have to do with Nigerian drama per se, but when it comes to empowering people, these are things that some of us are actually doing. So that's the only thing I was going. But with respect to Nigerian politics and all this Nigerian drama, well, we are watching, but again, like I actually said happily earlier, hopefully we're not going to recede both from the aspect of those of us that are abroad, outside of Nigeria, but also those that are in Nigeria, especially the young people, irrespective of tribe, age, religion, because like people always say, this is all affects us equally, whether negatively or positively. So this one doesn't know APC or whether you have tribal marks or not. But anyway, I already pointed out what I really wanted to speak to. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I think we need to move the conversation topic a little bit before I come to ACM. There is a fight over positions, which is normal with any new administration. Everybody wants positions. The one that is of interest to everybody, I think, is the National Assembly. They fight for who will be the Senate President and who will be the Speaker of the House. So I want anyone with information on that to speak.
Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
You're going to separate them, let them fight?
No. It's just about. Yeah, go ahead. Who wants
Mr. Rudolph, I want to just say something about that. I just saw the headline. I didn't read all because of time. They said, I don't know. I'm asking now as a question. What are they telling our former governor, Jose Okano, who has been a lovely son of Tinubu? Oh, what are they saying to him? I thought, oh, this thing is too bad. They were telling him something. They said, now they are dribbling that Tinubu have picked Fabio and one other person, 2 persons. Now they are now promising him another child. That's, oh my goodness. I wanted him to be the Senate President anyways. Anyway, I'm just joking.
Matt, okay. I wanted to say you are asked to swear now that you wanted him to be Senate President. You swear with Amadi Ohad that you want him to be Senate President. All right. So what I want to do, I want to hear from people who may, if you have anything you know about what's going on. So far, from what we are reading, different geopolitical regions in the country are basically demanding that they want the Senate President or the speakership. Go ahead. Anybody?
That is the more reason why we should be divided and stop this. Honestly speaking, that is the more reason why we should go our separate ways. If we are fighting for South and West and Northeast, who's gonna be Senate President, who's gonna be Speaker of the House, who's gonna be this? So at the end of the day, somebody is gonna feel marginalized. So let's keep.
But if you do blame people, I mean, people want representation in the government.
I agree. I totally agree with you 100%. But what I'm trying to say is this. That is the more reason why we should go. When there was Tinubu, somebody, I think it was on Arise News, when Tinubu chose the 13 panel that will, lead in his inauguration. And Rufai said, no Igbo, not even one, no Igbo. And tomorrow you expect an Igbo person to be happy in a country where the person is feel marginalized. No, I'm just saying, not because I'm Igbo, but I'm just saying generally.
It's just the fact.
Let us be honest with ourselves.
Just the fact.
But another thing, let me still tell you. Now they are crying about this Senate. Why I'm asking on my own, because all these things sometimes let's just reason it politically, because sometimes you reason that they say the Igbos or whatever they are saying. To me, as an Igbo full-fledged man, if you ask me who that the people that is the region that are supposed to, I'm telling you, I will tell you, since they want to be fair, let us be fair. It's not supposed to be Igbo man. Let's just be fair. It's not supposed to be. Let's just be fair, because I know they for based on say me the thing they run my blood Igbo. That's why I know they send anybody where they talk about Igbo. But what I stand is truth. You see this thing, if you want to follow it, forget Igbo, this one no reach for you. I'm telling you, it's not supposed to be Igbo. It's supposed to be, this Akwa Ibom, this Akwa Ibom, or somewhere in the north that have not, and some other place in the south. They are just doing anyway. Right from time I knew that Jose Okano, I knew within myself, I was convinced that he said he's not an IPOP, but the people he supported is calling him IPOP in their mind.
Jose Okano will not have it. I don't want him to
in
have
their
it.
Mind, their mind. That is what I'm telling you. In their mind. If they call Peter Obi That is the same way they will be calling him in their mind, but they will be telling him to be selling his people. There's no problem.
Matt,
You
thank
understand
you.
me?
Matt, thank you. Let's hear from CM.
Okay.
CM, go ahead.
Actually, thank you, Rudolph. Actually, I should have spoken earlier than now when electricity and then the other chap was here. But however, what he said is not lost on me because I know. It's regarding Buhari saying he should be forgiven. Then somebody is asking, I think he asked what offense. He never told us the offense he committed or what to know whether to forgive him. To me, let me give two issues that I take exception and I consider a very grave offense. One, rendition. Under whatever guise, you do not rendition anybody. Extraordinary rendition. That is a sacrilege of international law. Nnamdi Kanu went to Kenya for whatever reason. Nigeria is a member of AU. Nigeria is a member of Commonwealth. Kenya, UK, they're all Commonwealth. You apply that you need this chap. He has a case to answer. That's all. Your attorney general and your judiciary, they will take care of it. Eventually, he will come. But for you to tie somebody, hand behind the back, blindfold the person, beat the person almost to coma, brought him in the middle of the night, smuggle him in, prevent people from seeing him, deny him, keep beating him, and then you are standing trial. At the same time, a chap called Hush Puppy was defrauding Americans defrauding the world up and down. In Dubai, they got him because he defrauded an American. FBI followed suit, got him. In the course of interrogation, they found out that a high-ranking police officer, Abba Kyari, is involved. America is the only existing superpower in the world now. They can use their spy jet to enter Nigeria without Nigeria noticing. But they never did. They wrote to Nigeria, say, give us Abba Kyari. Formal application. He has a case to answer. Before Nigeria and the Attorney General, Malami, they start doing. So why should Buhari rendition? Remember, in 1984, Buhari, as military head of state, want to rendition Omar Diko, the kidnap in London. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was as a result of the failure that, for the first time, Britain put visa, said Nigerians will now require visa to enter UK. And as a letter lent a letter, Britain granted Omar Diko the freedom to enter UK without visa. I think the only Nigerian given that chance. That was what Buhari did, and they did it now. So because it happened to Nnamdi Kanu, nobody's talking about what is and you want to whoever studied law in Nigeria, first semester law and society, they will teach you. Say without law, the society is a jungle. A famous maxim from Lord Dennings in the UK, they will tell lawyers quote it. You can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand. It will surely fall. How do you now want to construct legality on a foundation of illegality? You rendition on Nnamdi Kanu. Then you now want to try him and then say you are now following rule of law. Why did you rendition him? Is he done? Is he done? So when people are when they want to execute, sort of talk about it, just like my friend Henry. When we say move on, that's what people mean by let's move on. We move on. That is, I will come to that. Then secondly, inversion of in law. If you present somebody before a law court, the person can argue for a bail. Some offenses are not bailable. But if the court gives you bail, you go home. Nnamdi Kanu was given bail in September, sometime in 2017. To go home, he went home and he was given a day to come back. In his father's compound, Buratai, the chief of army staff, they invaded it, killed 28 people, slaughtered them. Nnamdi Kanu has to escape through the window. A typical Nigerian journalist, but I don't include you, Rudolph. You are different. You are not. When I say Nigerian journalist, it's not. You are people like you are not included. A typical Nigerian journalist. Oh, Nnamdi Kanu jump bell. There is no way somebody will come to your house with gun. You will jump through the window. Now they cannot jump belly, forgetting that 28 people died. Why should the army go and invade somebody who is on bail? These are offenses. Just talk of Buhari saying, forgive me. It's unforgivable. I've said it somewhere that he must go to International Criminal Court. I've said it here. Then when I say constitution is a fraud, people were quick to remind me, no constitution is perfect. Every constitution is amendable. I agree. But you must make a constitution before you amend it. Did Nigerians sat down to make a constitution? No. Americans can afford to amend the constitution because they gathered in the historic city of Philadelphia in 1776 or thereabout. I can't remember this. They'll make it to give themselves a constitution when they say we the people. Did Nigeria make their constitution? Nothing. Yet people will come and be telling me all this about Buhari. It's not. We are not afraid of it. That's why nothing good can ever come out from there. And yet people will say move on, move on. So when people are saying move on, there has never been an election that is like this one done in February. I remember, I understand why. It's not that anybody can win an election. But you cannot just win an election on a pool of blood and people will say move on. People died. People lost their means of livelihood. Now, the discussion is about what do we do? Instead of all this talk shop we are having here, we can do this. Yeah, I agree. Some people are reaching out. Like somebody said, they're already doing something. Maybe use IT to help people. I'm also reaching out. We have graduates we're helping. But what is the point of helping people after building their business because of election? Businesses worth over 40 million naira, 100 million. And you know, in Nigeria, if you are in control of a business of about 1 million or 2 million, you must have a dependent. Even if you are a single man, there must be your friends or homeowner. There must be somebody they give to. You must be helping. Now, all those things we are burnt. Selectively. People were profiled. And then this is a type of gravity. This is a type of animosity we are having. Today, Nigerians are stuck in Sudan. Nigerians, yes. Who are they waiting for? The man they call IPOB yesterday, after rescuing the people from Egypt to Nigeria, he becomes IPOB. Nobody will ever call Allen Onyema today IPOB or Biafran. Go and check every media. Nobody will ever write it. Just wait. After I do all these things, he will come back. They will say, is it not this thing? So these are the type of things until we are not moving on anywhere. When people say we are not moving on. And for people like me, I've made my decision. Peter Obi is Nigeria's last chance. I don't care. People can move on. It's either the man gets it because people, I don't know, what else do we want? You want to do an election, do it. We left card reader. Say card reader is not good, it will fail, this. We brought in-house technology, beavers, that gave us almost near perfect. Worked in Anambra, worked in Edo, worked in Ondo, and then worked in Oshun. When it gets to presidential, somebody like Lai Mohammed came to tell them in America, we switch it off. Why should you switch off the presidential, when it is for upload the result of the presidential election? Because you know Peter Obi is winning, they don't want him. Some will tell you Peter Obi is an Igbo man. That is just the reason. They thought we don't know. We are not stupid. It's either if they like, because the case is open. This thing they are doing in the tribunal or anything, it's just mere formality. Everybody knows the answer to the question. If they fail to do the right thing, declare demand to Nigeria, you can't be move on with who? Who will I move on to? Somebody will say, "Oh no, let's do the things that unite us." Lagos State went to Abia State to marry, and they gave birth to Badebo. Are we moving on? Because of some people feel that it is Badebo they are going to vote for. Who is Badebo? A Yoruba man. But because the mother is Igbo, don't allow him. How much could we not vote? They slaughtered people, profile people and slaughtered and burn their business. And tomorrow you tell me to move on. When we complain, say, hey, no, we have to move on in all those things. We do what unites us. Unite who? As a person, I can never, thank God more of my sisters are married. I can never be in a place they are discussing an Igbo girl marrying a Yoruba girl. My opinion may not count, but I will tell them. I will curse the person. because there is no need. This election
may
have
even
shown there
marry
is no
Yoruba now
need
because
for all
of
those
what you
things.
said.
CM,
Okay.
calm down.
CM.
No, it's your choice, but
In fact, I'm going to
I won't
find
come to the
Yoruba and I will
I won't
marry them.
I
They
won't
are
go
human
to the
beings.
wedding.
You
That
are
is
not
just the
invited. You've disowned me. How many times do you want to disown
okay.
me?
But
We've disowned one
but
another. I
it's,
don't know you.
So
Eh?
but it
so
sounds funny, but
so
it's just the fact.
so
But because
es-
it's so
es-
shameful for this kind of
excuse
fear.
me. Excuse me. Because of Badebo, people died. People. That's why when Mona Hecho was saying, I don't want something to be because I don't believe in lamenting, but people has known it because of a simple election. People died according to ethnic origin. For what? And then after all these things, people are telling me we move on. So if I now say I want to be a country of my own, they say you want to spoil Nigeria. How else can I show you I love you than we intermarry? And when we intermarry, you say it's not like that. That this person is because of this. So you see, when we review all these things, when people say move on and they paper over these things, you have to ask yourself, if we had interrogated 1999, interrogated 2003, 2007, 2011, when youth corpers were slaughtered just because of election, people say move on, now we moved on. 2015, they called Ndibo, say, if you did not vote for Ambode I choose, I put you people in the lagoon. They say, it's Oba, this thing. Because of Oba did it, a traditional ruler. 8 years later, an Agbero, Oluomo, now has to do his own. You see, am I lying? These are facts. These are facts. And then we continue, let's move on. We have to move on. We have to do this. Nigeria. You see, look, let me say it. If Peter Obi, they do all their magos. If they like, let them interpret law from here, convoluted English. We know the meaning of 25% of 36 states and the Abuja. We study, translate it in your local language, what it means. Forget about English. Translate that in Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Efik, Ijo, Bini, Isha. Translate it in any language. It means the same thing. So what somebody will come and now tell me, the tribunals. Well, I'm not even bothered. I'm only waiting for the day they are going to pronounce. Not then everybody goes. To be honest with you, like I said, I think I know people are listening. I said because there's this deceit is too much. Why must we be living below the standard of living in Senegal? Nigeria is now below Tanzania. Am I lying? Tanzania is classed as a middle income country. Nigeria is below Tanzania, below Rwanda. They all fought civil war. Somebody said here that South Africans had Truth and Reconciliation Commission. That's why they moved ahead. Look at where South Africa is. Rwanda finished their own. There's nothing like abandoned property in Rwanda. Nobody abandoned any property. They did reconciliation and they moved. Nigeria, they are hiding. Instead of them to do, where have we led up? Since 1970, where are we now? Aristotle said, unexamined life is not worth living. Sometime in life, you take a backseat, examine your life. If you don't examine your life, it's not worth living. Nigeria, we've not had the opportunity to examine our life in Nigeria. And every time, every 4 years, it's a ritual. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's not talk about this. All those things is favoring you. When they drove out Jonathan 2015 and brought in Boko Haram to harass him, who are the people complaining now? Is it not the area that brought Boko Haram? Are they not the people that are crying that over there they have devastated? What really are we moving on to? When people say move on, where are we moving to? I can't move. I'm only moving down to my own place. In fact, why can't we be talking of? Anyway, that's why I'm saying after 29, after this judgment, if they did not formally just say Peter Obi take over, that is the end. Anything Nigeria, forget it. Relate him. Another 9 they can will rise up. That thing they don't want to hear, Nigeria will finally bow down to it. Thank you.
Doctor, I want
And it's
to
not
go.
funny.
I want to go now. Let me just add up something. Like what CM said, I want to be on the background now, be watch because I have other things to do now. They have been playing us. They now see that this government is about to go. They don't kukuma bring two chibu girls from behind. Tell their friends, release only two. Moku make up with two we don't do. All those they are rubbish they are doing. We all know. Let them keep playing what let them, only to imagine what you are there. You are holding Chibu. I was reasoning that and make una reason am now where they are holding all of them, only to escape. How? Where? How? Anyway, I don't know what they are doing. But whatever they are doing, that's the same thing where they do us for the election. We are watching. And that is my own. Everybody had agreed. Good night.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Yeah.
I wanted to leave myself, but I always take my permission. But I thought I should add to what some CM was saying. You see, another thing, what most people who want to, they want the what do you call it? The supposed sort of peace, and so that they can sit in it and be very happy in their little quarter and carry on. It doesn't happen like that. It doesn't. Even the former Attorney General Andrew Aka came out the other day. He said, if you have a dual citizenship and on the INEC form you wrote that you never had a dual citizenship, that is perjury. So you see, we are doing things whereby when a military man comes and takes over, the very first thing they do is to relegate your constitution. So if the civilians are relegating their own constitution, I wonder what they will tell those military boys when they come in tomorrow. So this peace everybody is thinking of right now is just a slow walk to death. You know, people like, there are some people who love, if you tell them they will die next week, or they will say, okay, let's wait till next week, you know, so I'll die next week. I mean, there's no difference between next week and today. So I think Nigerians are slowly walking into death. All those who are saying move on, all those who are saying let's live in this little fashioned or peace, because you cannot hold whatever peace you are calling for. You cannot hold 60% of your people in poverty, you know, and think you can have, it's foolish for you to live on a street where there are so many poor people and you think you can live well in that street when you are.
What is your solution? Sorry to barge in. What is your solution? I'm tired of people saying, complaining. What is your solution? That's my point. What's your solution? Start suggesting.
I've made a solution sometime last week.
No, make it now. To counter the point you're saying, let's not say we should be peaceful. What should we do to move forward? Please suggest. We need suggestions and solutions, please. Thank you.
Right. Okay. If you want solutions, it cannot work now. And like I said, I've given it last week, and it's not something you alone can do. You know, it's a process. But like I said, you're not going to force me to say what I am not here to say today. That is beyond you, with all due respect. You know, so I just, like I said, I made observations. I have placed my observations down. So I want to say good evening to you, madam, and good evening to everyone. And probably I'll see you sometime next week. Have a good time.
Thank you so much. I think I'll hand over to Isimile to now moderate the rest of the, and of course it's the right time because I saw Uzo coming in.
Dr. Damages, all this peace talk and that, what I said. So like they're all attacking me, and I have to speak up because I'm not the one, and no one can shut me up, no matter how tiny I may look. That is me, but I can respect people. So they were all speaking around my distance indirectly. Instead of them to say, Ismail said this, CM or MC said his own, he started again. Once you don't follow the tide of the voices here, you're singled out, and no one can do that to me. Let all of you know that, please. I'm sorry to say that, but please don't single me out.
We got your back. We got your back.
Okay,
I don't need anybody to have
say
my
something,
back, but please don't attack me for my voice because you won't succeed.
I'm gonna direct my comment to Isimiri.
No, hold on. Okay, go ahead. Just man of president. I'll go to Scribe. He's been here.
Yes, Isimiri. I think a lot of you. Let me just be specific to you, Isimiri. You have a memory impairment, like every other Nigerian. Okay, I said it because a lot of you tend to Nigeria tend to forget about what happened yesterday, what happened today. They don't even remember. I mean, what has been transpiring in Nigeria in the last 60-something years. You all keep on re-electing the same old cabal, people who keep on corrupting Nigeria. Come tomorrow again, you're going to re-elect the same people. I mean, what's the purpose, If you can't even remember what happened yesterday, the same thing is going to happen to you. I mean, like the comment you just made earlier about forgiveness. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't believe in that when it comes to Nigeria's sake. I have a quarrel about your own comment about that, but I mean, that's your opinion. So there's nothing to forgive about all these people that corrupt Nigeria, looted in Nigeria, embezzled Nigeria.
I didn't say forgive. I did not say forgive, but you people will kind of twist someone's words.
What did you say?
Then if you don't know, don't respond to what someone just
let me come.
Please, me, I have a voice and it's very strong and loud. Please listen to me, or me, I'm a speaker. See,
I know you have a voice, but
wait, you just had something and ran with it, and now you're making it your own. So everybody is now bouncing on the forgiveness. You didn't hear the main point, but you're running with the word.
Let me highlight the main point.
Wisely and then contribute. Thank you.
See, the
me,
point
I they watch all of you.
I've said this before. Look, your opinion is your opinion, and you have a right to it. Nobody has a right to shut you up, and that's one thing. Maybe it's part of the whole thing. I don't believe in that. We should say this person this. Let me put the context where she was talking about, because I think it has been misinterpreted. She was speaking out of the background of, I am tired of fighting. Let us find a solution. That was what she was speaking about. I was here when it happened, and I know. I read the context.
Wait a minute, Austin, you have been talking for 60-something years. What is the solution?
No,
the solution is not just come here. Hold on, let me finish.
You're airing your anger.
Okay,
I'm not Tinubu. I'll go and wear my gloves, so please, I know how to box.
The solution is not just come here, yamming our mouth every day or whatever. If you want to form a solution, let's form some kind of club, and proceed from there. Not just come here, talk. I mean, nothing is happening. You have been talking before the election.
No.
I believe that
it's multifaceted. It's in different direction.
I know
I use this statement.
Okay.
I use this statement. If there is a terrorist attack now, people will die, or people die in the attack. Most of the time, the world leaders will say that we condemn this in all this entirety. We condemn this. We condemn this. It's not because those who died will come back to life. No. But once the people who did that know that they are not being supported, they no go, even if they want to try, no go, they beat their chest, they do them. That is why the people I mostly don't like the most are those people who see the evil of the administration and they are hailing it. They're the ones that are the worst set of people. So my point is
Austin, okay.
My point is this: while we are talking first to condemn it, then the other things like let's go for this program, let's adjust this, let's get this how will I call it? Invest in this, invest in that will also help. So it's too many directions, multifaceted.
All right. So let's welcome new people that joined us. Uzo, welcome to the show.
Papuidoka, ndewo.
Jidofo, okay. Is that the right spell? Okay, then you know question.
Yeah, Jidofo, yeah, just yeah.
Something is okay. I was trying to figure out who was that.
It is actually Jidofo, but with sometimes you adulterate all these things.
Yeah, white people have difficulties pronouncing.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. David. Hi, everybody.
Forefathers, welcome to the show, and Scribe will eventually get to you guys. I'm actually getting ready to hand it over to you guys. Okay.
Whenever I come in, because I just go wrong. I don't know anything I do. Yeah, snap when I take never reach your hand. So
you come in late, but let's go to Jidofo first.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Actually, I've been following you for a very long time.
Thank you.
Your days working, before you now became an independent man. Now you became independent. Yeah. So, yeah, Nigeria have been a story for all of us. We have been seeing Nigeria, coming from 1999 when we thought we were about to, achieve something with the coming of Olusegun Obasanjo. We actually thought we were going to, find the Nigerian of our dream. So I'm part of the people that believed that Nigeria is going to work with someone who have been there before as a president, military president, and went to jail and all that, and was a kind of found his time, his life back, and was able to become the civilian president. So I have all this high hope that we're going to get it right in 1999. So with all those mess and everything that happened, good luck came and gone. So now I lost complete hope in Nigeria. I don't even have any interest in politics and all that. Until, Obi came along with the obedient, I didn't believe him at first. Then when I started listening to him, the youths, the young people, started going back to get a PVC, and the electoral body, the INEC or what, making promises, huge promises that it's not going to be the same. So now it's okay. Maybe that Nigerian of our dream we thought, was about to happen in 1999. Maybe now it's going to happen. If our hope was like in high still everywhere, then it now came to this very point we are now. So my only concern with Nigeria as a nation is that it's not about the politics they're playing, the APC, PDP, whatever, It is, where are we as a people? When are we going to get it right? When are we start to live as a country? I mean, the way other countries, okay, we are in Western world, we're everywhere, and we can see. And these are politicians who will visit, the Western world, and they behave so orderly. You will see them in the metro, you see them on the train. They don't break any laws. Somebody like Chimaroke Kedamane from my own state was a doctor in the US. He had never had no record of any conviction of anything in the US. He was a good citizen. But the moment he found himself as a governor in Nigeria, I mean, he became somebody else. So it is disheartening that at this present time, we are still talking about a current, maybe president-elect, trying to, influence the leadership of the legislature, trying to pick somebody that will be the people that will be the leadership of the legislature, where it is the constitution defines that the judiciary, the legislature should all be independent armed of the government, including the executive. But what I'm hearing, what I'm even seeing, is Tinubu, the so-called president-elect, trying to select who will be the leadership of the legislature. I mean, it makes nonsense of our constitution. I mean, wow, and we're all laughing and talking about it like nothing happens. I know the whole thing is still in court. I mean, the tribunal.
Hold on.
Yeah.
When Obasanjo was removing Senate presidents one after the other, what did you say? I mean, that's the point. The point I'm making is, that's my issue with Nigeria. When it starts to happen, people don't fight and condemn it until it becomes tradition.
Yes.
You saw the deal that brought Lawan as president of the Senate. So it's something that has been going on. So I'm not saying it's late today. If we start today to try to correct it, it's not late. But it's not new. That's the point. And that's the issue I have with people who see something that is not good happening and they tend to excuse it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you are right. But we barely lost hope in Obasanjo. Then good luck came. Somebody who was, good luck wears one shoes. Good luck, somebody coming from the, at least a graduate, full university graduate and a lecturer and everything, and somebody who is like a common man, no background, Then suddenly he became a president. So it's okay. Oh, this now is an educated person. Then good luck with all his whatever failed. You know, so personally, I lost complete interest in Nigeria politics. I only started to feel something just few months ago with Obi and his message coming, you know, came. Then it happened the way it happened. When we saw what happened in Lagos, we saw happen all over the country. We saw both the opposition and the governorship election and all that. So now in the tribunal, okay, if the system, you see, when I talk about the system, I talk about, you know, the Nigerian system, executive trying to select the leadership of the legislature. So how are we sure that the judiciary, you know, have not been, you know, compromised? Like they're not sure, because the way things are going, you know, they're behaving like a judiciary is already compromised. Like nothing gonna come out of it. You know, so I don't know where we're gonna get it. I'm looking beyond today, like what is happening now. I'm seeing, okay, maybe 4 years. Let's see where Tinubu will take us. I'm sure Nigeria, because this thing in Nigeria is not only for the youth. If Nigeria is serious, everybody will be on the street as I'm talking to you now. Everybody. You look at what's happening in Sudan. Sudan, they don't take, in fact, I respect them. They don't take things, even though they're not getting it right. But people will protest. Everybody. Young, everybody. So
thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Let me give other people some chance to talk.
Yeah, that's so that we get other people to speak. There are people who are yet to speak. But before they speak, let me just announce that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Chiku Nigwe coming on. She's the author of several books. The newest one is The Middle Daughter. She is also a columnist for the Daily Trust. So she has a very wide experience, and she will join us and take your questions. Also, I just got emailed some of the guidelines being recommended by the team. I'm going to review them, and I'll get another team to review them. You know, like rules that we have to follow. One of them that will be interesting for you guys to know is that no eating on air. No sleeping on air. So they basically they went everywhere, you know. That will review them and maybe set up another small team. So maybe the moderators will now agree that we should implement this, and then we do that. All right. So let's go to Uzo. Uzo, you complained that I'm not here when you come in. Now I'm here.
Okay. It's just obvious that whenever I'm joining, when the men are coming, subscribe, father, when we all coming in. That we just swap. Last week the same thing. This week, last week, always. No problem. It's lovely. Babudoka. You know, so only man in the Okay, you see, I hear what you said earlier on, but the fact remains is what you simply said is the truth. You guys know that Tinubu has already passed to defense house, and so U-Haul is already moving Buhari load out. We are talking about court. Everything is already said to you. He's already taking briefings. You're giving orders. You know, he's already moved to defense house with Shettima. That's where he stayed till 29. And U-Haul is already packing a Buhari load. He's moving to Aso Rock. We are here talking court. They already know what they plan. All the plan have been like, everything have been accomplished. As if you say, why do we move forward? Where do we go from here? That's what he was talking about. If like for him to swear in, he's going in India. No. Nothing can stop it. All right. Otherwise, apart from that, we talk about. I see that this thing you push away. Wike. We already talk about other three people, but we don't talk about Wike and Shure in this platform. Now, Wike only is what I like. Nobody talk about Wike, the man that holds the heart of Tinubu right now. You see here marking the visit Tinubu for their own demand. So we don't know what they are demanding for. Everybody now is meeting for like trying to get something out of the government. As Susan said, I know who said it. I've been listening for a long time. All these people running around, both all of them, no one has the interest of Nigeria at heart. All of them want is their paycheck, how much they're going to get. None of them who's supporting anything that even make us they're supporting Tinubu anyway. It doesn't make no one supporting him. They want their money, they want their paycheck. That is it, and that is it. As I normally said, also kind of being a Senate president. That one is overruled. No Igbo person even read an for even we have even allowed that. As somebody said in Arise somewhere, what the Igbos have produced 3 Senate presidents. What is the benefit of society, the community, all of them? What is the benefit? What did they like? Okay, this is what the Senate president did for the community. Okay, let me example. The Lawa right now. What has he done to his people where he come from? Nothing. He just their own pocket their own stuff. So let's not to start cleaning ourselves on who produce or who not to produce. Because if an Igbo produce president, make no change. If but we want to know that capacity is the main thing we are looking for. Capacity is the main thing we should be looking for, no matter where it come from. And when we do that, then Nigeria will go to another height. But if we don't do that, become going on Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, we are not even talking about Benin, Benue. We are all those people who, even the cross river, and nobody even talking about it's just like in this world, Nigeria we only have Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. Every other person is, I don't know where we want to put them. All right. That's my own take here, because it's good we start carrying everybody along. Everybody belongs to one Nigeria. If one is one Nigeria, we are all one Nigeria, not for only 3 tribes. And I will tell people, it's not like when Jonathan was on stage, they see Jonathan, no matter how he says it's South, they see Jonathan as an Igbo person. They see Jonathan as an Igbo person. If you like it, take it or not. They see the average house, they see Jonathan as an Igbo person. You all right? So it's not like the bond shop in Lagos. The bond is not only bond shop them, but now every other person shop, both after you're not Yoruba, next thing you're Igbo. So it affects everybody. It doesn't affect only one person. Both development, Lagos is doing well. My brothers live here. They're going to follow the road. If Lagos is good, it's going to benefit everybody. If the status is going to benefit everybody. So let's remove this idea that Lagos is developing not for Yoruba people. It develops for everybody. Anywhere that develop is for everybody. That's my let's all join hands together. We can't kill ourselves. We have found ourselves in this situation of Tinubu being the president. We must take it because we can't kill ourselves on that. So my own point is this: no matter what happened on 29, let's join hands and pray. Let it work. It work is good. If it doesn't work, all of us are in these sheets, syrup sheets. So it's a bullshit. That's my own point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me ask you something. Oza, you're talking about joining hand. What last something you have done has been the product of that? Can you answer that?
Man of prestige, what are you going to do? In Biafra, you don't want Biafra. I don't know. If you take, right now, everybody to take one side. For me, I take my own side. If take your side, all right. If you don't choose Nigeria, that means Nigeria is blowing.
I'm not even talking about.
Man of I can't hear
the so-called, what has been the
Man of prestige, your line is bad. Let's go to Skype.
Can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
We go to Scribe. No. Scribe, welcome to the show. You've been here for a long time.
Hey, I've been enjoying listening to everyone. Good evening to everybody. It's been a fantastic day so far. But overall, I think I align with Isimir. I think that it's obvious now that we have a president in waiting. So why should we continue in negativity? So to speak. Get me, not in the literal sense, but we should be looking at ways of how can we hold this man to account, how can we deal with what is going on. If the court now declares Obi the winner, fantastic, no problem. Then we have our way. Then the democracy still has a way, because whether you like it or not, you are Biafra or you are Oduduwa or you are this one, we have to deal with what is in front of us. We are Nigerians at the moment. When Colonel Effiong handed over to Gowon, he said, what's those famous words? We, the people of Biafra, the final 3 words, this republic ceases to be. So at that point, we were automatically, based on his words, we were already now brought back into the fold of Nigeria. So, yes, you have the right to choose yourself to be a Biafran or whatever the context, but I still maintain this my core argument. The Biafran question is a Nigerian question. It is the Biafran question is the question of the southern Kaduna who are marginalized. It's question of the Benue, the everybody. It's a metaphor for citizenship rights. So if you look at it from that perspective, I'm now coming into the thing of Senate president. Um, I kind of look at it and I think, Igbo man becoming a Senate president, what does it really give us? It doesn't really make any sense. I think Akpabio, in my humble opinion, would be my pick. Because when you go back in history and you remember what Azikiwe did to Eyo Eta, then you know this is an opportunity in history. If you know what Zik did, he lost the Western Parliament House and he came back to Eastern Nigeria and bullied, Eyo Eta out of the way. So please, my brothers, learn from history. Let's not, and then technically, Oju Okanu, OUK is, he's his own person. So my general opinion is that, I think Akpabio is okay, and then also I'm informed from a perspective that these guys don't even actually care what we think. So we can kind of analyze based on the way we think they will think. So don't judge me. I'm not in any way saying that what you are saying is not wrong, is wrong, right? What I'm saying is right. But I'm looking at it from the perspective of what is actually apparent at the moment. And that's why I align with Isimiri. And then when we look at it, we can now like for example, when in the US or anywhere, any developed country, when you are aligned to the right and your lobbyists are aligned to the right, but a left-leaning government comes into this thing, the people on the right don't kill themselves. What they do, they go and hire lobbyists that are no longer right-leaning to go and lobby. You understand what I'm saying? So if we now look at it from that perspective, in the sense like what Loco P was saying, like if we are looking at, how can we come up with ways to work around this thing? Another thing that most people don't understand is that a Tinubu is already a left-leaning individual from his history, from his politics. It will suggest that a Tinubu is left-leaning. He's a Nadeko person. In his time in Lagos, it suggests that he was left-leaning. His manifesto, technically left-leaning. So what is really the thing here? He is the president, like he's waiting. Why not channel your efforts to trying to hold this gentleman to account, trying to look at things that way? Stop being, yes, I'm an Igbo man. I wouldn't lie. I didn't like what they did to my people in Lagos. I was born in Lagos Island. I'm a Lagosian. But the truth is that I can never aspire to become the governor of Lagos because I know the politics doesn't favor my ethnic religion. That's an apparent fact. But I rather focus on how we would work to change that stride. Because remember, it's not only the Igbos that are there. There are the returnees from slavery they are worries who own Lagos Island, were technically conquered by the Benin. So where is this context of an Igbo man, scratching all these things around? So the two sides of the aisle have to be balanced. That's my position. That it is the Biafran question or the marginalization question, it's a Nigerian question. By the time we understand that and we look at it from that perspective, I think we might actually shift a little bit. And then Tinubu's reign is here. Deal with it. Just deal with it.
All right. Thank you. Forefathers.
Can I rebut that, please?
No. There are so many things to do to rebut, but I don't think we want that. Let's come back to you. When you get your chance, you can say.
Dr. David doesn't want you to say anything to what I say.
I had some issues in what you said, but I didn't want to.
No, please, let's break it down. Please, that's why we're here. We're here to learn.
The history you just laid out about how yeah, exactly.
You don't agree with me. It's in black and white.
Yeah. No, it happened. Nobody's saying it didn't happen, but how did it happen? Why did it happen? who did it, who made it happen. That's a different conversation. I don't want to take us away.
Okay, let's not go into that.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Rudolph. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat there, and to the viewers. I guess for me, I would just go back with what everybody has been talking about, like Tinubu becoming president and stuff like that. I think we have to be careful not to just say, okay, he's fait accompli. The impression that gives is that the court process is over and this is how things are done, and more of it, please. And you don't want to send that kind of message, because the people that are still in court, because you are not doing them a good service, because they are doing the right thing, they could ask for people to go on the street, which I am against, and tear the street up, and Nigeria will be poorer for it. But they go to court, and we come here and we make it look like they are laboring in vain, and that is not always. That's the impression it gives. I'm sure that's not the message that people want to send out there. The truth is, he is going to be president. That's not going to, nothing's going to change that. Even if they pass judgment tomorrow, he's still going to appeal. And this is why I think that rule needs to be changed. That if there is a court case like this, it should be completed before the new president comes in. Because if anybody then technically can invest for just having 2 years presidency, that is more than enough time to do all kinds of damage. In other words, they can cheat like anything. Then you take them to court and they still become president. That is a gaping hole that is left there for abuse. And maybe that's what's happening right now. And it's something that I think they need to close. I don't think he's going to do it, because obviously some of his friends wants to probably use the same tactics. And if some people will be saying, if it's fait accompli, let's carry on as it is. That is not good for a nation, and you are more susceptible to being manipulated. Because the side that loses will feel righteous indignation, and they will want to fight back. And you can see that it's easier for foreigners to manipulate our people when that happens. If you see what is happening in Sudan right now, we think China and America is going to fight in China and in the US. They're not going to fight in the US. They're going to fight in Africa. Most people think that they are going to be fighting in Taiwan. No, this is where the fight is going to happen. They're going to use us as cannon fodder, and it will be easy for them to come here and create division, and we'll just start fighting on their behalf, just like Ukraine is shedding blood for Americans right now. This is what they do, and because they know, instead of them to be bombing Manhattan, better to be bombing somewhere else they consider less valuable. And we have, this is why, for me, sometimes I feel like we are not selfish enough as a nation. And some of the things, man of prestige, I used to, be a fan of yours, but some of the things you were saying today about Nigeria, I don't see, just because things are bad doesn't necessarily mean you just trash talk. We should just be trash talking the country. In the end, what is going to save this country is a nationalist instinct. And it's a shame Nigeria has not had a nationalist party, because these are the parties that fix nations. These are parties that put the nation first. And I really think that Nigeria needs an era of that, because all the people you ask questions, if you ask them even a little bit of searching question, you can see that these people are like hooked, like their placenta is hooked to Western economy and their Western mindset. They don't want to let go. All our leaders I have spoken to so far, you ask them any question that will have them distance themselves from the West, they will never. They will do everything. It's like that visa. They don't want that visa to be threatened. They don't want their children not to be able to travel overseas. This is a problem, because there are sometimes you can't eat your cake and have it. You can't expect your country to do well and still be hooked on to them. They are the ones that are that placenta, they are sucking us dry. The only time Abacha didn't do all those things that they expect us to do, Abacha was able to raise our national reserve from, I think there's a bit of a noise coming in. He was able to raise our national reserve from 200 million to 9 billion in a political crisis. And he's under sanctions. He didn't travel overseas. He did all that All from Nigeria alone, not from anywhere else. And he still had enough money, according to what they said, to steal so much, billions too.
Wait, hold on, forefathers. According to what this, are you saying that he didn't steal money? Are you?
I'm saying that their own narrative is not necessarily what you should accept.
No, are you saying that Abacha did not? Let's get, if we don't agree on this one, then there's a problem in that country. Are we saying that Abacha did not steal money?
Okay, let me ask you this. Did Abacha build any house overseas? Did he buy any property overseas? How many properties does he own in Nigeria?
Can we just leave all these kind of?
No, hold on. These are searching questions. No, hold on. Then let's ask the question, because nobody has bothered. And this is the thing. He's a press man. He never asked these questions.
No, hold on. No,
tell me now. I want to know, because I want to know, and nobody has given me that answer before.
No. What I'm trying to do is that, sometimes people say here that people come and say things and we don't question them. The reason why we don't do that, like, is to interrupt every flow. But this one, being that you're a moderator, and I hear people always say the truth. We can't even agree on what is the truth in Nigeria.
Exactly.
If forefathers cannot say that Abacha, knowing how much money has been returned to Nigeria, that Abacha is part of Nigeria, that Abacha stole money, and Abacha is not alive today. It's not like he's done anything to you. If his forefather cannot say that, then it worries me that everything is up there, in the air. Nobody will agree on anything.
No, the reason why is that if somebody, when they say it walks like a dog, quacks like a dog, and it's a dog, but there are so many signs that doesn't indicate that here.
Are you saying that the money was taken out by somebody else and it's been brought?
No, he took it out himself. Because the last time Mustafa mentioned this, he made one statement and he didn't say it again. Yeah. He said Abacha was under sanctions. He had to move money out of the country to do things on behalf of the country. Maybe these are money that was sent over in form of subterfuge to do whatever he needed to do.
And it wasn't kept there in the name of the country. It was in Abacha's name.
Yes. Not in his name. You think these things were on his name? You think he was putting Sani Abacha on top? No, they were not on his name. Go and check.
They trace it back to Abacha. That's why they brought
They will trace it back to Abacha, but it wasn't in his name. He tells you that it was never in his name, but he was the one that sent it out there. The question you should ask yourself is, why is somebody under sanctions sending money to the countries he never travels to? He never goes there for holidays. You should be asking yourself those critical questions. How many properties does Abacha own in Nigeria? Okay. Ekweremadu owns 40-something.
So, forefathers,
all over the world.
Let's get to that. Forefathers, let me tell you this. This is something that most people may not know. When you read about the cases of Abacha and the lawsuits, there are so many lawsuits, and how this money they were all brought back to Nigeria, the ones that we know now. Abacha did not actually move the money himself. You know that. There are people, and sometimes they are Americans, they are bankers in Switzerland that do this, and they use different people's name. Okay, so I'm just saying this to point out that what you are saying about whether the story they told that you are about to buy into, that he's keeping the money for the country. No, it wasn't that. He wasn't keeping the money for the country. He was just dead. If Abacha were to be alive today, we wouldn't be hearing about these things. Okay,
you think so?
Yeah, of course.
So what was he using the money for? Just for himself to buy which mansion that he never owned?
So let's
tell me now, what is it? Because if somebody's stealing money, they have a purpose for it. What is the purpose?
Can I ask?
I don't know. You all tell me, if you have that kind of money, will you not buy anything with it?
No. You see, I don't.
Can I answer?
Hold on. Let me give you an
but I don't know if he's going to die soon, though.
You know Cecilia Ibu, the wife of the Ibu, the one that owned the Guardian. When she was EFCC, when they investigated her, if you read all the investigations of all the cases, she did not, the houses she bought in America, she didn't use her name. So we're talking about money in the bank. We are not talking about, Abacha had no dream of living in the West, unlike all these people who enjoy life here. Maybe Abacha had houses in Sudan. We don't even know today. It won't be under his name. Nobody went to Sudan to go and look, or Saudi Arabia to go and look who owned this. So,
but what you are doing now, you are believing things that people told you.
No, it's not. Nobody told me. I'm not saying maybe. I'm saying nobody is looking at that, because here in America, it's easy. When they traced the Hebrew houses, they didn't find her name on it. They found the names of her relations that were used to buy these houses. So if I use the name of, I can tell you one governor today in Nigeria who took money away out of Nigeria for Abacha. He's a big man now, very rich. And when Obasanjo negotiated with him, Obasanjo decided that we should give him half of the money. He will return some. These are people. So Abacha home in Nigeria is not a dream of Abacha. If you have 300 million to put in America, in a bank in America, why would you think about home? What is the importance of home? What do you need the home to in America for Abacha?
Because the reason why I say that is because from what I've gathered, at least in the last couple of months and years, you hear that when people steal money, they own this, they send this, they do this with the money and all the rest. And coupled with what Al Mustafa reported, that Abacha was under sanctions. One, if he wanted to do something like that, it would be going to be very, very difficult for him to do. Send money to Western countries where they are sanctioning him and he's against them for quite a long time. Then he's hiding his money there. So how do you think people like, the leader of North Korea buys stuff from the West? This is the way they shuffle money all around. This is the dark world that they operate in. And if that man dies today, they will accuse him of stealing everything from his country, and that money, they will share the money amongst themselves. They will not give you the interest and all the rest, and the country loses out. But yet that money originally belongs to the nation. So from the report that Al Mustafa gave, that he was the one that said Abacha never traveled overseas. So what does he need money over there for? He never bought property there. He doesn't have a child going to school there that he needs to fund. So you have to ask yourself this question. And he was making enemies there too. So I don't know. I'm just telling you, I'm just submitting that we shouldn't be jumping to conclusion on stuff like that. Because even Abacha, months before he died, he was already white. He was already white. I think he was ill already. And he was making one speech. He said people are going to remember what he's done. I was like, because I hated him too. I was like, you jail Abiola, nobody's going to remember you for what you've done. But it tells you that things are not always the way people think it is. If he's stealing so much, from 200 million national reserve to 9 billion in how many years? About 5 years. That's what he did. But these people here, they are borrowing money and borrowing from. Abacha didn't borrow money. Does he not like money? If he wants to steal money, he can borrow and steal. He doesn't want to borrow IMF money again.
But the economic realities are very different, sir.
Of course.
The economic realities are different. So you cannot say one person borrow, one person.
I'm just raising this stuff because people should be asking themselves critical questions.
No, hold on.
Dr. Damages.
I don't even know. Number six. Hold on. Number six. Hold on.
Dr. Damages, this show is very veritable now. And the overriding sentiment is a bias for action. I've been listening and everybody have been asking, okay, what next? So don't you think this show should go beyond this conversation, and you should start thinking about how to create a platform where action can be taken? Since last week, I've been listening. People have been asking, okay, what next? People have been asking today, okay, what's the solution? So I think it beckons on you, like history beckons. I think this is something that God has bestowed on you, and you shouldn't just leave it as just talk at this level. You should go forward. And secondly, there's something I wanted to say. This Tinubu issue and him being declared, obviously we know that Tinubu had an agreement with Buhari. There was an agreement, a gentleman's agreement between the both of them, that if one person finishes, the other person will take over. Now this is where the problem lies. It's not a private business. This is a country of more than 200 million people, and somehow they are trying to foster their private agreement on the whole of us. That is why I want to maintain that people that are saying we should just move on, imperatively, it is so wrong that we should move on at this stage. Because we shouldn't allow people to sit in their bedrooms. Okay, take this for if Tinubu succeeds. Do you think he doesn't have an agreement with somebody else that is supposed to take over from him if they let him, govern? So this is a very dangerous precedent, that we shouldn't allow. And I want to thank you for this conversation. The conversation is very good. Keep on debating. The debate is alive. People are talking. It's very important. But then people shouldn't tell us to move on. We can't move on. This is a very dangerous precedent. What this means is that we will never have democracy in that country. They will just be passing it over to themselves, as the case may be. So, that's my submission, Dr. Damages. Take this very important that you have to, because people are ready, people listen to you. Personally, every Saturday, my son is always, he said, Daddy, you listen too much to this, but I say, at my age, this is what I should do. I should listen to my people and hear them cry, hear them wail and all that. So I think the bias is for action. If you can try and put something in place so that we can begin to, these ideas, we can see how we can channel them to become actionable. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can I say something? Just a minute.
Hold on.
Just
Prestige, how many thousand I don't they talk?
Prestige, hold on. I know, I'll come to you. Let me just address something that number 6 mentioned. I really appreciate your addition to that because it's been raised before and I talked about it. I do appreciate that. But I have to say that I'm doing what I can do, what I'm doing. It's up to people here to come together on their own, and I will support. If you guys want to talk about it, you can open the platform for a Saturday. You talk about what you plan to do, but I'm not going to tell you that I'm going to accept responsibility to do something else outside what I'm doing. It's already too much. But I will support in principle whatever movement, whatever thing you guys want to do. But I can't commit to that. And it's a call for everybody. When people are listening at home, people are watching, and they might be interested in some things like that. But you can, everybody can do something. That may be a real call for you to say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and people will join. The important thing is that the idea is here, and the idea came out. When we were in Nigeria war, people were getting married, and people were, things can happen in a platform like this, but it's not the platform that we now turn into becoming another thing else, So thank you so much. Go ahead. Let's talk about Mama Echo before you, man of Prestige. Mama Echo, go ahead.
They have not even finished. The guy took excuse before he stopped me. Or is it an intervention or this, I'm not sure.
Just an intervention.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
And I had one question for forefathers.
Hold on. Forefather, this is specifically for
I think so. There's a make I talk on a content over this floor.
Hold on, Major. I'm only going to be
find trouble.
Okay. So let's
go ahead.
I called her name. Let her talk. Mama Echo, go ahead.
Agaudo, I hope those went do that roof for you. They also put there, say, the reason why people they eat for your show. And because when they waka go eat, you go remove them, come off for stage.
Oh, that's also part of the rule that when you leave the stage, when you leave, your camera is off. Let me see. It says when your camera is off. Oh, hold on.
Because when you want solve problem, you go first of all look at the root cause. So, Ogaudo, you are the root cause why people are eating on the stage.
So this is what it says. Wait, let me read that part.
Because that's the truth here.
It says,
nobody wants to come here to eat.
No, this one.
But when they waka go peace, you go remove them. Now they go basic, they do it for. So now na partiality.
Oh, I remove him all the time.
You know they remove her. Me, I know they see you.
So this is what it says. No.
Now this place don't vacancies. You remove the person, no. But in Mama Echo, you go block her off.
So it says, hold on now, Mama Echo. No eating on air, no sleeping on
no
air.
person won't eat on air.
And also,
So you address the root cause.
Anyway, we will do it formally. Don't
No,
worry.
I just want to say to Mama Echo that no, I don't agree with you.
Of why people are eating.
No.
Because
Literally, right now, I went out and Rudolph removed me, irrespective of the power.
And you know, say this your platform. Now get of heaven.
I'm out of here.
People know they feel they enter. So when people enter like that, they won't stay. So when people enter, gate of heaven finish. You got to remove them. You got to step and go eat.
The moderators will review what is here and then we will agree on something and then
and you too, you don't eat burger the other day. You are not see. You just are not see.
Who, me?
You just do like the eat burger.
Wait, but another thing, I want to say something. If Obi win Supreme Court through Obi as a winner, is it going to be a Supreme Court president?
I never reach your turn. I never finish my turn.
Wait, no, that's special. That's special.
No.
If Supreme Court win Obi now, is it going to be a Supreme Court president? I think Supreme Court governor.
Who's up? You never trouble.
No, I just have a question though. Is it going to be a Supreme Court president?
I talk. Now they talk since I live una. Me they learn to obey rule. Una they provoke me not to obey rule. Good. Are you enemy of my own progress?
I just wanted to know which one did you break now? Another rule that you broke. But
I won't talk. I never thought they just a yak butter. I'm not yak butter here. See, I'm not saying we shouldn't move on. But we can't move on until that court case decide how we go move on. But say we go move on with this impunity without a civil war, I doubt. Look at how my children when join Aye, I mean how they call themselves, and Blackers. When I see how many they buy for Benin, for Delta, for Lagos of recent, and none of these state governors have said anything to it. And I say, we move on. Bereni. When I know what happen now, now young men, now they buy. So the person who is supposed to be their wife is now left to do husband snatching. I don't know the implication. So we don't increase the number of ladies who not go get husband. So the only way out now to break homes. That is the implication.
Added to us where they go be Reverend Father.
Not only that, added to the one they lock up for prison. I don't know say now somebody husband neither they destroy come also, and they not destroy the baby when Baba God ordained with they come here. So what go happen? Husband snatching will be the order of the day. So women when they say me, Namia, sorry number of husband snatching is at the laugh but don't be laughing matter. Maybe doctor, if you know how to watch horror movie, I go send you some of this video. Your heart will break. Unless you don't condition my mind, unless unless Q. He don't condition my mind. He said, Mama, you must watch your children. It's horrible. We are not talking about what they do. When they don't use scatter their brain. Then when this chronic drug barrel, when it don't go liaise with the chronic Guinea drug barrel, plus when it go come from Mexico, when they enter streets, these children on the streets, they will use it just like a Madu. they will use them to traffic drug. And what will happen to them? Because they don't know, say, if you buy, you buy. If you succeed, good. So you see, now they move on. Hey, won't be worried. They're not born unaware. Does that make we move on with this one where they cry? Eh? We're not gonna move on anywhere. If it result to civil war, we go fight them. Because what are we teaching this younger generation? That is something we should think when we are talking. If we move on as soon as they describe her, we've only taught them one thing. Yahoo, Yahoo Plus, right on. Kidnapping, right on. Olosho, congratulations. Hookah, thank you. Boko Haram, Fulani Bandi, all correct, sir. That is what we just legalize. And me and you, make una kukuma lock up, no going home. Because the day you enter Nigeria like this, they go kelebe you anyhow. When I not see your Obama when he go hotel, in your hotel when he build, make people get job. What happened to that? The kidnapper, the buyer. With another student when he go hustle before ASU go call strike. Now got it so. Say now this one when he no answer now during debate. And this one when they buga up and down, they carry bodyguard. Now I go answer now. He's only there to collect immunity so that he go carry in drug business neat without nothing. He's not there to serve you people. Mbano. If he manage to, I go only do it for a short time so that I go remove this calmness. But the real deal, now drug hub, now Nigeria go become. So when we never enter drug, we never add drug matter, don't wait till they ground. Me and you know if you go home. When they call other time, the transit driver when go if you carry you for airport. So one moving on until the court decide. If he decides say nah, we're not gonna still move on because we know say the process is wrong. So on no government now go get work to do. Thank you. Move on.
Thank you so much, Mama Icho. Next week, the title of the show is 26 Days to Go. 27 days.
You ain't call me parrot. Now your wife, your daughter, your mama, now be parrot. Una had the colo well. There are something I don't want to answer now. But if I say some of una don't take cocaine, una don't take Igbo, quarter to go to the prison. I remain for una. You see what it happened to all the innocent people in Nigeria? All the innocent blood go happen to your family this year.
Okay.
If I say some of una need to lose una loved one before my head goes.
Mama Icho, are you talking to anybody here? Who are you?
No, I want useless one. When it does a mean parrot.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure they call you parrot or patriots? Because I'm reading here that they. Well, I'm just look at that too.
Oh my God!
Is that the one?
Sorry.
Well, maybe it's a misunderstanding. Yeah, it's a misunderstanding.
Okay, so one of the rules is
you call me parrot. Not vest. As my vest deadline, and they read some things upside down. So not vest.
Mama Icho, one of the rules says, I don't agree with this rule, but it says you should not respond while you're on air. You should not respond to people's comments.
I beg I go break that rule sometime.
Wait, I don't agree.
I go hold my peace. No, but some people, they need to hear her. Because now where me and they do village meeting with this. If I let them go, it go repeat the nonsense. So now me, if they want, see, tell your people, it's not that easy. You know, say me and you now they wake up, they block. So now beside they remove a sleepless night. they enter. So that they say not that easy to enter your gate of heaven. Okay? So when we don't do that sacrifice, may any person not come here because they talk, say, now waiting. You know not say na time na money. My country say time na money. So all of us, when you don't spend that many hours here today, now money we don't spend. Because these hours, if you take and make some baby. But because of our Nigeria, we can't come here, can't do. Then some people can't stay here. When they don't buga, they don't chop buga. Some of us never chop today now. Because we go, you go lock us. Then some people call the right rubbish because their head now, they do it. I beg.
All right.
This place when we did, we don't tire, we want to go. You know, see that my papa saying he won't go home.
Mama Echo, thank you so much.
Not let them go.
Thank you.
And there are many elderly people like that.
Can you hear me? Thank you so much. So let me, that rule was saying that if someone makes a comment, you should respond to them in the comment section, not while you're on air, because it distracts. You know, I tell our guests, when our guest is coming in, I tell them, don't read the comments. But even if you are, if you're a guest and we're talking to you, don't read the comments. But if you are reading the comments, ignore them. Not ignore them, but don't respond to the comments. Because
to respond to them for comment section, they sabi me for that.
Yeah, so that's because what you did now shocked me, because I wasn't following what was being written. I thought somebody said something I didn't hear, and you were responding to that. So it's not just about you. Just these are some of the things that are in the guidelines. But all right. But if you want to, you should apologize to the person you thought said parrot.
I don't apologize plenty times.
Sorry, it's just like customer service, isn't it?
Yeah.
Those fans out there are we're serving them.
Yeah. So, but it's we have to manage it well. But thank you guys so much.
For mama.
Thank you so much.
Because as I just see one picking when they buy for a year, I be right now. My hair just go low.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate.
There was a question I had for forefathers.
Yeah, you get to that. You'll get to that soon. And let me just say.
No, I thought it's my turn to speak. Can I?
Let me say for the last time. Let me just show you guys for tomorrow, please. Anybody who has a time and can join us, to please join us, so that we will have a chat with Shikunigwe. She's a very important writer in Nigeria. And one of the things you guys may not know this is that I struggle to find a female guest on the show. So if you know anybody who is deserving and who would like to come and be a guest, let me know. I will reach out to you. But tomorrow at 11:30, tomorrow evening, we will host that. All right, forefathers and Mr. Scribe. Thank you guys, but I have to take my leave now, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Who goes next? I think it was
Forefather.
Okay.
Forefather, let me respond to you, please. I think let me say something. This is specifically for Forefather. I think you have an autocratic mindset. You come here and speak about looting and everything. You tend to sanction his government just because he didn't live abroad, he did any house abroad. So the way you're making it sound like like his government is better than the government we have right now. There's no nepotism and other kind of thing during his regime. I thought that's what you're implying. But I don't know why you sanctioning his government, like it's better than what we have right now. After all, he's the best government we ever had. And he probably looted the most money that we ever have. So I don't know if you got your mindset to be narrating that information to us. So if I'm wrong, you correct me. But let me make another statement again. We talk about how I'm really involved. I've been managed from where I was. When I talk about Nigeria, I've been talking about that. I think maybe about 2 or 3 weeks right now where I stand, that I don't so much believe in that one Nigeria. So I think that's where you came and made that statement. You are disappointed about what I said. You know, I didn't used to speak like that before. Normally, I speak good about Nigeria, but I'd be disappointed about what just transpired. You know, the process. So I don't think that I've been trying to see if it's going to tell me what is good about the country. Just one thing that is good about our country. I don't see it, but if anybody can convince me, I will listen. Thank you.
One good thing about Nigeria, Nollywood,
Yeah, what
Afrobeat.
is good about Nigeria?
Nollywood, Afrobeats.
No.
I can think of off my head. And that is global stuff. So I don't know what you're going. Politically,
I'm talking about politically. Let me be.
But isn't that why we are here? There's a lot of challenges now, and like I said, I agree with you. But just because you have problem doesn't mean your job is to try to fix it, not necessarily to just be pouring scorn and discouraging and at the same time saying praising other places.
I don't know how old you are. The Nigeria have been talking for 63 years. What has happened? Nothing.
Because people didn't do the right thing. People didn't ask the right question, that they didn't do the right things when they were supposed to do it. And the people you call, just now you said something about authoritarian and that kind of leaders. If you
I say you have an autocratic mindset. I say you have an autocratic mindset. That's what I said.
Maybe I do. I don't. To be fair, I'm not too. I don't have the luxury to care what style I have really. Because the way I look at it is that a problem needs to be solved, and it really needs to be solved urgently. Because we are in a terrible state of affairs. Just in case you don't know, Nigeria's life expectancy is 53, one of the worst in the world, and we are not at war. There are many countries at war there. Afghanistan has a higher life expectancy than us, and they've been at war. They've been bombed left and right. Iraq has a higher one. How is it that Iraq is able to keep their people alive longer than we can? With all our dense professors that we have in Nigeria, something is wrong.
Forefathers, what is different between the war you have in Iraq and Afghanistan and the war you have in your country called Nigeria? What is the difference of the war?
The hot war means that everywhere you are, you don't have any sense of peace. Your people can't invest in your country. You're having refugees flow in. We don't have that kind of case in Nigeria.
You don't have refugees in Nigeria?
We have refugees in Nigeria, but not on the scale we are talking about. Not on the scale we are talking about.
How many of us that are here? How many of us that are here sincerely, if you want to tell yourself the truth? How many of us here has really tried to invest in Nigeria since 80 years of this maladministration we have in Nigeria? How many people, sincerely?
I have. I'm sure many people have. I don't know how many, but
that's the point. You have to be speaking. You have to speak in your mind, because when you say war, there is no war anywhere that is greater than the war that you have in Nigeria. We are not in war, but they're killing people every day.
Yeah, but that's my point.
So what kind of war are you trying to describe about our life expectancy when you're talking about Afghanistan and Iraq? Because
let's not pretend. Don't compare two things that are not similar. It's not even close. If you have the first world come here and bomb us with F-16s, B-29, and this is SR-70, SR-7, this is a Blackbird, you will know. You will know the difference. Missiles coming to Nigeria, you will know the difference. This is not that kind. Nigeria has never been gifted with that type of war. So let's not pretend as if we are.
If I go to bed and sleep and die, it is die. If I die through the bullet of the war, it is die, my friend. Let us stop deceiving ourselves. We are not here to paint the picture of Nigeria.
So are you saying that
it's your country and this is my country too? And if you are trying to tell me that we are not in war, what are we in Nigeria? There is no war in Nigeria. What are we in Nigeria?
Grievous mismanagement.
Can I share a poster, please?
Mismanagement. Sorry, go ahead.
I recently met a Nigerian, and he is an ardent follower of a supporter of Tinubu. You know, when we went for this fight between Adesina and the UFC fight. I don't know if you guys watch UFC. So we're in the bar discussing now, and I was like, okay, peradventure you guys have Oduduwa Republic suddenly. Would you support a Tinubu as president? Guess his reply. He said never. So I was kind of thinking, so what do you guys think? He would support Tinubu as the president of Nigeria, but never support a Tinubu as the president of an Oduduwa Republic. I mean, that is very telling.
Yeah, because they are separatists. That's a different this thing. See, if your country hasn't done the right thing and things are going wrong, and I'm highlighting it, I don't understand why Ike is fighting that we are at war, because it's not the same description. If somebody is stabbed to death and somebody is blown to bits, there is different forms of death. Yes, they are the same death, but it's different forms. You can't describe them as the same thing. And you can't describe refugees fleeing from a country and to neighboring countries as the same as having internally displaced these people. They are slightly different situation. The state of this thing, anarchy that you have in a war-torn country is different. You can't compare Somalia to Nigeria, can you? Go to Somalia, and if you think it's the same thing, then you will know the difference very, very quickly. So let's not pretend as if Nigeria is Afghanistan or the same thing as other countries or Ukraine. It's not the same.
Somebody who wake up in the morning and went to his place of work or his place of business, and somebody came to him and said, "You are not going to open your shop today." And you ask, "Why am I not going to open my shop?" He said, "We just said that they are not going to open your shop." And in the process of that argument, that person who owned that shop was killed and his businesses was burnt down. What is the difference between that, the same word that is going on in Afghanistan? That's my question. Because you are not making any sense as a Nigerian to me.
But it's not you. I don't understand how you expect me to make sense when somebody burns down somebody's shop. You call that one war. I don't know. I can't help you with that if you cannot see the difference. In America, 46,000 people died last year from gun-related violence. Are you going to say there is war inside America?
There is gun war in America.
There is war?
There is gun war in America. That is why the
Okay,
government are
then
fighting
okay.
against
Now
the war
I think now we are on the same
shooting
page.
in America.
See, now we are on the same page. I see that you describe certain things as war based on how you look at it. Now at least we have a benchmark, isn't it? That is fine. I don't have any issue with that. Please go ahead, Ismiri.
I don't think we are the face of Nigeria. Me and each and every one of you here, as much as we are entitled to our own opinions, you will always have the Nigerian passport one way or another, unless you've chucked to us. And you would always be a Nigerian. It will always run it deep in your blood, whether you like what is going on in Nigeria or not. It is you and I that will make it better. Other Africans, I know people say some other African countries don't like Nigeria. That's not true. I will recommend to all of you here and anyone listening to go and watch a YouTuber, very popular YouTuber called Ajim Maxi. He focuses on the positivities of Nigeria, how great Nigeria is. They are not from Nigeria, but they can see more than it's like you are inside a situation, but someone out there can see maybe even better that Nigeria is not perfect, but there are some good stuff about Nigeria. That's why it's called the Giant of Africa. And we should be proud of that and wear Nigeria with pride. In as much as we are not perfect, we can become better. It is you and I that will make it better for the future. So let's not completely condemn our country whilst other people are proud to be an African because of Nigeria. Listen to that. Go and watch Ajim. The Ajim is spelled as A-G-I-M. Maxi. Maxi is M-A-C-Z-Y. When I watch some of his content, I shed glorious tears and become even more proud. He's not a Nigerian, he's a Cameroonian, but he's so much in love with Nigeria.
Can I take 30 seconds to disagree with Ismiri? Ismiri,
No.
I think there are two things that there's one thing that you're missing here. The problem with Nigeria is a problem of citizenship. what we are saying is that we are not treated as citizens. So you can understand when someone who's not a citizen is now saying something and describing the features of Nigeria. Please don't mix it up. Nigeria is a great country. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. Like, I mean, there's no need for anybody to go outside Nigeria to rest. You could go to Yankari Game Reserve, right?
Okay.
That is a different topic. Don't mix it up. What we as citizens, what we are saying is that our rights have been eroded. That's my point. That's my point. I want to disagree with.
Augustine has a problem, I think. Sorry, has a question. Sorry.
It's
Sorry
us. 1 minute, it's us that are voting the people that are robbing us of our rights. So we are part of that rotten system.
That Cameroonian guy, if we ask him about Cameroon, he would have a lot of issues.
They are rigging them in. They don't vote them. They rig them in. China, the one go sit down. Begin to do tomprint.
Mama H.O., wait. What I'm saying is that we have young people amongst them that collected bribes that rigged the election. We're not youngsters then.
Augustine, please go ahead.
I was just trying to ask about the electron. Sorry, I think it's science. Let's say election, not electron. I was trying to ask about the election tribunal. Do you think it would be a nice idea for the case to extend beyond the inauguration day and go even into maybe Tinubu's first or second year in office? A case where, let's assume, I'm pointing a hypothetical situation. Let's decide that the courts decide to go for Obi or Tinubu, and the presidential election goes off cycle. Do you think that would be a nice idea?
No, I don't think so. It's a terrible idea. I actually think it's a gaping incentive for election malpractice, because if somebody can get into office, even if they can get into office for 2 years, then they are found to have cheated, they often don't get prosecuted. They are just removed from office. That's the thing. And then one can invest, become a president, run the country for 2 years, they get kicked out. Within that 2 years, you can do a lot of damage. You can make a lot of money. You can get a lot of people all kinds of jobs, all kinds of different things that are irreversible. Sign contracts. So I think that for the Nigerian state itself, they seriously need to inspect the process and review it carefully. And in INEC too, this is why the job of INEC is very, very important. You don't want to create a lot of room for cases to be emerging like this, because this stuff can damage nations. You know, historically, Africa has been known as a continent that has lost a lot of mileage because of wars of transfer of power. Because if you don't have a system of transferring power that is not as damaging, that is not very damaging, then you are going to suffer that as a nation, because other nations will just be doing it as if they're chewing gum and walking. We will just go into another death spiral of cases and all kinds of nonsense. And if somebody gets cheated badly, let's say the obedience now, and they found out that they were cheated after 4 years, so when he comes in now, he's got 2 years. You see what I mean? So this is the situation we are facing, and that could lead to a serious argument. They will say, no, we just started, we have to start 4 years afresh. You see what I mean? So this is why people have to be careful. When you do things, you have to do it cleanly at first, and then they created this problem. I don't know why IRF didn't work. So, and they should be made to pay for it. Actually, I think the court should make INEC pay for what they did, because it led to this problem. Because if they had done their job, I don't think everybody, Peter Obi will be suing anybody, will be suing anybody. Maybe the results will be different too. So that's what I think about it. And it's as you can see, it's a serious problem, because I think like I think like a criminal, because you have to think like the worst criminal ever. No, come on. You have to think like you can break the law, and that's how you can plug the gap.
I was laughing at the tone that you said it. I do agree with you.
Yeah, I was just thinking aloud, thinking like
I know, I get it. But I just want to quickly rebuttal what you said. I think IREV actually worked, in my personal, professional assessment of the whole thing. You know why? Because IREV was so honest that you can actually tell who won the election. So you cannot tell me that IREF did not work. I refuse to. I refuse to concede to that.
Yeah, that stuff caused a problem in Haiti too. And Haiti is in a mess now partly because of that problem. Because the guy that won the election, I think another person took the office. Then by the time he came back, the other person has run. So he said his own term has started again. He led to all kinds of, and that president was assassinated in his own home. He died, and
Brother Augustine,
Haiti has never known peace.
Can I add something to what forefathers answered you, but the question you asked? I think, this thing is all about politics. You look at the electoral law, the constitution says they have 180 days, right, to handle this issue of petition and stuff like that. But some of learned lawyers in Nigeria has led us to know that this thing can be done even in a month. They gave us instances where this thing can be done even in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or even 1 month. But because this is a script that has been written, think about when Peter Obi and Atiku submitted their petition since. What has been going on? It's just last week that they just, was it 3 days ago or 2 days ago, that they announced the judges that are going to handle Peter Obi's petition. This is just killing the time. This is just killing Nigerians, waiting for 180 days. We conducted the election in February 25th. And by tomorrow or next tomorrow, we enter the month of May. So which means they are just relaxing, waiting for 180 days. But some of Nigerians who are lawyers, I'm not a lawyer, even those who help us to write the law, who knows much about this law, has come to the national television. Let Nigerians know if we are sincere and if we are honest, and if there is nothing that is cooking on the ground, that this case can be handled before the inauguration. So this is the politics that have been played.
It's not going to be handled, and Tinubu is going to make it into office. And we didn't plug that gap before now, and it's too late for us to plug that gap. I hope Nigerians are paying attention to these our problems. And I like, I think, what was he? I think he was here. He said we should be talking about how we are going to, be dealing with some of all these problems that we are going to be facing. As my main submission was about, that Nigeria hasn't had a nationalist party, and we don't have nationalist leaders that are strictly nationalistic, and discourage their people from all these leaders that want to always rush overseas. Even when they have a headache, they have to lie down, they need a foreign pillow to lie down before they can rest. They need to stop this silly thing. It is a disgraceful behavior, really. And I don't understand how they think that people look at them when they go there. They look pathetic. They really do. Nobody respects you when you show up there as if that's your second home. No self-respecting leader goes to foreign countries. Even European leaders don't go to fellow European countries like that. And our leaders, I asked some of our politicians the other day, I said, are you going to champion this thing so that this medical tourism thing reduces, you will stop it? Like, no, we can't do it. We can't do anything about it. They are just going to keep going. And this, it's like, you're not serious. How is it that is even a question? You should be looking to build a hospital, is a world-class hospital in the 6 geopolitical zones, to ensure that your politicians and your top officials don't keep traveling overseas for treatment. How is it the hospital is too much to ask this leader to do? And I don't know how Nigerians let them get away with it. They keep doing it. Something that the entire country is against. The entire country, north, south, east, west, they don't like these leaders traveling overseas for treatment. And it's going to force them to make the healthcare system in Nigeria even better. But nobody is doing that. And I think, because from what somebody that came here, I think 2 weeks ago, said about how they betray Nigeria, how whenever people are trying to pursue a goal, what you tend to see is that they get money bags and everybody forgets. They get bribed, in other words. They forget about the struggle. They forget about it. And the reason why that I believe that is happening, because we have not truly had a purely nationalistic this party. Because nationalist parties, the only thing that matter to them is the nation. That they don't care about anything else. People like that, if they crop themselves up and form a group, no bribe is going to work for them. You have to have people like that. People like Mugabe, people like because we never had a chance to have people that were forged. All these Linkwaju we talk about, they are all nationalistic leaders. Chairman Mao.
I would argue that Tony and Nahoro would fit in that mood. I would argue that
I don't know him.
That I would argue that an Obasanjo will fit in that mood. I would argue that I'm making assertions. I would argue that I would argue that if Femi Fani-Kayode Senior would fit in that mold. I would argue that who else? Nationalists, those who were real nationalists in history, Nigerian history. Herbert Macaulay would fit in that mold. Who else in history would, to an extent, Nnamdi Azikiwe as well would fit in that mold. And Obafemi Awolowo, that one is a larger than life. That one is hallmark. Ejakande would fit in that mold. These are nationalist leaders. Who else? You can name them. We can't. I don't think it's fair to just say that we've not had people come through leadership. A Simon Bakwe would fit in that role. And M.I. Okpara will fit in that mold. Mbono Ojike will fit in that mold. Name them.
And then Nnamdi Kanu will fit in that role. What did all
this? I don't think.
Because you are just naming people. You are not telling us what they did. That sets them apart.
And Nnamdi Kanu is a Malcolm X. We have to respect.
No. The reason why I said that was to highlight the fact that you are not. Obviously, it's not. To highlight the fact that you have not stated what these people did. Because you can't just name.
If you give me an opportunity,
like when you said Obasanjo,
Anosadebe will fit in that mode.
When you said Obasanjo
will fit in that mode.
Let me add this now. When you said Obasanjo was a nationalist,
yes,
Obasanjo may be a Nigerianist or a Nigerian, somebody that promotes Nigeria, but it doesn't make him a nationalist.
If you indulge me, I would take time, but I don't want to take time off other people.
So because the reason why I say that to be a nationalist, your nation first, nobody else. None of this Jackman syndrome of going overseas constantly.
Nothing. In Obasanjo's time, you forget that he also, when he dealt with the debt crisis, when he negotiated the Paris Club arrangements, when he did a lot of things that brought Nigeria out of the stagnation that it was at that time. Also, as a nationalist, his choices into his cabinet till today, it was the most decentralized. It was well balanced.
Hold on, but that's why that's my point.
We've seen in recent years.
You're missing the point. You're missing. I think
speaking the power for you for chat.
Is a Nigerianist. What you are describing is a Nigerianist. Yeah. What I'm talking about is a detribalized person. No problem. Because this was my submission. I don't know why Dr. Damage is ran away because I know everybody will say I'm
power for you. They said you hijacked the show.
See, the reason why I say it's not a nationalist. See, a nationalist will not put up with being in office and Nigeria doesn't have 24/7 power supply. They will not live with that. They are willing to rip the nation apart to achieve it. We are talking about people, they don't care about doing dirty things. They will do what needs to be done to fix the country. We're talking about the images like Lee Kuan Yew, Stalin, all those other people that their job is fix this nation. Enough is enough. Anybody that don't like them, bye-bye, go and suck lemon. They don't care. We've never seen anybody like that. The person that came closest to that was somebody like Abacha that didn't care about anybody other than himself. For him, it's himself. He's not for the nation. But if he was for the nation, like he really, really wanted to fix things, you would have seen the power supply, you will see change. You will see things that he has built. Nationalists are very, very much in a hurry. They do things very quickly. Like people like Hitler, obviously, he's got a bad name, obviously. He too was a nationalist. He wasn't taking prisoners. If Hitler died like 2 years before he started the war, he would have been one of the greatest leaders of Germany.
Forefathers, you know, we always have these after show chats. I think this is perfect for our after show chat. So that way I can take you on very, very well.
No, because those names you mentioned, I would really like to hear them, because all these leaders you mentioned, when I hear them talking, they sound a little bit, you know, for nationalists. If you look at the Italian this thing, current Italian government, that's what nationalists sound like. They don't take prisoners.
The most even I can give you a case from Zogo that he was a nationalist. I can.
That's correct. As you said, I think this is a chat for when we end the show. When we end the live show, then we can have this conversation backstage. Because I don't think a lot of people in the audience are not too keen on this.
No. See, I don't subscribe to that. The reason why there's no point saying the same things over and over again. Let's talk about Tinubu. He's a drug baron. No, he's Jagaban. He's what?
I'm just giving you feedback from the chat.
I don't care. I have to tread new grounds. We have to tread new grounds here, because all these people that for me, why I started thinking like this now is part of the feedback I've received from people on the ground, and that gentleman that came here and told us how easily people can sell out in Nigeria. And you ask yourself, what can you do to inspire people beyond? The only answer that seems to come to mind from history is through nationalist parties. And if you look at most of all these other nations that seems to be striving, even Russia and all of them, they are nationalistic people. Russians, they call their nation mother Russia. They don't play around. These people don't play around. They will share their blood easy for their country. They don't play around. So we don't have that type of spirit. If we had that, and I know there are people out there in Nigeria that are like that, but we don't tap into them. As a matter of fact, the entire sub-Saharan Africa doesn't tap into them. North Africans, they do have them. They defend their country with all their zeal. But somehow we have been lured to slumber. And whenever our people try to do anything with the context that we are in right now, they can easily be bought off, even without being threatened. They are bought off.
I have a question, Forefather. Just very short question. My question is, are you actually moderating, or have you taken it over to monologue? Because most of the people here, they also have something else to say.
You know what? See, don't worry. I will shut up soon now. Come on.
Let me finish. It seems like you took it over and you've been discussing it. Somebody tried to tell you that others are waiting to you. Said no. Let others say something, please.
See, you don't understand. You don't understand. See, this is why I don't like where this guy left. I was talking when Rudolph left. The guy I know this was going to happen. I didn't to finish what I was talking about. Otherwise, they will say I'm moderating. I should shut up my mouth. So, well, I'm done now. So anybody can go ahead. Who is next then? Who is next? CM hasn't said anything throughout today. CM, and he's been backstage for a long time.
Tony hasn't said anything today.
No, he has. I don't think
CM has been talking for a long time.
Forefathers, please. I think Mirage is the most recent person here. So
okay.
I think it's only
so
fair
because I said something now, it's me that it's my turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, because everyone is said something today.
Our local. I'll be a local for you.
Not be a local. Forget that one. Mr. Scribe said something before he left when Rudolph was still there. He said that the Bola Tinubu's regime has come to stay, that we should deal with it. You know, that kind of mentality is what I think that is actually the problem with most issues we have in Nigeria. They actually know that if they rig themselves in, or if they commit any form of corruption, that just within a few, it won't take time that Nigerians will say, let's get it over with and continue with our lives. So you find out that most of these politicians, they don't bother any longer about the consequences of what their actions will be. So they do exactly what they know best how to do, which is to either be corrupt or rig themselves into offices. And then wait for Nigerians to become a little, we lack patience, let me put it that way. And in most cases, we are very inconsequential with our actions, because if we find out that somebody did something, there is a litigation going on now. I think the best thing would have been for us to be calm and wait for what the outcome will be, because actually, even if he's there for a year or two, and let's say the court decides, okay, it's Peter Obi who is going to go in, Peter Obi will still carry on with this. He's not just going to stay 2 years there, because it wasn't his regime and it wasn't even his party. So I think it's actually a thing of the court. We have to leave it over for them to handle it. But from the way I'm seeing it, there was a guy who petitioned Tinubu to Buhari himself that they should put him in there as the president of Nigeria, because in 2015 he already had a litigation going on up to today from 2015. Maybe that one he slept off and forgot about pursuing his court case. So you find out that there are systems in Nigeria. Our legal system is not only the politicians that are corrupt. The legal system have been totally devastated. They just do their things their own way. So long as you have connections and you know somebody, you have money, you know how to deal with it. Some cases that would have taken maybe, like somebody say here, 2 weeks or so, can take years even before it could be called up to the court. So you find out that this Peter Obi case is not actually going to be a fair one. I'm not saying that they have been compromised, but from the way we see Nigerians and the way they do their things, especially our politicians, and the way they infiltrated this INEC man of a thing, we found out that what we expected was not what we got. So now the court has to decide on it. And forefather, you also said something. You said, I don't even know how to say this one. You said that Abacha did not steal any money, that anybody should bring you the proof for you to believe it. You know, you scared me with that very comment, because you later again made another comment where you said you think like a criminal. I started asking myself, forefather, are you sure if we put you in such an office or in a political situation where you are able to handle issues like that, that we will not start hearing that crocodiles swallowed some millions of naira, but it was not in your name? And you know, you have to be very objective. Even if the man himself did not use his name to steal those things and use his associates to deposit money in other countries, it is still him. So after his death, he is still vomiting money, giving Buhari, who is still sharing it to the invisible people in the streets, where we know that actually is still landing in private pockets. So you saying that Abacha did not steal really made me think, this my brother, God help you. But the thing is, I just pray that you become more objective than just this one.
Okay.
So I don't have much to say for now. I'll still listen and then.
Come on, man. I see. You think I say anything because I'm worrying about political office? See, I would say, because the truth is, if you want to deal with a problem, you better understand it. Otherwise, you just, you know, you're gonna find that
how can you understand it when you're when
you have to
somebody
be,
is dead? It's just like they said about Bola Tinubu, that Keyamo said the other day. He said that it wasn't Tinubu who opened, who took the money. It was the account that was associated with the drug issue. So I started asking myself, since when does the account open itself in the name of somebody? You understand? These are accounts opened by somebody. Anything that happens in that account, it is assumed. It is taken, not even assumed, that it's you, the owner of the account, that operated it. If you did not take any amount of money out of your account and somebody took it, you have to go to bank and tell them, I did not do it. So they have to investigate and find out what is actually the problem. But Keyamo was talking as if we are all fools, that account can open itself, and then people will now start blaming account itself. That man so lied that his son, I didn't even know whether he bought it from Adia market or it was actually a real son. But the thing is just that sometimes
the Senior Association on Non-Entity. That is what it stands for. Senior Association of Non-Entity.
Okay.
That is what
I guess I have to stop there for now.
Good.
I take your criticisms on board, but I dare to say that if you truly want to defeat anything, you better understand it, because if you understand it very well, you've already won. And if I'm to go into any kind of battle, if I don't understand this stuff, I'm not going. I'm sorry, I'm
But
not
that
going
should
in.
not be the reason
If
why
I
you go
want,
say
if
you be criminal now.
no, I'm saying you have to think like a criminal to
Think like a
to
criminal, not they think
yeah.
like a criminal.
Why not?
As they think like normal person that has
See,
integrity, trust, accountability, and the fear of God. Did you hear me? And not go get that your kind of criminal thinking.
see, you don't understand. I'm saying from the point of view that you have to understand, think the way they think to stop what they do. Because if you want to stop them and you don't know where they are and how they are going to do what, look at
You
how
know
Tinubu
they
ran
are
circle
criminal
around
already.
everybody.
You don't need to think like them. You need to think a different way because criminality cannot address criminal.
So basically, you're saying to catch a monkey, you have to behave like a monkey.
Exactly. You have to understand it.
I think it's the language. I think it's the language. People have been scared badly. So when they hear criminal, they just think, no, not again. So maybe if you are said to catch a monkey, you have to behave like a monkey. Maybe people have
they'll be fine with that.
But the minute they say you're thinking like a criminal, people are already wary of you.
I think I get that. It came across as if I was advocating for criminality or something like that.
Yeah.
But I guess the idea is to understand the problem. If you want to deal with a problem, you have to understand it in and out. And you've already won. Well, the moment you do that, whatever they do, you can see where they are coming from. You see what I mean? And I think that's something
And that's why I said, as a social worker, we have to use a holistic approach to address our problem.
You see that you see, some of this thing, when I read this thing, this audio, this thing of the Art of War by Samsung, one of the things he said was that if you understand your enemy, the war is already over. And some of all these leaders that you see, many of them are what they call it, scholars of Art of War, that Machiavellian theory, and all this nonsense that they use in the wrong way. But if you understand it, then you can tweak it and use it to stop them. Because in the end, it takes the good people to stop the bad ones from causing problems for everybody else. There's always going to be people that try to break the law. So to deal with those ones, you have to understand it. Here in the West, they even go as far as trying to question serial killers, for crying out loud. Like they want to know why do you kill? Yeah, for us, we like kill the serial killer already. Why are you worried about trying to understand the serial killer? Because they want to stop another serial killer from showing up. So we shouldn't dismiss understanding why people do what they are doing and how they do it, so that you can stop it once and for all. And for me anyway, I don't want innocent people to get caught, because sometimes when you are doing stuff out of just sheer righteous indignation, what you do is you go and damage a lot of innocent lives because you don't really understand the problem. You see what I mean? So that's the way I look at it. Sorry, who else? Sure hasn't said anything at all.
No, it's fine. If there's anyone that wants to say anything,
does anyone have anything to say about nationalist or does no one know anything about nationalist this in politics and stuff like that?
I pasted the definition of
of people that are ready to die for the country. Who is that? Anyone?
Let me say.
I would die for the country because I'm still going to die anyway.
Please, guys, I pasted in the private chat the definition of a nationalist. Please check it out. Thank you.
Let me say, if Nigeria by any stretch, of imagination has ever produced a nationalist, why are we where we are? That is the way I look at it. Let me start from the product to work towards the process. I don't think so. Even Nigeria as it is, I don't think it can give rise to a nationalist. It's just my own take. I may be wrong, but it's a thesis I hold. Nigeria, the way it is, the character of Nigeria, the composition, the constitution, constitution not in terms of book, but composure. That's what makes up Nigeria, everything. I don't think it can give birth. The type of nationalist like forefather gave using Mao Zedong of China. Yes, he's a nationalist. Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore is a nationalist. And probably Ataturk of Turkey is also a nationalist. I can put
CM,
them
can I
in
ask you a
that
question?
class. And then
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, please?
when I haven't read much, you please. Okay, you can, but I haven't read much.
Okay, no.
So that you pity me.
Okay.
Disclaimer.
CM. Let me ask you a question, please. Now, when you are mentioning people who are true nationalists that were given the opportunity to rule,
Yeah.
and then you now said that that Nigeria cannot produce nationalists. Why is that so? Would you not say that? Okay, yeah, go ahead. I think you understand my question.
No. Finish it in case I go astray. Sorry. Finish it.
No,
Let me.
so you are saying that Nigeria cannot produce a nationalist, right?
Yes.
But I am
Yeah.
opposing you that Nigeria does, even as we speak, the obedient are nationalists.
I think what Yemi is saying is Nigeria is very hostile to such
Okay.
ideas or such people.
Okay. Yeah.
I think he knows where I'm coming from. I just want to hear his
Probably. Probably. Let me say the obedient is time will tell. As at this moment, everything is still under the womb of time. We are referring to when I cited that talk of Turkey, Lee Kuan Yew, Singapore, and the Mao Zedong and all those things. I mean, history has sort of vindicated them, so to speak, at least for us to, make a head out of what they did. Obedient and all those things surrounding and all the stuff surrounding them is time we tell. As at now, remember Nigeria, like Chinua Achebe said, is a country that like to put its 10th 11 in a global competition. Nigeria will put up 10th 11. So until maybe it achieves the aim that we make it or gives it a that nationalist outlook, you can't really ascribe. You might say there's a potential. There could be, or the way they are going, or all things being equal, if it is not aborted and then being given birth and is sustained, allowed to grow, and they weather the storm, so to speak. But with all these things, it's under a womb of time until they pass through this test, this crucible, I may say so, with a leader to show for it, and with result, not just a leader anyway, with a result which really will make a difference in people's lives, either in terms of making people to look inwards or him driving people from point A to point B, whichever way it works. So that is when we call. So it's a lengota. But when I say Nigeria, although Nigeria can be detoxified, I agree that, but the way it is, that's why when we are mentioning all those, practically, Mr. Scribe, when you are mentioning all those names in the past, what we now say, if really they were, or probably maybe in terms of their outlook or their thinking, they may be sort of saying this could be nationalist, but did the environment allow them to, give of themselves the way it should have been, or maybe achieve the aim they set out to achieve, or transform life or put it? But because look at where we are now. You can't tell somebody that you've been this, you've been the. I mean, we've got this, and they can where we are. So Nigeria, to me, people say it's a work in progress. I believe, but for how long? For how long? We kill our best. We know that, no doubt. We go to competition with our 10th 11. We know that, and so all these type of things. But when you see a flicker of hope, it may die off. I remember that's why sometimes when you talk of who knows, but let me go back to Abacha because I was quite I really followed Abacha's regime when he was there. Not really because I have interest or whatever, but the fear the guy put into Nigerians, the discipline, even without saying it, really made people. And I was in Lagos then. So probably, who knows if Abacha has changed from military uniform, became a civilian in which he will now listen to the parliament, or go to parliament to defend their budget, or go to parliament to answer questions, or even has to tolerate the temperament of different civilians, because this is no longer military. You give a first command, you call the GOC, it gives you, then from there you take off. So in this case, everything has to be rule of law and all those things. Who knows? If the guy had been allowed, he didn't die, he changed over, though it is legal to switch over overnight without a political party, without going to electioneering campaign or resigning from the armed forces first. So who knows if he had gone over, whether because of that interest he has for his country, because he doesn't tolerate indiscipline, whether given the, because civilian life is different from military. It's not straight jacket. Anybody can, and at least you have to deal with fraud or lies on a daily basis. Even if you can lie to your senior superior and still get away with it, in the sense that you're exercising your fundamental human right. Unlike in the military, everything is hierarchy. There are certain things. There's a way you have to salute. There's a way all those things is regimented life. So I don't know whether it will stay pan out. Although Ataturk, I think Ataturk was in the armed forces before he became himself. Don't know, but so that is an example I may cite. In Nahoro, yes, he moved motion for independence. The nationalist tendency might be there, but he never had an office, so to speak, executive office, so to be number one to really carry out what he wanted to do. Emayobara, regional level. Awolowo, a regional level. They're all good. We don't know whether if Awolowo will come to the federal level to replicate what he did in the West, will he be allowed? That is another thing. If Emayobara should come and replicate what he did in the East, will he be allowed? I remember Pato Tommy used to say, or Bello, Pato Tommy said Awolowo will open the TV station, the first in West Africa. Then all those things. They said WNTV first in the air or first. Then Obara did his own in Enugu and said ENBC second to none. So when you are first and I'm second to none, you see the English. So the competition is
I think
healthy.
of all the people you mentioned, Awo is the one that comes close to a traditional nationalist, and that is partly because he had a slightly different ideology. He was more leaning towards socialism. So, and let me just add something to what you said. The reason why Nigeria may be at least at the earlier stage would have been hard to have like a traditional nationalist leaders is because first the independence came from foreigners that divided the nation into different quadrants or regions, and then they said, you know what, you guys come together now and come. They basically brought us together to an extent. So you're not going to necessarily have a nationalist set of people. Yeah, they want their independence, but they are not like strident nationalists that will forge a unit and build a nation that is very, very strong. So, but if it happens now, it's more like voluntary, and nobody's forcing us to. It's sufferhead and problems that has forced us to do what we need to do now.
Anyway, if you say nationalists, remember nationalists come from nation. And nation is the entire country you're talking. But these people, they are quite good region. That's why I'm saying when we talk of, if we can say, well, we've got some good leaders in the past, no doubt, because if your people that elected into office, Yorubas are happy with their Wolo. Ask anybody, they will tell you we've never had this so good. This eastern region will tell you about them, but the north will say. So to that extent, you can say you've got a good leaders that listen to the people and did their job. But at the national level, that's what I'm saying, given the way Nigeria, remember I said the character of Nigeria, this thing, would it have been possible to have a nationalist the way you talk of, the way we talk of Singapore and Singapore and the Lee Kuan Yew, then Mao Zedong and all these people. So it wouldn't. But today, Clive said obedient. That's why I'm come back to obedient. It's only time that we determine, because anything started, anything is the only time that we determine. And everything to me is too early to call whatever. And Nigeria being what it is, unless who knows? I believe things do change, but given the benefit of the doubt, you have to allow time to evolve. Let's see really what this thing will turn into. But if it didn't turn into, I won't be surprised because of our character, our foundation, the way we are. But if it turns into, for well and good, after all, in the end, all we want is for the welfare of everybody and then for the good. And then if you have, all these countries that had the nationalist leaders, look at where they are. They are more like advanced. Turkey is advanced by any measure. Now today, Turkey is advanced. The West respect them, even not for anything. At least they have some measure of control over their life, and then they can contribute to world store of development. Not to talk of Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore. We know that, or talk of Mao Zedong of China is already high up now. So all these countries, maybe probably it flew down. In our own case, well, you know where we are. So
What I think part of it
that
is,
is the way I
I
see it.
think if we do it now, it will be different from what the elders in the 60s did, because those were put together by foreigners to an extent. But
Yeah.
if it happened now, it will be different. And I think people don't understand when this type of force shows up, because the ingredients are already there. If you look at some of the things
Yes.
Rwanda is doing, you can see that the ingredients are, when you ask young people now, what is the problem with your country? What is the key issues? Most of them are the vices like religion, tribalism, and all this stuff. And nationalists, when they come in, if these things are in the way, they will go after them. They don't take prisoners. These people don't take prisoners. So you can see a situation whereby it could show up any moment. You will not see it coming. Nationalism, when it shows up, you don't see it coming, and when it comes, it will just come, and people will be wondering what just hit them.
No, a key element of nationalist or a nationalist is that followership. Followership in the sense that there's a leader you will be following, because he's not emphasizing all these fault lines, religion, and all these things. You, the follower, will forget about it. It's not that if you go to Turkey, there may not be one or two people, or maybe one or two group that may not debate, because the leader, that Ataturk, was kind of taking them to a direction, and they were following him. So he wasn't emphasizing. It's like all those fault lines, he forgot, as if they don't exist. Naturally, you outgrow them. That is the issue. So let me take, for instance, like Obi now, we are talking about obedient. Obi was campaigning, said, look, bread is not cheaper for a Muslim to a Christian. We buy bread the same way. When it is hunger or whatever, something like that, don't vote for me because I'm this, vote for me because of this is what I'm going to do. Supposing that slightest opportunity, he gets it, and he capitalizes on it. And for the 4 years, he's not talking about fault lines. All he's talking about is bread. If it's expensive, it's for all of us. It doesn't know whether you are big or small. So gradually, people will be forgetting about the fault lines.
Look at that.
But remember, there
Ataturk
are
is
leaders.
revolutionary. Ataturk is a revolutionary. The kind of people we are talking about here, they don't have the kind of temperament Peter Obi. These are fiery people that don't take prisoners.
A revolutionary might be necessary as at the material time they are. But the way we are now, look at Nigeria is on its knees. You need to lift us up. But I feel it's not that those people, they may be revolutionary because of the circumstances of their time. They have to beat it that way to get their way. But in Nigeria own today, what the youths want is somebody they can look up to, given our past the way we are. And if the person is leading us very well, all these fault lines, and it's not emphasizing it, gradually it will be we are going away. As if they are not there, but they are there. But because of the fact that they are no longer used as a currency to gain power, to gain influence, or to get a leverage, so people will forget about it. So that also, because you have to, every country will be, you are national, you evolve based on the, let me say, the circumstances or the environment where you come from. That will determine the nature of your revolution. Those people, yes, I believe they are revolutionary, have to beat people into line. Probably, maybe during Abacha's time, people were still doing, I said, okay, Abacha came to really handle the situation. But today, Nigeria is not what you need a force for, because the population is more like mainly young, educated, both are in the diaspora and they're at home. So all they need is somebody who they can follow. As they are following you, you are not emphasizing the fault line, and you are leading them comfortably the way they want, and you are living that example. To be honest with you, gradually it will be it will take time, but gradually it will be fading away, because that is
How
what
long
we
are you?
want.
When you say it will take time, how long are you talking about?
Okay. Let's say how long. At least, given our democracy, 4 years. How have to go away. If the person gets another 4 years, before that 8 years, you now find out that because of the politics the person is playing, there are certain things, I mean, especially the fourth line, because if you want to be a nationalist, you shouldn't be looking for how to create fourth line where they are, or emphasizing fourth line. So when you are leaving all those things behind and you are trying to tell them that, look, in a different climate, this is where they are, that is where we should be. And they are seeing you say this is where we're going. So in other words, you're not even telling them that, can a Muslim follow? You say yes. After all, Dubai is a Muslim. Have you forgotten that Dubai is a Muslim country? But yet everybody goes there. Is that so? Yes. Or have you forgotten that maybe one other country, probably Haiti, though it's poor, but it's a Christian country. So you have to tell them, say, look,
the problem you are facing now is that now the kind of structure you are talking about, for it to work, first, what we have on the ground now is the criminals have run circles around this system you're talking about already. They are heading into office now. And secondly, the party is under attack right now as we speak, because the same people that know how to use the system are undermining it using their members. So using their members, because their members are willing to sell out. When they give them a bag of cash, they will sell out. Because why? Because they believe in a man, they believe in Nigeria getting better through, but they are not nationalistic. They are not necessarily nationalistic people. Sometimes maybe because the person is from their region, sometimes because their church, whatever. They are not nationalistic. So this is what I'm talking about. That's what defines nationalistic people that want to do the right things, just want to do the right thing for their country.
I base my analysis on some assumption. I've already assumed that all these things have been taken care of, and then the obedient, their leader is already there. That is where I'm starting. That is my starting point. Not that I discount. I'm not
that one is a
what
big
you are saying.
assumption. No, you have to get Pajagaban now.
Yes.
It's a big assumption.
But
how do you get Pajagaban?
Of course. That is but that is where
all that
you
bags of cash, bullion.
If
how do you get past
the
all
way
that?
The way you get past it is that the people who your case is before them, and the judicial whatever, decide to say, to hell with all those bags of cash, let us do the right thing. We've been suffering for over 60 years, and then let us do the right thing. They just use the word right thing, and they do it. So that is when the man said, okay, because that is where I'm starting. But if all these things crash now, will I build castle in the air? If it crash now, and then we come where we are. That is the thing. And what you said is a possibility, because given our situation, they give people cash. If not that INEC makes up or take cash, we will be in the mess. We will be talking of this type of prolonged case. We should have been a case of maybe we do election with
this
one or
is
two
why
things.
Now I think we have to. If this is why I talked about when I say you have to understand the system and understand what is going on to be able to defeat it. You have to set up something that is impervious to this level of corruption, this level of threat, this level. You saw what they did to Konjo Weala. That one literally they kidnapped a parent or something like that. So you have to create a system that is beyond that. Because if you want to change a country, those people will not give up. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of privilege. It's a lot of power. They will not give it up, and you have to be ready for them. And the only way you can be ready is to have people that are committed, that are going to be like, if I die doing this, so be it. I am going to the end of the road. And they don't have to be many. You know, you just need the ones because you always have them in all nations. It's not like, they make them from heaven. They are the people that are always present. And I think that part of this problem is that we need to start shifting towards a national. Okay, true. You may not have to shift radically to be a nationalist party and all the rest, but you have to shift the conversation to a nationalistic thinking. This thing that our leaders keep going overseas repeatedly, you have to start discouraging that and making it a shameful thing for them to be doing.
That is evolution. Even this the idea of going, I think I've said this somewhere else. The idea of going for medical treatment abroad on its own is a security risk as a leader. I'm not a leader. Any Nigerian who is not a leader can go abroad. It's okay. Go and treat yours. But as a leader, it's a security risk. If they really want
and
to
our
really
press
know
people
what
keep
is
leaving them to don't question all these things constantly. They leave them to go and do all this thing that they're doing. Let me just have Uzo and this is say something because they've not said much. Use 1 minute to round up, please.
The envelope is the envelope is brown. No, they can go, let them say. But then remember that in journalism practice in Nigeria, the envelope is really heavily brown. So that tells you, okay,
You
yes,
know,
yes.
when they used to say that envelope, I didn't know what that stood for, what it truly meant. You know, you hear these things that they bribe people, but when that man brought it to life here, he talked about how he was in the field, how they bribed those people, and they were telling him that they were taking money away. That's when he hit home. And I asked him, out of 10 Nigerians, how many would take that bag of money? He said 8.5. I was like, okay, there's no hope. Then we are done. That's the kind of stuff will concentrate your mind and say, how do you defeat something that 8.5 out of 10 would take before even being threatened? That is almost a hopeless situation. You need a totally different kind of mindset to deal with that kind of problem. So sorry, Ike, you wanted to say something, or
okay? Let me say something, man. Leave, please. As you said, let me start from your last what you said about the brown envelope. That one is the system. It's not like where you are. If I come to work for you, maybe whoever you are as a tech, all right, you offer me money, I will reject it because I know you will collect it. I know the consequence of it. All right. So if there's no consequences, anything can happen. Doesn't matter. So the system is that way. The system is built that way. All right. If you are going to see Buba Jacob, custom chief of army staff, all right, from the gate man in the gate, all right, we are going for Oga. He must start the settlement from the gate to the PA. All right. If not, you're not going to see that man in next 1 month. They will make possible you don't cross gate man, don't open gate for you. Where are you going? But you get mad, don't open that gate. Where are you going? You go nowhere. When you open the gate, the secretary will look at you, will just say, welcome. You just look at you and will be silent. You know what you want is okay. And you see your guy, he will look at you. You know, you open her pocket, give you something, then they pass it to the next step again. So that's number one. Also, if we don't take care of the system and put into law that this and this, this will happen, nothing can change it. Everybody knows that already.
But how is law? The people that are enforcing the law are breaking it too. Haven't you seen police people
that's the problem. No. That's the problem. People that are breaking in. So Nigeria is done on that one. And secondly, what do you? It's not like you are talking. Who was the watchman? Who was the watchman? That's what you say. Who was the watchman?
Yeah.
So on the second thought, who's the nationalist? I don't know how you guys someone was saying they can't put their life on to Nigeria. Our passenger for the Biafra war. If you can't 3 million people killed in the Biafra, how many people share it to all those soldiers that kill? How many people the passenger will take who are killed in Biafra war? And that is the war. He fought for Nigeria. He put his life down for Nigeria. Most of those guys. It was not easy. Yeah, they put their life down. They fight the war. It's a war. They put their life down there. So I don't know how we qualify. We're trying to make the nationalist issue. You know, when people.
The thing about nationalists is that they don't. If you look at our leaders so far, historically, you can say almost out of since 1960, 90% of the history, they've been trying to please all their former colonizers. They've been trying to please the so-called international community 90 to 95% of the time. So you can see that is not a nationalist mindset. Nationalist mindset, you have to fix your country first. The Lin Kuan Yew was called all kinds of devils. Name it. Mao Zedong, everybody hated him too. Any leader that wants to do something liked by their people, they don't like them. But when they are done, then history will like, oh yeah, now they are okay because he's done now and everything is all right. So, but Nigeria hasn't done that.
What do you expect someone like Obasanjo that came from prison? They brought him from prison to become a president. Where in the world would that happen? What do you expect? Somebody that they jack from prison, bring him out for treason, for whatever he committed, and make him a president of a nation. And everybody he says it's okay because it's their turn. Nobody is talking about it. That now what is he expecting to do? Is it by his power? You think that it's by a power that happens? There's a power behind him coming out from prison and become a president. It's not by his own doing. All right? For him not to die, You know, for him not to be killed, how many days for him to be killed before this man go Abacha went off the line? How many days? It remained to be how many hours? How many hours for him to be killed before Abacha go off the line? Before Apple that killer that make her done to commit kill. There's an Apple who kill Abacha. There's an Apple. So how many days was he left to be killed before he was brought as president?
Do you believe that theory? Do you believe that theory? I don't.
Well, there's not poison now. Apple is poison. They're poisoning the apple now. That's what we hear.
Abacha was poisoned well before he died. Abacha died before he died. I think Mustafa is correct because, sorry, let me add this. Mustafa is correct with what he said. I think people should pay attention to something the things that guy is saying. And whenever he says some of all these things, he says it in such a way that he doesn't necessarily say it out. But when he came on this panel, remember he said they killed him. Like he literally said they killed Abacha. So what he said was that Abacha was poisoned before anything close to the date that he died. That during the time Arafat came to visit, the delegation that came with Arafat, that it appears one of them had something on him where they shook Abacha's hand, and since then Abacha has not been the same. And the reason why that there's some credibility to that, just look at a few weeks or months before Abacha died, his skin was just white, pure white. I don't know why people didn't notice that. I'm surprised people didn't call it. They just maybe he
was
already dead.
I was seeing somebody that said, while I'm listening, I didn't when he attended the show, somebody was telling Mustafa, as intelligent as you are, as like the whole world rank Mustafa then are one of the most brilliant soldiers in terms of being hard in the world. Look at where the boss died like a chicken.
I called him out on that when he was here, and I said, you lost two very significant Nigerians. You lost Abacha, and under your watch, Abiola died. So you can be the best all you want, but that is quite a serious security failure. That's on his watch. By Western standard, I don't. Oh my God, a Japanese guy will just do harakiri, and that will be the end of it. You can't survive when your leader just died.
Let me finish so that I can go. I want to go somewhere. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
So my point is this. You see, like in America, man, you see out here this Jefferson, this, that, this, I don't know who they are. It's a history, how they live and die. But in Nigeria, who even know how Yar'Adua died? A city president. Who know how Abacha died? No history, nothing. Only who just know Jonathan. After Buhari is gone now, everybody forgot about Buhari. That's it. That's Nigeria for you. So no history. How this died won't happen again. As you say, so it won't happen again. What killed Yar'Adua? Nobody knows it today. A sitting president. All right. Abacha, what killed him? You are saying somebody shake him. Man, not this thing. Nigeria is.
I think they say Yar'Adua is either multiple organ failure, something pericarditis, something like that. Anyway, but it wasn't officially made known.
It's just rumor. It's just like okay. Who is Nigeria president? Like this is a history. People also know. All right, we president have ruled the black nation, 270 million people. How they live and died. It's like something people also know. But in Nigeria, that is not our case. Our case is Nigeria is like a private property, private enterprise. Anybody come to buy share, when you die, that is it. Nobody cares if the workers are surviving or not. So my said, I'll just try to say this. As I said earlier on, it's a joke. Somebody will tell me that Tinubu will not be president. He's already moved to the defense house. Defense house, what happened in the defense house? Security is already there. He saw the security is already set. Because security they already set him up.
Nobody is not saying he's not going to be president. They're just saying
no. Some people are no. Yeah, everything is already set for Tinubu. That's the protocol. All right.
It's the protocol they have to follow. It's okay.
Now look at the joke of all of all jokes. I'm just thinking about this. Do you know that they won't pass any? There's no judgment that's going to pass after he was sworn in. All the judges we are seeing, they're going to be removed them. Immediately he swore in, he retired all of them, put another set of people. That's what we can do about it. That's just it. Because if it's normal, How will, after how many days of election, we still not even have what is going on? We'll have how many days to go? All right. Then that day they call up seats. They adjourn the adjourn
Let
the
me
case.
show you the image of Abacha again, so you see what the image I'm talking about. You can see that image there. This one, that is not normal. That is not very long before he passed. That is normal Abacha there. That is Abacha here. This is not normal. That is not very long before he passed. And where is the normal Abacha? This one's is normal Abacha.
So that's
This
why you
one is
showed before
normal
you don't know
Abacha.
about that. That's why you showed before we don't know about that. The second one you show.
This
The one
one,
you have,
you
this
see
one
this
is that.
one?
This is
This
the
is
men.
not long before he
The
passed.
first one.
The first one,
No,
not
not
this
this
one.
one.
That is why
The
you don't
first.
know about that.
This
Where you
one.
see the face? No, no, no. The one you have no cap
No.
beret on him. Why you have no beret on him?
Okay, this one.
Yes. This is
No.
Abacha
Yeah,
now, the hard guy.
yeah. That is him now. But this guy doesn't look well. This guy doesn't look well. This guy doesn't look well. And these ones are during the times just before he passed. This is what I was referring to. That he was basically white. There was one of them where he was standing and he was like in a kind of parade or something, and he was doing salute, and he looked so pale and white, and you could almost tell that something is wrong. But nobody was saying anything during that period. So that lends credence to some of the things Al Mustafa was saying, that this stuff happened to him well before he actually passed. That Apple stuff was just a cover up. So
Probably if Abacha knew that he's a target of the West for elimination, that's why he doesn't travel abroad. And secondly, him maybe receiving those visitors, they know they have to come and then sort of poison him or do whatever. If not, nothing would have happened to him. Or if he had handed over quietly and go, nothing would have. But because of the fact that he doesn't want to talk of restoring June 12th and all those things, and then they brought Nadeko was equally formidable. And let's not rule that out. So going all over the world and trying to organize, the Western world, they will always tell you democracy. If you scuttle democracy, and then being a country that then Nigeria things are no longer the way they are now. As then China wasn't where it is now. And a lot of things changed in the world, so that will help them to decide. However, in back to what we're saying about nationalism also, all those things, I feel any situation, the different environment will throw up different leaders and challenges again. Probably the way Ataturk became a nationalist might not be the way somebody like Mugabe would have been if Mugabe had maybe lived. Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, the Egyptians respect him because of what he did, not really because what he did because of the Suez Canal. He put his foot down and said, look, Suez Canal belongs to Egypt. Nationalized it. French, British, get off. Call their bluff. And then they came after him. Then the whole Arab world united behind him. Egyptians united. He became a savior and a national figure. Now everything. So whatever he says, they follow. So certain environment or certain circumstances, we threw up somebody who will take up a challenge. Maybe if he hadn't done that Suez Canal, probably he couldn't have. He may, after he's been a leader, may not have. Egyptians may not have taken him to heart. But when you do, but it's a nationalist, that welfare or your country comes first, particularly when you're dealing with the West. That is also very, very important. You stand your ground and say, look, this is on behalf of my people, I'm doing it. So that's what made Gamal Abdel Nasser. So
let's add something, because he wanted to say something. Because he's been waiting. To be fair, he's been very patient. Please, sorry about that. I know you have been very, very extremely patient with us. Please, if you have something to add there.
Well, you can see I'm patient because I'm in the office, but in the next 15-20 minutes, I'm going to go home. And but I really want to talk about the present day Nigeria. I want to talk about the issue of Tinubu is in the defense house. That's normal. That's legal. That's the constitutional way of, transition from one government to another. So personally, I do not see anything that is wrong with that. And even though he's there, he's not going to hinder anything if the law or if the evidences that are before the court says that he did not win the election. It does not change it that because he has been in the defense house, therefore he's not going to leave. No. So normally he's receiving security briefings, as you said. And I know some of the people, some of the governors, retired governors and other people, they used to have their own security briefing. So it's not something that is new. I do not be. I'm not one of the people that are worried that he's in the defense house, because I know that is the constitutional way it's supposed to be. But if the rule of law takes its place, that says that he did not win an election, or that says that they're going to be able to do the election, whatever comes out, he's going to, it doesn't change anything. Whosoever that wins will go back to the defense house, get the same security briefings. It's normal and natural. But the only thing I am talking about is the idea that mostly people are giving reasons why we're not going to get anything out of the court. I am one of those people who don't believe that. Even though we know that the Nigerian judiciary system has messed themselves up in certain things, even before this election. The case of Lawal and the case of Akpabio is a very clear example for Nigerians to say that they do not have confidence in the judiciary. But the present situation and the event of today in Nigeria has changed the landscape in Nigeria. There are so many things that is working around the clock in Nigeria right now that everybody who is in a position of decision making in Nigeria should be very careful the decision you are going to make. Because every decision that they're going to make right now, the consequences might be so grievous than what has happened before. Like things will happen. They say, okay, now leave it, don't worry. But why am I going to kill myself after all? This is Nigeria. No, the present day Nigeria is no more like that, my brother. I try to be honest to you. Now, the emergence of Peter Obi in the political landscape of Nigeria at this present time has a reason and purpose before man and before God. And that's why I am telling you that it's not going to be the way. Those judges, they are holding in their palm a time bomb. They have a time bomb in their hands. So it's not going to be as usual as it used to be. So I just believe that Nigerians should be patient enough to allow the process to go. Because, for example, the Peter Obi we're talking about, he has been in this process before. You know how many years he took? He get his mandate back, he recovered the years that they tried to deny him. He was able to accomplish his 8 years as governor of Anambra State. So it is not the time. And that's why whenever he's speaking to us, those who believe in what he believes, even yesterday, he did say that. These people who has put this Nigeria in this place are not going to go freely. It's not going to be easy. But they have to go. He said they have to go. But the process that they have to go, everybody has to be patient so that that process will play out. Because they're not just going to fold their hands and say, okay, let us go. No, it's not going to work like that. He has been saying it from day one. And all of us know that it's not going to be easy. Example of what we're trying to say now, Governor Wike of Rivers State. If you play back what Governor Wike said about APC and Tinubu, not quite long ago, and the song that he's singing today, this is the problem we have in Nigeria. So when we talk about nationalistic or nationalism or system, every rotten system, to change it, it has to start from somewhere. Every process, if they make you a manager of a place where about $50 million was embezzled and they appoint you as the new accountant of that company, for example, all you need to do is to get the files of everything that transpired. And for you to change that system, you know that they're going to take some hard decisions that is going to affect a lot of people. But you're not looking at the sentiment of the people that the decision you're going to make is going to affect. The most important thing why they're appointed is to make that company begin to flow as normal as it used to be. Recover the stolen.
Well, let me ask you now, but the problem is if a Nigerian wants to make that decision, because you said something, you said something about sentiments of the people. What if the people don't like your decision? Like now, they want to remove subsidies, and I hear that the governments are already getting jittery about it. Like they want to start changing their mind because they are worried of the consequences. So how do you think the leaders should manage that? Should they just go on and get it done?
Further, the point is because this particular crop of leaders we are talking about are not ready even to make any decision. Because you know why? Because they have saved, like when we are talking about the looting of public fund, they have made their life they have built their money empire for the rest of their life. They are not making any decision based on the fact that they want to do something that will affect the good women of Nigerians. No. So for them to tell you that they are not, they are thinking about whether they are going to remove all this subsidy, it is to tell you that what have 8 years of Buhari administration brought to Nigeria, it has always been the system. So it's not surprise for me to say if the finance minister decide tomorrow that they've decided they're not going to remove all your subsidy, how will it surprise you? Because you know that the system already, all those promises is fake. It's not a real promise of an agenda that they want to do. So this is the point.
Let me add this. It's interesting you said that because there was this report, I think it was on Arise News about death row people in Nigeria, that they convicted more than 3,000 people to death in Nigeria, but not carried out. That the Nigerian state have not carried out people that have been convicted to death penalty. People that may have killed other people, they convicted them to death and they are still around and nobody is there to carry out the execution. That they said if they even transfer the stuff over to another state for the execution to be carried out, that state governor needs to sign off and nobody is signing off. So it's interesting you said they are not making decision, even to the point whereby even people that have been found to be killed some other person, they can't even decide on whether to kill that person or not.
Okay, further, look at the killing. You know, sometimes when we talk about killing people, is by sometimes when we take the people's life by taking somebody's blood. But remember that these people we are talking about has killed this nation with their biro and with their position, with their big.
Of course. Maybe that's why they don't want to. Maybe that's why they don't want to sign on other people because they know that they might be next. So they don't want to sign anything.
They have buried the nation called Nigeria with their pen and their power and their position. So the fact remains that it's not. That's why when we are talking before, I'm talking about war. It's not that I don't understand from the perspective where you're coming from, but you see that Nigeria is fighting the war in so many fronts because these people we are talking about. Look at what we are talking about right now. That the president-elect is now trying to choose who is going to be the senior president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Is it what the law says? This is what we're talking about. And you're talking about Abuja, who has about 111 billion naira corruption on his head, who did not win an election. What did he achieve as the minister of Niger Delta? What did he achieve?
It's true.
And he's in the 100 billion. Oh God. All these people, they don't steal a little bit. They just steal and steal.
But this is the point. This is the point I'm talking about. Why somebody here in this platform said that Abuja is good for the senior president. What makes him good? A man that has stole so much in Akwa Ibom as the minister of Niger Delta since he has been there. What are his achievements? What did he achieve? He became a senator without winning an election, without going to the election.
But Ike, every time I hear anybody mention Ekweremadu, it's often by Igbo people. They hate that guy with the venom. And when you hear Okorocha, they hate Okorocha with the venom. They call him a thief and everything. So who is rebelling? Now Akpabio is also a thief. Who is rebelling? Don't we have other politicians anymore?
No, but this is the truth, my brother. It's not, you don't hate nobody. But the fact is, like you are saying, you want Nigerians to be always stand by the truth. Standing by the truth is what we're talking about.
Do you know forefathers say you are in charge of the kitchen. At the end of 4 years or 3 years, they say, okay, there are some spoon you have to refund. You have to bring back. And they took it from you and you say, okay, you're a thief. You removed it from there.
One of them is Oji Uzo Carlo. That's another very hated one again. The moment they mention his name, they have never heard good thing about them ever. At this point, to be fair, when you look at these guys, they look quite charismatic and like nice people. But everybody hates them. What is this?
See, because they stole more. They stole the public. This at the state level. There are look. Let me. This thing should tell you one thing. It does not mean they are the only 3 thieves. Like in other areas, other ethnic groups, they have their own, but it depends on how they comport.
Baseki is another one. Oshomole, even for the Edo people, they don't play around.
So it depends on how they see their own people. But you know, the Okorocha own was so annoying that. Do you know what? Building a university, telling the people that is another Imo State University, but go to National University Commission registered for his own by his name. How can you be that callous? How can you?
But they are trying to get a Senate person, and isn't not the senator they want to get from that region? And all the people that they are putting forward, all the people in that area hate them. So, Labour does not have a senator.
Labour has.
Maybe they should at this rate they should just pick a junior senator, make the Senate president at this rate from the southeast.
See, listen, it's a game, it's a club. They know what they are doing. By the time they come, it's not that they can't see a decent person to pick. All they want is, they say Nigerian system is that when they pick somebody with a baggage, you can't rock the boat. You can't, because you have no moral ground to stand on. They have your file. The moment you want to rock the boat, they forward your file to EFCC.
Yeah, what is what he's saying is that if our criminals in the east and the south are the ones who are the only ones eligible for the position, make them give up to the north, please. Oh my God, man, these people are crazy.
So you see that
they don't said though.
That's why they look for somebody who is having a baggage. You have a case to answer, or maybe you're on your murder charge. They will bring you and put you. So you are there to play ball with them. The moment you want to raise, they forward that to your case to EFCC. So in that case, you have.
But is this not a problem, though? Hold on. Let's try to be the devil's advocate here. Is this not a problem? We don't want anybody to be Senate president from our region. What is this? Like, okay, now presidency is maybe out of reach for a while. Deputy, this is vice president out of reach. Maybe speaker out of reach. So senator now, we are rejecting it. Is that where we are now? Rejecting because they are all corrupt. Let's give it to the north. Now you have Muslim for president, Muslim for this vice president, Muslim for this thing, Senate head. This is going to be too much. Maybe we should just consider one person from the southeast and get it over with, because we can't. There's no perfection anymore now.
It's not that they are not considering people, but who are they considering? That's what we say. It's not that there can be a decent person, at least some decent in the sense that the person hasn't got any case of theft. So you can give it to the person, but they won't. They will go and bring somebody who they know has a case. So the person will be happy that he will play along so that his sins will be forgiven. But the moment the person now want to say, let me be my own man, and then really say this thing is bad, they forward your file. So in that case, what do you do? You see, that is the issue. That is the plan they are using. It's not that they don't know. So it only takes the grace. But before grace, let me not say grace. It only takes hard work. You have to work hard, like maybe Peter Obi did, campaigning everywhere, sensitizing the people. People saw in him, and then the grace of God such that these judges will say to hell, for God's sake, we know they were giving money, but I don't want. Let me say, even if I will die, let me say the truth. And then Peter Obi enters. Then that type of society we dream of to join the West, it will now start. But otherwise, if it's this same of the same, the more it changes, the more it remains this. Okay, can you imagine if all Jews or Carlo becomes a thief like that? because a Senate president. No,
but they voted for him again, though. You see, they are busy hating him, and people keep voting him in again.
Forget it. You said
forget
it.
Why did they keep voting him into office? Everybody hates him, and they keep voting him in.
Who voted for him?
What Jews or Kalo can forget it anyway, because during the APC primaries, he was all over channels. He was going there like every day. He was supporting Lawan. He was actively supporting Lawan. He was not supporting Tinubu.
Yes.
You understand? So he wasn't a Tinubu supporter during the primaries. He was
wanted Lawan to win. He wanted Lawan to win the nomination.
He wanted Lawan to win. Yes. Exactly. So he was a Lawan supporter during the primaries. So he was openly supporting Lawan. So how does he expect Tinubu? And this thing is a case of, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. It's a reward system. So Tinubu is never going to consider him for Senate presidency. And the Igbos are even saying, it's banter. The Igbos, it's almost like a protest, like a banter to say, we don't deserve it. Give it to the Northwest. Give it to the North Central. We don't want
that's what they are saying here.
That's what the Igbos are saying. They're like, we don't want. We're still building bridges. We are Julius Berger. Let us build our bridges.
Because if you must give, the thing, let me put it this way. If you really, it's like you want me, you want to select something from my household, and you come and take the worst of me to come and represent me. Now we say instead
that's what they want.
Go and look for. You see, that's what I'm.
That's what they want. He has to be a corrupt handshake.
For the black sheep.
He has to be the corrupted handshake. All these handshake that they talk about, he has to be a corrupt handshake.
A corrupt one. So that.
So you rather go unrepresented than represented by the black sheep of
the family.
Okay. See, listen, for father. To you may think it's represent. Don't you know if they go there, the deal they are doing will affect even you that they is not representing? Don't you think so?
I know that now, but the Jagaban is already there. So the whole club, you are just joining putting the gang together properly. When you deny them another black sheep, there are black sheep coming from every angle of the country. Just donate your own too.
So
you see what I mean?
Those people, that area rejecting that they don't want this black sheep, is even doing the wider society a favor. That look, let us dilute. We don't want to make the thing concentrated. They don't put our own. Let's dilute it by not using our own.
But what will happen is that the South will probably have somebody, and the South will probably go in. And if you look at Nigeria,
it will be Akpabio. But the question is, what would South benefit from Akpabio being the Senate president? I mean, the Igbos have presented 3 Senate presidents. What has an average Igbo man benefited? That's what people are saying. It's not about this. See, when they talk about representation, it's just words that they throw around. If you being the Senate president translates to the improvement of the Southeast, I mean, see, Senate president is far. Every Southeast state has a governor. What have their governors done?
Hold on. First of all, let's not make it look like Southeast has not improved. I said CM wants to pretend as if you go to the Southeast, there are improvements. So I don't know when you went there last show. When I went to Onisha, I couldn't recognize Onisha. I'm telling you.
Let me not.
There are improvements.
Let me get back to this Akpabio. Do you know that? Let's face it. Do you know that Akpabio?
CM acknowledge it on national TV that Onisha has improved.
No, I'm coming to that.
Onisha used to be terrible. When I went on Onitsha, I couldn't believe it, man. That there's a lot of growth in that. And you said that Peter Obi ran that state. You see what I mean? So it's not like nothing improved in those regions at all.
I don't want to forget where I'm going. So listen, do you know that Akpabio as Senate President and Akpabio as Minister for Niger Delta, he could have benefited Niger Delta better as minister for Niger Delta. Do you know that? In
Of
which he
course,
has
of
to be in
course,
charge. But going for
of
Senate
course.
president, some people may think Akpabio should have been useful, if at all he will be, to the people of Niger Delta when he's minister for Niger Delta, in which he has a budget to execute only for
His
that
primary
state
portfolio was Niger Delta,
portfolio.
but now
Niger Delta
senior president is senior president for the whole of Nigeria.
for the whole corner. So they just to make deal.
It's
So it
just
might not
these
really
guys are
be.
just
It
they're
might not
just
really.
enriching
It might not really
themselves.
make the exactly. Now back to what we are talking. Of course, Onisha improved. To be honest with you, Onisha improved. Remember, Onisha improved because
Yeah,
apart from the
the
outlook
roads,
and
my
the
God. When I went to Nigeria, they were telling me the northern roads are so nice, so nice. I'm telling you, some of the roads I drove after Onitsha to almost towards Imo was better. The roads, yeah, there was a lot of police this thing, but the roads are smooth. Somebody did that, so it's not like those areas haven't seen a lot of improvement. We used to sleep on Onitsha road when we used to travel from River State to Delta. Like you sleep on Onitsha road big time, but nothing
yeah,
is
that's a
clean.
Niger Delta.
The roads, dual lanes, all kinds of stuff, and most importantly, when you go to some cities, you feel sorry for yourself. You're like, oh my God, this place is killing my creative mind. I'm dying. But when you go to Onitsha, that I saw, you could feel the energy in the air. When you go to Lagos, you feel the energy in the air. You will see Onitsha one is slightly different, but you can feel a different kind of energy in the air, and it tells you that something is happening there. So it's not I don't know, maybe it's when I went there, but let's not act as if some things didn't improve, because what I saw there, it was
No, it
significant
did.
improvement. River said it didn't improve that much even.
It did. It
At least
did.
when I went to Rivers
Onisha, it
anyway.
did. Onisha should have been better than what it is. If not that, sometimes that's what they call entrenched interest again. Why is it that Soludo is battling with Tout? It's because of the fact that the money they make in Onisha is billions. This Tout, so the guy came, discovered it, and is battling them. So anywhere that is a business, commercial city or business, where money comes, definitely you should be able to witness this. If it's a quiet city like Enugu, civil service, who is interested? What are you doing there for? Everybody is a civil servant working in one ministry or doing one this thing. But honestly,
what are the improvements in Ishekiri land now? You don't tell us a lot about Ishekiri. Every time you talk about everything else, you never tell us what is happening in Ishekiri land.
Shekiri land is like a civil service, like as CM would say now. Now all your money now. What do you mean Shekiri land? Now worry now. Now worry. And worry is a small place.
No, Paul Bureau now. Paul, you are
Yeah,
Urobo, not Chekiri.
Abu Robo, particularly I'm from that region, exactly from my mom's side.
Yeah, you're Urobo
So
man
now
now. Okay.
the Shekiri, the Jaws and the Robo combined together, won't worry. You understand? So worry to some extent is a piece of land surrounded by water. You understand? So it's so small. So worry is congested completely, other than just trying to destroy so many things like El Rufai did again. Simply means you're going to hurt a lot of people, and government don't really know how to do those things very well. Because truth be told, government all over the world compensate. You understand? But you see our own government, they blame, even when they are the one that also approved this building while they were building it back in the days. So worry is just that worry that you see. So you see extremely rich people, like as you say in Onitsha, you understand? But the city itself does not look like city that a lot of money is coming out from. You understand? Remember, Shell is only consigned in Delta State. So the worry houses and everything. So when you talk Shell, now you are talking about worry. And so you just see rich men that lives in a very tight society that you just can't figure it out very well. That is another thing. Then CM, before I forget.
Sorry, let me just add something before you go. You see, I just want to give my own impression of what I got of Warri. When I went to Warri, I couldn't make heads of tail of the town. Whether it's like Lagos, whether it's like Port Harcourt, I can't make heads of tail of the town. And there is something about Warri that, in a way, that's what you are describing. That it's like, even you that is from there, it's not. there's something that is not very clear about. I don't know, but the way they speak, everybody knows how the Warri accent is. And when you are talking about Jaguda, as they put it in those days, when they say about Jaguda, that's where you get the original Jagudas. That's where they are from. But I can't put my finger on Warri. What is it that makes you think? I really don't
Then
understand.
another thing that also affects that same Warri again. That's another thing that they've been fighting. But even when they fight, it's just few people like us who don't really live in that city who feel concerned that is fighting it. But the people who live there, funny enough, they don't even really ask for it so much like they could do. So now you see all the companies, the whole corporate offices in Lagos. So how do you really want that city life that you see corporate offices and the likes? It's just not there. So all you just see house, and business. And when we call business, now you are talking small business. A man build a house and put 4 stores in front of the house. These are just all you see. Then few areas that just got developed, just purely residential area with no like better state plan in terms of seaway, water, and everything. So it's still just that individual way of building things. So the man in Warri who lived all his life will see development. But when you travel from the west and go there, you hardly see anything. You just see a very congested place that you can't even breathe. You understand? Somebody have money to build 200 million house, but the person refused to buy 2 plots of land. So the person just
Has Warri got like a seaport then? Has Warri got like a seaport?
Oh yeah, Warri. Let me tell you one funny thing about Warri. Originally, Warri is this Delta is this state that we kind of have this benefit. You know, Warri, we used to have Warri Airport and we have Osubi Airport. So Osubi is what they are flying at. But Osubi Airport is owned by Shell. It's supposed to be an airstrip.
Wow.
That's why when you fly Warri, it's a little bit expensive. So that's how Delta State pride themselves that we have.
You mean airports. A foreign company owns an airport in Warri?
Oh yes, but also commercials still fly it. You understand? Aero fly Warri, Airpeace fly Warri, Arik fly Warri. You know, because initially the government had to fight and say it can't be like that because Warri Airport is dead.
Paul,
then when you also Seaport, sorry, before I forget, when you also Seaport again, Delta State again still have this benefit again. We have Warri Port and we have Sapele Port. We still have 2 seaports.
Yes.
Wow.
That's true. I know of that. Paul,
and is he active? Really, really active? Sorry, I just want to know what this in.
So the politics that I was fighting yesterday with Kulata and everything, it was so funny. So now when they did that, Obasanjo started to do all those concessioning and everything. Atiku bought Warri Port. So trying to punish Atiku, they killed Warri Port. Like as Atiku also bought Intel, using Intel to buy on a port, they kill that project just to punish Atiku. But meanwhile, you are punishing the whole country. It's just so funny. You understand? You revoke the contract and give the man his money back, or let your business roll. But trying to punish an individual and you are punishing a whole country, just don't make any sense to me.
You know, Paul, this thing you said now, you know this thing. Let me use this context to explain it. We in Igbo, there's something they say: if you see a man who is suffering from diarrhea, dogs normally go around with the man everywhere because either the man stools or he will vomit. So dog will see food chop. So that's why all these people are following Atiku up and down. No wonder somebody bought a seaport. I didn't know about this. Warri seaport.
So let me even make you laugh. The thing that I don't really understand, Atiku also bought the better part of also Lagos Port. What we call Lagos Port is called Eco Support. After Dangote end from bat 12 to 19, from bat 20 to 30 belongs to Atiku. It's called Eco Support. You understand? So these are the places that they bring all the big, heavy-duty equipment, all the oil installations and everything. This is where they bring it. So now the Lagos Port is doing better because of the kill Port Harcourt. So One is still working, but if they bring heavy duty, big ship can't get to One completely because the water is not deep enough. So we still come to Lagos. Then sometimes you see certain things that will make you go mad. These things will come to Lagos. Sometimes some of these products will stay like 7 months, 8 months. We'll be waiting for the water level to go high. Very well. before they can use flat bash to push some of these things, because they can't even move it from the road, because you can't pass through Iyanosolo. You can't pass through the bus stop. You know why? That's under bridge.
That bridge.
That under bridge is 16.5. So anything above 16.5, so they'll be waiting now to use flat badge now to push this thing all the way to Ikorodu, how they can bypass it to put it back to the road. These things don't make any sense, and we don't have those equipment. Then you see Nigerian government, you see the government again will go borrow some of those cranes and everything from South Africa. My brother, now population on a ghetto, now not be giant too. Now giant we don't get bow lego now on a bill.
Nigeria.
Remember the people that help us with those type of equipment back in the day. Sorry, CM. It used to be Panapina, but Panapina left because Panapina don't bribe. When I was working in the port, that's how Panapina left. Panapina and John Holt, they left because you bribe in Panapina, you go back to your host country, they sack you for it. So Panapina don't bribe, so they can't do business in Nigeria. And Panapina pride themselves as 6 continents, but they left Nigeria.
So which means, Paul, the real misunderstanding of Obasanjo and Atiku na business. So which means Atiku outsmart Obasanjo. That is the thing. That is, you go there buy. They say for don't.
But this same Obasanjo where Ojizo Kalu give money when you saying they make only 500,000. His son wants share in property. We make a vest divorce. His son, mother, immediately come out from power and every other thing. He is making 30 billion from his farm. He no talk saying they make money. You understand? He no talk saying they make money. He gives KFC conditions and the likes that they must buy all their products from Obasanjo farm. That's why McDonald's couldn't come to Nigeria. They can't follow those kind of conditions. It's a capitalist market. You understand? My brother, so many things just there so irrational, abnormal in Nigeria.
You know, like Warri, what we bring up the profile and the image of the times. All these oil companies like Shell should site their headquarters in Warri, build a tower, build a 10, 20, 30-story building. They say na Shell and the headquarters for Warri.
Whether you like it or not, God will bless you. Yeah. I don't understand.
It's true because if Shell does it, like other oil companies, even if they are not based in Warri, we have their regional offices there. Before you know it, the money they spend, everything, the city will now have a sort of a character. Before you know, 5-10 years, you won't know Warri again. You know, go rich.
Thank you.
Because that money is, the question I wanted to ask you before was, those oil rich men, where do they then live? Because they should be living there, live in Warri, spend their money in Warri, shell everything, operations in Nigeria.
Is that not the reason why they fight? Is that not the reason why they fight places like Osubi Port to become commercial ports so that they can be flying in and out? Because they don't live there. They don't. You understand? They don't live there, so they just come there to work and then they left. You know, it's just they're so bad. So when you see the people who make money in Warri are basically touts, then all over the country, South is the only place in Nigeria where you hear work what they call community work. I don't think you don't hear the terms before. You understand? So now, in my mother's place now, I will use from my mother's place to go fight for my community work. This work will get to me. Now, an illiterate person, if I'm an EPA, probably I'll be making like 400,000 naira a month. If I'm an electrician, I'll be making like 700,000-800,000 naira a month. If I'm welder, maybe I'll be making 800, 900, depending on the skills of my wedding, how perfect my wedding is a month, 800 to 900,000 a month. But guess what, CM? My brother, you go work this work 6 months, they say your work don't finish. And as you go enter that work, all the girls don't hear, say, who go work? They say, na Paul. Which Paul? Mudiagason. Nah, 3 girls don't rape you. You don't buy Mercedes Benz, they sit down for top of Benz, they drink, they shack. Work don't finish. When did this go happen? Another person don't call your girlfriend or your wife now don't get any respect for you. Now maybe you go fight now for your mama side, for your papa side. You go fight for your papa side. You go fight for your papa side. Go collect work. Now you go fight for your papa mama side.
So which means This is just the system they put in place there.
This is the system. So now so now you where they go fight for my papa side, my papa mama side, my mama papa side. They go fight for work. And remember, you must be strong. Your parents must be well connected for you to get this job. So some people we just become what we call security, JTF. So you now will be security where they bring peace, say they protect the town. Your name there for list continuously. The oil company they pay you, but you need to work. So you now you go sell your space. So when you go there again, now make I come make you laugh. Ask me who be the weather where you see for worry. Yeah, me go to wonder. Ask me who be the weather where you see for worry. Now Igbo boy, where go sell okrika, not turn to weather overnight. People where go sell okrika. Don't take red high. Let work. No. You don't say Igbo need to let work. Say do graduation like Yoruba people where they do party. You don't know the weather. From EPA, you look and say, nah, I'm going to make 300. When I can do weather, they make 900. So you go see how the whole work again. The worry man again go there lazy. Sell in space of 800,000. Because now it makes sense, say, I don't have the skill as a weather. Why I not sell my space to as an EPA making 300,000 a month? But if I sell my position to Ikenna, where be weather, then they pay Ikenna 900,000. Then I tell Ikenna, say, they give me 500,000. I go sit down for house, sit down for top of beds. They shout, Ikenna go to work my work. Ikenna skills, they improve, they go. Me, I know they do anything. Before you know, you're going to see all these fights and everything. Where in Nigeria they do community work? Now only Warri, Bayelsa, River State, now you see those things. They make the people useless. Then meanwhile, the so-called educated Igbo man and Yoruba man and the Shekiri, then they for Shell, they for Shell, they for Chevron, then they for Aja, they Lagos, they enjoy better life for 35 years. You they go do 6 months, work finish for you.
Okay, Paul. Paul, if they do what Sarawiwa was working for, say every area control your product and this control your oil, pay dividend, I think that will be better. That will be the best. Control your resources. Yes, now because in this case it will be in your hand. No.
You don't finish the whole word. You know why? Mm-hmm. Look, there's something with IRS, and I strongly believe in a so UK government be. This America, if you die, go heaven, you owe IRS tax. IRS will come find you for heaven, may pay your tax. If you die, go fire, America. They'll find you, come fire, you go pay that tax where you owe.
And maybe say then go die too now, before then go reach you there. They too go die.
To tell you, just imagine, if federal government allow states to run their resources, federal government would be very active to collect their tax. Exactly. Because truth be told, like they say, government have no business doing business. You and I know, say no be British government get British Airways, no be British government get Virgin Atlantic, no be American government get Delta or United Airlines. But whenever these airlines are having fault, the government going to bail them because now then they create jobs to the people. But I want who be the highest employer of labor for Nigeria? Now government. And these people are very docile people. The ministries and parastatals, they don't even know their duty.
My brother,
they don't even know their duty.
Sorry, I want to leave you guys. I want to go home. Closing in the office. I want to leave and go home.
Okay, if you can join us from home. If you can.
I wish all of you a blessed weekend. No, because my daughter is here on vacation, so
Oh yeah, you say your daughter came from the Netherlands.
I need to spend time. We need to spend time with the daughter for So when I go home now, I'm under the cage. You understand what I mean? Maybe tomorrow I will join in the afternoon after service tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. Good night.
Thank
you. Good night. Bye.
CM, before I forget, why do you love the port called Charles de Gaulle? I like the way you call the name all the time. Okay. If I say you like that city.
Okay. Charles de Gaulle of France. I don't fly the airport almost all the time. Whenever I get there, say, like we are saying, forget about say Nigeria. That I hate as a person, Paul. I go tell you, I hate injustice. If I have my way, you see the people of Niger Delta, that your crude oil, control it, take our own na take, because immediately we talk I don't want to hear no na go they do on a deal. All I want is if na that shishi every month when I go bring consent do am. Why I'm saying this is that, you know, a city like Lagos, people are quick to point to Lagos is due because after this election, they think thoughts people. I thought we are analyzing it. I said, supposing all the oil headquarters move to Eket, Uyo, Warri, Yenegoa. Do you see the coastal line of that, the way the whole coastal line will be? It will be like if it's a different, like Scandinavia. People from that Warri might tell you they don't know where Zaria they all through till they die because they have no basis. They will tell you, say, I never even go that Jos. People say the place they cold. Because anywhere they are the people.
They are comfortable.
Oil prospecting. It is now. If you do it, you flare the oil, you cut or you get cancer, you do all these things. Now you sabi. All federal government want is shebi our tax they enter, no problem. Una go they control them. Then you will now use it to design the economy of the place. Now people when no come from there go say, make we go Delta. Now maybe Delta State go there like California. You say, very expensive. When you go there, 1 hour job you go do for Kaduna, then go pay you maybe this. But if you go there do them for Warri, you go get 10 times. Make we go there. But when you go there to rent a flat there, you know, the economy will improve and the people there will just be there. Nigeria go just be there for passport only. Now I relate. Only for passport you relate. Because you are doing your own thing. And that peace, development overnight, within 10 years, everywhere go good. So why can't they do it? And this is how it is being done everywhere. So, you know, whenever I look at...
Make I tell you one funny thing. The richest oil state in America, of course, you and I know, we don't need to say it twice. We're supposed to know, say it's Texas.
It's Texas,
Guess what? Texas, go check minimum wage in Texas. It's $7.25, federal government minimum wage. Texas is a very cheap state. When you see Nigeria goes Texas, you see the struggle. Or maybe get professional job where you transfer go Texas. But when you come America new, you see the struggle. Your mama think they disturb you, say, in the stay for rented house, make you try do something. Texas not be the place where you go stay. Where you never get your feet very well. Because you don't make money in Texas. But Texas has all this money. They use that thing not to attract so many people come. But few people who have this professional work will enjoy. But they keep the state in a place. And Texas is the third largest state in America. It's not like it's even a small state. No, second largest state in America. Yeah, followed by California after Alaska. But Texas pays $7.25 when California they pay almost $20 minimum wage. You understand? Other small states like Arizona, where like maybe na myself don't make many people know Arizona. Arizona they pay minimum wage of $13.80. Texas pays $7.25 with other oil money and everything. Everything is cheap in Texas. Texas, you don't pay state tax. But more when you buy property in Texas because so many people use Texas as second home. You understand? Now, you can see me now, you go to hear noise. I reduce and see on my face, I reduce the AC so that maybe the noise they disturb you while I'm talking. Now, we don't suffer summer when summer self never even start. Other places in the US sweatshirt and everything. Yeah, today we'll do 99. I can show you from my cars. I'm talking to you. 99 now right now. The weather.
But Arizona, you there? Arizona, you
I did Arizona. So yes,
it's hot. Okay.
I live in. Funny enough, I moved from Texas to Arizona. So Arizona have different type of sun. This country is funny. Arizona is where anybody that have an asthmatic patient, doctor will ask you to move to Arizona because Arizona have dry heat. So the weather can be 120. You need a sweat. Nah, but you don't die finish. You think the map of Nigeria go to show for your head. You know the sweat. But Texas, you the sweat. We like say you go carry 2 towels take clean body. It be like Nigeria. You get high humidity. So if you have asthma, the doctor will ask you never to live in Texas because of the humidity. You can't breathe very well. So Arizona, you can breathe very well because the heat is dry heat. It just they burn you like when you walk out past fire, but you know the sweat. You know. But what I'm saying is that how Texas can be very rich. They don't pay state tax in Texas, no city tax, no nothing. Or they charge you more on mortgage when you pay on your mortgage because so many people will buy house in Texas as their second home. So when the weather is bad, when the weather is so cold in the East Coast, they run to Texas because they don't have those problems there. You know, so the state still find a way to still let everybody enjoy the state. Not few people enjoy the state. So they still make the state so cheap so that everybody will still enjoy the state. So California, they indirectly pursue all the small work. Oh yeah, warehouse work, factory work. Make una dey go Arizona, more they go Texas. California won't kill you for bill. So if your papa they disturb you, make you build house for them, go stay California. You go do dirty work, you go build house. But you have na garage, you go dey live because everything costs die for California. But you go make the money. So if you go beg somebody to live for in garage, no, you don't build house for your father, but you don't get life for California.
But
you understand?
Paul, this one where you talk, I talk. I do interview, telephone interview for California for work from here, UK. You know what thing they ask me? When the lady asked me, have you been to California before? Hey, I no go lie now. I say no, but I don't read a lot of things about California. She say, oh, after that, they tell me, say, no show, that they don't give it to another person. To be honest with you, here, the thing pain me. And if you see the money, 6-figure salary, 6-figure.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah,
But
the issue is that was not even enough for you to live in California.
Exactly.
It will not sustain you. You know,
that's why I cut small slack. Sorry, that's why I cut small slack for Festus Kiamu when they say buy house for $300 and something for Texas, Abanjo house.
They come first. So their own milk, they cost, and the bread, they cost pass everybody bread because me and the small things I need. I know they.
My brother, even though gas. So now I dey buy gas $4.99. California they don't buy gas enter $7.
Yep.
Petrol. Me where would they buy $3? California they buy at $6 plus. They not get life. Oh, it is good, my brother. We won't build house for your papa. Just go follow one of your friends, stay for garage. No, you don't finish the house. Your papa gonna pray for you every day. But if you know the suffer, we're picking the summer for America. You know, you pray and a punishment. But if you make them for California, if you buy house for California for 7 years, if you resell that your house, you go take the money, go pay cash for Texas.
That's right.
You see the trick now. So you just can save money. You go buy house for California for 900,000. By the time you pay like 300,000 out of the house, you sell the house, you take your equity, you go Texas. Maybe probably you go buy that Kiamu house. When Kiamu Hammer go buy better one. Now you go buy that Kiamu house. No laugh, not true.
For now, for you. If Kayamo hear this one, he go grab you. He still.
No.
The thing where Kayamo they take buga, now you say yeah. If he hear him, he go deal with you.
You know.
No, ask body go tell you. Ask body. I need to talk to say anything. Not be special house. No,
yeah. But from Nigeria is a lot of money, you know.
Then CM for Texas, everything for Texas now big. My brother, if you go Texas, you go to look man like say don't they turn to gay. He big. Everything for Texas now big. You go see somebody change the fuse and so agbada. I tell you.
Hey, now what for Texas? So that
it's a crazy place. It's a nice place to live.
Yeah, they said the weather good, Shana.
Yeah, the weather is okay. But the Arizona is
crazy. The weather good.
I usually come to Phoenix, Arizona, every year for MRS conference.
Oh, yeah. Really? That's my city.
Downtown Phoenix, the National Convention Center. So the weather is crazy. The last time I was there, I was walking around in Nika in shorts.
So which means this thing, Paul. So if Keyamo had contacted you, you no go recommend Texas for him. So what?
No, now the home of Nigeria.
Yes.
You understand? So Texas now the place where like say Igbo people they follow Yoruba people they drag them. No one tell Igbo man to say Yoruba plenty pass them. No one tell Yoruba man say Igbo people plenty. It's like Ghana and Nigeria over jollof rice matter. You understand? Because you go chop better food, better fresh Nigerian food. It is everywhere. So you know miss home. And you go get Nigerian weather. So see if you carry your mama come New York, if your mama they play while you they shit for body, make you for and go back to Nigeria. Can go Texas. He go forget. He go to say in Nigeria. He go to say in the first pack. He don't forget. Because he go to enjoy.
After that is Maryland.
Yeah.
We have
Maryland. Yeah, Maryland. No, Maryland. Igbo no drag that one. Now completely Yoruba. Completely. If you never see Pasoma before for Lagos, come Maryland. Under 2 months you go see him.
And then we have a good number too in Chicago. Yeah, so we have
Chicago. In Chicago. And Chicago now the home of Tinubu people.
Yeah, the original.
Nah, Tinubu people. Now you know what they talk now.
I know. The bad guys.
The first start is Kwara people. You understand? Before Tinubu people they come take over the place. You know. Oh yeah. But you go enjoy Texas very well. You go enjoy Atlanta very well. Atlanta says if you enter Uber, the Nigerian music they play for you. Radio. Now we say the person hear your voice, can't they play Nigerian music? Radio, Nigerian music they play.
Yeah.
So which means if you send a Nigerian DJ, they the station, they change the radio, they change the music, they the radio station.
Nobody understand. See the way these Oyibo people they do. You know say yeah, this America. There's a big give tip where no be like UK. You understand? America they give tip where. So that is what America know. But where one quality things where America get, even though low show, if you carry babe, if you not go out, go eat. The babe still know within his mind, say she go pay her own, you go pay your own. So even though the person where they sell food for you go ask to say, do I split the bills? That is the thing where the person go ask you. So this thing they shock them. Nigerian man go say, don't worry, he go pay for all of them. Tomorrow the guy go say, no. Say, no. The guy they tell the guy say, now my culture. I go pay. He they drag say now my culture. Meanwhile, that guy get money past the guy you. Then that one. Another aspect of it, you go see, we go Nigerian club, or even though Nigeria they club in American club, Nigerian man go buy one bottle of NSC. Now where people they buy shots. Ain't nobody one bottle say one drink and for instead they buy for everybody. My brother, DJ come play music where you like, you go carry one full bottle go give up. You say the DJ there for radio house. Now Nigerian music go replace it. He like this Nigerian people.
You know, we do the show of excess. Everything
headquarter for Yahoo boy again. You can't go Atlanta. You can't go California, New Jersey. You understand? They can't come outside for club. Who they drive Mercedes and BMW.
Yeah.
See, man, tell you what they call Mercedes for America. You know them. You know what they call Mercedes for America. See, if they drive Toyota, everybody know them.
Yes.
You understand? If they drive your Sienna, they drive everything, everybody know them. But if you carry Mercedes or BMW for America, they'll say, damn, you got a foreign car. Because they call them Mercedes, they'll say foreign car.
If you take it to service station, they will call you.
Like say, filling station would they buy special gas for Toyota, for BMW and Mercedes Benz. America, they fear the motor. They go say, damn, he got a foreign car. Then they can't see all these Nigerian boys, they drive all that kind of thing. They don't get option, they'll come begin to like us.
And if you take it for servicing, you take it to service station. You know, after servicing it, the service station will still call you back for Mercedes Benz.
Yeah.
They will call you. They will call back. Whether you're okay with the service.
I'm telling you, you got to laugh. All this other motor not be foreign car. Toyota not be foreign car. They didn't know. But we just carry that Benz, that BMW. They'll say, damn, you got a foreign car. It's like when police see black man with Cadillac, African America, police go pull her over. So this one they sell it, bro. You don't get better work reach to buy this kind of motor. Now so would they do. And some people now legit to not be say that they do any.
Of course, yes,
you know.
I agree.
You
I
understand?
agree.
You don't tire now. Now, to don't enter season now. We weather good now. Then I the run go out now. Don't reach my house now. Now party day. So party day is line up as weather good before weather go bad. You understand? So if I carry better Tesla come now, if I shake somebody like this, I don't go leave you and I go hold him. Like say the noise too much for where I shake him, I go cara go reach my car. Make him see my car saying a Tesla. Oh boy, that wow, you know go keep person. No, I don't go keep person. You understand? So you know those type of mindset and every other thing. These are the mindset where they carry, they impress these people. That's why you see other African people, they get intimidated of us too
then
much.
go they jealous. You know,
They get intimidated. The Nigerians and Ghana, they
Nigerians,
get very, because Ghana, and number 37 states for Nigeria. The same character that we get.
Exactly.
If my Ghanaian people they follow me, they argue. I say they waste your time. You will be number 37 state. The way Sierra Leone go treat you, the way Sudanese go treat you, they will still treat you say you be Nigeria. So if Ghana self do any wrong thing, they will realize they be Nigeria. Then they dress like us. Then they follow the drag book for school. Then they follow they wear better clothes. Then Ghana, they be copy and paste. Yeah.
America. No, the thing is that Nigerians, I respect that at least when they are abroad, they work hard. It doesn't mean like all these things you are doing in US, they work hard, and then Nigerians will like to show. And like all these buy drinks for people. Nigerians like and buy drinks. Everybody go drink. Maybe in name. Say buy drinks.
A credit card, say pata credit card go suffer around.
Hey, really, those things are not expensive. You know that where our culture is like get to the bar, like even if how much are they selling those shorts? You know, if you like, oh, why do you have to pay for yourself? Let me take care of the bill.
Yeah.
You know, the one time like that, I was on research fellowship to Penn State, and that Penn State University is in that one village like that. And every evening we usually go to bar. And my friend from Maryland came over to check on me. And then we went to the bar. We started taking our Guinness, and everybody started looking at us. Friends came over to our table. I said, "Oh, I'll take care of it." They were so surprised, like, "Where are you from?"
And then they buy drink for person that side.
They don't do that.
No, they need to do more. They need to do more. If you carry new babe, you carry Mexicans, you carry American, whether white, black. As you pay, he go appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tomorrow, he tell you thank you. Next tomorrow, he go say, no, I got this. You realize, say, babe, now my culture.
Yeah.
They didn't, now me go pay. It is my culture. She go call respect you. Men of like say she they discriminate your culture. Now who they pay? How person they fight me? The girl, as the girl all in family hates say she they follow you. When the girl go tell her this story, you understand? When go say, oh, now they eat, they do something, say, in sister go like this or say buy and carry, go give up. The sister when nobody won't greet you, nobody tell you hi before. Next time when you pull over, the sister go open window say, hi! And they tell you now, so what they do. You know, so we still get our very good part. You understand? Because
is it a good thing though? Because like in South Africa now, they always say that Nigerian men always like to spend for women a lot.
They are jealous. Their own is that they are lazy. They are jealous.
In Kenya, the same issue. Everywhere we go, Nigerian
men. They carried out survey in Oxford. They carried out survey in Princeton. They did their research and they discovered that Yoruba people are the most happiest people in the world. They celebrate. They do everything. They call one tribe again in Ethiopia. You understand how they are so happy? Very industrial. They deny themselves so much. You understand? Their parents push them so much, but when they make it, they find their groove back. It's our culture. Truth be told, now my brother and I don't lie for me now. One thing. I go to look and say, what about if not true? It's not be true. I don't send that money. He don't go back to video, enjoy himself. So sometimes to come by for my fellow Americans here, my brother, you know the disappointed I can get to my kids. You understand? I want this thing.
Well, the question is, other people. See, my concern is that we are spending. Because I remember Nigeria in the 70s, first stack and all those things that we like to do. We are very flamboyant, yes, but Are we doing that without doing, when you spend money, you have to have money back up?
But this,
While other people are busy, it's like a squirrel, they hide their money away for rainy days. We don't tend to do that. So
But
is that always a good thing?
Father, I read something about Michelle Obi. I say Michelle Obi, Michelle Obama, I mean to say. I read something about her. She said when she got to White House, she slowly ghosted some of her friends because she knows that friends, she cherishes them so much, but they can never keep up. Just imagine that your friend will be earning 50,000 in Nigeria and you are spending all this type of money. You cannot spend that type of money around your friend. That your friend will call you waster. You understand? So there are people naturally you will go. The day you stay with them, like they say, you go to Rome, you behave like a Roman. You go to Canada, you behave like a Canadian. But there are people you just want to stay with sometimes. You just want to do these things. And remember, when we do these things to some of us as friends, they also do it back to us. If I buy today, tomorrow the next man will buy. Next tomorrow, the next man will buy. Another way around, to the foreigners, now we are selling our culture like a rich culture heritage. Remember, every culture also have the things that they waste. Some people pay a lot of money for their golf that they play. Yes. They don't play golf like 10 times in a whole year. Probably we will call it waste of money. Some people pay insurance for their dog. Some of us say, are they too ready enough? They will never pay for our own insurance. You understand? They spend money on their dog. You understand? So everybody have their own luxury that they do. You understand? So where you will not say it's not that I will understand. It is the man who want to be at all costs to come and struggle to sit in that table we never paid you. Now that man will laugh. Because why some of us they take our money pay, probably they go take credit card they pay and go pay back the credit card with interest. But some of us, it costs us nothing. You understand? See, there's something I did with my daughter. So at the time, I just discovered that this child is growing. They ask this thing. I'll think about it. $20, $30, money that somebody will use in cooking a pot of soup in Africa. But all this, my siblings and everything, you train these kids finish. They are graduating their configuration day and everything. What did they say? I can't thank my mom so much. I can't thank my dad so much. Did they thank me? The answer is no. You understand? And I'm doing it for other people's kids. But when it comes to my kids, I want to calculate that this money goes a long way in Africa. So I started also doing it. So when I push my daughter so much, I just had her in my credit card. I say spend nothing less than $200 a month. You understand? So that it won't be that, please, can you get me this, that, please? My daughter have all my account details. All. I try not to do it like my father did it. All. Just to teach her something. And all. But when I tell her...
now, the reason why you gave her those numbers, because she's trustworthy. Not all children will accept that.
And at the same time, waiting for her to waste. Like she go to Olive Garden. This is an Italian restaurant. I don't eat pasta. I'm not a cheese person. I don't like pasta. So you see my daughter go hang out with her friends, then go spend some $40. And I say, God, this guy no go kill me. She will laugh and laugh and laugh. Say, Dad, you're really, really missing. You don't know what it's called Italian. Italian, she'll be laughing at me and everything. But the thing is that she will not spend $200 a month. You understand? And I started tying all these things to tie that if you do this, you get this. Like my son would tell me that, Dad, I want to do this. I say, if you do this, you get this. Like the other time, he probably said, Dad, can you buy me the latest Jordan? I say, but Dad, let's do it this way, Dad. I cannot promise you straight A. Let it just be A and B. You know? So if you put it in work, you get it.
Quid pro. Yeah, I like that. Quid pro pro. Yeah. That's a good. It's a good bet. I like it.
That's a reinforcement learning.
You give exactly. You give me A, I give you this. You give me A, I give you this.
My son is like 10 times smarter than my daughter, but my daughter is highly, highly celebrated. But my son is not celebrated. So my son is this type of person that I keep telling you, if cares don't take, he might lose it. He's still young, 13, So my son is this type of person that wouldn't want to.
Mean that he's not celebrated?
No, like the way they celebrate my daughter in school. You understand? Achieve this, achieve that. My daughter put all the hard work. She's using 3 cities library. I can't get this book in the library. She want to go here. She want to read. She want to do. But my
maybe
son
to
is just
encourage her. Maybe it may be a strategy to encourage her.
So when you tell my son will tell you that, Dad, my teacher said I'm smart. You know, and you know the funny part of it, even the so-called teachers, the way the American does things, the way they play and everything, you go complain, the teacher now will go compare apple and oranges. Say, damn, success is doing great. We will play game together. He win me in the game. And look, teacher, we begin to play game for us. My son will say, oh my God, oh my God. Oh, I can't go church now. You go strong face like that they want to fight CM. You go tight in face. But when in the room, they agree, oh my God, I game in the place. You know, but my daughter, she is the reading type. She put in the hard work to achieve anything that she achieved. But my son just felt, I'm going to get it anyway. He don't want to read. He don't want to do anything. You understand? So I just hope
did
that...
you say that they visit Nigeria? Did they visit Nigeria?
My son hates Nigeria so well. He don't like Nigeria. My daughter loves Nigeria to the tune of, she said she wants to Nigeria.
It's Nigeria. They can turn now. Depending on how old they are, they can turn.
My daughter started to see CM. My daughter went to Nigeria when she was 10 years old by herself, flying from JFK to Lagos by herself.
Wow.
She traveled when she was 13 by herself. When I lost my mom 2 years ago, she went with me. Last year when I was going again, she begged me and everything. Let me tell you the funny part. As she's about to go to college, she said, Dad, how about I just go to Unilag and everything? The people who love her so much because she's the first grandchild from her mom's side. So the people who love her so much, grandmother love her so much, the father love her, they use her to do all the old guy and everything. When I tell them, this guy say he won't come Nigeria because they say God forbid. The people want her and they reject her. No, come on.
Wow.
It's just like
it's true.
It's like during COVID when I said I want to come to Nigeria. My mama said no come. Say they say now American people get the disease. Make anybody no go sick for worry that they say now you carry American disease come here. Exactly. I say, Mommy, they reject me. My mama say my pikin no come.
She doesn't want to take chances now.
It's because like your daughter, it's because of insecurity. Not that ordinarily, if Nigeria is good, they would have loved her to come because she loved to come and study. But it's because of
and she likes the food. She likes the food so much. My son hates our food. You give him anything, he'll be shouting, "Oh my God, my mouth is a fire!" I said, "How about you call 911?" Say, "My I can't breathe. My mouth is on fire." You know.
Do you put so much pepper? Do you eat? Is it not?
Not be the same food where we insist that they eat. All of us they eat for us. Now they shout. Another American people they follow. They wag the thing. They go. Now they shout. You know. But he just don't really like it. You know. Just imagine up to date. My son still don't know the word called stew, like as we will say it. So that, Mom, can you give me some rice and the red sauce? Mama best go say, I told you don't call it red sauce. It's called stew. Tomorrow.
Red sauce. Exactly.
He just don't want to.
How old is he now?
13.
If I may ask.
13 years.
Oh no! Don't worry. In time, he will turn. He will be surprised. He will not want to eat anything else again. Nigerian food has a way of coming back for you.
Let me make you laugh. Do you know his friends is coming to our house and said, "Hey," and you know the way America they this no respecting in their own way, not our own way. You understand? So when his friend know that his parents is African, so there's this heavy challenge, this fufu challenge that is going on. Our friends they pack to our house different times. Say, "Hey, hi, please, can you make me fufu? Can you make me fufu?" They try the fufu, they enjoy them. The boy was supposed to open the the fufu thing. They discourage and say, "I don't like it."
You see, well, how did the fufu challenge come about? Is it like tied to Nigeria or just African thing?
Oh no, now Americans. They come begin find African store everywhere they go chop fufu. Oh, go TikTok. Just go to TikTok and type fufu challenge. You go see over 2,000 videos.
But fufu is African now, isn't it?
Yeah. That is pando now, ola. Pando. So Pando now they call fufu here for America.
Ah, okay. So everybody is
Yeah,
looking for
so the
Pando.
Pando, so that's what they fondly call fufu and everything.
Ah.
So the fufu challenge is big in TikTok, even in Instagram. Just type fufu challenge.
No,
You
the,
see the
the
thing
reason
everywhere.
why I'm asking was that because is this something that just like how Afrobeat is getting around? How is it that
Yeah.
Fufu suddenly is getting around? Is it something that Nigerians got out there or Ghanaians did it?
It's
So
Nigerian, man.
no,
It's Nigerian.
It's
so right
Nigerian
now,
now.
I don't want to say it's Nigeria because so many African countries also eat fufu. So the thing
Yeah, I
just gets
know.
so bad. Somebody will tell you, it takes me, just go TikTok and see it yourself. Somebody will tell you that they drive 50 minutes to find African store to go buy fufu. Just to, this TikTok thing, they make people crazy. You understand?
Yeah.
So some go, so one American boy can go try this fufu, can condemn him. My brother, when Nigeria people come for him, the guy beg. The guy say, I'm
Nigerians are
gonna
awful.
but it's
They
just like the way
come
they
after
attack.
TikTokers.
It's just like the way they come after Isimili today.
What
Isimili
happened?
no
What
be small
happened?
thing.
What happened
Isimili
with
go
Isimili?
say
Okay.
make Peter Obi come down, make him work with Tinubu today. Nah,
Hey.
Mama Echo fight. They settle. Mama Echo don't forget say they settle. Mama Echo come back again. Attack am second time. Even when they don't settle, they fight. Doctor take two of them out.
Wow.
So Dominic bring them back. You understand? They come try to talk. The two come say to seemingly come back. Mama Echo say, Mama, I dey your side. They can't agree. Mama say, I need to fight you. They settle. But the funny part, the next person again still go against the simile. The other person still go against the simile. Mama Echo don't forget saying fight the simile. And they don't set. Mama Echo still go back again. Go on.
Let's go back on your sack.
Shebi Mama Echo na your sister na? No be Shebi you be Urobo, is he?
Yes,
Mama
Mama
Echo.
Echo na my yeah.
Okay, so Urobo.
Funny enough, Mama Echo na my sister, but Mama Echo no grow up for Delta. He get all the vibes, but he didn't grow up there. He grew up for Ondo.
Okay, Ondo State.
If you notice sometime, Mama Echo go fight me now if in the year. If you notice sometime, I go speak language for her. He no go respond. he get the gra. He get the according to forefather the Jaguda thing, but he no be home base.
Don't mess up.
You know, grow up in a warrior area, so.
But body.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you got anything that you want to share? You know what I wanted to be doing now? Like when we have all these sessions, like if somebody comes in, anything they want to talk about, they can just bring it up. Because sometimes people have things that they really want to share, they want to talk about. Some of the stuff Paul is just sharing about some of his family and how they really hate Nigeria, but still some of them do love Nigeria and all the rest. So my point is that the way he was sharing those things, you can see people can relate to it and people that are overseas. So it would be good that people, not personal stuff, it doesn't have to be personal stuff. If you have something you think Nigerians should hear about, I think it's good. It's not always I don't think I have all the topics. Yeah, I don't think I have all the topics because everything is related to politics to an extent, but you can always come at it from different angles that one cannot necessarily anticipate. And that is why it's good for when we have this our 3-hour session, people can just come talk whatever they want to talk about. So that's why I'm asking you. But is there anything that you want to get off your chest about Nigerian politics that nobody has brought up?
Not really special today. Like when I came in, they were discussing about the port that we have in Nigeria. They are talking about the Warri port. Though it's working, Warri and Hone, they are working. But the issue that happens is that during privatization, you remember, so those ports have been taken over by Intel through Atiku. He used decoy. He used third party to take over, which is Intel. And I think around 2011, Warri Port was declared as a full free trade zone. So, but it's still not being used to optimal capacity, like that of Lagos. So, I think government have to encourage people, or they've been trying to take it.
Warri has been declared a free trade zone.
It's a free trade zone, yeah.
And it's still not taking off.
It's working, but not up to optimal capacity. No, it's not working.
Not,
like
but they might play words with that. War report, truth be told, is not really working because, and war report has all it takes to work.
Yes.
So when they tell you that war reports work, they are lying to you. You understand? So they tell you war reports work. They are just talking about exports in the deep sea. You understand? So, but when we are talking about seaports, you understand? We are talking about when you bring something to the offshore, to the deck. You understand? You understand? That's when you say port work. When ship can come. You understand? But now, so can bat. Now, war reports don't work to that capacity. Just dredge. And we are talking about dredge that they can dredge.
Yeah, I think they've been on it for a while. You know, I think
for 7 days. 7 days is enough.
Was talking about the dredging sometimes ago, that they're going to do the dredging of the war reports.
Yeah, Nigeria needs massive dredging. There's too many areas that need dredging.
Even the same thing with One.
This same thing with One because they have this big platform, all these big oil installations. It costs you too much money. If you dismantle all these things, then bring them here to remantle. You bring foreign, you understand? You bring expatriate. These are things that will cost you a lot of money. And oftentimes, when they carry out those heavy things, they can't bat. So what they do, they use some type of what we call express ship that can bat middle of the water. You know, like Paco liner. Then they'll use flat barge to push those things. And even though when you think use flat barge again, you still want to wait for the season, like heavy rainy season, when the water level will be high. You understand? So the water will come up more for you to push those things. You know, and to also have the cranes and everything to bring some of these things down again. Guess what? We will go South Africa, go rent crane.
Go rent.
Just
even the Lagos. This property has been shared among these people. Atiku and the guy from Taraba. The guy from Taraba. What's the name of this? Danjuma.
Danjuma.
You know the Roro part. What's the name of this place? This terminal that's been taken over by Tinkan. By Seven Star Logistics. Roro.
Yeah. Seven Star Logistics. Rolling rollout.
So it's the
and what we call a Grimadi ship.
Grimadi ship, So it's been taken over, and this girl that left, what's the name? This Kaduna lady that was the MPS manager, general manager the other time.
The one that Amechi fired.
What's her name? She was trying to cancel that contract, but they sent her out.
Wow.
She was trying to do some reform in that
Intel was making a lot of money in that Lagos port, Eco Port. Was making a lot of money, bringing the best equipment and everything. Like I said, all government just need to do, be there, collect your tax. You are fighting what you cannot manage.
You know, they have the TSA of a thing, but these people are not complying. They have a TSA arrangement with Intel for Intel to pay directly into their accounts for every of their operation. But for 6 years, they refuse to do that.
They should have made it transparent. Now that's the problem with all these things. Will be for 6 years. What were they doing? The first week you should start complaining. Where is my money?
Buddy, don't you think he's just trying to bring it down? Because the port, to some extent, is very, very organized. You understand? Because still, at the end of the day, landlord of the port, or the port, it is still MPA.
Yes.
You understand? So when custom collect their duty, it is easy for you to know what the shipping company brought, how shipping company make their money. Because shipping company even make their money all the way from this side. I have paid for the container. You understand? I have paid for the goods. So you know your money, you know everything. You know, and everything is just so organized that certain things that even though banks have even help you do, from your bank, from your everything, it is easy to pay this money. But sometimes when government too will also propose one thing, then they will go back to go do something from the back door. Somebody individual will want to make himself relevant. But not for somebody like Atiku and the likes. Then Atiku will look that you they disturb me, but you know disturb Dangote. You know disturb waiting with the other guy name. The other Utaman name. It's fourth richest man. Rabiu. Ishaku Rabiu. You cannot disturb Dangote. Now me Atiku, AOVP won it. So you know this fight now. Now be the fight with me. You see all of us they fight every day now. 1 minute we will call Biafra, Biafra. The next minute we will call and say, God go bless you, any whether you like it or not. I beg, Congo carry people for Sudan.
So those areas we are losing too much revenue. We are losing a lot of money. We're losing a lot of money. If even efficiently, if you could manage those ports, we'll be having the same money as close to what we are getting from oil.
Is it not part of why Singapore is doing very well? Their ports are also very productive. They're making a lot of money from it.
Spain would have been moribund today. Spain would have been moribund like Greece. You understand? Spain has one of the deepest water to do transshipment all over the world. So nearly all the ship that is coming to Africa, you understand, big vessels that is coming from, say, from America, from Asia, they'll go to Spain to do transshipment, maybe a smaller ship that can go to countries that don't have deep sea and everything. Spain make a lot of money. Nigeria, we can service the whole of West Africa and partly East Africa.
Nigeria has too much influence. If we want to do something, we can do it entire continent even.
When you call Spain, you're going far. Check Benin Republic. Benin Republic made a lot of money.
Augustine, you are driving. Augustine, I would. Sorry. Paul, you are not driving, are you? You are sitting still. But Augustine, you are driving. I don't think it should be encouraged. You are worried that if you are inside the house, they're going to complain that you are on YouTube. So you go to the car to go and hide. Is that what you are doing?
No, CM, forefather, I was driving, but if I go inside now, probably the countenance will change. Too many people will be talking to me.
Yeah.
So I was telling myself like 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes to tell you that I'm not lying. This is my house. No, I can't do that.
Nice.
He better pass Keyamo own. He better pass Keyamo own.
Yeah, wait till you see now. Yeah, don't come.
I don't see upstairs. I see the first floor. I see first floor. I see first floor now. You better pass Keyamo own at least.
Yeah, make you remember say when you even though you in England, you know the state of Arizona. Now small state where nobody don't go before. I maybe the first Nigeria we first reach here.
Really?
No, lie.
You see how CM say that lie. You are just assuming that Adibaba made it there first, no matter what happens.
What do you remember when Eddie Murphy was lying in coming back to America?
Yeah.
When Eddie Murphy talked about it, what university say? It's a very small university. They don't have a basketball court.
Wow.
When he lie, I'm just so hard too.
It's true, man.
So
It's true. It's Arizona.
The issue is the leadership. We have a lot to do, and our people too. So the shipping, oil and gas.
When you talk about the port, last year when they increased the port the rate of
tariff
releasing all these both container cars, at least I know more than 50 people from Texas and Florida that stopped importation. Now, many of them diverted to using Benin.
Augustine,
if you import any car in Benin,
Augustine, hold on. I'm sorry. You are driving. I can't be responsible for something going wrong in all the way from here to America or something. Please, you need to stop your car. I'm sorry. You can't be driving and communicating such important information.
Augustine, you are talking about say people are shipping to Benin. I can put it to you, say you are even lying to some extent, even when you are not lying. My brother, nobody they ship markets go Nigeria again. Container and I be my work. This year I never do one.
Paul,
this
stop
year,
encouraging him. He's driving.
I have not done one this year. Nobody. The only few cars say you want to ship car go Nigeria. Now Yahoo boy way hammer. When you say you don't see your money complete plus your gain, now you go up and buy the car, send them.
You don't stop.
Is
Okay,
it that they increase
Paul.
the price?
Paul,
Because what I observe
Paul,
that
let me,
it's not that they increase the
Paul,
price,
let me ask
they
you.
harmonize the
Paul,
payment.
Paul, let me
For
ask
clearing.
you. But I want to ask Paul a question now. With all this business where you they do, what's the difference between you and Igbo man now? You the ship container, Igbo man the ship container. Later now you go to complain.
Okay.
I ain't gonna
Well,
find the
okay.
one.
Now when you don't talk now, go open my garage, make I show you two sway for my garage. Why you
You
think
see,
no
So what's
Ladipo, I
the
know
difference?
Westminster, no Trinity?
but when people come here say hey, but business, you see Paul now. What in different? Even me, I know even they do business, but you say you went be robo. Don't take over.
Exactly.
You see, you see.
Hey, if I no go junkyard for 2 weeks, it the bless I dey sick. If I never go junkyard for 2 weeks, it the bless I dey sick.
It be like say like that for Delta. Because I have a friend like that from Delta, Sam. If Sam won't go junkyard, he go as in Sam go like cry around, shout around.
So then they discard the material for that US. So then they junk something for US.
Because parts are cheaper
Follow.
from the junkyard than getting it from the store.
My brother, the thing he just become part of you. You understand? And you know the junkyard na the place where they say they talk all the new woman wey come here, the fake pastor, the Yahoo boy we don't go prison. It is too sweet.
Now you go hear latest. You see, in all these things we are, in all these things we are saying, Nigerian government think that to fight unemployment can either be through maybe person go ministry, go write application, do all these things. They don't know that with stability, with business, make everywhere just like provide a conducive atmosphere. So many job will just spring from nowhere. Like what Paul is doing. Somebody in Nigeria will be selling it, will be benefiting from it. The container moving into Nigeria will be making money, getting your money, revenue, forget about crude oil, making money, reinvesting it, making things good. But the thing is that
Hey, welcome.
At least it's better so that you don't lose your license.
This is there's something that I observed recently, and I noticed it when I went to Nigeria and I was in Benin. I went to University of Benin. One of the things, the students were not there and they were supposed to be around. They said the reason why they left was because there was an increase in charges that they gave to them of almost 70 to 80% charges, and this was supposed to be towards Christmas holiday. And just last week, I heard about these airport agents in Nigeria, and in Lagos or something, they were striking again, saying that the charges that they heaped on them, they increased it by 100%. And when I think about it as a business person, that is a very, very disruptive way of doing business.
Yeah, that is it. It's true.
Nigerians just keep inflicting instability on their business and business people.
Pain.
There's no gradual thing. There's no timeline. You just increase it willy-nilly. And now
they don't know.
So it's a very problematic environment for business. That kind of culture, they need to deal with it and get it out because it's not nice at all.
So, I was watching a maritime news just 3 days ago on Wednesday. There's this very strong guy called Azubex. I used to follow him for a very long time. He was talking. So now, you see custom, because of we don't make money on oil. Now, custom, they give custom targets. That don't make sense. Now, you give custom targets now, everything is going higher. All of us are not shipping. If you people that ship now, custom want to meet up targets.
Yeah, exactly.
My brother, I open my garage. Custom. Nobody they ship. I don't call people tired. I get goods where I want ship. Say, nah, help me carry this box go. Help me carry this one go. Nobody is shipping. You understand? So if everybody need a ship, you go call somebody for Texas. Nah, beg you get anybody to carry container, make I carry this thing. Yeah, Nigeria. Yeah, you want to make the money back. Look, the exchange rate. How much do you want to sell this product? With that exchange rate, he just paid me make I save my money. Now with the so-called wave, I can send dollar to my account direct. The day I need my dollar in Nigeria, I can bring my dollar back to America. If I need my money for a project in Nigeria, that day why I need an I go change them. I don't need to have my money in naira. It's not much. I keep my money even in Nigeria in dollar.
This is a problem that I see. This is a time bomb that I see coming.
Customs don't need to set targets. Customs don't need to make money in everything you do. That business will make money for the country. Why do you go set targets?
Well, maybe if they are clearing, if they are clearing people goods faster, they will make more money. But they don't. Sometimes people will have their goods there for ages, they will not clear it.
Yeah,
and
the turnaround is
just terrible.
It's a bit longer.
The turnaround is nonsense. So some of us that don't really know port very well, if you go places like, when you stay place like Babish, back in the days, when you stay Babish, you could see so many sheep from Babish, from all those Ozumbamba the way. You could see so many sheep. That is what we call outside bar. Those sheep are on queue, waiting till they will call them back. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just ask a question? Because I fear that, but we'll come back to this thing. Because the other day, I've been always meaning to ask this question regarding, because I heard about the way drugs are moving to Nigeria. You know, they caught one big one shipment, and they caught another big shipment again in Guinea. And they talked about how drugs are coming. And what is happening now is that the drugs, now, before West Africa is being used as a transit area. But now they are beginning to supply it. But they said the supply now is beginning to come into Africa too now. And what I fear is that in the Nigerian currency, or things get expensive enough in our countries, because the reason why it's a transit is because it's not worth selling it to West Africa. They don't have money.
That's true.
Yes.
But the moment we start having money, that could be a problem waiting to happen. That we don't know.
This is the security.
So, up to date, I still have friends, good friends, that still work in the airline. You know, once a family is always a family. In my time, and up to date. So now let me tell you some funny thing now. Like Emirates, before Emirates left, Emirates is one airline that is coming from Brazil. You understand? Coming from Brazil. So when you expect aircraft coming from Emirates, that they say, oh, this flight to Nightstop is coming from Brazil. It doesn't come from Brazil direct, but probably so this passenger did connecting flight from Emirates to Lagos. Now, guess what? The love that they take from the aircraft, that is the sheets that they take. So we have what we call toilet bowser, water bowser. So when you take those sheets and everything, you go dump it on the treatment plant. Brother, when you take Emirates flight, you go carry the sheet, fans go to follow you. Go throw away the sheet for road. You know why? Some people don't carry cocaine. Where they don't put. You go throw away sheet for road, they find cocaine inside. This is how bad it can be. You understand? So they use it. So just like you said, and they are still doing that. So when I ask that question, they are still doing that thing today. Because they use it for transit. So like Nigerians have been known for so much, like this Guinea thing that they are talking about. So probably maybe another aircraft will take it to another country that is not known again to transfer those things again to the main place that they are doing it. I can't buy cocaine. It's too expensive for Nigerians.
But with all this subsidy removal now, when they remove subsidies, prices are going to go up.
On what?
If they remove subsidies, because what that does is prices in Nigeria now will start trying to catch up with what is going on around the world. And this is something that we need to pay attention to, because what could happen is that now our people will start, the price we pay for things will start catching up with what other people pay for it. And they might just decide that, you know what, they will just make crack and start bringing it in. And our only saving grace is that, because America, that's what they did to the black community there. Our only saving grace is that the Northerners won't like it and they will fight it because they are Muslims. They will fight it.
You know, the issue with those drugs now, we even have more labs in Nigeria now cooking those stuffs.
Oh God!
Even in the city of Lagos, in those eyebrow area in Lagos.
Where is this noise coming? Where is the noise
Of course,
coming
it's
from?
Jude. Where else are you expecting from? It's Jude now.
Where is that? It's not me. It's not.
Of course, it's you.
It's Jude speaking.
Yeah, of course, it's him.
Okay, maybe
I'm in the kitchen. I'm
maybe it's
cooking, so
off.
it's like friends.
Now. Your food is making all the noise now. Proper one. Energetic food. Sorry, Augustine, you wanted to say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
I actually wanted to,
Augustine
because
is
the
frozen.
moment there was
Augustine is
something you
frozen.
discussed earlier that I was interested in.
Augustine is frozen.
When you
Anyway,
talked about
the thing is,
Abacha's
if all
loot.
that
Yeah.
Nigeria strategically is well placed, blessed by net.
Yeah. I think you're delayed again, no CM. Your this thing is having problems.
I'm
CM is
seriously,
making 10 seconds delayed.
I'm
You are living
seriously,
CM,
Okay,
you're
I
living
said
in the past. So just catch up. Your 10 seconds.
he's
my
still
own,
not hearing you.
my own.
You may want to log out and
Don't
log back
mind
in
that.
again so you catch up. You are living in the past at this moment.
Yeah,
CF don't go back to his
Forefather,
3310.
It's APC. It's APC. It's APC. They after me.
Sorry, Augustine. Go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead,
so
Augustine.
like if you Google how Osama bin Laden was killed, you will get every fact about that. Now, since Abacha died, we have been hearing Abacha loot coming back, Abacha loot coming back. There is no record to trace how those things happened. Nobody has ever said something. The only person that have spoken is Mustafa, and nobody has challenged those facts he puts down. So whenever I listen to that Abacha's loot, I still think about template. This Western world trying to place Nigeria under a way that nobody will come up tomorrow to be like Abacha.
Exactly. That's what people don't get. That's exactly the point. That people never ask critical questions.
Yeah.
And it's really sad because it took me, I'm one of them. And it was just last week I really asked this question. I said, let me be the devil's advocate. And when I asked the question, people in the comment were like, oh, I never saw Abacha like that. I never saw Abacha like that. Because the questions were pertinent. Where are his properties? Where are the things he's doing with it? What does he intend to do with this money? And Mustafa was the one that said, those money are Nigerians' money. Not Abacha's money. They are Nigerians' money.
Exactly.
On whose name?
No, on dodgy names. Because remember the country was under sanctions.
On dodgy name, taking it to Highland.
Okay, wait. I just want to say something quick.
You know Nigeria was under sanctions during that period.
I just want to say something quick. Let's be
So
guided.
that's the only way you can purchase stuff.
I agree with Augustine.
Being seized.
I agree with Augustine and forefathers, but let's be guided because you see the same way we are now reading FBI and CIA declassified documents about Malcolm X and MLK. That is how maybe in 30 years time, 30 years time, this question about Abacha may become clear. Because it's just like it. Forefathers made a very good point, and like if this guy was stealing all this, why? But then Dr. Damage was trying to play it in the side.
The question is that why is the family fighting the federal government then?
No, the family is fighting.
The thing is, the thing I had
standpoint.
Probably to save their name. They want to save their name.
They want to save their name. How can you be calling?
I heard about.
Sorry, buddy.
I had.
Let's say somebody else was Abacha's son. Yeah. How do you expect the person to just for so many years you don't want to get you just keep harassing his father's name? You don't expect them to keep quiet now.
Because federal government has to persuade them.
You see, what I heard about
those monies were taken abroad by Governor Badru. The guy was arrested sometime around was arrested by US government, I think in 2000.
Yeah, but if you were taken abroad, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. You see, what you don't understand is, let's say you are the president of Nigeria, you are under the country is under sanction, and let's say you wanted to buy some kind of ship for Nigeria.
Okay.
How do you think you would do it? Give me a loan. Let him pick. Let him. You are a smart man. Give me the scenario. How are you going to do it?
Because at that particular point in time, the same thing happened under Jonathan. There were other sanctions for harm.
Do you believe that there are certain? Do you believe that the Western world wouldn't want you to develop?
Of course not. They wouldn't want. They wouldn't want that. Clearly, they made that clear.
No, see,
you didn't know.
Before you people go far, one of the theory I may like to believe about.
We are going to be a problem for them. We are not going to be giving them free oil anymore. At least almost free oil.
Just a second. One of the theory I later read about it. Somebody was saying it. He said this Abacha loot Abacha wasn't salting this money away for his own use. In other words, just like Keyamo, we go and buy house here, to buy there. He said, look, because the greatest threat to Abacha's regime, apart from sanction, is NIDCOM. NIDCOM worldwide. The war was on him. Diplomacy. Nigeria should have hosted under 17 World Cup 1995. NIDCOM wrote a letter to FIFA President Yao Havelange, went to Brazil, submitted to his, just handwritten, hand to hand, and warned him that bringing world youth to Nigeria, anything can happen. So the guy withdrew and then changed it. So it's not attacking Abacha a different way. So Abacha felt that these people, to unseat him, they have to have a gorilla from abroad, arrange. So Abacha was taking out those money in case to ship arm for him. That was why they sent all this money. It's not really for his own use. Because somebody who is under sanction, he's under sanction, the West are after him. If he send this money like buying property, they will expose it easily. But because he want to buy arms. Do you see it? Because if it's for personal use and the America is having sanctions, you will be a fool now. If you want to consume money, you put it in African different part. But to take it to Switzerland, they will expose you. Say you are even a thief. But because the guy is going to buy product from them and they know it. This was they play double game. So they were able to just keep all those things in case if NIDCOM wasn't planning such.
And he is going to own properties even before he became head of state, because he's been at the top of Nigerian government for a very long time. He could have owned properties in Paris, everywhere by now, but he doesn't. He hardly owns anything in Nigeria.
Even another reason why I agree with
do you know that when Abacha was the president, that every 419er was on the run?
And exactly, yes, I forgot.
Do you know that they also know that Nigeria was a construction site? All these federal roads were
PTF
was going up everywhere.
And if you see ASCOM, aluminum smelting complex.
What is ASCOM? Okay, sorry. I think everybody is trying to highlight something interesting.
It's the one
whose investment was that?
Aluminum smelting complex in Akwa Ibom.
Who invested in it?
And federal government
in that.
ASCOM.
Abacha, you see, is that a bad thing? That's a
good thing. I think it was opened on.
So well. But the issue then was that because we want a democracy, being a strong-handed man, we
exactly.
Don't like it.
Economically,
I didn't like how he jailed Abiola. I didn't like it.
Economically,
that was my main gripe.
In terms of our economy, the only thing is that the people
out there listening to these guys, please don't listen to them. They are gaslighting. Abacha was a crook.
Okay. I like that.
People there who were not bombed under Abacha, please don't mind these old men. They
come on.
Everything. Abacha was taking the money for what?
Okay. You tell us now.
Okija.
Do you know how they
No, wait. Allow him to speak. Allow Okija.
Allow Okija. We have a premise.
It's good.
We have a premise.
He's very, very skeptical because so that we can see whether we can get him to, because something.
Okija, wait.
They don't use.
We have a premise. The premise we have is that Can you hear us? There are a lot of speculations. So where are you coming from?
I am coming from the fact that where I'm coming from is that Abacha was crook. Abacha was taking the money for himself. He wasn't taking it out for Nigeria. Okay?
What is your proof of that?
What's your fact?
Okay, what is your fact? Okay, you are taking because I know how politicians take money. I know how politicians take money out of Nigeria. They use
So look at my fact.
Special vehicle, special purpose vehicle.
Give him reasons. I can give you reasons.
Let me give you my fact.
Special purpose vehicle. That's what they use other people to launder money.
Okija, please listen to Augustine. Augustine is about to give you facts. You don't have facts.
Let me give you an example. Do you know this senator that is not returning?
Okija, wait. Sorry. We are not fighting. We are not fighting over this issue.
Ekunife. Don't worry. Let's hear him out.
Austin, let him talk.
Ekunife, just don't worry. Austin.
Do you know how?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Do you know how she made that money?
Mbadinuju, I had this through Mbadinuju.
Please come into your camera.
Okay. Yeah, that's what they do. They use bankers, or bankers. They bring people. They use those people. Listen, I know what I'm talking about because they've talked to me about moving money for them. I told them no, I'm not doing that. That's what they do. They recruit people in US. They recruit their bankers in Nigeria. Then they recruit someone who has access to US, and they move the money through them. The person gets shares. Even FBI, to the FBI that run drugs, FBI that, like people, they have people they pay. They people, like if FBI is looking at you, okay, and they know people, somebody that, transfers money to you. They work with the person. You get percentage, that money being transferred. But what they do is just to keep record, make sure, that they get you evidence against you. The person they're moving the money is getting percentage. That's the same way they do in Nigeria. They bring all these banks. They so many, arrangement they make. One of them, also this one they do irrevocable payment order, or they put money percentage. They put money in account, and the account use interest. Some of those that owe government, that owe workers money, they put money in the account, maybe fix it for like about 12 months or whatever. While workers are dying there, it makes interest. They use that eventually that interest. Some make money out of that interest. They take the interest, they return about the money to the state. Some just like contracts, like they award contracts, and the contractor knows that he's gonna pay them 30%.
But this is no evidence against Abacha, though.
What I'm just telling you, but with the way they move money,
we're not talking about how the money is being moved.
That's not our point. You don't know what the money is being moved for.
Okay, what is it?
You just know money has been moved.
Okay, which company are they buying?
You know what Mustafa said? Mustafa said, sure, let me let Augustine answer. Let me let Augustine answer it.
Okay, none of us here is claiming to be a pro Abacha. We are not defending, but we want to ask critical questions. Okay. How can we be returning money after many years and nobody is telling us something about the money? Now, did you listen to Mustafa's invitation at what's this guy's show in the north? Brekete. Yeah, he's telling you there is these resources in Bronu.
Yeah.
A gram is $27 million. A gram of it.
What is that?
Californium.
What is that?
Californium or something.
That Californium is not produced by natural existence. That's not true.
Oh, it's not formed in natural way. That guy is
it's
lying.
Not formed by natural.
I don't know why you guys listen to that guy. He said he doesn't know about how this woman died, how Abella's wife died. Are you listening to him?
That guy is a crook.
Hold on. See, just calling him a crook is not an answer. Just because maybe he too, you don't know the nature of California. We just think that he cannot be.
That man is one of the major player in Abacha's regime.
Is his ADC?
Is his
ADC?
Do you know? Is it Abacha that is carrying out all those killings? That guy is the one responsible for most of them.
He was being loyal to his commander in chief. That is not the big issue. The big issue you have to ask yourself is. Okay, Okija, let me ask you.
We're not talking about killings.
With the way
Okija, let me ask you a critical question.
You don't know who to believe or who not to believe.
Exactly.
So I will only believe somebody. He has been saying this thing. Nobody has challenged him.
Nobody has tried to challenge the narrative. Let's try to get some order so that we'll get somewhere. Let's try to get some order so we can get somewhere.
Father, let me ask you one question. But before I ask the question, there's something that I forget. I think I'm getting a little bit old. Can anybody remind me the former CBN governor before Soludo? Joseph something, I forget the other his last name.
Sanusi.
No, not Sanusi. Sorry, the Yoruba man before Sanusi.
His name is Sanusi as well.
Joseph Sanusi.
Yeah.
Okay. Joseph Sanusi came outside to say Abacha was forcing them to print currency. Abacha was asking them any dollar, bring all the old dollar, and they will carry dollar in truck, be moving this money.
No, it
and
was
for that thing.
The person.
You are not asking yourself for what purpose?
No. Wait, Paul. Do you know how many billions of naira that has been printed?
For what purpose? See, hold on. Let's slow down here. Abacha doesn't own properties overseas.
Who told you?
He doesn't. Did you? Okay.
They don't use their names. Jesus.
Oh my God.
Look. They don't use any.
If they can find cash, do they have any property that he owns overseas? Okija, do you have any evidence of any property Abacha owns overseas, like the way Kuremado has 40 something?
Listen, the thing is, for
not one. For somebody that rich has access to all that money, he doesn't have one. Hold on. Now. Let me make my point. Then you can go. I'm not going to take 1 minute. Then. You couple that, one, you don't have any real evidence that he owns any property overseas and barely in Nigeria. And secondly, this man didn't take loans. If he was after money, why does he not care about foreign loans? Why does he do all the things that he did?
Like under him,
he didn't go, money. Hold on. He didn't do that. Then the Nigerian foreign reserve was 200 million in dollars. This man, while he was busy stealing all this money you said he stole, he raised that money to $9 billion. While he was doing all these things, without taking loan, he did all this and still managed to run the country in a very, very tough period of time. So you tell me, does this person sound like somebody that is looting a lot of money while he was doing all this?
Okay, Godfather, let me say something briefly. Forefather, this issue, his own was that he was so stupid, just as he was stupid to go to take a child from Nigeria to London to go and harvest his organ without thinking, without planning well. That was how he had all those properties without planning well. Do you know what you call SPV? Do you know SPV? How much of those Atiku and what is it called?
Obasanjo.
The master Obasanjo. How many of his businesses is registered under their name?
But we know.
You know what is SPV?
But we know they have
purpose vehicle.
Purpose vehicle.
Which they introduced to steal Nigerian money and wealth.
Even Mr. Jude. Mr. Jude. Ekweremadu that you are talking about, those 15 properties that they have in Dubai, it's not registered by Ike Ekweremadu.
But we know
even the Ibori property that were found in the UK was not registered to Ibori's name.
What about Tinubu? Tinubu's daughters on in New York and other, were they registered under Tinubu?
But they were able to be tracked. Then why is it that there are not many? I don't know of any property that was tracked to Abacha.
You know,
because Ibori had issue with Obasanjo, that's why we know of Ibori own. Because Ekweremadu is having issue right now. That's why we know Ekweremadu own. Tell me any other person.
Abacha had issue with the whole world.
That's why Abacha money is coming out now, because he had issue. That's why his money was coming out.
The money that is coming out, not the properties though. Not the properties, not the investment.
But remember, Abacha is a core northerners to some extent. These are people who don't really like the West.
Look at this.
I hope you know that.
Okay, Middle East then.
Look at
how about Nigeria?
Look at Fofadas well. Look at him very well.
Yes.
Remove the tribal mark from Abacha. They look alike.
Come on, man. And you just stop with all that. We're all Nigerians now. What do you expect? You act as if I didn't like Abuja when he was alive. I don't know why you are saying all this thing.
But Abacha na fine man.
I was against Abacha when he was alive too. So what? I don't know why.
You're missing this conversation.
I'm going to complain.
What we are saying is that somebody like Abacha, with the level of money he has stolen, there should be a document that is accessible how it happened.
Okay, tell me how Tinubu he's died. Is it the last 2 weeks or whatever? Tell me any trace, no trace. But we know that he stole money.
Okay, this is international countries returning this money.
Yeah, because
this is coming from international. This is your slave masters. This is our slave masters returning this money.
Yeah, because they return money. If you can.
And you are believing it. You are believing it. Okija, come on. Just pause for a moment and think. Just think about it. You just believe in everything. Hook, line, and sinker that they tell you.
It was in a bank.
Abacha was under sanctions. How could he possibly steal that much?
Oh God, Jesus.
So what do you think happened? What do you think happened?
You know what I can do now? Let me put Okija in Abacha's chair. Okija, you are Abacha. You have been sanctioned. You can't, in other words, you can't openly trade and put money in foreign accounts because they're going to seize it and freeze it. How would you buy anything you need for Nigeria? I'm asking you now, how would you buy anything you need for Nigeria then? If you're under sanctions?
Tell us, Nigeria was under sanction. On what?
Yes.
Sanction. Look at how they do sanction. They can do sanction based on family. The family cannot travel. The economic sanction is not there. You can move your money. That's different. If they have put economic embargo on Nigeria, that's a different one. They did not put arms embargo on Nigeria. They did not put economic embargo on Nigeria.
No, they put sanction that affected our economy actually.
Abacha with the sanction was on Abacha.
No, not just on Abacha. They put other sanctions. Let me see sanctions.
No, the sanction was on Abacha and certain things. That's how Canadian embassy left Nigeria.
Yeah.
You understand, but not to the whole country because they are still buying our oil. You understand? Not like Venezuela, like they abandoned Venezuela.
Excuse me, guys. I want to ask this.
That was how they were able to ask this. Foreign reserve. Pardon?
Sorry, I want to ask this. I just want to digress a little bit. Does anybody, follow in social media about this Sudan issue? About other African countries and, commenting on the Sudan issue regarding to Nigerian situation. Does anybody read anything?
Yeah. We're talking about the rescue business binge. Yeah.
Man, if you read in some social media and see what other African countries are talking about Nigeria, Jesus Christ. In fact, you can't but think twice. But I know many of us and many Nigerians, they won't even budge. You see what small countries are talking about Nigeria. Even people from South Africa say when it was happening in Nigeria, they were saying xenophobia. Now, what is going on? And how can Nigeria say everybody hates them? Nowhere, they don't want them in any country. Do you know when they send them to when they ask them to go and assemble in somewhere so that they will take them to Egypt? That was not even the first place. They've contacted about 2 or 3 countries and they rejected. They didn't want them to come.
Yeah, Ethiopia.
Their citizens keep lashing on Nigeria. There's a name. They even call Nigerians Jollof. Today I even know the meaning of Jollof. Does anybody know the meaning of Jollof?
No. Regardless whether you're African or wherever.
Yes, if you're in Nigeria, you go to any African country and they refer you as Jollof.
No, there's immigration rule. There's immigration rule they have to follow.
Under law.
Mr. Jude, just leave that one. Mr. Jude, why are you
national, not just Nigerian? No. Against every national, even Ethiopia, they shut their border against every national. Not because the countries in the war, they will not just allow a free passage to their
No,
country.
I'm
But
just talking about
Mr. Jude, in general, you've been in this country now for over 20 years.
45
You
years.
know the way other African countries behave when it comes to Nigerians and Ghanaians. They get intimidated. They get intimidated.
Yeah.
You understand? When you see other African countries, if you are working with other
Can I
African
read
countries,
some of the effects of the sanctions that
Fofada, hold on. Fofada, please,
Okay, no
hold
problem.
on, please. When you work with other African countries, apart from, say, countries like Ghanaian, the Kenyans that speak English like us, other countries, they get intimidated. You understand? You see these white people or other countries, they tell you, they say, how come you are not like loud? You are not like loud like Paul. Do you know why? They do all this funny thing that we self will do in Nigeria to ourselves. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. When they see all this other country, Nigerian man, we don't know saying get 2 master degree, this Olodo, will follow argue. Mostly when you know your work. Another African man will not do it. A Ghanaian man might do that. A Kenyanese that is educated might do that. So other African countries, they get so intimidated of us. And you know the funny part, like now I'm in Arizona. So during the war, that South Sudan thing, one city brought 5,000 Sudanese. So we have a lot of Sudanese community in Arizona. So good percentage of them came here when they were so young. So that helps them so much. You see them, you already know that they're Africans. They're so dark. You understand this dark South Sudanese. But they speak proper English like the Americans because good percentage of them came here when they were young. So they speak better American kind of accent and everything. But probably because they're also young, came here, make mistake, may not embrace education so much like the way we were embrace education. So they were so surprised that, oh, you speak better. How come you don't behave like Paul? They get intimidated because we will tell somebody, shut up. You understand? What are you talking about? And when I argue with my facts. And they're going to know that you're smart, but they say you're white. I say, but I'm black. We are white. We shout when we are talking. Am I not black? They say, how come you don't behave like these other guys? I said, guess what? They are Americans. Don't you see his accent?
My point is this,
we get that issue of with other African countries, so it's not new.
The point I was trying to make is how Nigerians have been reduced to almost rubble all over the world, even in Africa, among African countries. How we don't have any.
Africans, they are happy
Paul,
whenever we make mistakes.
How do you treat your senior brother that have refused to be reasonable? How will you treat a senior brother that have refused to be reasonable?
Exactly. How would you?
Well, we know.
No matter how you say it, you know. If you, I don't know, maybe you've been to those African countries. I'm not sure you guys have been to those African countries. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You can say it on social media.
Look at now. Look at this.
I know anything.
Look at the link I'm sending you. Look at the link I'm sending you.
Okay, let me check. Let me check.
Look at
this.
I'm checking them.
I'm checking them.
That happened in Lagos. 1 second, guys. Look at this. The massive drug. The massive cocaine that was discovered in Lagos. Now look at which country of the world.
It's not new.
Such a thing will be swept under the carpet.
That's not an issue at all. Go to Mexico. Come down to Philadelphia in America. Come down to Florida. There are small things. What are you talking about?
Florida. Why you talk that way? You talk me waiting for border states. 1 hour, 30 minutes. I'm in Yoma. 2 hours. I'm in Mexico. It happened every day. People are dying. The second thing that kill people right now in America is fentanyl. Do you know how much they sell at $1? One seed, $1.
I'm not talking about the sale of it. I'm talking about
Jude is everywhere, Mr. Judy.
And until today, nobody was held accountable for that massive cocaine this thing, and nobody know where it went to. I mean, come on.
No, you don't follow. You
think that thing was discovered in America? That they will not dig deep and find out those who are responsible for that?
Mr. Jude,
I agree on that part.
Mr. Jude, you are very wrong on that. Baba Femi, the pressman for the NDLA, was on TV about like 3 weeks ago, and it was it's not the Nigerian government that like it's the US government that tipped them of the movement of that drug. The drug is not even from Nigeria.
It's not even Nigeria. It's
another country that teach them of what is happening in our own country.
It's not wait, you guys. I don't know how you mischaracterize the issues.
Oh yeah, go ahead, say talk.
Drugs are not local business. It's a transactional business. Yes. It's a transnational business. So they are moving it through Nigeria. Nigeria is just a transient point. And the government have been monitoring the movement of that drug. Immediately the drug landed in Nigeria, they have to see the NDLA. And the NDLA has to call the military in. The place where that dog was found in Ikorodu, it's just a temporary place whereby they will move it. The same night they discovered that drug in that place where NDLA went to bust them. It's the same night those guys are planning to move the same drug out of Nigeria. Again, in pieces.
That's it.
So,
that's it.
And the government has been on it with US government. So you can't just say and come here and say, oh, nobody knows anything about it. The first man for the NDLA, Baba Femi, was on TVC Live about 2 weeks ago, giving us the update about the stuff. People have been arrested. Our country might be bad, but not that so.
People will be arrested, but even though in the US, you can't get the kingpin. You understand? You just get the foot soldiers. You can't get the kingpin. It's always hard.
So it's a big threat anywhere. It's a big threat. Even here in America. America that is so secure and, it's a big issue. It's a big issue.
Policia, please, she share it for everyone to see.
Can't share stuff from BBC now.
BBC, the Guardian, Nigerian. Even the NDLA that we have today, it's a creation of American government. It's American government that help us with to create the NDLA that we have today.
The one share the one premium times.
See, Okija, you need to calm down because all the things that you just sent me right now is basically repeating the same stuff we've just talked about. Just because somebody told you it is stolen doesn't mean it is stolen.
Okay, but forefather, Abacha commits so much atrocity.
I don't know how you can just believe something somebody tells you. You have to also look at other aspects. They say when something walks like a dog and quacks like a dog. This is
why are you defending Abacha? Why are you defending Abacha?
I'm not defending him because this is how we get away with stuff.
But you always defend the government.
Can you just let me talk? Can you just let me talk? See, this is what Augustine came and said that the reason why they may want to malign Abacha because they don't want Nigeria to produce that type of leader again.
Forefather, please let me rob, but please bring me back. Let me quickly take shower.
No problem.
You want Nigeria to produce another Abacha that killed
a leader that defied the West.
Good night, Paul.
It's not about that. It's about the leader that is defying the West. If somebody is defying the West and they want to deter you from creating such a leader again, they are going to make you feel like that leader was a total disgrace and was a bad leader, so that you will never go back in that direction.
Let me ask the question. Let me clearly ask the question. Provided
he brought Nigeria from $200 million to $9 billion in foreign reserve. You tell me that looks like
quick question.
Yeah.
Provided NIDCOM was successful, was able to get Abacha out of the government, will he return that money to Nigerian government if he's still alive? Do you think he will return that money to Nigerian government?
You mean Abacha?
Abacha. Mm-hmm.
He probably wanted to use them for something. From what Mustafa said, I don't know whether it's true because I have to just look at everything else. What he said was Abacha wanted to use the money for something, and what he also said during that interview, he was here. They went to Libya to go and learn how Gaddafi survived the hardship from the West. He said they learned how Libya was able to dodge the sanctions and mitigate what the effects of the sanctions. Okay. So, but what I was preoccupied with was security. I said, but why didn't you learn how Libya was able to survive physically, the security that they provided Gaddafi? Because Abacha died under your watch. That was what I told Mustafa. However, the point remains that they went to Libya to go and learn how to dodge sanctions. So, which means maybe the way they are moving this money was to avoid sanctions because they were freezing their assets. They were freezing their assets, and there are certain things they are probably not going to like Abacha buying because Abacha was more of a nationalist or a dictator that is just self-centered. but he wanted to buy certain things. He needs certain things, and if you want to do those things, you can't go through the normal channels. If you go through the normal channels, they're going to block it.
And
Even when you're doing simple projects for companies, sometimes you can't just go and order something. They will block it until you have specific license to get those things. So can you imagine someone like Abacha being able to buy anything for Nigeria during that time? It would have been very difficult.
But what was he trying to buy for Nigeria?
Oh, if you wanted to buy weapons.
Nigeria didn't have a weapon sanction. There was no weapon sanction against Nigeria during Abacha.
How did he know that? They would not want to sell him.
No.
Are you telling me that Abacha will go to the West and want to buy weapons during that time when they barely sold to Buhari and this thing?
It's not Abacha that buy arms.
They barely sold to Buhari and Jonathan, and you are saying they are going to sell to Abacha?
So who can sell to him? Canada.
The West will never sell him weapons.
No, US, Nigeria doesn't buy only from US. Nigeria buys from Europe, from like Belarus, from other countries.
And the money, how do you get the money to those people? Those people don't
operate this way. Those European countries, they manufacture it. They are also supplied by American companies.
But how do you get the money to them? You have to get the money. You can't just send the money from Nigerian Central Bank and straight to Russian account. You have to go through the dollars.
You can fly the dollar with your potential jet.
That's what happened. That's what happened under Jonathan, where the money was in South Africa.
Oh my God!
It's not
that simple.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't move.
And I put you in the position. You see, Okija is being very, very facetious. When I made you Abacha and I asked you how would you do it, you tell me, and you didn't tell me. How would you do it? How would you buy anything? If you know everybody's monitoring you.
If I wanted to buy from Russia, they will sell to me.
How would you pay it now?
How will you pay it?
I can have a private citizen pay for it.
No,
I
have private citizen pay for billions.
Yeah, I can. No, Nigeria doesn't buy billions. Nigeria buys in millions, not in the billions.
For father, do you remember the case of earpiece? You know, earpiece is under sanction in America.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're under sanction. By that, you know, when they were about to board their Boeing. They bought like 6 Boeing from America, 3 or 6 or thereabout, because they moved the money through the top party.
Wow.
Uyema cannot enter American soil today. If you enter American soil today, yeah, you can Google it. The case still comes in Georgia.
That is ridiculous.
So you know you don't track that kind of shit with America. They will call up with you. They don't move rock cash around.
I think what Augustine said is a very pertinent thing that Nigerians need to pay attention to.
Yes.
That they do these things to certain leaders, so to discourage that country from ever going for those our leaders again. Even if they are the leaders that are going to save the country, they are the ones that they don't want for the people.
Jesus Christ. I don't know how people buy these things.
No, seriously, Kija, you think? Okay, Kija, you know I really want to engage Okija on this because I like his opposition to this, because what he does is he questions whether what I'm saying is correct, isn't it? So now, if you are saying, okay, people like Abacha is the devil under the sun, name me great leaders that have brought their country from the brink and made them successful, that were better than Abacha. In terms of the things you hate about Abacha so much, tell me what they didn't do, like Lin Kuan Yew, Stalin, like Mao Zedong, Chairman Mao. I think maybe they are the same people.
No, you are giving those examples. What about George Washington? What about Abraham Lincoln? What about Thomas Jefferson? What about what's his name? Johnson, the one that took over from Kennedy.
The country was not in distress. The country was the one distressing other people. Using, by the way, our people as slaves, they were not distressed. They were the first world power then. So give me another country, please.
What about I don't know, the Botswana, the president? What about Namibia? What about Rwanda?
Namibia is controlled by Germans. Let's know.
No. What about Rwanda? The fourth war.
Yes.
And the same president came on board, even though I have some issues with him, But what about those countries?
And
what about Nigeria?
Let me tell you what Rwanda is doing then, because then we compare him to Abacha. This Rwandan president is closing shops, churches down, is closing mosques down, is for telling people not to say their tribe, and if you oppose him, he'll get into trouble. He will either die or jail, and he has been in power for 30 years. No, tell me how this man is that much different from Abacha that you hate in your country.
Abacha was killing Nigerians.
So is Kagame. You don't know that?
No, who has he killed?
Okay.
Kagame
is probably doing worse.
Okay, give me the evidence.
Okay.
I know you can check it the same way
you
had that of Abacha. So
give me the evidence
in the news.
Even the president is even not alive in that country. I didn't listen to that news. Give me that news.
Okay, let me check it for you. Let me send it to you. Even you that even said Abacha was not even under sanction. Abacha was under IMF sanction during his regime. You remember Abacha miracle? You remember Abacha miracle? What they call Abacha miracle? How we are able to escape from recession during Abacha. That's why
Nigeria saved money on that IBB. Nigeria had a lot of money saved up.
Abacha did the same too. You know,
saved a lot of money. Oil price was good. So you can't just say that
we didn't say much under IBB because there's SAP under IBB. There was SAP. You remember Structural Adjustment Program under IBB.
Yeah.
There was SAP under IBB.
But Nigeria under IBB.
I can see a list of I can see a list of people now. One of them is Chief Patrick Karegeya. There is another one that is called that's the top guy, Critic Charles Ingabire, Sendo Ganga. Yeah, I can give you name after name. These are top officials we are talking about. We're not talking about just
who are what in jail.
Okay, let me give you the one. He say one of the most high-profile cases is the assassination of Rwandan dissident and former intelligence chief Patrick Karegeya, who was found strangled in a hotel room in South Africa in 2014. Karegeya had been a critic of Kagame's government and had been living in exile in South Africa at the time of his death. So another case is the killing of journalist and government critic Charles Ingabire, who was shot dead in Kampala, Uganda, 2011. Ingabire had been living in exile. All these people are living in exile and he's still going after them. Not to mention if you're home. Other individuals who have been suspected of being killed by the Rwandan government include opposition politician Seth Sendanginga, who was shot dead in Nairobi, Kenya, and former Rwandan spy chief Faustin Kayumba Iyamkwasa, who survived several assassination attempts and now lives in exile in this thing. It is important to note that the Rwandan government has denied involvement in these killings and has dismissed allegations of human rights abuses and political repression. However, the cases have raised concerns about the state of human rights and democracy in Rwanda under Kagame. So the point we are making is that this guy, to be in power for 30 years, and you think he was doing that just by throwing flowers, he was not doing that by throwing flowers. And if these are the ones that were killed overseas, the ones that were silenced at home, you can't even start counting. So those are leaders, and he's not even that great, really. Nigeria's GDP per capita is still higher than that of Rwanda. All he's done is just organize the country. If we are talking about transformational leader, we are talking about people like Lin Kuan Yew, Mao Zedong, those people that really change, like from third world country to almost a first world nation. That's what we are talking about here. Like from poor country to a rich country. So if you excuse me for saying that Nigeria hasn't produced such a leader, the closest we've come to is Abacha, and guess what? We are maligning him and maligning him and maligning him. And I heard Abacha. I can still say, I'm telling you, when Abacha was alive, I didn't like him. I was one of those people protesting against him. I went out on a protest against Abacha himself because I was against the idea that somebody that won an election fair and square was jailed. Till today, I still have that grudge against him. Because I don't understand why he's still jailed Abiola. I still don't get it. prevent him from running for the election instead of jailing him when he won it. So that I hold against him. But you can't say just because he did all these things, now you should just say, okay, throw everything away that he has done and just buy that he tried to steal Nigeria's money beyond what IBB did. He stole more than IBB. He stole more than all these other leaders we've had. I find that hard to believe. This is a guy that was busy trying to. You know how many people he was jailing while he was in office? Or with all that time, all those stuff he's doing, and he's still busy having time to steal money. Come on. Abuja is capable of so many things. I'm not sure he's even that capable of multitasking that much. Because that is a lot of work. Stealing all that money, jailing, killing Sarowiwa, jailing, removing the Sultan of Sokoto, going after Kudirat, going after this, going left and right. Everybody was running all over the place.
He just wanted to perpetuate himself in government, and whatever it takes to like do that. That's why he was doing it. You know.
But for what purpose though? Because the only purpose I see there is that he did try to increase Nigeria's reputation. And remember, and this is another aspect people don't pick up on. While in Nigeria, he tackled 419. He went after all those corrupt banks and he stabilized the banking system. So he did quite a lot of things that indicated that he really wanted to set the country.
At the same time, he did a lot of damages. It was under his regime that all the refinery packed up, where we become the perpetual.
That's interesting. Was that under his regime?
Under his regime, yeah.
Wow.
So, but one good thing about him that he was able to come up with an own good template to survive the IMF sanction under his regime.
But how did he?
So
could it be because of the sanction that the refinery is packed up?
No, it's because he started importing oil because the refinery was shut down. You know, if you could remember, that's why it was during his regime we normally have this fuel with offensive odor.
I didn't know about that one. Though.
When they said the oil, the kerosene, the smell, you know, where we was shut down.
So, but I may be curious though.
We have a mix of it during his regime.
Why did he start ordering for fuel when he could have fixed the refineries? So maybe he thought that it's something that can be fixed soon. He didn't know that Nigerians will get in there and crank the machine down even further.
You that like international, it was under his regime as well that he was able to restore peace and democracy back to Sierra Leone.
Oh no, that one I know about. I heard about that one. I was there then.
And that of is it Liberia? Yeah.
Nigerians were proud of that now. Yeah, when there was a coup. This is a guy, a military leader. Some other person took over, did what he did, and he went and intervened to stop them. Who does that?
Do you know how the foreign reserve
nearly transit to democracy? The plan then before it was,
how the foreign reserve went up.
Okay, how?
Because Nigeria made a lot of money in crude oil.
Okay, what was happening during that time?
I mean, they were, usually, like all. Sometimes, there's.
We make a lot of money every time. No, but why did he reduce to 200 million?
He made over $64 billion in crude oil during his regime.
How much?
Over $64 billion.
$64 billion, and how much was our national budget during that period?
Now, our national budget was how much is our national budget now?
Yeah, our national budget is about $50 billion now.
64 billion. Now, our national budget our national budget wasn't even up to about 10 billion then.
10 billion, and for 10 billion, let's say 10 billion our national budget then, and 54 this, and he ruled for about 5 years or 6, going to 6 years. So you can argue that that's where most of the money went, and he still had 10 billion to put inside the national. And now you see, now we are okay. Hold on, you see what is just happening here? Now we are beginning to track the money. Now we are tracking the money because Okija just gave us some information that Abacha got 50-something billion from crude oil. Or if our national budget was 10 billion and he ruled for about 5-6 years, all that money is gone. Okija, where is the money?
I don't know what that, but I can check the Nigerian budget. Abacha was, I think, 1993, is it? Google Nigeria budget. 1994. Okay. Like the total budget for the year was 110 billion.
$110 billion.
1994 was about 110 billion. How much was dollar then?
$110 billion or naira? Okay, naira.
Naira.
Ah, okay. 110 billion. I think it's about 80 something naira, if I'm not mistaken. From what they said anyway.
In 94.
Yeah, 94. It was about, yeah. Dollar to naira 1994. 1994. 1994, it was about wow.
How much?
Okay, about 56 in parallel market, about 22 official.
Wow! Even you said wow.
I mean, like, compared to what we have now, compared to the presidents we have here now.
Oh my God! 54. That is that's a lot. Unbelievable. So 54. Are we going with 54?
Yeah, the parallel market. Yeah.
Okay, 54 divided by 100 billion naira, isn't it? So, did you say 100 billion naira for the national budget?
110 billion naira or so.
Okay, we'll just summarize 100 billion divide by 50 for
the guy,
that's not a lot of money.
The guy is really crazy. He grew.
That's about 10 billion. This thing, just like you said, actually, he still averaged about $10 billion.
He grew foreign exchange reserve from $494 million to $9.6 billion.
Yeah, I think in other information is 200 million. They even said to over 9 billion. So that is a lot.
And he reduced the external debt of Nigeria from 36 billion to 27 billion.
Yeah, I bet about 9 billion or so.
The guy is the guy.
Okija. I'm asking you, Okija, where is this
human rights abuse? Aside from human rights abuse,
where is this man stealing money? Look at all the things he's paying now for Nigeria.
The problem is this, you think that where they steal the money is when they burn crude oil. Okay, let me give you an example how things work in Nigeria now. If Nigeria makes money, from crude oil, that dollar they send to the central bank. The government, they have people, they sell it to Alhajis, they sell the money to. Okay, so for instance, the exchange rate is an official is 400 naira. So they sell it to them at 100 naira. So those will go to the parallel market and sell it for about whatever 150, 120, 150. They make money from that dollar. Okay.
Yeah, but this is not what Abacha was doing now. Abacha was
I'm giving you an example. I'm just giving you an example how they siphon the money. But budget, in ministries, they go to bribe in the current dispensation, Fourth Republic, they bribe the National Assembly. Okay, this is what you're gonna pass for us. So that but probably they need about 100 naira, and then they pass over 120 in naira for them. That 20 naira, someone is gonna get those money. Even in federal government, in federal parastatals, there are so many ghost workers. People make, so there are so many.
Yeah, but still, look at the numbers; they are huge.
Okay,
look at the debt reduction. That is huge.
Security vote. Okay, security vote in the presidency now. Presidency can say that they need about 100 billion to service the presidency every month. They give them 100 billion. That 100 billion, it's not, they get it from the crude oil. I'm not saying that Abacha didn't steal much compared to the money Nigeria was making them, but for you to say that he did not steal.
No, I didn't say he did not steal at all. I didn't say. I just said what the image you're painting of him is not what he is.
Yeah,
because it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up.
1 naira, you stole 1 naira. You stole 1 naira. It doesn't matter. You.
No. See, you have to understand. They are not playing IBB stole. Nobody's maligning IBB like that. Obasanjo stole. Nobody's maligning him like that. So how is it that they picked on this specific leader to malign him this way?
Because he was then extremely, he was cruel. He was mean, and he was telling. So
he was mean to specific people.
No, he was mean. Nigeria was suffering under him. Nigeria had money, but Nigerians were suffering under him. I was in Nigeria, man. We had hardship, man. We had
What
to
hardship?
Yeah, there hardship then. Seriously.
Yeah, with acute hardship, bro.
I don't know what the hardship was. I guess me, I was living in a different world then, but the hardship remained the same to me.
Let me give you an example. The port was so congested that things were not coming. Things are expensive in the market. Okay, remember? Okay. You remember Peter Obi gave an example. The port was so congested that Peter Obi, they were making us. Peter Obi, they had to go to Abuja, and Abuja. That was when Abuja made him a port clearing. They consulted a committee or whatever, or a task force. Peter Obi, it was headed by Peter Obi. Actually, Peter Obi and co, they were complaining. So they said they will meet Abacha. So some people were telling them, oh, if Abacha will kill you people, don't go. But Peter Obi said we'll go. So he called about a couple of people. They went to Abacha. Abacha granted the meeting. So he told Abacha, what was happening. So I think according to the story, one of the Abacha's...
Let me guess, Abacha helped him solve the problem.
So they were...
Because that's the kind of person he's going to be.
Yeah. So when they were about to leave, Abacha called them and says, constitute the committee. This man, Peter Obi, he's going to head it. So I'm not saying that he wasn't, but he can just say, look at then compared to what Okotie did in the 60s, how they stole, compared to what IBB did, that one is big compared to what Obasanjo, the one they created special purpose vehicle.
16 billion for power supply under Obasanjo, for what I gather, amounted to how much?
60 billion.
16 billion, isn't it?
60.
60?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
No, it can't be. It can't be 60 billion. We would have hung Obasanjo by now.
16 billion.
60 billion. Nigerians will kill him.
16 billion.
60 billion is too much. Nigerians will lose it.
Okay, now you see what they do now. All these things they create a poverty alleviation program. They take money out of it. So the scope is just increasing each government. Like if Tinubu goes in, the magnitude to win.
Yeah, but you are missing the point. Augustine made is very, very critical actually, and in a way that's what I've been trying to say without putting it so clearly. He said, "You have already admitted that all these other leaders stole even more." But nobody's maligning their reputation. You are saying that because he is cruel. Some people can accuse Babangida of being cruel, and Buhari of being cruel. But Babangida was known for quite a lot of debts too. It's not like he was just clean and nice.
Babangida was corrupt, but the Babangida was spreading it all over Nigeria.
Under Babangida, 419 came to stay. You can't call a bank in Nigeria and trust that you are speaking to the bank manager.
It was spreading all over Nigeria, so there was no much complaint. But Abacha was like Abacha him, and he's
Abacha came and completely wiped out clean. He said, no. The banks, everything, he cleaned it out. I was in Nigeria then. You can't even call a bank and be sure you are speaking to the bank officials or a bank manager. You can't be sure then. So all this thing was ended by one man. Abacha did all that. And I'm not sure Nigerians give him enough credit for those things that he did. He did a lot of things, actually, when you think about it now. Because now we are struggling to get rid of corruption. But this guy once in one government dealt with serious 419 issues. Like, that's when we knew the word 419 under Babangida. He dealt with it under his regime. In terms of the banking one, he dealt with it because our banking system was all over the place. He dealt with that too. And while he was doing all that, he was still having time to steal all this money. For me, it just doesn't add up. That's why I just think that they are trying to discourage us from creating a leader like Abacha again. That was not a cruel leader, a leader that is has conviction about fixing things in Nigeria with urgency. I think that is what they don't want.
The one of the reasons why he dealt with 419 people, there was for some 419 people, they used that Nigerian army to take money from Gaddafi, so probably Gaddafi put pressure on him. There was this story from Anambra, the one 419 guy. They said they were gonna organize. I think it started when IBB was in. That they were going to topple IBB. So the Gaddafi's rep came to Nigeria. They had a camp. So they had this camp. They have some military guys. They were training. So Gaddafi thought they were going to have IBB, and they sent them money, and those guys disappeared with the money. So I think probably like when Abacha came, probably I don't know, but that's what I'm thinking. Why he went he went ballistic on them, the 419 guys. But the thing is, under IBB 419 flourish. There were so many guys. Joneba, Anambra, this guy Fred Ajudua, like so many of them, Delta, so many guys, they had making so much money. And then this guy came, but I mean, like, I'm just not. You can't just whitewash what happened. Say that look, these evidence are there. The people who stole for him, like Bagudu, who is governor of I think Kebbi State now or whatever. They are still alive. So and they are not, they're not disputing the facts. He opened a lot of companies. They used to siphon the money. Just read those articles. You see. He wasn't trying to buy anything.
Buddy, let me give you this information about the refinery. It says they talked about corruption in the reason why Abacha could not fix the oil refinery. It says another factor was a lack of technical expertise and resources. Nigeria relied heavily on foreign companies to provide technical support and spare parts for its refineries, and Abacha's regime's poor relationship with international community made it difficult to obtain the necessary resources and expertise. Additionally, the political instability and uncertainty of the Abacha regime made it difficult to attract foreign investment and expertise to help fix the refineries. The regime's human rights abuses, corruption, and undemocratic practices made it an unattractive partner for foreign companies. So, as you can see, all those this thing that the kind of things he was doing that created a kind of bad relationship with foreign companies killed the refineries. So I don't think it was
because Nigerian refinery was built by Russians. So if he had wanted to do the refinery,
is it by Russian?
Yeah, Nigerian refineries were built by Russians.
What's the audition?
Yeah,
Rose.
Are you sure? Rosatom. I thought that was that was the
I think it's
Ajakuta steel.
Yeah.
No, it was Ajakuta that was built by Russian. No, not refinery.
No, Nigerian. Come on, check Nigerian refinery. Nigerian refineries. Check it. Nigerian refineries. Who built Nigerian refineries?
Nigerian foreign refineries were built in the 1970s by a number of international firms. The Warrior and Kaduna refineries were built by Chiyoda Corporation of Japan, while the Port Harcourt refineries were built by Italy's Snaprogetti. The fourth refinery, also located in Port Harcourt, was built by the French. Oh my God, this is at the heart of the West.
I didn't know.
This is at the heart of all the people that
who were servicing it? Who were servicing it?
They're not Russian.
Since their construction, the refineries have undergone. Let me check it now.
The contract is always signed together.
Yeah. I think I don't see any Russia here. Oh, there's no Russia here.
Yeah, Russia didn't have much of expertise in.
No, but then Nigerian refineries, like I said, the embargo was an economic embargo. But what really affected Abacha was the Pengassin and all those oil workers strike. They paralyzed the economy. That was they paralyzed the
the issue. Maybe they even helped sabotage the refineries.
I don't think it was the experts that would, because if Nigeria needed to have the economy going. So some Western sanctions, they don't really target Nigerians. They knew that Nigeria, they needed the oil.
What makes you think they won't target Nigeria? Jesus Christ! How can you think like that?
No. The problem they had was with Abacha, not with Nigeria.
You sure? You really sure about that? How can you believe that?
The problem they had with
civilian regime has been in office for such a long time. Where are we still today? Do you still have power? Babangida, they liked Babangida. Do you still have power? They liked Obasanjo first regime. Do you still have power? Or Shagari? Come on, man. How can you? When somebody is conning you, you have to realize it after a while. You can't just keep giving them the benefit of it. They simply don't want us to do well. Because they know if we do well, we are going to challenge the influence of the French that is next door to us. We're going to challenge their influence on the continent. And Nigeria is because Nigeria is such a powerful country in Africa, It's going to challenge their whole power in Africa. If we take charge of Africa, they don't have any foot in here. And if they don't have any foot in here, who is France? France can't tell us what to do.
Yeah, they don't want to have another Libya.
I
don't know. You guys,
Libya is a tiny case. Libya is just about how many million people? Nigeria is a giant, and a giant that other, the black continent, part of the continent, is beholden to. So we are like a leader in the sub-Saharan African countries. So we are very, very important that they keep us in check. If I was them, that's what I would do. So it's not rocket science. That's what you are seeing here, and you can see that Abacha, the moment Abacha turned on them, look at the penalty Nigeria paid for it.
Yeah.
Our 4 refineries down for decades.
There was even like I said earlier, during that time there was a IMF sanction on Nigeria there. So and the guy was able to recruit.
You see how I put it just now? That's basically what it is.
So
that is a signal. They are. This is just like they are using Abacha as a cautionary tale to warn people not to be like Abacha. That refinery that didn't work for decades now is also a warning. If our leaders go to a meeting with them now, they want to do something, they'll say, "You see what that guy did? Learn your lesson. This time, if you think refinery is the one you are going to have a problem, you're not going to see power supply."
I think the idea behind it might be like, probably if there's scarcity of fuel in the country, that might like make people to rise against that government.
They think that, but what is more important to them is that you don't develop.
That's another thing.
That's more important to them. They don't worry about the people. The people think they care. Why do people think they care about us as human beings?
No.
Why do always people think that? That's not their approach. They care about they love their own people more than they care about us. That is always the formula you have to use. It's not personal. It's not like they hate us. They don't have to hate us to not care. They care about their own people. You can't expect them to cater for our own benefit when their own people are suffering or their own people are facing possible risk. So that's their whole. It's not hatred. It's just that it's their own business. It's for us to care for our own stuff. That's how the world works. You can't have some other person come and tell you how to run your own house, and we are paying the price. You see, when I read that chapter there, it's clear what they did there in 1990 something till date. We still don't have our 4 refineries back in functional. That for me, if I was the one that did that to a country, next time if your leaders come to talk to me and said, "You know what? You sure you want to go in that direction?" You see what happened to the last one. 30 years. It's still not back. 30 years. This time,
the major issue against the refinery would have been back, but the corruption in that sector have really cribbed it. Because over years they've been telling us that, turn around maintenance. They put in a lot of money in it, but we're not having anything.
It's sabotage. It's not only other countries are corrupt. Why do we always make it look like only Nigerians are corrupt? Other countries are corrupt. It's sabotage. You have to see the difference between corruption and sabotage. Like let me give you an example of one thing why I know how you can tell the difference between corruption and sabotage. Like when Russia, Soviet Union collapsed, Russia was in decay. 70% of the economy was controlled by the mafia. People were dying in droves on the street. They were killing each other. That's where they formed all these what do they call them? These oligarchs. That's where they built up these oligarchs. People were dying all over the place. And the corruption was just, if you think Nigeria corruption was edited then, it was out of the roof. But guess what? When Boris Yeltsin passed on and handed over to Putin, within 4 years, the country was back on its feet like as a superpower. What is the difference? Because you can't sabotage Russia. They have security. They are strong. You can't sabotage. The moment you have a good leader in office that just has his head together, you're like, oh, okay, everybody get out. All this so-called. He started arresting all the oligarchs and all the. It's over. Party is over. Get out. But Nigeria cannot recover. It tells you that we are too weak to fix our system.
Like now, though, because they've trying to have a kind of arrangement with those contractors, with those companies that build those refinery to help us with the turnaround maintenance. I'm building a new refinery. So let's hope that will work out this time around. So that means if you couldn't work out, that means we are in it forever.
Turnaround maintenance, they do it like all the time. I mean, that's the way they take out.
The one they have right now, the new arrangement they have in place right now.
For how many years?
It was the complaint. They signed it about like half a year ago. So and they promised to deliver. I think
why did we? Oh my God! Do you know what you are signing? You see, Nigerians, I don't know why we are going to.
So
what you are signing is that you are signing that you are going to build. Hold on, what is happening is that when you sign that kind of agreement,
and they promised by second quarter. So
of this year or next year?
This year.
Okay.
Final will back on stream.
That will really be great. So, you know what? You know the condition for that?
Yeah.
We are going to be of good behavior before that thing is going to come online. And we are probably being in good behavior, and that is coming online. Because if all this thing that is happening in Africa, now there's a competition between Africa, the West and Russia. If we take the side of Russia, you're going to find that refinery isn't going to work again. No. They're not going to finish it. Oh. This is how they play their game, and all this is matter, and this is how they influence your leaders. And people don't. You never put yourself in the position of your leaders, because this is what I say when I was saying earlier on that I think like you have to think like a criminal, and you have to think like your worst enemy, and your worst enemy is like me. If you meet someone like me on the other side, God, come and tell me nonsense. If you try to do anything that is going to hurt my citizens and all the billions that is coming to my account, yes, I will make you pay for it. Sorry, Loco, you have been around for a while. You must have had a lot of stuff with me saying, because I saw you. And
no, I wasn't. Don't mind me. I wasn't. Don't mind me. Trust me, I wasn't there.
Your friend was not. Is not here. You know what? One thing I decided to start doing recently is to just anybody that comes in, just ask them what they want to talk about. Don't care about what we are talking about. You can ignore us.
Exactly. No, I wasn't, because I put on camera.
You don't have to be so happy about it. It's like he wants to talk.
Well, I was here earlier on anyway, before when it started. I was there, so I left to go. I had an emergency to do, so I just rushed out of the house, went to do it and come back. Yeah.
Is there anything you've observed this week, and something you want to talk about? You think that we should hear?
What this? Okay, I think Jerry Springer is dead.
Oh God, were you one of those people that watches Jerry Springer? I used to watch him earlier on.
No, I used to believe that. I later believed that it was staged. The arrangement was too much. I believed it then, but
it was still entertaining, though. It was still entertaining.
Very
Jesus Christ! Some of the things that guy revealed there. Then at the end, he will just summarize the whole thing with some kind of smart code. I wonder how that stuff will appear now to me. And he died 79, isn't it, or something?
So one of that thing, this guy said, Tinubu, wait, I don't understand. Is it at least it happened to Buhari? Before they come in, they fall sick, then they go out for treatment, they look younger.
Yes.
Any medical doctor, is there anything that they inject in their body, or because at that age, your skin is supposed to be shrinking. You're not supposed to have a fresh skin. Your skin is not supposed to be fresh. Your skin is not supposed to be fresh. You're not supposed to.
Oh my God! At that age. What's wrong with you, man? Jesus Christ!
Serious. Tinubu just let's say Tinubu Buhari took small to keep him making look a little. I think Tinubu took overdose of that thing.
But you know that they said one of the easiest thing to do is that's to reverse aging, is transfusing young blood.
The blood. They say
of younger people.
Drink the blood of
not drink.
Infants.
Jesus.
Blood transfusion.
Drink blood.
Don't worry.
That's Babalawo level now. You are still
no. Joke apart.
Do you know what? Our ancestors, forgive me because I shouldn't be bad man. You see, this thing we do, is become part of us. I'm using Babalawo as a kind of derogative way to describe it. I shouldn't do that. It's wrong. Sorry.
What is Babalawo say? Baba.
It's like a native doctor.
I know what the word Babalawo as Baba, like Baba Abeg, I've been a native doctor.
Lawo. Maybe they think that the Lawo. What are you not Yoruba? This thing.
No, I'm not. But I think it's something that has to do with like
what's his name?
pleading or like you're begging for something. I don't know.
No.
No.
I don't know. Anyway.
I thought he was Yoruba. Sorry, what's your name again? Body. I thought you were Yoruba.
Yeah, I'm Yoruba. So Babalawo means that's an herbalist. Yeah.
That's why.
Hold on now. No. Breaking the word Baba.
Then the Lawo.
Yeah,
the child is always named Lawo.
The way they construct this is that Awo means occultic.
Okay.
So
father
means father. That means like
okay, Lawo. Okay.
The father of
then the word herbalist is an English word. It's just somebody who is good with herbal medicine.
At times the translation don't usually like have that direct connotation,
No, but for me, I think you say when you want to kill something, you give it a bad name. So probably because the West want to kill native doctors, so they call it herbal.
Oh yes.
Even they are different at times because there are people they call Onishegun.
Mm-hmm.
Those Onishegun, they're like people that use herb.
Yeah, you see. You know what? I wanted to ask that question just now when he mentioned herbalist
that do divinations.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between a herbalist and a babalawo.
Yeah,
babalawo is more on the occult side,
on the spiritual things.
Spiritual things, but I don't know what do they call. Okay, the Oshegun. Sorry, what is the name?
Onishegun.
Yeah, that's the herbalist.
Yeah,
no. Those are the end of divination. Maybe not herbalist. Herbalist is different. Babalawo and Onishegun, I think they are more of the same.
No, he said Onishegun is a medicine.
Babalawo and Onishegun are not the same thing.
Okay,
but you can combine the two practices together.
Exactly, because they both of them are going to spirituality.
No, Onishegun don't do much of spirituality. It's just person that uses the herb to like cure illness.
No,
that's where they derive the word medicine.
No, I thought you said divination.
No, Babalawo is those one that do divinations.
Babalawo, okay. But that means Onishegun and herbalists are almost the same.
They are very close because there are some Onisheguns that have the knowledge of Babalawo. As a second practice.
Okay.
So you can have both because at times some people might come to you and you can like do the divination to know the kind of cure for their illness.
Because anybody that can prepare agbo perfectly, it's a herbalist now and it's medicine. So yes,
oh my God! Loco refused to give up. He wants to
Look here. See, I've seen.
He refused to let that one go.
No, I've seen the trick of these white people, like what they do to Africans, because of knowledge, this miseducation of Africans, it has really eaten deep into us that to come out from this is difficult. Like I said, say when you want to kill a dog, if you give you a bad name first. So all this medicine, what this leaf, this biophilic leaf, I've forgotten the biophilic leaf here. I know the kind of stuff you can get from just that leaf alone.
Yeah.
You understand? But as good as our pharmacists and biochemists are in Nigeria, I've never seen anybody doing research to bring good stuff from that leaf
they do something about it. Now we're having some of our medical schools are now having traditional medicine, and some pharmacology department are now doing a kind of research.
Do you know how Nigeria is?
We can't make money from anything that involves intellectual property rights.
The issue.
Because sorry, let me just finish, because there is this thing that they do internationally, which is called the TRIP protocol. I'm mentioning these things. I wish I'm mentioning it a bit more so that people understand that there is the way international rights work. It's another way that they chain our hands.
Yeah, what should you do with them?
Let me explain it now. When you discover something in, let's say, University of Ibadan, they synthesize some drug from the roots there. What will happen is that they will say some other person maybe has got the intellectual property rights. First, they will try to buy it from you. If you don't give it to them, then you can start an argument with somebody internationally. And good luck whether you have the money to argue. You will never monetize that thing. Okay. You will never be sold worldwide. And if you try to sell it in your country, they'll penalize your government.
No, I don't think they will. The only thing they will do politically, they will only maybe they will involve like what's it called, WHO. Then the WHO will use their might.
WTO.
What I think
WHO and WTO. The same.
Loco is creating a new world here.
World Trade Organization.
Babalawo, Onisegun are the same.
No World Trade. No World Trade. I mean WHO for approval.
WHO. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
WHO World Organization and
sorry.
World Trade Organization.
So they will use that one, that might, and pursue your country's medical, which is like NAFDAC. They will use WHO to pursue like NAFDAC. Then NAFDAC will make sure that drug never see light of the day. You understand? That's
you see what I mean?
But for me, like to hell with NAFDAC, get your tea. You know it's done. Just be using it on your own people. But the only bad thing is
even NAFDAC.
You can't sell it publicly. Your government will fine you.
No, not sell. You're not selling. You're just treating.
Okay, yeah, you can use it. You can use it locally. Yeah, you can do that.
Sorry, so what
again? For like giving them a kind of authorization to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's giving them NAFDAC to hunt you down, to shut you down.
And then we have what do you call this one as well? Nigerian Medical Research Institute as well. They're doing a lot.
For me, see,
you know the same issue that China. China has COVID vaccine as well, and their vaccine is not seeing the light of the day because of the politics around.
Yeah, we say China. What about Madagascar? What they will made a drink because of that. They will made a drink for that. Take a drink and you will. It was working.
That mango juice.
Yeah, I don't know. Just Nigeria.
The one for Madagascar is just a mango juice.
They get to start. So I will not say that they should keep people, but many people have to die in Nigeria. Both even the poor, many people have to die because the mindset is just too poisoned right now. To come out from it is something else.
Jesus Christ! I'm not sure you should be advocating. Advocating that kind of stuff on this channel.
No, I'm not saying because I'm promoting violence or whatever. See, sometimes I just wake up and how can somebody just be deliberate? Just you put all your mind to do the wrong thing. You don't even care for consequence. Then you go to bed. You at least they say every human being, before you sleep, you first of all look at your ceiling. Then when you're looking at your ceiling, then you'll be reminiscing of what happened during the day, your deeds, what you should have done, what you did not do, what you did, the consequences, challenges, so like okay, the repercussion, whatever. Some people just go to bed and they're happy. They damn whatever they do.
Yeah, there are some people like that, but there are others that just make a little bit of compromise and it magnifies over time. I think just look at your life sometimes, and it's not so different from the life other Nigerians are living. You will be surprised. Okay, a lot of people don't live the life Tinubu has lived, but majority of so-called politicians that you have in Nigeria that you like to think that they are really corrupt, the life you are living is not so dissimilar for theirs. And that should tell you something that what you call corruption is something that is more subtle. It's not as clear cut. Because right now, nobody can tell me here on this panel that they've not given somebody money in Nigeria when they are telling them, a police officer or somebody, you've given money. Mm-hmm. So you see what I mean? So you are already part of the system. The trick is to recognize it and know when you need to draw a line if you want to fix the system. And you're going to meet challenges. So it's a tricky one to say that people should just perish because of that. You have, to be fair, most of these other countries that have done this type of things, a lot of people died. Let's face it. Stalin was responsible for a brutal stuff that he did that resulted in millions of deaths, not just thousands, millions. I can't even start thinking about that kind of level of thinking. What kind of people do those type of things?
Despite all
it's
those
unbelievable.
Why did they put wipe corruption? No.
They were not doing it. You see, that's the problem. They were not doing it for corruption. They were doing it to make the country powerful. You have to understand that the corruption is not often their lookout. These people, they've experienced tragedy and they want to stop it. No, corruption is not their first lookout.
So how powerful is Russia today without your citizens being economically empowered? And because personally, to me, I don't look, arms or whatever, military might. I don't believe in military might. I want people to have economic might. When you have economic might, you can You can have a military might.
So if let me give you a scenario, Okija. You have military might. I have you have economic might. I have military might. Then tomorrow I say I want oil from you. What will you say to me?
I said no. I'm not giving you oil. What are you going to do?
And I send my soldiers in.
To do what? I mean,
you're going to use your oil. Yeah, are you going to use your oil to beat my soldiers?
Russia didn't they send their soldiers to Ukraine? What is happening? So
another military power is fighting them back. If it was only Ukraine would be done.
It's not only you that
you
have.
know what happened to not that pipeline.
When you are attacking
what happened to not that pipeline.
When you are attacking me, you have
Leave
to know
now. Let me play the scenario out. No. So when I'm attacking you, you know what will be happening? No. Do you know what is happening to Ukraine right now? No, Ukraine is getting destroyed.
Okay.
Ukraine is getting destroyed right before our eyes.
Getting in the advantage. I mean, you.
What is Russia getting the advantage?
Yeah, getting it.
America not being next door to them.
And
that's what they're getting.
They're going to achieve it. And they
will achieve it.
How does it help average Russian? Does it improve your economy? Does it make it better? Does it make Russia a better place? Does it make
yes.
Russia a place?
Let me. You know why? Because if America gets closer to them, America will undermine Russian security, and Russia will become poorer for it and less powerful for it.
Check Switzerland; they don't have economy. They have military might. Check, all this smoke on the Luxembourg.
You have to check their geographical location too. You have to look at their
location and the people that are offering them protection. It's NATO that is offering them protection.
It's not. See, a greedy man.
Hold on. Sorry, I didn't hear him correctly. Did he mention Switzerland?
Yes.
Don't walk in. You walked into that one.
Yeah.
Do you know how many bunkers Switzerland has?
But I'm not talking about.
I'm talking about armed bunkers.
To defend themselves.
Switzerland has more bunkers than Nigeria has soldiers.
I don't know about.
Now check that out.
When were the bunkers built?
Let me find out when the Swiss bunker. Sorry. I think it was built over time. When
9 new charges
was most.
Are you sure they will release no Canuso? 9 new charges. They say FG files 9 new charges grounds against.
Oh my God, the way local talk says your phone is like, are you sure they're going to release? Are you sure they're going to release?
That's just the game. They just want to keep him there. So.
Yeah, they just want to keep him there. It's not
why did they have to find more reasons to hold him?
You understand?
The Supreme Court allows it.
When was most of these bunkers built?
So for Switzerland,
their hearing is coming on the 11th.
Sorry?
May 11th. Yeah. The judgment might not come that same day. So
the May 11th, is it the old charges or these new charges?
Everything.
The old thing with the appeal.
No, I don't
everything,
think so. This new one.
They will fight for extension. They fight this.
This record don't have that luxury. So
I think in 1945, around 1940 to 1945 was when Switzerland did it.
Okay, when they were doing the Second World War.
See,
to prevent people from attacking them, they acted.
Forefathers, a thief will find you to rob you if they want to rob you, regardless of your location. Switzerland do not have anything of interest to the world. They don't have they don't have anything of interest
apart from all the money and all the gold.
I don't understand. Wait now, hold on. Gold from where?
From the world.
Which world? The Queen Elizabeth, the gold she stole.
Why are you asking which world? Everybody's putting their money there.
It is only for no. See, look. Money is not tangible. It's not something you can hold because anybody can print money. The World Bank is there, doesn't mean anything. You understand?
Yeah, but we're talking about real wealth, diamonds,
hold on now.
Platinum.
Yeah, if it's good and that I will listen, I will say, okay, fine. But what I'm saying is, there's no struggle for that now because there is gold in like Africa. You have abundance in Ghana.
Man, they are
Africa,
good. They are
Wow.
for those all the time.
So they don't need. They don't. In other words, one local is saying that they don't need gates. They don't need safe. They should just leave the bank open because nobody needs it.
Nobody needs it. Yeah, they know what they need.
Yeah, you're funny, man.
No,
How can nobody need it? Then why did you shut the door of banks then? If nobody needs it.
UK and America and other countries would have attacked them to collect the gold if they really want it. Nobody needs it. They don't want their own. They don't want their own. They want the one that belongs to so-called third world country. You understand?
So, but that's not the point. It is when Germany was rolling through Europe, they wanted to defend themselves and they acted. And this ended up building 300 and something thousand bunkers. 300 and something thousand is more than we have soldiers, almost double. Okija, are you listening to that, Mr. Economics?
Yeah,
bro, Mr. Economics. Bro, you see, one of the most peaceful countries you have in the world has 300,000 bunkers. Can you even imagine that in the context of Nigeria?
So what will the bunkers do for them? You know, with all this, you know, this time they have all these crater bombs.
What it does is like nuclear weapons. Somebody is a deterrent that don't mess with us.
Yeah, but what about crater bombs? What if you throw crater bombs there? All those 500 pound bombs.
It's not going to matter. They are built into mountains.
Listen, bro, I'm telling you know, like the thing is, you know, like I don't pursue, you know, like shadow. I don't just. If Nigeria,
so you are saying? Oh, I thought you said you are going to blow them up with economics.
No, I'm saying you're gonna blow.
Why are you bringing glitter bomb?
Blow up the bomb.
So you are relying on military to save you, eh?
Yeah. So I'm not, bro. Nigeria, you come all the time talk about building military. When your people are not eating.
Why are you trying to use glitter bomb, Okija?
How do you build
bomb them with bananas?
When people are not eating, when your military they cannot eat, when this man is profiling to give them,
they can eat enough to be able to build a strong military. China was like Nigeria, as a matter of fact, maybe even worse when they built their security strength. India was like, maybe even worse than Nigeria when they built their security strength. All these other Singapore, all of them were like, so it's not an excuse not to have.
It was Indian army. It was Indian army that trained Nigerian army.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can you imagine
that help us to establish national NDA.
Embarrassing. Embarrassing. These are people that were able to do it themselves. So I don't know why you are saying economy is only a privilege for people that have security. If you cannot have security, forget it.
What are you protecting?
Exactly.
You must have
You're going to be poor. You're going to be poor forever.
Okay, Nigeria should just spend all its money, build security. Let's how it works.
Buddy, let me. You know why this area I'm quite strong because I am obsessive about why we are where we are. You see, Okija, we are already spending the money. It's just that we are spending it in a silly way. You know how Nigerian houses have iron bars on every doors, and windows, and gates, and gate man, and the estate around it, fence with barbed wire, and all those wasted money that we don't spend in the West. I'm sure the way you live now in the West, the window doesn't have iron bars on it. You don't have to invest that extra money. So we are already spending the money, but we are not spending it wisely. And nobody invests in security. Security pays for itself. It's not even investment because you will get money back.
Yeah.
Because oh my God, we all been in Nigeria.
The business environment is secure. The economy
we'll all go back to Nigeria now.
So, so I mean, let me ask you a question. Okay. Pre-independence and after independence, let's forget about what's been happening, Boko Haram. What has been Nigerian military, security challenge, from 1950, to like from 2000, the security challenges we had, for threats, from outside threats. Tell me.
From
outside threats.
From Africa, none.
From Africa, we have an issue with Chad sometimes ago.
So you have Chad. So don't you have enough Chad? Who else again?
No, I think
And then
we don't
after
have
that, we always been having the internal threats.
Okay, yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So our opinion was internal, not external.
Internal threats, yeah.
So you think you don't have
the
money,
way
you don't have the manpower to deal with your internal threat, or even the Chad, even when you had skirmishes with Chad and Cameroon, I think I was small. I was even on the Chad when we had Nigerian military, machines and vehicles moving to from Onitsha. They move. I don't know where they were coming from. They come from Lagos or whatever. They were going to Cameroon when they had Bakassi. Then there was skirmishes there. Then I was small then. And then and Nigeria dealt with the threat, and then that was issue. So, but what I'm saying, if Nigeria, you didn't have military threat, you didn't build your economy, and now you want to do this two of them at the same time, do you have external threat right now?
Yeah, we have more now because the kind of security that we have now are even more difficult to deal with.
Okay,
because. The time pass that you're talking about,
yeah,
the Central Africa was so peaceful, and then the North Africa was so peaceful. Okay. But now those regions are not peaceful. Okay. If you could remember, about 2011, when we had the fall of Libya, the harm started flowing down.
Yeah, I was one of those that said it was going to cause problems.
They come down to Mali. Yeah. They overthrow the government in Mali. These things started coming down until we have it at our backyard.
Yeah.
And don't forget, Osama bin Laden was in Sudan around 2001. So this threat has been there. But now they are mature, they blossom. And they become more agile.
The other threats we've had, I think there is a bit of a noise coming through.
How do you, because the threat you have, because I'm just questioning what he's saying about investing more in the military when you have for instance Nigerian intelligence, even the DSS, whatever. You don't have people who speak French. We'll be surrounded by French countries. You don't have people. You don't recruit people who speak French.
We recruit people. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Okay,
I'm telling you the truth. We have
sorry.
If you see the trick that were recruited to Nigeria arm of Interpol, those guys, they are bilingual. They are Nigerian and they can speak French.
I don't know why we are doing.
If we are talking about,
I was listening to a Nigerian intelligence personnel saying this. He was saying.
What was he saying?
He was saying something that they were not investing. Like people like. Okay, for instance.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have a question. My question is: when we talk about security, is it for the citizens or for Nigerians as a whole, or Nigeria as a government?
No, yeah, I'm talking about
the entire envelope, really, because often when you compromise one, the others tend to get compromised.
So the problem is the government is already the chief architect of insecurity.
Yeah.
So there is no way you can talk about securing Nigeria when those who are the helm of affairs are causing the commotion.
Yeah.
That's
why I'm advocating that we secure every single one of them.
See, spending more money and bringing more personnel.
Okay.
80% of what is happening in the north is external influence. It's not internal.
And it's the same thing that is happening. It's the same thing that is happening in the south. It's just that in a different way that we can't see, because they too can't see it. See, Okija, let me explain this to you. You see, the greatest trick, you know what they say, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was to make people think that it doesn't exist. For you to not understand that we have enemies that are compromising our nation, that's the greatest trick they pulled. And this is the thing many Africans don't understand, because the way they treat us